This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Rebirth? Boom! The heavy rain poured down, and the bean-sized raindrops hit him hard. Every drop seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of force, which made people feel heartbroken. The rain and blood mixed together, forming a pungent smell, flowing all over the ground, making people sick. The ears were filled with the vicious curses of several robbers. They were dividing the loot unscrupulously, as if the people they threw on the ground were just garbage. He was stabbed more than a dozen times, and every wound was constantly oozing blood, dyeing the mud under him into a deep red. He could clearly feel that the vitality was slipping away from his body bit by bit, like the sand in an hourglass, which could not be caught. Gradually, his limbs gradually became heavy and weak, and his fingers gradually lost consciousness. Finally, this numbness gradually spread to the whole body. The approach of death made him feel desperate. The jade pendant that he had been holding tightly in his hand was also snatched away by the murderer. At this moment, he felt so small and powerless. He struggled to snatch it back, but he didn't even have the strength to make a sound. In the end, he could only sink into the darkness with a heart full of resentment. Fuck. This broken pendant looks like a piece of plastic. It resisted so desperately, and I thought it was a good thing. It's so unlucky. A short and thin middle-aged man rummaged through Zhou Yang's small broken bag, jumped up in anger, kicked the body on the ground that had lost its vital signs, and threw the snatched pendant back on the body. There is not even saliva on the body, just half a bag of biscuit crumbs and a peanut candy. You are so poor. Isn't it all your fault? I asked you to cut your neck, but you insisted on stabbing it with a knife. You stabbed it, and stabbed it crookedly. Another bearded man, with a scar on his face, sneered and ridiculed his accomplice, who knew he was so alert and dodged the first knife. He resisted fiercely, and hid a knife on his body. I almost got stabbed by him. Alright. Pack up and leave quickly. There's too much blood. The zombies will smell it soon. A tattooed man who looked like the leader glanced at Zhou Yang's body, spat on the ground, urged a few people, and turned away. Bah! All in vain. This little thing is not enough to buy a cigarette. I'm also splattered with blood and wasted a piece of clothes. Let's go back and find a woman to vent our anger. The short and thin man wiped the knife on the clothes of the corpse, then put it away and followed the tattooed man. The others also packed up their things and followed, while discussing which beautiful women had come to the red light district of the base. No one noticed that the jade pendant thrown on the corpse was gradually emitting a bright luster, which became brighter and brighter until it engulfed Zhou Yang's entire body. Ahem. Zhou Yang was awakened by thirst. His throat seemed to be scraped by a knife, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he had to wake up from his sleep. Half opening his eyes, he touched his body blankly, but he didn't feel any wounds, and there was no pain on his body. Zhou Yang was surprised and opened his eyes wide, and woke up at once. Isn't he dead? He was stabbed dozens of times by those robbers? How could he have no feeling and no wounds? Zhou Yang suddenly jumped up from the bed, staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar starry sky ceiling above his head with wide eyes. At this moment, his heart was like being swept by a storm, setting off a storm. Isn't this his room? This starry sky ceiling is a starry sky totem designed by his mother for him. There is only one in the world, and it must be correct. Zhou Yang looked around blankly, and his mind couldn't turn around for a while. His hand unconsciously touched his side, and his fingertips felt a hint of coolness. He looked down and saw that it was the jade pendant in the shape of a yin-yang symbol that his mother had given him, but was stolen. At this moment, it was placed next to the pillow. He carefully put the jade pendant back on his neck, and picked up the phone on the bedside table to check the time. April 5th, 2030. For 19 a.m. Qingming Festival. There are still 3 months before the end of the world in his memory. Is he reborn? Zhou Yang is a little unsure about the current situation. Rebirth is really a bit outrageous. And how did he reborn? He doesn't have the golden fingers in the novels. Is it his ancestors who appeared? Or is it his parents in heaven who bless him? It can't be because of the broken jade around his neck. Right? Ha ha ha. Alas. Maybe he just had a nightmare. This dream is a bit too real. The end of the world is coming, and the whole world is plunged into darkness and despair. The once prosperous and bustling cities have all become zombie paradises, with ruins and devastation everywhere. Everywhere is filled with the smell of death and decay, as if telling the demise of human civilization. What is even more horrifying is that those who should have died have been resurrected in another terrifying way. Their faces are hideous. Their bodies are twisted and rotten. And they have turned into zombies that eat living people for a living, frantically hunting and devouring other living humans. The zombie figures and the disgusting bloody pictures that kept appearing in his mind. Those bloody and cruel scenes. And the fear that penetrated his bones have been lingering in his heart for a long time. Zhou Yang couldn't sleep anyway, so he simply got up, turned on the computer, and recorded all the major events that happened in his mind until his death and the end of the world. Whether it is a dream or reality, record it first. In case it is true, he can also take precautions. However, the answer will be known soon. He clearly remembered that on the Qingming festival in his dream, which was today, a sensational incident happened in S City. In order to seek justice for her deceased family members, a 60-year-old widowed old lady ran to the door of the rich second-generation family, who had killed her son's family of 3, but let a driver take the blame, and finally paid only a few 100,000 yuan in compensation and nothing happened, and burned herself to death. More than an hour after the incident, this incident was directly on the headlines of social news and major websites, attracting everyone's attention, forcing the authorities to re-examine the case, which led to the rich second-generation family being sentenced to 10 years in prison. But the dead family of 4 will never come back. This writing lasted until dawn without realizing it, and the document was full of more than 10 pages. When he sighed and typed the last paragraph about his tragic death and saved the document, he found that it was already bright outside. Zhou Yang copied the document and transferred it to his mobile phone, then rubbed his stiff neck, stretched and got up. After touching his empty stomach, Zhou Yang washed up and went to the kitchen to find something to eat and make breakfast. Walking into the kitchen, Zhou Yang was in a trance when he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar kitchen utensils. These should be the most familiar things, but it seems that he has not used them for many years. Just like him in his memory, he has not touched kitchen utensils for more than 3 years. Shaking his head and not thinking about these things anymore, Zhou Yang opened the refrigerator and took a piece of toast to fill his stomach. Then he looked at the ingredients inside, took out 2 eggs, 2 tomatoes, and a bunch of green vegetables, and then took out a small bag of noodles from the cupboard. He planned to make tomato and egg noodles. Since his parents died unexpectedly at the age of 17, he gradually learned to do housework by himself. And now he is very skilled in washing and cooking. Although several relatives came out to adopt him, he refused them all. They were not familiar with each other in the first place, so it was clear why they adopted him. Besides, he was only 1 year away from adulthood, so it was really unnecessary. First, make the tomato and egg stew. Then cook the noodles. When the noodles are cooked, take them out and rinse them with cold water. Then pour the tomato and egg stew on them, and sprinkle with a handful of chopped green onions. A bowl of hot tomato and egg noodles is ready. As soon as the noodles were served on the table, and he sat down, Zhou Yang couldn't help but pick up a big chopstick and put it in his mouth. A mouthful of hot noodles warmed his stomach. Perhaps it was affected by the hunger in the dream. He couldn't help but gobble it up while eating. And in a few minutes, he finished a big bowl of noodles. But he still felt unsatisfied, so he had to make another bowl of noodles. This time, he kept it simple and used the ready-made scallion oil sauce to make scallion oil noodles, which he also finished in a few big mouthfuls. This time, he was finally full. Chapter 2 Really Reborn. After breakfast, Zhou Yang put all the dishes into the dishwasher, then took the things he had prepared for tomb sweeping and went out. Although it was not yet 7 o'clock, there were already many vehicles on the road, most of which were heading to the cemetery. This year's Qingming festival was gloomy again, as if covered by a thick gray curtain, making people feel depressed and dull. But fortunately, it did not rain. Zhou Yang drove the car and followed the traffic. It was not very congested, but it took more than 30 minutes to reach the cemetery in the suburbs. This cemetery was built on a whole hill, and people who came to sweep the graves could only walk up the hill, and all the cars were parked in the parking lot at the entrance at the foot of the hill. After parking the car, Zhou Yang took large and small bags and followed the crowd up the hill. The cemetery was very large, but it could not withstand the large number of people sweeping the graves. At this time, it was filled with a lot of incense, and the air was very turbid. But no one complained. Everyone's face was solemn. And even the children did not cry. Zhou Yang followed the route in his memory, and came to the tombstone where his parents were buried together. A black and white photo was inlaid on the cold stone tablet. Due to long-term exposure to the sun and rain, the photo had long lost its former luster and looked dull. Despite this, the couple in the photo could still be vaguely distinguished. The man was handsome, cheerful and smiling. The woman was gentle and graceful, quiet and gentle. Their faces were frozen on this stone tablet, forever staying in that most beautiful moment. Dad, Mom, I'm here to see you again. He took out a pot of chrysanthemums and a pot of baby's breath from the bag and placed them in front of the tombstone. Baby's breath is Mom's favorite flower. Chrysanthemums are for Dad. Anyway, Dad never picks. It doesn't matter. Baby's breath is for Mom. You like it the most. After saying that, he took out a rag and wiped the tombstone carefully, and then cleaned up the branches scattered around the tombstone and the weeds growing in the gaps. After doing all this, Zhou Yang returned to the tomb and laid out several of his parents' favorite foods. Mom, your favorite red bean glutinous rice cake, and peanuts and beer, to satisfy Dad's craving. Mom and Dad, Yanong misses you very much. Zhou Yang's eyes suddenly felt a little sore. I seemed to have a dream last night. But it didn't seem like a dream. It's been several hours since I woke up, but I can still remember it clearly. Do you think, is this really a dream? The end of the world is too outrageous. It's not a movie. Right. It's really too outrageous. Zhou Yang complained to his parents in a low voice to the tombstone, while putting the prepared ingot paper money into the incineration barrel beside him. This is specially placed here by the cemetery for people who come to visit the graves. He talked to his parents for a long time, until his legs were numb from squatting. And then he realized that he had been in the cemetery for more than an hour without realizing it. Mom and Dad, it's almost time. I go back first. I come to see you next time I have a long vacation. Zhou Yang rubbed his legs and stood up. After that, he cleaned up the garbage, took a last look at the portraits of his parents on the tombstone, and then turned and left. Back in the car. While the car was warming up, Zhou Yang turned on his phone to check the news online. The homepages of major websites were still floating with Qingming greetings, and the occasional news was just trivial matters. Nothing big. Looking at the time again. It was not yet 8 o'clock. Putting down the phone, Zhou Yang drove home. The road ahead was smooth, but when we were about to get to the city, there was a traffic jam. Not to mention the little donkey next to them. The bicycles were faster than them. Seeing that they couldn't get through the traffic jam after 2 more red lights, Zhou Yang boredly turned on his phone to check the news. After just 2 swipes, a headline report popped up on the webpage, saying that an old widow set herself on fire at the door of a luxury house in S City and died on the spot. As the self-immolation incident was exposed, there was also a car accident case involving the self-immolating old woman and the owner of the luxury house, which was exactly the same as what he remembered in his dream. Watching the news, Zhou Yang couldn't help shaking his hand holding the phone. He was really reborn. In the dream, no. That's not a dream. It's his personal experience in his previous life. Beep. Suddenly, a shrill whistle from behind woke him up. Zhou Yang forced himself to calm down, calm his mind, and then temporarily put his phone aside and concentrate on driving. He had to go home first. After being stuck in traffic for another 10 minutes, Zhou Yang successfully returned home. As soon as he got home, Zhou Yang turned on the computer and resorted the contents of the document he had recorded. And then he added a lot of content that he had not written down. It was 2 hours later when he put down the laptop. Zhou Yang felt a little depressed. The end of the world may have been foreseen. The highest continuous high temperature ever recorded. A sudden 9.5 magnitude earthquake in an area that was not in the earthquake zone. The migration of birds and animals in many places. And the super typhoon that almost destroyed all coastal cities from south to north. It's just that no one takes these things to heart. Not even the government and the country. By the time the doomsday fog came, it was too late. Without anyone being prepared, the doomsday virus broke out. At first, the government tried to control the spread of the virus and maintain public order. But in just half a month, almost all cities fell, and the state machinery was paralyzed. Zombies roamed every street and alley, and the blood of the living was spilled on every inch of the city. The survivors were forced to stay away from the city, leave their homes, re-establish survival bases, and survive together. What is more terrifying than natural disasters and zombies is man-made disasters. Thinking of the various burning, killing, looting and his own cause of death in the doomsday, Zhou Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. Now that he is reborn, he naturally has to make plans early this time. But he is just an ordinary person who has just graduated and has not even passed the internship period. So he can only take care of himself first. As for other people, even the country, he would probably be regarded as a lunatic even if he told others. When the right time comes, he will post some doomsday-related posts on the internet in advance to warn everyone. As for whether they believe it or not, it depends on God's will. Zhou Yang began to write a schedule for himself on the computer, listing the remaining time, things that must be done, and necessary materials in detail. First, he had to get as much money as possible. He used all the savings left by his parents for school, and there was basically nothing left. As for other stock funds, he didn't know how to do it and didn't have time to pay attention to it. So he took it out directly at the beginning, about 500,000 yuan, and deposited it in the bank together with the more than 3 million yuan compensated by the insurance company. And the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house he lived in was also left by his parents. It was also a school district house. According to the current housing prices, it can be sold for about 5 million yuan. Later, he can get some online loans and so on, and he can get about 1 million yuan. There should be no worries about funds. His family is in the coastal area, and the natural disasters in the early stage were unbearable. After the end of the world, he will face the threat of the ocean. He must first rent a suitable house in the safe base near the inland in his previous life, and he must also make some modifications. The existing decoration can survive the natural disasters in the early stage, but it may not be able to withstand the superpowers and mutant beasts in the end of the world, and it is not safe enough. Finally, and most importantly, supplies, from water and food to medicines and gasoline, and then to outdoor survival supplies. Zhou Yang carefully listed several tables. But even if he had enough money and could buy everything, such a large amount of supplies could not be stored in a large house. He had to find a safe place. But in the end times, where is a safe place? He was secretly worried, and his hand unconsciously groped for the jade pendant around his neck. Without paying attention, a sharp pain came from his thumb. Looking down, it was a cut on his thumb by the metal buckle of the jade pendant. Blood immediately seeped out along the cut and stained the jade pendant. Zhou Yang was about to wipe it with the tissue, but found that the blood on the jade pendant was gone, and it was faintly emitting a ray of light. This, looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Zhou Yang couldn't help but be amazed. Before he could figure it out, the jade pendant suddenly shone brightly, and he felt dizzy and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 3 Jade Pendant Space. When Zhou Yang recovered, he opened his eyes and found himself in a strange space. There were blue sky and white clouds above his head, and a lush green grass under his feet. Not far away was an exquisite 3-story wooden building, and there was a yard surrounded by a fence outside. And in the distance, there was a small mountain shrouded in clouds and mist, looming. Looking around, it was vast and boundless, and every place was a beautiful painting. Is this the space in the jade pendant? Zhou Yang looked down at the jade pendant on his chest, which was still glowing. The phoenix statue on the half of the yin and yang symbol was more lively at this time, as if it would come alive in the next moment. After a long while, the light slowly faded and turned into an ordinary jade that looked cheap. Zhou Yang was amazed, and he couldn't figure out the secret of the jade pendant passed down from his mother for a while, so he had to put it down temporarily. After looking at the space again, Zhou Yang was left with ecstasy. Great! Now I don't have to worry about having no place to put the supplies. After walking around excitedly, Zhou Yang also found a cellar under the small wooden building. He could feel that it was very large inside, and it seemed that time had stopped, because he couldn't breathe in it at all, and he only stayed in it for less than half a minute before leaving. The hill on the other side of the space was also a bit strange. The hill was not high, and there was no obvious temperature difference, but it was covered with a layer of thick fog. Zhou Yang tried to go up, but he couldn't make any progress when he came into contact with the thick fog, and finally had to give up. After roughly understanding the structure of the space, Zhou Yang began to study how to get out, thinking of the protagonists in the novels who could get out by silently reciting in their hearts. He tried it, and really got out, although he felt that the space was bound to him, and the jade pendant was no longer useful. Zhou Yang still carefully put the jade pendant into his clothes. He was worried about losing it. So he simply put it in the small building in the space, and put it away. Now that there is space, the plan for supplies needs to be adjusted. More large and inconvenient things can be arranged now. Moreover, the cellar in the space is static, and can store food that is not easy to preserve. This means that some food can be prepared in advance or bought ready-made and placed in it, so that you can have a hot meal when it is inconvenient to cook in the doomsday. There are only 3 months left before the end of the world, and Zhou Yang decided to resign after the holiday. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yang immediately opened the website of Taobao and bought a batch of urgently needed materials online as planned, such as the largest water tank and gasoline barrel, as well as various daily necessities, outdoor survival supplies, for-season clothing, etc. Try to choose installment payments. The longer the better. And now it doesn't matter whether there is interest or not. Anyway, basically you don't have to pay it back. How to save money. How to do it. Then Zhou Yang took the documents and went out. And went to the real estate agency to list the house for sale. Because it was urgent to go out. Only 4.5 million was listed. But it must be paid in full, and in one lump sum. Then he went to the bank to withdraw the fixed deposit, the principal plus interest, a full 4.3 million. After that, he rented a most remote warehouse in the suburbs to use as a receiving place. Then, he went to the agricultural and sideline products wholesale market in the west of the city and purchased a large number of ordinary rice, flour noodles, dried vermicelli, dried rice noodles, as well as various vegetables, fruits, chicken, duck and goose eggs, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, spices, various dry goods and frozen foods, etc., which were enough for him to eat for at least 50 or 60 years. After negotiating the price with several bosses, Zhou Yang paid a 50% deposit first and asked the bosses to deliver them to the warehouse, and then pay the balance after receiving the goods. After agreeing on the time for receiving the goods, thinking that the space should be able to be planted, Zhou Yang ran to the flower and bird market without stopping, bought various vegetable seedlings, fruit tree seedlings and all the seeds that could be bought, even flower seeds, and bought various tools for planting. These things were not many. Zhou Yang first put them in the trunk, and took advantage of the car to cover them all, and put them all into the space. When he was about to leave, he saw a stall selling poultry chicks in the alley, and suddenly an idea came to him. I wonder if the space can be used for breeding. How about giving it a try? Zhou Yang immediately ran in, and bought a pair of chicks from the boss, and returned to the car. Then he tried to put the chicks into the space, and the 2 chicks went in smoothly, and they were alive and kicking in the space, and nothing happened. Zhou Yang was immediately overjoyed, and he would not have to worry about eating meat in the future. So he hurried back to find the stall owner, and bought a cage of each type of chicken, duck and goose, and took them away. He couldn't tell the difference between male and female, but he asked the boss for only 1 or 2 males of each type. As soon as he got back to the car, he put them all into the space as usual. It seems that there is no piglet for sale here, so it seems that I have to take some time to go to the countryside. How can there be no pork on the table? There are rabbits for sale in this market, but they are all pet rabbits, not vegetable rabbits. They are not tasty and difficult to raise. Zhou Yang only took a look and left. After leaving the flower and bird market, Zhou Yang rushed to the seafood wholesale market and purchased a large number of river seafood. It's a pity that there is no fish pond in the space. Otherwise he could raise fish. But it's okay to buy more aquatic products. Anyway, they won't go bad if they are placed in the space cellar. After buying enough food, the most important thing is water. Zhou Yang directly found a local water company and purchased a batch of 200 barrels of 10L barreled water and 500 boxes of 500 milliliters bottled water with the lowest price. Compared with the famous brands on the market, it is cheaper and more affordable. The amount of water ordered is not large. Zhou Yang is preparing for emergency use in the end of the world. He plans to buy more water resources directly from a mountain spring water source for free after the large water tank purchased online arrives. That day, Zhou Yang spent a total of more than 1 million. And there was still more than 3 million left in his card. On the way back, he happened to pass by the vegetable market. He remembered that there seemed to be no vegetables at home. So he went in and bought 2 kilograms of ribs, 2 kilograms of pork belly, and some vegetables. It was already past 5 o'clock when I got home. After changing clothes, I went straight to the kitchen to cook dinner. First, I stewed the rice, then washed and blanched the ribs, and stir-fried them in a pan. After the ribs were stewed, I took out a handful of green vegetables, mushrooms and tomatoes, and took out a box of beef from the refrigerator, intending to make another dish and soup, a plate of braised pork ribs, a plate of green vegetables and mushrooms, a bowl of tomato beef soup, and 2 bowls of white rice. Zhou Yang ate it all up. After dinner, he cleaned up the kitchen, and after washing up and lying on the bed, Zhou Yang couldn't wait to enter the space. As soon as he entered, he saw chickens, ducks and geese running around all over the floor, and Zhou Yang had a headache. It seems that I have to make a nest for these little guys, and then circle them up. Otherwise it will be annoying to run around like this. Zhou Yang avoided these little guys, and walked to the place where the seedlings were stored, untied the fruit tree seedlings and sorted them. Then he dug a few rows of pits, and planted a few fruit tree seedlings first. After planting, he looked at a pile of vegetable seedlings, and felt overwhelmed. Do we have to open up a field first? Oh! It would be great if this space could turn out a field for planting. It doesn't have to be big. 1 acre is enough. And a lot of vegetables can be planted. Just as he finished thinking, a large area of grass in front of the small building suddenly trembled. And in the blink of an eye it became a piece of turned black soil. Hey! Does the space have this function? Then can these chickens, ducks and geese also be used to build a shed? As he thought about this in his mind, 3 sheds were indeed generated not far from the wall of the yard. Zhou Yang smiled happily, and quickly drove the chickens, ducks and geese in separately. Now it was quiet, back to the edge of the field. He happily thought that these vegetables could be planted in it by themselves. And then, nothing happened. The seedlings were still lying there quietly. Zhou Yang was silent for 3 seconds. It seems that the only things that can be controlled are the things in the space. And planting is up to oneself. With a sigh, Zhou Yang picked up a small hoe, and began to plant seedlings diligently. 1 ridge for each kind of vegetable. A total of 7 ridges of vegetables were planted, including cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, beans, green peppers, okra, etc., and then watered the seedlings one by one before leaving the space. When I looked at my phone, it was less than 10 minutes. I stayed in it for at least half an hour. It seems that the speed of time in the space is different from that in reality. This is good. Otherwise it will take too much time to plant vegetables in the future. Chapter 4 Stockpiling Supplies. Zhou Yang woke up before dawn the next day. But it was too early to get up. And he wasn't hungry. So he went back to bed after washing up, and started thinking about renting and renovating a house. The safe base he had his eyes on was the Baiji mountain base built in his previous life at the border with the neighboring Anhui province. It was backed by the Baiji Mountains, which provided a natural barrier. And more than 30 kilometers away were the famous Qiandao Lake and Xinanjiang Reservoir. It was close to the mountains and rivers, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and was the largest safe base in the southeast. The holiday resort and villa area at the foot of the mountain was the central area of this base. He also lived in this base in his previous life. But unfortunately, he had no house, no supplies, and no special abilities. So he could only live in the outermost slums. This time he had to get a house in the central area in advance, and then carry out a comprehensive renovation. The doors and windows must not only be reinforced, but also explosion-proof. And sun protection, heat insulation, and sound insulation must also be redone. There are not only riots and zombies in the end of the world, but also various natural disasters such as cold waves and heat waves. Although the houses in the resort can be rented for a long time and cannot be renovated, and they will also be the office area of the base government in the future, they are of little value to him. On the contrary, the houses in the villa area can be renovated by yourself for long-term rental. And it is best to have rough houses, so that the landlord will not object if he wants to renovate the house. However, he does not plan to rent any villas, but has his eyes on the high-rise flats inside. Due to the early floods, the houses in the villa area were basically soaked and moldy. After the end of the world, there was a lack of materials, and most of them could not be repaired and could only be barely lived in. The high-rise residential area is much better, except for the lower floors. The upper floors are not affected. After checking the rental information of the villa area on the internet, He really found a high-rise rough flat. However, it is not the most desired 1-floor 1-unit type, but a smaller 1-floor 2-unit type with an area of 180 square meters. But it is definitely big enough for him to live alone. It's just that there may be residents opposite, so he has to be careful. After another look, there was really nothing else he liked better. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate and immediately placed an order for the house rental online. The real estate agency called to confirm soon. Zhou Yang and the real estate agency agreed to go to see the house tomorrow and sign the contract directly if there was no problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang searched the local decoration companies online again and finally decided on one of the most efficient and well-reputed ones. After writing down the phone number of the decoration company, Zhou Yang called it, decided on an experienced designer, and made an appointment with the other party to see the house tomorrow, and then went online to check various safe house construction strategies of doomsday enthusiasts, and gradually decided on the renovation plan and the materials needed for the design. And of course, a rough price list. When he was done, it was almost noon. Zhou Yang turned over, stretched his body by the bed, and walked to the kitchen. He had missed breakfast, so he planned to combine the meal and make something delicious to reward himself. He even planned to make more, except for the portion to be eaten this time, and put the rest in the space cellar. I just need to set up some shelves in the cellar. Otherwise it will be difficult to divide the things. Well, I go to the building materials market in the afternoon. Take out a bag of silver cod fillets from the refrigerator. Wash them all. Add seasonings. Put them in the steamer. And set it to steam fish mode. Then boil a pot of hot water. Cut the pork belly into small pieces and blanch it. Heat oil in a pot. Stir-fry the meat. Then add soy sauce, yellow rock sugar and honey. Stir-fry until each piece of pork belly is coated with sauce. And finally add a little water and stew for 10 minutes before serving. Then, boil another pot of water. Take out the mung bean sprouts and green vegetables bought yesterday. Wash them and set aside. After the water boils, cook the noodles. And when they are almost cooked, take them out and rinse them with cold water. Then heat the oil in a pot. Beat a dozen eggs in a row. And then put in a handful of green vegetables and mung bean sprouts. When they are cooked, put in the noodles. Stir-fry a few more times. And finally add a little soy sauce and seasoning. And a pot of delicious fried noodles is ready. After the fried noodles were done, the steamed silver cod fillet was ready. He left the amount of each item he wanted to eat, and packed the rest in disposable packaging boxes at home, and then put them in the space cellar. After dinner, Zhou Yang went directly to the building materials market, picked dozens of tall commercial shelves, and asked the owner to deliver them to the warehouse at 5 p.m. today. After buying the shelves, he walked around inside again, and bought a lot of porcelain pottery jars with lids, planning to use them to boil lard later. Seeing that there were electrical panels, sockets, heating equipment, and so on for sale, Zhou Yang also went in to buy some, and also bought a lot of sealing strips, adhesives, hot melt glue guns, electric drills, various hardware and various manual tool sets, just in case they were needed in the future. After putting these scattered things in the space building, Zhou Yang went directly to the warehouse. The delivery time agreed with the wholesale market owners yesterday was approaching. When Zhou Yang arrived outside the warehouse, there were already several trucks waiting. He asked the masters to unload the goods one by one and paid the balance. After the masters left, Zhou Yang closed the warehouse door and put a large number of materials into the space. It was not yet 1 p.m. when he finished all this. It was still early, so Zhou Yang found a car rental company and rented a medium-sized truck, and then drove to the countryside. After driving for more than half an hour, he arrived at the nearest village. Zhou Yang found an aunt in her 50s and asked who in the village had free-range poultry and livestock, and wanted to help people buy a batch. The aunt first asked about the purchase price, and Zhou Yang quoted a price that was much cheaper than in the city, but still very high in the countryside. The aunt immediately slapped her thigh and said that she had it at home, so Zhou Yang could just follow her, and then drove the donkey home. Zhou Yang immediately drove to follow. It took only a few minutes to reach the aunt's house. The aunt's house had a large yard, which was a full acre. I heard from the aunt that they wanted to use it to open a fish pond in the early years, but later they failed to do so and simply filled it up. Now they plant some fruit trees, raise some poultry and livestock, and usually sell local chickens, ducks, eggs, etc. Because their family raises good poultry, all of which are authentic local breeding and only eat grains. So many people in the city are their regular customers. Zhou Yang took a quick look at the poultry running around the yard. Not to mention, the varieties are quite complete. Even ducks and geese have several varieties. And there are also quails and pigeons. And the food boxes are all fed with grains, which are definitely not feed. There is also a large pig shed at the back of the wall. Zhou Yang also went in to take a look. There are 2 litters of white pigs and 1 litter of black pigs. And there are 12 cages of vegetable rabbits on the whole wall. This is completely a one-stop shopping. Zhou Yang did not hesitate and directly said that he could buy it. Bring 5 of each variety of poultry. 4 females and 1 male. White pork is more tender than black pork. But black pork is more fragrant. So Zhou Yang planned to have both. But he wanted more white pigs. So he asked for 4 white piglets, 3 females and 1 male. And 3 black piglets, 2 females and 1 male. Rabbits reproduce quickly, so they don't need a lot. So he only asked for 3. 2 females and 1 male. Chapter 5. After packing the poultry and livestock in cages and loading them onto the truck, Zhou Yang bought all the eggs and stock from the ant, as well as some grains and rice bran for feeding, which made the ant clap her hands happily. After paying the full amount, Zhou Yang left. Before leaving, the ant asked him to come back next time. After driving a long way from the ant's house, Zhou Yang found a deserted place and put the things in the truck compartment and the poultry and livestock into the space, and also built a few more sheds for them. After doing all this, it was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was estimated that the uncles and aunts in the countryside would probably come out to set up stalls to sell vegetables at this time. So Zhou Yang searched the nearest vegetable market on the navigation and went directly there. The uncles and aunts in the countryside love to grow vegetables. If they grow too much and can't eat it all, they will set up stalls outside the nearby vegetable market to sell them. Although this small stall only sells seasonal vegetables, it is not as complete as the vegetable market. But fortunately, they are freshly picked and free of pesticides, which you can't buy in the city. Driving to the vicinity of the vegetable market, we saw a long row of old men and women setting up stalls. We found a place to park nearby, and Zhou Yang took out several large plastic bags and bought from stalls one by one, almost buying all the old men and women setting up stalls. Zhou Yang's slick operation stunned many passers-by. Many people came to ask him why he was collecting so many vegetables, and he could only say that he was buying for his friends in the city. And he didn't know. After collecting the vegetables from the old men and women, Zhou Yang drove away from the area and found a deserted place to store the things into the space. Following this routine, Zhou Yang collected from several large and small vegetable markets around, and bought some local pork, pork fat, and freshly slaughtered chickens, ducks and fish in various vegetable markets. He went home when he saw that it was almost time. Unfortunately, it is not the harvest season now. After asking the villagers in several villages, they all said that the early rice of the large farmers had just been planted not long ago, and it was still too early for harvest, at least in mid to late July. Otherwise, he wanted to buy a batch of fresh rice. However, each big farmer kept a lot of rice for himself. Zhou Yang asked them one by one, and bought 3 or 5 bags if they had any. He collected about 2,000 kilograms of rice, and then bought a small thresher. And according to the current weather, it is estimated that this year's early rice will have to be harvested at the beginning of the month. Otherwise there will be nothing left. The beginning of July is just the beginning of the end of the world. And I can probably go out for a run. I will come to see if I can go out to collect some new rice. After driving the truck back to return it, Zhou Yang drove his own car to the warehouse, where there were still a batch of shelves waiting to be collected. When he arrived at the warehouse, the truck that came to deliver the shelves was already waiting there. The driver and another master unloaded the shelves into the warehouse together, and then helped to assemble them. They watched Zhou Yang pay the money before leaving. After the master left, Zhou Yang closed the warehouse door and put all the shelves into the space. Some were put in the cellar, and some were placed on the open space outside. After reclassifying the materials in the space, it finally looked much more comfortable. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when he returned home after collecting the shelves. Zhou Yang was too tired that day and really didn't want to move. He simply took out a portion of fried noodles made in the morning to deal with it. The next day, Zhou Yang got up early in the morning and took the train to Baiji. He met the agent at the real estate agency. But the landlord was not a local and bought the house here purely for investment. He was not present and entrusted the real estate agent with full authority. The two went to see the house together. After seeing it, Zhou Yang was very satisfied with the house type and floor, and then said that he wanted to do simple decoration and partial rectification, and the landlord didn't need to pay. The agent immediately called the landlord to communicate. The landlord thought he was just simply painting the walls, laying floor tiles and so on, and he didn't have to pay for it himself. So of course, he had no objection. The two parties hit it off and immediately signed a 1-year contract. Zhou Yang also directly prepaid the rent for half a year. After getting the key and sending the real estate agent away, Zhou Yang called the designer of the decoration company and made an appointment with him to meet at the rental house. After the designer arrived and looked at the house, Zhou Yang and him confirmed in detail the decoration style and the areas that needed to be renovated. The style is minimalist, and all the walls are painted with the most environmentally friendly latex paint. The house is a layout of 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathrooms, but the balcony must be large, and he plans to use it to grow vegetables in the future. The whole house must be soundproofed and heat insulated inside and out. Anti-theft doors and windows are indispensable, but an explosion-proof door must be installed, and all glass must be replaced with bulletproof glass, preferably double-layered, and then covered with anti-peep film. The curtains must not only block light, but also have an insulation layer. All gaps and sewer pipes, ventilation ducts and windows must also be treated as best as possible, without any air leakage or odor. Although the designer felt that this decoration requirement was a bit picky, he immediately had no objection after Zhou Yang said that he could pay more. However, considering that Zhou Yang only required a 1-month construction period, the extra money was not small. But this money could not be saved. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and agreed, and paid a deposit of 300,000 yuan very readily, and the rest would be paid after acceptance. After confirming with the designer that the drawings could be produced today and construction could begin, Zhou Yang left the decoration key to the designer and bought a train ticket directly to go back. It was just past 5 o'clock when he got home. Zhou Yang had nothing to do for the time being, so he went to the fresh food supermarket at the entrance of the community and bought a lot of vegetables. He planned to take advantage of his free time now to make more food and store it in the space. In the future, there will be no water and no electricity, but he can't do it even if he wants to. Zhou Yang first made himself a simple fried rice to fill his stomach, and then started the big project tonight: boil lard. Then fry some lard residue. Lard mixed with rice. Lard residue fried dishes are so fragrant. None of the ones sold outside are as fragrant as the ones made by yourself. First take out all the pottery jars and clean them all. Wipe them briefly, and turn them upside down to drain. Then he took out the pork lard he had just bought, washed it, and cut it into small pieces, which filled 4 large basins. Judging from the amount, it would probably take several pots to boil. After blanching several basins of pork lard, you can officially boil the lard. Put the blanched lard into a pot with a bowl of water, and slowly boil it over medium-low heat. When the water is boiled dry, lard will soon come out of the lard. When it is almost done, Zhou Yang starts to take a dry pottery jar, adds a spoonful of salt to it, and then scoops the lard into it. When the lard in the pot has shrunk by more than half, and there is not much lard left, Zhou Yang also uses a shovel to press the lard to make sure that it is all lard residue before turning off the fire. This time, there is no need to scoop with an iron spoon. Just add a filter screen to the pottery jar and pour the lard directly into it, and then pour the filtered lard residue into another basin to drain the oil. Chapter 6. The next few pots were all the same operation, and it took 7 or 8 pots to finish. It was not enough to fill all the dozen pottery jars that I bought. Fortunately, there were still a lot of glass pickle jars left at home. Otherwise, there would be no place to put them. Put all the lard aside to cool. Wait for it to solidify naturally, and put it into the space early tomorrow morning. Then, Zhou Yang poured all the lard residue back into the pot, added a few spoons of salt and stir-fried it evenly. Then put it into a sealed jar and put it into the space. Seeing that it was still early, before 9 o'clock, Zhou Yang took out a bag of flour and noodles, and made several doughs in a row. The dough with yeast powder was put aside to rise, ready to make buns. The dough that did not need to be fermented was directly rolled into dumpling skins with a dough press. While this was going on, Zhou Yang took out a large piece of pork belly, a few eggs, a handful of green onions, and chopped a whole pot of pork and green onion stuffing. I learned how to make dumplings and buns from my mother since I was a child, but I haven't done it for a long time. Now I'm a little unfamiliar with it. I made several before I got the feel. It took more than an hour to wrap all the dumplings and buns, steam the buns and some dumplings in the steamer. For the remaining dumplings, Zhou Yang decided to make half-fried dumplings and the other half-boiled, and then made spicy cold dishes. After more than half an hour of tossing, it was all done. Zhou Yang quickly cleaned up the kitchen and went back to the room to rest. But before going to bed, he remembered to go to the space to feed the poultry and livestock. The next day, the Qingming holiday was over. Zhou Yang got up early in the morning, washed up briefly, turned on the computer, and sent a resignation letter to his boss. Then he turned into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He found a bag of brown rice, glutinous rice, and purple glutinous rice from the cupboard and decided to make a glutinous rice ball today. However, because the brown rice and purple glutinous rice were not soaked in advance, Zhou Yang could only use an electric pressure cooker to cook rice. Wash the 3 kinds of rice in a 1:1:1 ratio and put them into the pressure cooker. After adding an appropriate amount of clean water, set the high pressure mode to cook. Take out a few fresh chicken legs from the space. Cut and debone them. Sprinkle them with Orleans marinade and marinate for a while. Take out a bag of grilled sausages and put them into the air fryer to fry. While waiting, Zhou Yang was not idle. He continued to take out a few cucumbers and carrots and cut them into shreds. Vacuum-pack pickled mustard. Cut dried radish into dices. Fry eggs into thin egg skins and then cut them into shreds. And finally add some seaweed and kimchi. And the side dishes of the rice balls are ready. After preparing the side dishes, the chicken legs were almost marinated, and they were directly put into the oven to bake into chicken steaks. After the chicken steaks came out of the oven, Zhou Yang cut them into small pieces. At this time, the rice in the pressure cooker was ready and began to deflate automatically. There is a mold for making rice balls at home, but the seaweed sheets are gone. Zhou Yang plans to make show-style rice balls freely. First, pour a large bowl of rice. Then put on disposable gloves and start making rice balls. First, a thick layer of rice is used as the base, and then a large piece of meat and a bunch of side dishes are added, and then it is manually rolled up, and finally wrapped with a layer of special paper film for rice balls, mainly for a large amount of food. A pot of rice made a full 40 rice balls, leaving only one for myself as today's breakfast. The rest were stored in the space. And then I made myself a cup of soy milk. After breakfast, Zhou Yang opened Taobao to check the express delivery message and found that a small batch had arrived at the post station. So he planned to pick it up first. Otherwise it would be inconvenient if there were too many piles. The post station was not far from the entrance of the community. Zhou Yang took the express and moved it directly to the trunk of the car. After driving a certain distance out of the community, turning into a secluded path, and seeing that there was no one around, he put all the express deliveries into the space. Seeing that it was still early, Zhou Yang decided to go to the nearby pedestrian street first, which is also a famous food street here. Entering the pedestrian street, all kinds of delicious food smells hit him. Zhou Yang visited every stall and bought dozens of whatever he liked to take away. Fried skewers and barbecue, pancakes and fried dough sticks, pastries and cakes, fried chicken burgers, steamed buns and shumai, milk tea and ice cream, braised snacks, roast duck and roast chicken. Not a single one was left behind. When he couldn't carry it anymore, Zhou Yang found a corner where no one was, secretly put it into the space, and then continued to fight. In the morning, he spent a full 70,000 or 80,000. After running around all morning, he had digested the food he had eaten in the morning. But after smelling the food on the pedestrian street all morning, Zhou Yang really had no appetite. So he went online to find a newly opened Chinese restaurant with a good reputation online, not far away, just nearby. When he arrived at the restaurant, Zhou Yang ordered all the dishes in the restaurant that were well reviewed by netizens. 11 dishes filled the table. Zhou Yang tasted them one by one, and they all tasted good, especially the secret sauce duck, dompa pork, braised lamb and spicy rabbit head, which made people salivate with endless aftertaste. Zhou Yang immediately found the waiter and ordered more than a dozen of each of the 4 delicious dishes, all of which he asked to be packed directly. He wanted to order a few more, But unfortunately the store only prepared so much food today. And he bought it all. So he couldn't order more. Joe Yang didn't waste the dishes he didn't finish, and asked the waiter to take them away in a packing box. When he got back to the car, Joe Yang put all of them into the space. When he got home, it was still early, so Joe Yang went to the space first, unpacked all the express deliveries he got back in the morning, and put them on the shelf after sorting them. The remaining cardboard, foam boxes, etc. were also packed and put aside. These things were also supplies that everyone scrambled for in the doomsday. He took another look at the seedlings and fruit trees he had planted before, and found that they were all growing well, and each one was very energetic. The seedlings even began to grow. Joe Yang nodded with satisfaction, thinking that he still had some talent for farming. For dinner, Joe Yang decided to make a pot of vegetable rice and a tomato and egg soup. Take out a handful of green vegetables, a piece of bacon, a piece of pork belly, a bag of corn and green beans, and enough fragrant rice to make a pot of rice from the space. First wash the fragrant rice, and put it into the rice cooker with appropriate amount of water. Then cut the bacon into cubes. Put it into the rice cooker with corn and green beans. Add a little salt and sesame oil, and steam the rice. Then cut the pork belly into thin slices. Put it into the pan to fry out the lard. Then add the green vegetables and continue to stir fry. Add seasonings and stir fry a few more times. And it's done. While there are still a few minutes left for the rice, Joe Yang quickly made a pot of tomato and egg soup, and added some pickled mustard shreds for a refreshing taste. Pour the soup into a small bowl, and Joe Yang found an empty casserole to put the remaining half of the soup into the space. At this time, the rice was ready. Joe Yang poured the previously fried pork belly and green vegetables into the rice cooker, scooped a large spoonful of lard from the space, and then picked up the rice spoon and started to stir. The aroma of lard mixed with the aroma of vegetables is so appetizing. Chapter 7. Joe Yang ate a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup. His mouth was full of oil, and he added 2 more bowls before stopping. In the end, there was still half a pot of rice in the rice cooker, and Joe Yang did not waste it. He took it out and put it all into the space as usual. After dinner, Joe Yang was too lazy to go out to digest the food, so he walked into the space, watered his vegetables, and checked the poultry and livestock, and added some food to them. Turning around, he saw a shelf of rice that had not been husked yet, and suddenly remembered that he had not bought a thresher yet. He quickly went out of the space to look at the thresher sold online, and found a medium-sized one with good reviews and placed 2 orders. I was afraid that buying only one would break it, so I bought another one as a backup. After the end of the world, it is not certain whether anyone can repair this thing, and even if they can, they don't have the tools to repair it. The delivery address is the warehouse left by Joe Yang, so it will be more convenient to store it in the space when the time comes. After placing the order, Joe Yang went to bed. After waking up, Joe Yang logged into Taobao again and found that most of the parcels he ordered had arrived, except for the ones that were shipped to remote places and large water tanks and gasoline barrels. After breakfast, Joe Yang went to pick up all the express deliveries, split them one by one, and put them in the space. Then, seeing that he had nothing else to do for the time being, he went to the nearest vegetable market to buy a lot of ingredients and planned to continue cooking at home and save them in the space. What spicy hot pot, spicy crayfish, spicy chicken cubes, pickled pepper chicken feet, grilled chicken wings, coconut chicken, big plate chicken, braised pork, steamed pork with rice flour, stewed pig's trotters, oil-boiled meat stewed with vermicelli, boiled pork slices, boiled fish slices, pickled fish slices, steamed hairy crabs, steamed sea bass, braised fish head, scallion oil fish, grilled fish. The whole house was filled with fragrance, and the children downstairs were crying with greed. The adults also picked up their phones and started ordering takeout. But Joe Yang was unaware of all this. He ate while cooking, skipping lunch and dinner, and worked until the evening. When he stopped, he found that the whole house was filled with a strong smell of oil smoke, and his mouth twitched. He quickly opened all the windows and exhaust fans in the house to let the smell out quickly. After finally getting rid of the smell in the house, Joe Yang turned his head and smelled the oil smoke on his body again. He felt uncomfortable and rushed into the bathroom. After taking a shower and coming out refreshed, it was only a little after 8 o'clock. There was no need to eat at night, He was not hungry at all. So he took out a bunch of USB flash drives and mobile hard drives purchased online and planned to download something. What movies? TV series? Anime novels? Variety shows? Download as many as possible. Don't care whether they are good or not. Just download them first. It's better to download some teaching videos and data books on agricultural planting and breeding, as well as various manual work, which will be very useful after the end of the world. The capacity of each of these disks starts at 2 TB, which is enough. Different things were downloaded to different disks, which made it easier for him to find them later. It would be boring without the internet, so he would rely on these things to relieve his boredom. In order to speed up the process, Zhou Yang used the desktop computer, laptop computer, and tablet computer at home. The desktop computer downloaded TV series and variety shows. The laptop downloaded movies, animation and novels. And the tablet computer, which had a small memory, was used to download teaching videos and materials. Because there were too many things to download and the internet speed was very slow, Zhou Yang simply left it there and went to sleep. The next day, he checked again and found that all 3 machines had completed the download task. After Zhou Yang added new download tasks to them, he continued to leave them there to work. He went out and went to the breakfast shop to eat a bowl of hot wontons and a tray of steamed buns. Then he drove and started buying medicine from one pharmacy to another. Zhou Yang bought all the Chinese and Western medicines that might be needed for headaches, injuries, colds and fevers. He had no other way. It was impossible to purchase in large quantities, like in novels. And people would not sell in large quantities to an ordinary person like him. He could only use this stupid method to buy from each store and collect slowly. Every day, he went to an area and bought a little from each pharmacy, and accumulated a little. He also planned to use this method to collect gasoline and diesel in the future. On the way, Zhou Yang received the logistics information from Taobao, and the last batch of packages had arrived. It seems that the plan for storing water and oil has to be arranged. Just thinking about it, the agent of the real estate agency called him. The caller said that there were 2 families who liked the house. One family not only did not bargain, but even increased the price by 500,000, but could not pay in full. The other family could pay in full, but wanted to reduce the price by 200,000. Zhou Yang would definitely not consider installment payment, but the full price would be reduced by 200,000. And after deducting the taxes and fees to be paid, the final amount would only be about 4.2 million. The price had already been reduced a lot when he listed it, and it would be too low to reduce it by another 20. But what he couldn't afford to waste the most was time. So Zhou Yang thought about it, and finally agreed. He immediately asked the agent to contact the other party, to sign the agreement tomorrow morning, pay half of the deposit first, and then go directly to handle the transfer, and pay the balance immediately after the completion. Adding this 4.2 million, he still had about 6.5 million remaining funds. That night, Zhou Yang took photos of every corner of the house, and backed them up on his mobile phone, computer, network disk, and hard drive. Then, he put all the things he could take away from his room into the master bedroom in the space building, and then went to the living room and utility room, packed everything and took them away, even the small decorations on the wall. However, Zhou Yang still kept his parents' things and photos separately in another room of the small building as they were. The whole house was empty at once. Zhou Yang made do with the space for one night. The next day, it was more than 7 o'clock in the morning. After taking a last look at the house he had lived in for more than 10 years, Zhou Yang closed the door and left. There was no place to live for the time being, and the house in Baijishan would take more than half a month. So Zhou Yang had to book a hotel for 2 days. After that, he planned to go on a long trip to store water and buy oil. So 2 days was enough. Before leaving, Zhou Yang went to the post station at the entrance of the community again and took away the remaining express deliveries. Because the express deliveries were all large and there were many, Zhou Yang ran more than 10 times before moving all the things. Before leaving, he also received the look of a fool from the owner of the post station, because his express deliveries were all very light but large packages. That is, the water tanks and gasoline barrels he ordered online. The door of the post station was so crowded that it couldn't be closed last night, and the owner could only sleep on the floor in the store overnight. From receiving the package yesterday to this morning, the owner cursed the owner of the online shop in his heart. Now seeing Zhou Yang coming to pick up the package, He really wanted to stare a hole in him. Chapter 8. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang, who was busy, could not feel the owner's anger. He drove to a deserted place, entered the space and took out the gasoline barrel and the oil extractor first, preparing to go to several nearby gas stations to buy a batch of gasoline and diesel starting today. As for the other express deliveries, they would slowly unpack them when they returned to the hotel. At 10 o'clock in the morning, as agreed, Zhou Yang arrived at the real estate agency and met with the buyer. Both parties had no other opinions and signed the contract quickly. After Zhou Yang received half of the deposit, several people went to handle the transfer procedures together. The buyer was also very happy and paid the balance immediately. After deducting the taxes to be paid, the total amount was about 4.2 million. After getting the money, Zhou Yang's first thing was to buy oil and medicine. He still found a secluded place first, used the oil extractor to extract the gasoline in the car until there was nothing left, and then took out 2 empty gasoline barrels and put them in the trunk. Then he drove the car to the nearest gas station, filled up the tank, and then asked the staff at the gas station to fill up a barrel of 92 gasoline and diesel and take it away. If the staff at the gas station asked, he would say that he was going to participate in the outdoor self-driving tour of the car club, and the gasoline was for himself and the diesel was for others. The gas station staff had seen this kind of thing many times, and they didn't doubt it, and they filled it up very quickly. After leaving the gas station and finding an empty corner, Zhou Yang did the same thing again, and scanned all 7 gas stations in this area. There are now 7 barrels of gasoline and diesel in the space, each with a capacity of 100 L. After refueling, Zhou Yang began to continue to sweep the major pharmacies in this area. Whenever someone asked, the reason was that he was going out for a self-driving tour, and the journey was very long, so he needed to prepare common medicines. Zhou Yang was busy until the sun set, and then he went to the hotel he had booked. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening when he checked in, and he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Fortunately, Zhou Yang's space has everything to eat, so he doesn't worry. He took out a plate of steamed egg dumplings with black fungus and bacon, a plate of lettuce with oyster sauce, and a bowl of white rice. A dinner was solved. After dinner, Zhou Yang cleaned up and began to count today's gains. He bought more than 200,000 yuan worth of oil and medicine, but it was still far from Zhou Yang's target, so he could only continue to collect slowly later. After counting, Zhou Yang had a rough idea in his mind and went straight to wash up. After that, Zhou Yang went into the space again, unpacked the remaining express delivery, and sorted and stored them. Then he watered the vegetable garden, fed the poultry and livestock, and went to sleep peacefully. The next day, Zhou Yang did the same thing and continued to go to several other districts to buy oil and medicine. When passing by a home appliance market in Chunbei district, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to buy a generator. So he went in and asked if there were any small generators for outdoor and home use. I didn't expect that there really are such generators. There are many models, including gasoline and diesel generators, hand-cranked and foot-operated generators, and solar generators. Zhou Yang bought one of each with the highest power, and also bought several small portable generators of various styles. However, the power they can generate is limited, and can only support the use of some small household appliances. So he asked the shopping guide if there are any larger ones. The shopping guide saw that this was a big customer, and he would not have to worry about his commission this month. So he enthusiastically introduced several large commercial generators. However, because of their relatively large size, they were not placed in the mall, but all in the warehouse. But the store had pictures and data for reference. Zhou Yang then looked at the pictures and data, and said that he wanted one of each model. The shopping guide smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and immediately opened an order and said that he could deliver the goods to the door. He left the address of the warehouse to the shopping guide, and agreed to pick up the goods at 5 p.m. After paying, Zhou Yang left and rushed to the next gas station without stopping. Today, Zhou Yang had plenty of time. He bought more than twice as much oil and medicine as yesterday. He had originally thought of going to the medical equipment store to buy some medical equipment that might be used for fractures and injuries, but when he asked, he found it was quite expensive. So he backed off and decided to wait until after the end of the world. Buying for free is better than anything else. After running around in several districts, Zhou Yang looked at the time and estimated that it would be almost time for him to receive the goods when he returned to the warehouse. So he hurried back. When he arrived at the warehouse, it was just past 5 o'clock, and the delivery man was waiting there early in the morning. After signing for the batch of generators, Zhou Yang was exhausted and went home. After returning to the hotel and having dinner, Zhou Yang took stock of the existing supplies and remaining funds. At present, all the food added up is enough to last for about 60 years, which is almost enough at present. But this is the amount of all the food added up. And the staple rice and flour and high-nutrition vegetables and fruits are obviously not enough. Although the space can be used for planting, Zhou Yang is not very good at farming. It is good enough for him to grow some simple vegetables and fruits now. He cannot grow more difficult ones. He really does not know how to grow rice and wheat. He has to store enough to eat until he is old. However, he is not in a hurry for food now. At most, he can go to various supermarkets to buy food for free when the end of the world begins. He will have enough food by then. However, he still needs to buy a batch of various good varieties in advance. Although he does not know how to farm, he still needs to prepare for emergencies. Besides, he does not know how to farm, but he does not guarantee that others can. He can trade them to the base in the future and let the base find a way to grow crops. This is also a hope for the future. What is most lacking at the moment is gasoline and medicine, as well as other fuels, such as gas and coal. Zhou Yang thought about it. After the house in Baiji Mountain is renovated, he can rent a warehouse there, and then find a supplier to buy a batch of materials in the name of opening a small supermarket. Now he still has to solve the water problem, as well as medicine and gasoline. Zhou Yang planned to set off early tomorrow morning. First go to a spring water source in Qiandao Lake, fill up part of the water tank, and then go to other places to continue. Visit several water sources that are not too far away, and also collect local delicacies. Starting from the nearest Qiandao Lake, go south to Guangdong and Guangxi, then north to Sichuan Province, then go to the neighboring Qianzhou, and then continue north to Hubei Province, and finally go to Jiangsu Province and Shanghai City. By that time, it is estimated that the house in Baiji Mountain will be almost finished, so he will go back to Baiji Mountain directly. Zhou Yang had already checked the internet and recorded the delicacies and supplies that needed to be purchased, and wrote several pages of paper, one for each province along the way. He did not plan to stay in a hotel to rest. When he was tired, he would find a place where no one was parking and go directly into the space to sleep. When he woke up and rested enough, he would continue to set off. This saves time and a lot of expenses. Chapter 9. The next day, Zhou Yang had a good sleep. He ordered a takeaway at noon, and after eating at the hotel, he checked out and set off. But he went to the suburban cemetery first, took away his parents' ashes, and put them in the space. In his previous life, there was no space, so he could only leave alone. And later, he had no ability to come back to see. And this time he left. It was unlikely that he would come back again, and he didn't know what it would be like after leaving it here. So it was better to take it all away. During the Qingming festival, it was the same to go to the space to worship. Then, Zhou Yang went to various places to buy a lot of local specialties to take away, and each one was bought by the box. After all, he might not be able to taste these hometown flavors in the future. After that, he deliberately did not take the highway, but drove the provincial road and the small road, and bought a lot of gasoline along the way. In the evening, Zhou Yang arrived near the water intake of a reservoir in Qiandao Lake. Although it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening, there were still some tourists stranded. Zhou Yang could only find a corner that was not too noticeable to park the car. He took out a portion of fried rice from the space in the car, solved the dinner problem simply, and then he laid down the seat back and closed his eyes to take a nap. Finally, an hour later, most of the tourists had left. Zhou Yang drove the car to a corner where no one was, then put the car into the space and walked to the vicinity of the reservoir. After avoiding the administrator of the reservoir and finding the best place to get water, he also entered the space. It was still early, and he planned to sleep in the space again. When he woke up, it would be the second half of the night outside. At that time, the management of the reservoir would be more lax, and it would be more convenient and safe for him to get water. The vegetables planted in the space are already half grown, and they should be edible soon. The fruit trees are also growing well, with many branches coming out. Zhou Yang followed the online teaching video and trimmed all the small branches at the bottom to make them grow taller and stronger. Unable to sleep at this moment, Zhou Yang quickly reclaimed half an acre of land, and then took out the seeds of green vegetables, cabbage, lettuce, radish, onion, ginger and garlic, planted 2 or 3 rows of each, and then watered them. These are the ones that are said to be the easiest to germinate on the internet, so I will use them to test the water first. If everything goes well, I will plant all the other vegetable seeds. Anyway, it seems that there is no season in the space, and the temperature is maintained at more than 20 degrees. But it is not hot. After finishing the work in the field, Zhou Yang went to see the poultry and livestock and gave them food and water. Now the piglets in the space have grown a circle, and each one is fat and strong. Seeing this, Zhou Yang doubled the size of the 2 pig pens. The chickens, ducks and geese have also grown up, and it is estimated that they will start laying eggs in a while. I don't know if it's because the grass in the space is more lush, and the rabbits are growing fast. Maybe they will be able to brood in a while. After a lot of tossing, I was sweating and felt uncomfortable all over. Zhou Yang hurried back to the small building to take a shower, and then lay down to sleep. When he woke up, he felt refreshed, estimating that the time was about right. Zhou Yang quickly changed into a black shirt and black pants and left the space. It was already 1 a.m., and there was silence all around, with only sporadic lights in the distance. Zhou Yang reached his hand into the water and injected the water into the water tank in the space with his entire palm as the medium. This method Zhou Yang had tried at home, and it was convenient and fast. After collecting it for a while, he felt it was too slow, so he put his other hand in to fill it together, and it was much faster with both hands. It took 2 hours to finally fill more than 20 water tanks. As soon as the water intake target of this reservoir was completed, Zhou Yang stopped immediately. After all, the reservoirs are monitored for water volume. If more than 1,000 tons were lost at once, it would definitely be discovered. But they would definitely not be able to find the reason. Returning to the place where he collected the car last night, he released the car and drove away while no one was around. When passing by Qiandao Lake, Zhou Yang suddenly became greedy for the famous fish heads here. Although there is no river in the space, he should be able to dig a fish pond by himself. Right? Then he controlled the space to try it out, and really dug out a large fish pond with a diameter of 30 meters at the foot of the mountain. It was still a long way from dawn, and there was no one around at this time. It was a good time to steal water and fish. So Zhou Yang found a bank with a shelter and started to fill the fish pond with water. Unlike small reservoirs with limited water, Qiandao Lake itself is very large and rich in water. Even if a large amount of water is suddenly taken away, it is not easy to be discovered. Zhou Yang's actions were not restrained, and a large amount of water flowed rapidly to his hands. And there were also various large and small fish and shrimps flowing along with the water. Zhou Yang didn't care what it was, and he put it all into the fish pond in the space. Seeing that it was almost dawn, and the fish pond was almost filled, Zhou Yang stopped and left. After leaving the scenic area, he drove all the way to the city, found the most famous local restaurant that cooked fish heads on the internet, and packed up 10 servings of fish heads cooked in different ways to take away. The trip to Qiandao Lake ended. Zhou Yang got on the highway without taking a break and drove towards Dongguan Province. Passing by Minnan Province, Zhou Yang also went to collect a handful of tea. He collected a lot of various varieties of black tea, flower tea and medicinal tea, as well as shachan noodles. But it jumps over the wall, peanut soup, etc. in the next 20 days. Except for resting in the space, Zhou Yang basically rushed on the road to collect water and gasoline. Of course, he also collected a lot of famous delicacies and snacks from all over the country. Dongguan's morning tea, wonton noodles, handmade beef balls, Hakka dishes, Shiguan snail noodles, Gillan rice noodles, 5-color glutinous rice, tortoise jelly, paper-wrapped chicken, Sichuan's hot pot and hot pot base, dandan noodles, husband and wife lung slices, mapo tofu, Xianzhou's sour soup fish, silk dolls, beef noodles, mutton noodles, Hubei's hot dry noodles, 3 fresh bean curd, fish cakes, sauce-flavored cakes, Su's salted duck, roast duck, duck blood vermicelli soup, dried tofu, squirrel fish, plum cakes, Shanghai's pan-fried buns, steamed buns, a treasure duck, sauce duck, all arranged. Not only food, but also famous tourist spots in various provinces and cities. Zhou Yang also took time to visit them, and took a lot of photos and videos, ready to use them for remembrance after the end of the world. When we finally arrived in Shanghai, it was already the end of April. The temperature had obviously risen a lot, and long-sleeved shirts were no longer allowed. It may be that the May Day holiday is coming soon, and many people have started traveling to avoid the peak. The number of tourists in Shanghai has also increased a lot. The streets and alleys are full of people. After putting all the snacks on the last plan in Shanghai into the space, Zhou Yang's goal of this trip was finally completed. Now there are more than 4 million funds left on hand. But he didn't plan to leave Shanghai now. He planned to stay for 2 more days to buy some self-defense tools. Chapter 10: Buying a Knife. In his previous life, he heard from people who had fled from Shanghai that there was an old shop that specialized in knives. It had been passed down for 100 years, and was well known in the local area. It was said that each knife was hand-forged, and the quality was much better than those listed brands. Moreover, the variety was complete, with all kinds of knives. The only drawback was that each knife was limited and very expensive. He planned to go and take a look today and buy a few knives that were suitable for him. The shop was located on an old street, and the location was remote and not very eye-catching. The shop was neither big nor small. When he entered the door, there was a long table facing the door, on which were placed all kinds of small knives, such as scissors, fruit knives, short knives, daggers, everything you could think of. On the knife racks around were various types of long knives, such as tang knives, Tibetan knives, sheen swords, Han swords, etc. From the blade to the scabbard, each knife had its own unique pattern, which was very delicate and beautiful, making people unforgettable. When Zhou Yang entered, there was only a tall and thin young male clerk in the shop. The clerk saw someone coming in and immediately greeted him with a smile. "Sir, what kind of knives do you need?" "I want a tang sword, a machete, a short sword, a saber, and 2 daggers." Zhou Yang reported all the knives he needed. "Okay, no problem. We have them all in the store. Each one is very beautiful and especially suitable for collection." The clerk immediately introduced the corresponding knives to Zhou Yang enthusiastically. "But I need a sharpened one." Zhou Yang looked at the long sword on the shelf that couldn't even cut a rope and was silent for a moment. Then added, "This? I'm sorry. We generally don't sell sharpened long swords and sabers. But machetes, short swords and daggers can all be sharpened. It's just that we don't usually sell them." "Right. So they can still be sold." Zhou Yang looked at the clerk with a smile. "I can double the price. Don't worry. I'm just collecting it. I won't do anything with it. Besides, if you buy controlled knives, you have to register them. I'm not a fool." "Well, okay. But I need to apply to the boss. Please wait. In addition, sharpening knives requires extra fees, and we need to report to the public security system. Please know." After the clerk finished speaking, he ran to the side to make an application. I don't know what he said, but he was so excited that he jumped up and down. After a long time, the clerk finally hung up the phone and came over to ask again. "Sir?" The boss said yes. "Do you see the tang swords and sabers you like in these display cabinets? We can sharpen them for you as soon as possible, and you can pick them up tomorrow." Zhou Yang looked around and finally pointed to a black tang sword and a dark green saber in the collection cabinet behind the counter. The clerk twitched his mouth and hesitated. "Sir, these 2 are collections in the store. They are very expensive." "How expensive?" Zhou Yang tilted his head. "This tang dao is 500,000. And the military sword is 300,000. It's a bit expensive." "Yeah, it's a bit expensive. But the other tang dao and military swords in the store are also very good. How about you?" "Okay. Just these 2. "Oh." The clerk's eyes widened. "Calculate the total price, and pack up the other knives for me to take away. I pick up these 2 tomorrow." "Okay? Okay. Okay. Wait a moment." The clerk immediately tapped the calculator. "The total is 855,330 yuan. I erased the decimals for you, and you can pay 855,000 yuan." Zhou Yang glanced at the excited clerk, and without thinking much, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the store's payment code and paid the money. After leaving with the packed knives, Zhou Yang went back to the car and put the knives into the space. The knife issue was resolved, and he had the leisure to continue strolling in the old street. There are many snack bars here, but nothing new. Zhou Yang picked and chose and bought a few that had good reviews online, and then planned to drive to the city hotel. Passing by a pet shop, Zhou Yang thought of the many mutant cats and dogs in the base in his previous life, which had been kept by people before the end of the world. After the mutation in the end of the world, they could not only guard the house and hunt, but also support their owners. At that time, he felt very envious. Just as he was hesitating whether to keep a dog, he heard a whimpering sound. It sounded like the sound of a puppy, from the direction of the alley behind the pet shop. Driven by curiosity, he looked for the sound, but found nothing. Just as he was about to leave, the whimpering sounded again. This time, the sound source was obviously very close to him, as if it was right at his feet. Zhou Yang looked at the green belt next to him, and there were dark red blood spots on several long leaves. He followed the bloodstains and pulled apart the grass to see a bloodstained little yellow dog curled up under a low bush. There was a deep wound on the little yellow dog's forehead that was so deep that the bone could be seen. There was a notch on both of its ears, probably because it had been cut with scissors. Its front legs were bent unnaturally, probably because they were broken, and even its tail was half cut short. Seeing Zhou Yang at this time, the little yellow dog tried hard to crawl towards him, as if asking for help. But after crawling for a long time, it couldn't get up, and it whimpered even more, and finally even shed tears. At first glance, it was a stray dog that was deliberately abused. It was abused, but it actually asked for help from a human like him. It really didn't learn its lesson. Zhou Yang sighed, looked around, and saw that there was no one. So he took a large black towel from the space and carefully picked up the little yellow dog. Then he hurried back to the car and navigated to the nearest pet hospital. The hospital took a look and found that it was not too serious and could be saved, so they started to treat it immediately. The forehead was cleaned, the front legs were fixed after the operation, and then the ears and tail were bandaged together, and finally saline was hung to reduce inflammation. Zhou Yang stood aside, watching the little yellow dog lying in the cage. One of its two front legs was hung with saline, and the other was tied into a stick, and it was trying hard to eat the dog food at its mouth. And he couldn't help laughing. You know what? This little yellow dog now looks a bit like the fire-type mutant big yellow dog in Shanghai that I heard about in my previous life. There is a tuft of white hair under the neck, and there is also a scar on the forehead like a third eye. One of the front legs is also broken, but the latter has no tail and one eye is blind, while the tail of this puppy is at least half left. And it is said that the big yellow dog is very fierce and hates humans. Whenever it sees a living person, it will bite the person half to death and burn them alive. Unlike this little yellow dog, it will kiss people when it sees them, and it has no memory at all. It is impossible to be the mutant big yellow dog. Zhou Yang smiled and shook his head, and went to the front desk to settle the medical expenses and hospitalization fees. The doctor said that the dog has to stay in the hospital for observation for 1 night. Be good here. I will come to see you tomorrow. Zhou Yang touched the little yellow dog's neck, added some dog food to it, and then drove back to the hotel to rest. Chapter 11: Adopting a Little Yellow Dog. The next day, Zhou Yang was free, so he went around Shanghai again. In the afternoon, Zhou Yang went to the store on the old street to take away 2 knives, and then went to the pet hospital. As soon as the little yellow dog saw Zhou Yang coming in, he started to howl. It liked you very much. The nurse at the front desk smiled when she saw the little yellow dog jumping around. It looked a little depressed when you weren't here. I fed it dog food, but it didn't even pay attention to me. Zhou Yang looked at the little yellow dog in surprise. This stupid dog has learned to recognize people? This kind of pastoral dog has a better physical condition than other dogs. The wound seems to be recovering well. It can be discharged from the hospital after getting some medicine. The fractured front leg can be taken home for about a month. Come back for a checkup when the time comes. Well, it's a stray dog I picked up, and I was traveling through Shanghai. Is it convenient for your hospital to take it in? Don't worry. I will pay for the entire treatment period. Zhou Yang didn't even consider adopting the dog. He thought the hospital could take it in. Aw? You don't plan to keep it? But our hospital can't adopt it. The nurse at the front desk said with embarrassment. It's not a matter of cost. It's mainly because the hospital has no space to keep them. After being cured, stray dogs that no one adopts will eventually be sent to nearby rescue stations. As for rescue stations, as you know, They can only keep these stray animals alive. So if conditions permit, we still hope that the rescuers can adopt them. Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, looking at the little yellow dog's grape eyes staring at him without blinking. And the eager look instantly softened his heart. It doesn't seem that stupid. Anyway, I'm also considering whether to keep a dog. So why not adopt it? Then I take it away later. By the way, besides buying dog food, what else does it need to raise it? Just buy it some chew sticks, urine pads, and a doghouse. As for the toilet problem, you can teach it more. Let it urinate on the urine pad, or take it out for a walk in the morning and evening. This dog is very smart and easy to teach. Besides, pastoral dogs are not prone to illness and are easy to raise. Okay, do you have these things here? I buy them all and take them away. Yes. Yes. I settle the bill for you later. Okay. Give me a few bags of dog food first. Thinking of the problem of removing the stitches, Zhou Yang hurriedly asked, by the way, I have to leave Shanghai today, and the stitches will be removed in a month. Can I find another pet hospital? It doesn't matter. You can take its medical record card with you later, and then you can show it to the doctor there. After hearing this, Zhou Yang finally felt relieved. Finally, he left the pet hospital carrying the dog cage with the little yellow dog in it, the dog's medical record card in his pocket, and a bunch of dog supplies. Back in the car, Zhou Yang put all the daily necessities for the dog into the space. The little yellow dog was lying in the cage. When he saw that the things in front of him were suddenly gone, he was startled and immediately sat up and barked twice at the place where the things disappeared. Little thing, you are quite alert. You will follow me in the future. I hope that when the end of the world comes, you can become a mutant dog instead of a zombie dog. Zhou Yang patted the little yellow dog's head lightly, smoothed its fur, and soothed it a few times. And the little yellow dog immediately calmed down again. Give you a name. Let's call you P. Plus your skin color. It's just a plate of P yellow. P seemed very satisfied with his name, wagging his short tail happily, twisting it into a twist at one point. The house in Baijishan has been basically renovated, with only a little finishing work left. When Zhou Yang rushes back, it will be almost ready for acceptance. So, taking advantage of the fact that today was the day before the May Day holiday and the highway was not congested, Zhou Yang took Wando on the road to Baiji Mountain. Halfway through, he took Wando to the most luxurious service area in the country and had a look around, and also experienced a water speedboat. The speedboat was really good, but it felt a bit fuel-consuming. But you can still consider buying one for free after the end of the world. Of course, a speedboat is also fine. When we arrived at Baiji, it was just past the early morning of the May Day holiday. It was just May Day, but the temperature seemed to have reached the beginning of summer, and the temperature in the middle of the night was around 25 degrees. After driving for a day, he was tired and too lazy to find a hotel in the city. So he found an empty place to park and took Wando into the space to sleep. In the past 2 days, Wando has entered the space twice. At first, he was quite scared, but later he found it was very safe. So he curiously walked around with his broken leg. Now he is very skilled at finding his own doghouse and crawling into it to sleep. Before dawn the next day, the man and the dog ate and drank enough in the space and then left. Zhou Yang was not in a hurry to look for a house, and first rented a warehouse near the community. Then, in the name of opening a small supermarket, he found different manufacturers to directly purchase materials: rice, flour, rice noodles, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, beverages, mineral water, bread, biscuits, instant noodles, ham sausage, hot pot barbecue ingredients, various candies and snacks. There are also various daily necessities: skincare products, nutritional supplements, healthcare products, etc. But these can only be found through agents. After placing orders one by one and making appointments for the delivery time to ensure that each one is staggered, Zhou Yang went back to see the house. Last time he came, he just looked at the house in a hurry. This time he looked around carefully and found that the planned area of this area is very large. In addition to the holiday tourism area at the foot of the mountain and the Baiji villa where he rented a house, there is a wildlife park and amusement park in the south, and a botanical garden and museum under construction in the east. Today is the first day of the May Day holiday. There are tourists everywhere here. Zhou Yang took a casual look and went back to Baiji Villa. He found the building where he rented the house, parked the car, and went up to the 18th floor. The door was wide open. It should be that the decorator had not left yet. So Zhou Yang walked in without taking out the key. As soon as he walked in, the windows were bright and clean. The plain curtains and minimalist white walls made the whole house look more spacious. It was no longer the rough house at the beginning. In the living room, 2 decorators were doing the final cleaning work, and it was almost finished. He had talked to the designer on the phone before he came, so the designer was also there at this moment, checking the details. He walked over and greeted a few people, and then began to inspect the house, starting from the entrance door, to the open kitchen, to the bedroom, cloakroom, to the balcony, and living room. Zhou Yang was very satisfied with the decoration results. The safety level of the whole house fully met his requirements, and even exceeded his expectations. It was comparable to a safe house. There are 3 entrance doors, anti-theft doors, ordinary iron doors, and an explosion-proof door. The windows are all customized double-layer bulletproof glass, which makes people feel very safe just by looking at them. The sound insulation treatment is also very good. After closing the doors and windows tightly, no noise outside the house can be heard. The insulation should be good. After drawing all the curtains, I turned on the central air conditioner and then turned it off. The air conditioning did not run very fast. After Zhou Yang inspected the house, he immediately paid the balance. Chapter 12 New Home. After sending the decorator and designer away, Zhou Yang cleaned the house again before taking out the furniture in the space. However, he only put out the things that would be used in the master bedroom, living room, dining room and kitchen, and the rest were empty. Then he took P out of the space with his eating and sleeping stuff and placed it in a corner of the living room. When P came out, he saw that he had changed to a new environment again, and happily lifted his broken leg to patrol the new territory. Fearing that it would secretly draw a map in the new home, Zhou Yang followed it all the way. Although he had been taught a lesson by him when he drew a map in the space before, and he had poured all the dog food on the map he drew, and it would starve if it didn't eat it all. P refused to eat, so it starved for a whole day. Since then, P has learned his lesson. Drawing a map means being scolded and starving. After watching the P for a while, and making sure it would not draw a map in the new home, Zhou Yang returned to the living room and took out the formaldehyde remover and various charcoal bags, placing them in every corner of the house. Although he chose environmentally friendly decoration, it would be safer to remove it again. Then, he took out the solar power generation system in the space. This was ordered from a manufacturer in Dongguan. In order to wait for it to be delivered and learn how to install and use it, he spent several more days in Dongguan. Fortunately, he learned it. At that time, 2 sets were ordered. Both are commercial capacity, which can support high-power electrical appliances. One set has long been installed in the space. This set is reserved for use at home. Basically, the installation was completed early. Now all you have to do is fix the solar panels one by one on the south balcony, connect the lines of the data board, power storage box, etc., and debug it, and it will be completed. When the power outage occurs in the end of the world, just connect the power storage box to the home line. After doing all this, Zhou Yang finally got a break and collapsed on the lazy sofa, not wanting to move. After visiting the new house, Wando also returned to the living room. Seeing his owner lying on the sofa, he came over and lay at Zhou Yang's feet, resting his head on his ankle. "TSK, you are quite good at finding a place to lie down." Zhou Yang shook his legs lightly, looking at the time again. It was already past dinner time. Zhou Yang stretched and stood up again. He first poured a bowl of dog food for Wando, then took out a meal for himself, and opened the tablet to find a variety show to eat with. One person and one dog concentrated on eating, and soon finished everything. After dinner, Zhou Yang remembered that Wando's dog food was running out, so he went online to find a dog food with a good reputation and not too expensive, and placed 100 orders for the one with the largest capacity of 10 kilograms. Then he thought about the problem of going to the toilet after the water supply was cut off in the end of the world, and ordered a toilet for pregnant women, garbage bags and the cheapest cat litter. But after the end of the world, will P also have to learn to use cat litter to go to the toilet? Or start learning from now on? Zhou Yang looked at P and thought, and his focused expression scared P so much that he tucked his tail between his legs. But EP also needs to use cat litter. The cost is too high. Why not just use sand? After considering the feasibility, Zhou Yang directly found a gravel yard and ordered more than 10 tons of sand. It is enough for him and the dog to use until the end of time. With this in mind, Zhou Yang quickly returned the cat litter he bought, and then ordered a few extra large cat litter boxes and the largest garbage bags for P. When the time comes, put a garbage bag on the cat litter box, so you don't have to scoop the shit yourself. Just pack it up after use every day, put it in the corner of the space, and throw it away when you go out. In order to prevent odor, Zhou Yang also ordered a lot of deodorants. It was almost afternoon now, and the weather was getting hotter. It was almost 35 degrees outside. However, tourists were still bustling and endless. Zhou Yang couldn't stand it anymore, so he got up and went back to the master bedroom, turned on the air conditioner, and took a nap. Wando also followed him in, with his blanket in his mouth to enjoy the air conditioning. The man and the dog gradually fell asleep with the sound of the air conditioner. After that, it was the May Day holiday. There was a small peak in tourism all over the country. The number of people in Baijishan Tourist Resort also increased sharply. People didn't seem to care about the abnormally high temperature at all, and they were still enthusiastic. May Day. A total of 5 days of vacation. Zhou Yang chose to stay at home for 5 days, occasionally ordering some supplies that were missed by phone at home, such as gas tanks and coal. During this period, he had to go out twice to receive the goods. It was really too much of a pain to bear the temperature and the sun outside. It was only the beginning of May, and it was around 35 degrees every day. However, when he thought that it would reach 40 degrees, 50 degrees, or even higher in the future, Zhou Yang felt that the current temperature was okay. After the holiday, many tourists returned home, and they went to work and school. When no one was paying attention, the high temperature began to sweep across the country. Everyone originally thought that the high temperature on May Day was just temporary because of the warm front that experts said was passing through. However, another week has passed, and the temperature has not dropped at all, but has become higher and higher. Netizens on the internet have been discussing it, but experts have no standard answer, and even the National Meteorological Bureau has no specific statement. Days passed one by one, and it was mid to late May in a blink of an eye. The temperature outside has gradually climbed to 40 degrees. Fortunately, Zhou Yang has already received all the express deliveries and purchased materials he bought before, so he doesn't have to go out again. Every day, he uses his feet to step on the generator at home to generate electricity, just as a way to exercise his body, and generate some electricity and store it. The chickens, ducks and geese in the space have grown up. They have been laying eggs since the day before yesterday, and now they have accumulated a lot. The 2 female rabbits are also pregnant with little rabbits recently, and their bellies are bulging. It is estimated that they are about to give birth. The piglets are also growing with the wind, and they will catch up with the size of adult pigs if they are raised a little longer. The fruit trees were also half grown, and Zhou Yang would occasionally trim the thin branches below them in the hope that they would grow taller. Vegetables grew the fastest, and of course they were harvested several times, all of which were stored in the cellar by Zhou Yang to be eaten slowly later. After completing today's power generation by pedaling, Zhou Yang was sweating and hurried to take a shower. After taking a shower, Zhou Yang, who was refreshed, sat cross-legged on the sofa, turned on the computer, and browsed the latest news online. They were basically all kinds of events caused by high temperatures. It was still good here, in the central region, and it was still bearable. However, many cities in the south have exceeded 45 degrees, and the highest has exceeded 50 degrees. Many elderly and children with poor physical fitness have died of heat stroke. In all high-temperature areas above 40 degrees, schools have been completely suspended. Students are taking online classes at home, and many enterprises and institutions are also working from home. Factories also try to work in shifts, resting during the day and producing at night. Seeing that there was no other major news, Zhou Yang closed the webpage. He went to the kitchen, took out 3 ice machines, filled them with water, and started making ice. When the ice cube boxes were full, they were all stored in the space for use after the end of the world. It was so comfortable to have a cup of ice drink on a very hot day. 2 were used to make ordinary ice cubes, and Zhou Yang planned to follow the online video to make fruit ice cubes with frozen fruits. Although it was a bit troublesome, he had nothing to do anyway, so he just used it as a way to kill time. He took a bag of yellow lemons and green lemons, cut them into small pieces the size of coins, and then put them into the small grids one by one, and then made ice quickly. And a plate of fruit ice cubes was ready. Then he made ice cubes of various fruit flavors. And he took out all the ones he could find in the space and tried them. The final results were all pretty good. Chapter 13 Premonition of an Earthquake. Time flies, and it's already evening. Feeling that I've done enough today, I put everything into the space, and plan to continue tomorrow. Zhou Yang first poured a bowl of dog food and frozen chicken for Wando, and then started to make dinner for himself. He didn't want to make complicated things, and the weather was too hot, and greasy food was too hard to eat. So he planned to make chicken shredded cold noodles. First, prepare a bowl of soy sauce, and set it aside for later use. Then tear the cooked chicken breast into strips, and then boil the noodles, and rinse them with cold water. Finally, spread the shredded chicken on the noodles, sprinkle with scallions, and pour the sauce on them. It's done. It's really comfortable to eat such a bowl of cold noodles while watching a certain audio and video on your mobile phone while the air conditioner is on. Just after watching a delicious food video that goes well with rice, he saw a new event that the wild animals in Xingqing ran away from home collectively. Zhou Yang paused, quickly put down the chopsticks holding the noodles, and picked up his mobile phone to watch it carefully. In the video, someone filmed the wild animals in Xingqing walking out of the forest, and some animals even passed directly through the city streets. And there were intermittent flocks of birds flying overhead, and the destinations that all the animals were going to seem to be the same, all heading northwest. Netizens commented one after another, saying that even the animals couldn't stand the heat and planned to go to the north to escape the heat. But Zhou Yang knew that it was not the case. This was the first precursor of the Xingqing earthquake. The same scene happened in the previous life, and the animals in the mountains fled to the north. But because of the high temperature, it misled everyone, and he didn't take it seriously when he saw it. It wasn't until the Xingqing Zoo rioted and rats crossed the street that some people began to suspect whether there was an earthquake. But Xingqing is not in the earthquake zone, and since the founding of the country, Xingqing has never had an earthquake. It is the only city in the country that has not even had a small earthquake. So in the end, no one believed it, and everyone continued to live a life of hiding during the day and going out at night. The nights of Xingqing are as prosperous and lively as ever. However, when the people of Xingqing were happily celebrating Children's Day with their children, an earthquake came. A 9.5 magnitude earthquake. The ground cracked, and from the city center to the periphery, large areas of high-rise buildings and high-rise residential buildings collapsed, and many people were trapped under the ruins. At a glance, there were mottled bloodstains everywhere. Cries for help, and alarms, all of which were heard everywhere, resounding over the entire city. Thinking of the disaster scene and countless corpses seen on TV at that time, Zhou Yang felt like his heart was being pulled. He didn't want so many people to die in this life. So he left a comment below, telling everyone that Xingqing might have a major earthquake, and that animal escape was one of the precursors of an earthquake. However, no one believed it, and his comment was ridiculed by the crowd. A large number of netizens said under his comment that he was worrying too much and that he was sensational. Zhou Yang was helpless, but he was unwilling to just do it. So, he posted a post on common sense and self-help for major earthquakes on Langbo, referring to the Xingqing earthquake in the previous life. I sorted out the early signs, the earthquake center, the earthquake degree, and some self-help methods, and wrote them all down. Finally, I also mentioned the incident in Xingqing this time, calling on the people of Xingqing to be vigilant if there are more earthquake precursors in the future. After posting, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He could only help here. I hope someone is willing to believe it. Save one person if you can. On the other side, Xingqing, in a residential area, in a high-rise building, a senior high school boy sat at the desk, holding a textbook in one hand and a mobile phone in the other hand to secretly surf the internet. Suddenly, I saw a long Weibo post about the earthquake, and at the end it mentioned the incident of wild animals running away from home in Xingqing. I sneered and swiped away. Then I continued to browse other things, and suddenly saw a classmate's blog post complaining. This classmate's family is in the countryside. In the past 2 days, there were suddenly mice. They couldn't kill them all, so they had to ask neighbors to catch a few cats and bring them back to ward off evil. And it's not just their family that has mice. There are suddenly many more mice in the whole village. For some reason, he thought of the earthquake blog post he had read before, and quickly searched back, saved it, and took a photo and saved it on his phone. Regardless of whether there was really an earthquake in Xingqing, it was always good to be more careful. If there were any signs later, he would take his parents and run away. Zhou Yang didn't know that his blog post had already affected some people. At this moment, he could only sigh and silently began to prepare the materials to be donated. He found a supplier to purchase a batch of water, food, basic medicines, and some clothes for adults and children. The high temperature continued. Xingqing was empty during the day. Only some shopping malls and supermarkets were still open. And many old men and women who were reluctant to spend money on electricity went to these places to use air conditioning. But basically everyone spent a little money there. And the merchants didn't want to drive people away. As long as they didn't make trouble, steal or rob, they would be left alone. In a large supermarket in the city center, an old lady was taking a nap in a corner when she suddenly felt an itch on her back. As if something was crawling. She scratched with her backhand and touched something that was moving. When she looked in front of her, she saw a pitch-black cockroach baring its fangs and claws at her. She jumped up in fright and threw the thing in her hand away. Oh my God! How can there be cockroaches in broad daylight? The old man and old lady next to her were also frightened by her and looked over. There was indeed a big cockroach crawling all over the ground. An old man with a palm leaf fan kicked the cockroach to death. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a cockroach that's making a fuss. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an old lady with curly hair next to her suddenly shouted again, "Ah! There are still a lot of cockroaches on the wall." The old lady who first discovered the cockroach was closest to the wall. When she heard this, her scalp tingled, and she quickly ran away 2 steps before she dared to look back. I saw dozens of cockroaches crawling on the white wall of the supermarket, and they were still increasing and spreading around and on the ground. The old men and women fled in all directions, looking for supermarket staff, and took videos with their mobile phones. The supermarket manager came over quickly, and his eyes went dark when he saw so many cockroaches. He quickly asked the employees to use insecticides to deal with them first. And then he called the pest control company to come over and do a thorough pest control. The video of the cockroaches in Xingqing supermarket in broad daylight became popular in less than an hour. The piles of cockroaches also caused a lot of mental damage to the majority of netizens. And they all asked the supermarket owner to come out and apologize. Chapter 14 Zoo Riot. Before the cockroaches were over, the food street at the other end of Star City was in an uproar, with rats crossing the street at night. After a day of being cooped up, the people of Star City finally made it to the evening, and could go outside to relax. The food street is also a place that people in Star City often like to go to. But today, before they had been strolling for long, a large number of rats suddenly rushed to the ground, scaring everyone to death. Those rats kept walking through the crowd at a very fast speed, not afraid of being trampled to death, as if there was a flood of beasts chasing them from behind. Some people were so scared that they jumped onto the table and huddled together. Some people didn't dare to go back to pick up their shoes when they ran away, and some people picked up sticks to hit rats and were bitten. The children were even more scared to tears by the rats all over the ground. Soon, the video of the rat disaster in Star City was also uploaded to the internet, and also became a hot search. Zhou Yang saw all these videos, and saw that the comments on the internet were all in a mentality of watching the excitement, and no one had any sense of crisis. So he could only shake his head and sigh. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore. So he still commented on the possibility of an earthquake. Then, without considering whether he would be ridiculed by the crowd, he turned off the audio and video, threw away his phone, and went into the space to run. At this temperature, it is difficult to walk at night. So Zhou Yang does physical exercise such as running in the space. Anyway, the space is large enough for him to run. At night, Xingqing Ecological Zoo, from the director to the breeder, to the security uncle, everyone sticks to his post. Since the continuous high temperature, many animals have become restless. At first, I thought it was caused by the high temperature, so I didn't take it seriously, tried to comfort them, and gave them enough ice. Until these few days, at night, these animals began to call constantly, and then wandered around in their area constantly, very anxious. And even many animals began to bite the fences and try to escape. The zoo couldn't figure out the reason for a while, so it could only strengthen management and strictly guard against it. That night, Everyone was stationed in their positions as usual and took turns patrolling. The keepers also fed the animals one by one and added ice cubes. But today, these animals became more irritable, had no interest in food, and ignored ice cubes. They started to scream desperately when they saw the keepers. Seeing that the keepers ignored them, they began to howl one by one. The animals seemed to be responding, almost in the blink of an eye. The lions in the lion and tiger area suddenly began to hit the glass in front of them together, followed by the tigers, and then the wolves, pandas, deer. All the animals in the entire zoo were like crazy, desperately hitting the door and glass. Many animals began to be injured and bleeding, but they still refused to stop. The panda's Naughty couldn't bear it, so he opened the door of the panda's house without authorization and went in to check. As a result, the panda kicked the Naughty away and rushed out. When it met someone who wanted to intercept it, it fell to the ground without hesitation and bit many people. The zoo spent a lot of manpower and material resources to catch this giant panda back. Just after they were caught, a hole was bitten in the iron cage of the gray wolf over there, and all 6 gray wolves escaped, except for 2 who were a step slower and were put in a noose by the keepers. The other 4 all escaped from the zoo. The director of the zoo was so scared that he called the police directly. The police immediately notified the whole city, asking citizens to pay attention to travel safety and call the police in time if they saw gray wolves. Xingqing was in a turmoil that day. From the cockroach incident, to the rat disaster incident, to the zoo riot, the hot search was on from morning to night. While most people were still watching the excitement, a small number of people saw something unusual. So some people began to post online that Xingqing might have a big event, such as an earthquake. What happened in Xingqing during this period of time was consistent with the signs before the earthquake. However, not many people believed it below. And even if some people believed it, they thought it was just a small earthquake and nothing serious. The boys in the 3rd year of high school also saw today's news and the inferences of netizens. Although he was not good at geography, he knew that a small earthquake could not have such a big sign. The last sign of this scale was the 8.0 magnitude earthquake in Sichuan province, and it didn't seem to be as exaggerated as the one in Xingqing. Thinking of the destructive power of a super large earthquake with a magnitude of 9.0 or above in the blog post he read before, he felt frightened. He immediately rushed out the door and rushed to the living room. Dad, Mom, let's go to the countryside, to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Hurry up. Pack up and leave now. Chen Xiaoyang. What are you crazy about? The middle-aged woman was startled by him and slapped him. You are going to take the college entrance examination in a few days. Remember? Ah? What country? Go to me and read books. That's right. Listen to your mother. And read books well. Wait until you finish the college entrance examination before going to your grandma and grandpa. There's going to be an earthquake. What book are you reading? You are going to die. Why bother about the college entrance exam? The boy was so anxious that he immediately showed his parents the blog posts and today's news. The couple felt it was ridiculous after reading it. How could there be an earthquake? Don't listen to what people say online. What if? What if there's an earthquake? It's unlikely. Just stay for 2 or 3 days? Just 2 or 3 days. I promise it won't delay the college entrance exam. The boy persuaded his parents for more than an hour, and finally convinced them. He packed a simple bag, took away important documents and valuables, and the family of 3 set off overnight to their grandparents' home more than 100 kilometers away. June 1st. Children's Day. Due to the continued high temperature, the economy in various places stagnated. In order to promote economic consumption in Xingqing and to appease the people, the People's Government of Xingqing City, in conjunction with the Women and Children Protection Association, as well as many kindergartens, primary schools, and many sponsors, held a large Children's Day gala in the central square of Xingqing City after many days of preparation. In addition to the regular singing and dancing acrobatic performances, there were also food stalls that surrounded the entire street. For nearly a month, everyone was bored at home. Hearing about this event, people in Xingqing brought their elderly and children to join in the fun. The huge square was brightly lit and crowded with people. From the small trees on the roadside to the surrounding shopping malls, they were all covered with colorful lights. Various snack stalls were surrounded by people, especially the ones selling cold drinks, ice cream and ice fruits, which had long queues. In order to relieve the high temperature, Several blowers were set up in the square. Although the air was still hot, it was much better than no wind. On the stage, various performances came one after another. In addition to adult song and dance troupes, acrobatics, crosstalk and other performances, there were also song and dance recitations in each kindergarten and primary school. There were more than 30 programs listed. Several shopping malls around also took advantage of the situation to organize activities, and various discounts and promotions were overwhelming. This night, Xingqing, which had been suffocated for a long time due to the high temperature, returned to its pre-high temperature bustle. Chapter 15, Star City Earthquake. Laughter and joy. Singing and dancing. Fireworks lit up the night sky of the entire city. Because the government attached great importance to this event, it even held an official live broadcast online. Netizens stayed at home to watch the Children's Day Carnival in Star City. And they were envious. Zhou Yang naturally watched it too. In the video, countless fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Colorful and gorgeous. Each firework was like a bright star, shining with a unique light. They bloomed and intersected in the night sky, forming a beautiful picture scroll. Under these gorgeous fireworks, everyone looked up at the sky and was shocked by the spectacular scene. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. The innocent smiles of the children made everyone in front of the screen calm down a lot of their impetuous hearts in the high temperature. Looking at the fireworks on the screen, and then looking at the clock next to it. It was already 8:57 in the evening. There are still more than 10 minutes left before it will be hell on earth. Zhou Yang sighed. He could do nothing at this moment. An hour ago, he went to the internet cafe and used the small account he had used to post about earthquakes. He posted a warning about a major earthquake that would happen in Xingqing tonight. However, it was deleted in less than 10 minutes and his account was blocked. Now, he could only sit in front of the screen and watch silently. Time passed by minute, and soon it was 9:13. In the live broadcast room, the fireworks show was still going on, and people were still reveling. Suddenly, a large group of birds flew over the people at a very fast speed, without any formation. It didn't look like migration, but more like a hasty escape. Just when everyone was wondering, there was a huge cracking sound under the square, and the ground under their feet suddenly cracked a huge hole in the middle, and quickly spread to both sides. The huge stage collapsed in the blink of an eye. The people on the stage and on the crack, who had no time to escape, instantly fell into the crack. There was a scream in the square, and before everyone could come to their senses, there was another violent tremor, and countless people fell to the ground. Countless cracks appeared again, and the surrounding high-rise buildings began to collapse one by one. At this moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The mountains cried, and the city fell. It was a prosperous city with a sea of people and flowers just a moment ago. But in the blink of an eye, it was buried deep underground, leaving only ruins and scorched earth. In the shaking camera, watching large areas of buildings collapse, the laughter and joy turned into heart-wrenching screams in an instant. The originally lively barrage suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. And it took a long time before someone posted a few messages. Shit! Is there really an earthquake? What happened to Xingqing? Ah? Are there any Xingqing people here? Are you all okay? Oh my god! My brain is not working anymore. I hope Xingqing is safe. This is definitely not a small earthquake. Oh my god! How many people will die? I have relatives in Xingqing. My parents are on the phone, but they can't get through. I am from Xingqing, but I am studying in another city. I don't know what's going on at home. I can't get through to my parents. I'm so worried. There was an earthquake here just now. The whole building was shaking. The chandeliers were falling down. I was scared to death. I am hundreds of kilometers away from Xingqing. With such a strong earthquake reaction, how big an earthquake must Xingqing have? Oh my god! My house was shaking just now. Oh my god! I am in Gongdu. Gongdu! After shaking for a few minutes, the camera finally fell down and lost the signal. The entire live broadcast screen fell into darkness, with only netizens' comments continuing. Zhou Yang sighed, turned off the live broadcast, and just when he wanted to check other online situations, he suddenly felt the ground shaking. He was so nervous that she ran to his feet and stuck to his calves, not daring to move. Zhou Yang knew that this was the aftermath of the Xingqing earthquake. He was far away, and the ground would shake it most. So he picked up P calmly and lay on the sofa, while stroking P's fur in his arms, and waiting for the shaking to pass. After the shaking passed, Zhou Yang put Pete down and climbed up to surf the internet again. At this time, all major websites had already been filled with the Xingqing earthquake incident, and everyone was discussing the earthquake tonight. Those who had relatives in Xingqing also contacted them one after another, but there were very few people who could really be contacted. The central official account also released the latest news 10 minutes after the earthquake. Xingqing had a 9.6 magnitude earthquake at 9:13 p.m. It is currently impossible to contact the Xingqing government, but the country has sent troops to rescue as soon as possible. Many local governments have also begun to organize rescue work and open donation channels. Zhou Yang donated 10,000 yuan to the official rescue team on the Baiji mountainside, and then contacted the rescue team here, informing them that he had a truck of supplies to donate, and left his phone number and the address of the warehouse where the goods were transported. After doing all this, Zhou Yang was in the mood to continue to read the latest news of Star City, and suddenly saw a hot headline of a survivor in Star City. It turned out to be a senior high school boy who had read the earthquake posts on the internet before. He took his parents to the countryside dozens of kilometers away from the city 2 days ago. Tonight, after reading the warning post, he dragged his parents and grandparents to the most empty threshing ground in the village and stayed there for a night. At first, their family was ridiculed. He was unsure at the time, thinking what if it was true. So he was very determined to persuade other people in the village. And finally several families followed and moved stools out together. When the earthquake really came, he was scared silly. Many old houses in the village collapsed, including his grandfather's house. Many villagers were crushed under the rubble, and even many villagers died on the spot. The families in the threshing ground were basically fine, with only minor injuries at most. Now they are trying to rescue the survivors, but due to insufficient tools, they can only move them bit by manpower. The poster thanked the good people who warned online at the end. He wanted to tag them, but it seems that their account has been blocked. He could only attach the screenshots of 2 blog posts that he saved. Many netizens left messages under the post to wish him well, and many people said that it was a slap in the face. Zhou Yang was still very relieved after reading the post. At least because of his post, more people survived. As for the comments below, he didn't care. He left a message to the boy's post and closed the page. It's not that he doesn't care about the follow-up, but he has done everything he can, apart from donating another wave of supplies. He can't help. Chapter 16 Disasters Abroad. Putting aside the matter of the Xingqing earthquake for the time being, Zhou Yang climbed over the firewall and looked at the internet. In his previous life, he had never thought about the end of the world, so he only paid attention to some disasters in China and didn't know much about things outside the country. But once again, Zhou Yang felt that there must be a lot of abnormal clues abroad. After browsing a famous Facebook page, although most of the comments were meaningless, he still found a lot of different places. A blogger from a small Nordic country said that their place has low temperatures all year round. Although it is almost summer now, it is generally only 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. However, in the past few days, it suddenly rose to more than 30 degrees. The ice and snow in the surrounding mountains and rivers melted quickly, and it rained heavily continuously abnormally, causing the first flood in their place. There are mostly small buildings in the area, and now they are all flooded. There is also a girl from Australia who said that the cattle and sheep in their ranch suddenly died in large numbers, and the cause of death could not be found. And it is not just their family. Almost all the livestock on farms in Australia are dying in large numbers. In addition, there is another person who is from the United States. His family lives in the Gulf of Mexico. Recently, seabirds coming from the sea have frequently committed suicide in their place. In just a few days, tens of thousands of seabirds have died, and almost no residents there have intact windows. Local zoologists have not yet found the reason for the seabird suicide, and the local residents are almost driven crazy. Such abnormal things are everywhere. Almost every country that can be named has them. It seems that foreign countries are no longer peaceful. Among so many abnormal events, one caught Zhou Yang's attention. It was a blog post by a blogger who also came from the United States and lived in California. He said that the local small animals have been very irritable recently, often entering and leaving the city, and there have been many incidents of injury. The blogger suspected that there might be an earthquake, but the University of California has already monitored it and found nothing. The netizens below also said that the possibility of an earthquake is not great. But it may be true that the United States is causing trouble every day and is about to perish. The abnormality of animals in California is exactly the same as the precursor of the Star City earthquake. If I remember correctly, in the previous life, 3 days after the Star City earthquake, a magnitude 9.8 earthquake also occurred in California. California is similar to Star City in that there has been no earthquake in the past 100 years. And no one believes that an earthquake will occur. So when the Hayward Fault, San Jacinto Fault, and San Andreas Fault shifted at the same time, California had a rupture earthquake. Yes, a rupture earthquake. It was a huge rupture earthquake. There was no buffer, no safe zone. The entire California was directly torn apart and fell into the ground. After just over 10 minutes, a tsunami followed and instantly submerged the entire area. The once prosperous California was instantly buried by seawater. This disaster affected more than 500 million people. And the final number of survivors was only tens of thousands. And almost no one survived in California. This was not the strongest earthquake in world history, but it was the earthquake with the highest death toll. The disaster in California shocked the world, and many countries sent rescue teams to the area. And China was no exception and sent a rescue team. However, at that time, all countries were suffering from various natural disasters, and the attention of the country was mostly focused on the Xingqing earthquake. In addition, the disaster area was the notorious United States. So not many people paid attention to this earthquake. Thinking of the tragic scene in California in the future, Zhou Yang couldn't help shaking his head. Then he directly exited the external network. He didn't leave any comments on any blog posts on the external network. First, he didn't have an account. And second, he didn't want to attract attention. Besides, he couldn't handle the disaster at home. So how could he care about foreign affairs? Moreover, the disasters before the end of the world are far more than these. Let's talk about the local area. There is a super typhoon coming next. This typhoon will cause disasters to the entire coastal cities. And there will be heavy rains in the inland area. And even landslides and floods in some areas. And there will be at least heavy rains in Baiji Mountain. The next day, Zhou Yang came to the warehouse early and took out all the donated materials prepared in advance. When the empty trucks of the rescue team come, let them take them away directly. After seeing off the rescue team, Zhou Yang drove back home while the sun was still low. Alas, this typhoon should come sooner. It's too hot today. I don't know if Zhou Yang's prayers worked. The first strong typhoon, Mei-La, which was supposed to land on Wanwan Island in a week, came ahead of schedule. Mei-La ravaged Wanwan Island and headed straight for the southeast coast. Thanks to the typhoon, the high temperature in the whole country has been significantly improved. From the southeast coastal cities, the temperature has begun to drop visibly. In just 2 days, it dropped from 50 degrees to more than 30 degrees. And it is still gradually falling. The sudden drop in temperature also made the rescue work in Xingqing much smoother. Batches of survivors were rescued from the rubble by the rescue team. But this number was still too small compared to the number of victims. Taking advantage of the drop in temperature, takeaway boys from all over the country began to work again. Zhou Yang began to order various takeaways at home every day, from milk tea desserts to fried chicken burgers, and then to star-rated meals, until he had used up all the monthly payment quotas of several takeaway platforms. The early arrival of Typhoon Mei-La gave him a bad premonition that the end of the world might come early this time. He still had more than 2 million yuan on hand, and he had to spend some more. So Zhou Yang urgently purchased several batches of grain, oil and daily supplies. After 2 or 3 days, he only had 300,000 yuan left for emergency use. After finishing all this, Zhou Yang began to stay at home again. And the only thing he did every day was to pay attention to the movement of the typhoon. The destructive power of the strong Typhoon Mei-La is not actually that great. But there is a super typhoon brother lighthouse behind Mei-La. The two brothers met and merged on the eastern coast, and then landed directly from the coast all the way north, until they gradually dissipated at the Sino-Russian border. Its destructive power reached the strongest in history, causing great losses to coastal cities. That day, Zhou Yang, who had been watching for a day, finally saw a newly formed sea vortex. Although it was only a number at present, he knew that it was Lighthouse. Chapter 17 Super Typhoon. The initial level of the lighthouse is storm level, and judging from its formation to its current position, it is moving very fast. Although the route predicted by experts is different from that of Mei-La. In fact, Mela will slow down and deviate from the track. They will meet and merge at sea to become a new super typhoon. Seagull. On the first day, when the lighthouse passed the southern part of Wanwan Island, it began to rain heavily inland. It also rained heavily on Baiji Mountain. The temperature dropped again, reaching more than 20 degrees. Thinking of the strange route of the lighthouse in the previous life, Zhou Yang had a headache. Whose typhoon turned 2 corners and took the big brother in front as well. How to tell others about this? I guess I will be ridiculed as soon as I post it. But if I don't post it, Zhou Yang will feel bad. Finally, I decided to go to the internet cafe in the rain. I originally wanted to register a new account, but remembering the account that was blocked before, Zhou Yang still tried to log in first, and actually logged in. Is this unblocked? Looking carefully. Oh! There are millions of new fans. Looking at the comments under the only long blog post about evacuation from a major earthquake. Oh! They all crawled over through the Xingqing Lucky Boys network line. And one by one, they called him a prophet. It made him feel embarrassed. But it's okay. Now there are more people paying attention. And the popularity has increased. The next post he posted will be seen by more people. Closing the comment page. Opening the document. Zhou Yang began to edit the content to be published. The possibility of Merak and Dingta merging and upgrading. He first analyzed the current levels and routes of the 2 typhoons, and then focused on the possibility that Dingta might turn 180 to catch up with Merak. And then the 2 strong typhoons pulled both off track. And finally completed the merger and upgrading at sea to form a new super typhoon. When everyone thought it would rush to the Indian Ocean, it turned around again, landed directly in Minnan province, and went north along the coastal areas. Then Zhou Yang also wrote about the reason why the lighthouse was strong at the beginning and could carry the Mera and turn many times, which he had heard in his previous life. Anyway, it was all the experts' own speculation. So let them think about it. Finally, Zhou Yang also added a paragraph about the defensive measures that need to be taken if the 2 strong typhoons really meet and merge. For example, in coastal cities, in addition to preparing supplies for half a month and staying at home with doors and windows closed, it is best to reinforce the doors and windows. And the predicted landing site must be arranged for the people to evacuate in time. For example, there will be heavy rainstorms to extremely heavy rainstorms in the inland. Not only should flood prevention and control be carried out, but also landslides in mountainous areas should be paid attention to. It is best to evacuate the people living near the mountains in time. Originally, I just wanted to mention a few words, but in the end, I wrote nearly 1,000 words. After weighing it, Zhou Yang simply let it go. After checking that there was no problem, he left it and posted it. Then he closed the web page, cleared the traces of his internet access, and Zhou Yang patted his butt and left. This typhoon post was on the top of the hot search in less than an hour. The comments of netizens below were all different, and the argument was so intense that even many experts came to join in the fun. Most netizens thought that the blogger might have been too excited about the prediction, and this time, he was really trying to deceive the public. Experts also thought that it was unlikely that the typhoons would merge and turn multiple times at the same time, and they all came out to refute the rumor. They told everyone not to panic too much, and that they only needed to stay at home in advance, close the doors and windows, and prepare more food and water. Netizens in coastal typhoon cities were very lazy, saying that strong typhoons occur every year, and they are used to it. After all, typhoons are 9 out of 10. However, some people still think that the blogger knows a little bit of metaphysics. There are even a few netizens working in coastal cities who have decided to return to their hometowns in the mainland temporarily, because the online argument was too fierce and caused panic. Zhou Yang's post was deleted again. However, Zhou Yang didn't pay attention to these. He went home to take a shower and go to sleep. On June 7th, the first whistle of the college entrance examination sounded. All senior high school students in the country except Xingqing entered the most tense moment. The lighthouse, which was supposed to land in southern Zhejiang province, suddenly turned south before landing and met Merak. The 2 strong typhoons pulled each other, causing a surge in rainfall, and heavy rains began to fall in many coastal and inland areas. Fortunately, the 2 strong typhoons pulled each other, and both of their movements changed and headed straight for the Indian Ocean. The heavy rain soon ended, and no floods or waterlogging disasters occurred, and no students were washed away by the floods, or the examination rooms were flooded. just when people thought the typhoon had passed. The Typhoon Monitoring Station released the latest news that the two strong typhoons had merged over the Indian Ocean and had been upgraded to a super typhoon named Haya. At the same time, Haya turned again due to the influence of the Indian Ocean current and headed towards the center of the Pacific Ocean. At this time, everyone remembered the previous typhoon post, although it was deleted quickly at that time. Many netizens still took screenshots and saved them. Now many people have posted the post again in the form of pictures. The changes in the first half of the typhoon have been confirmed. So will it really make another big turn and landfall later? And will the accompanying heavy rain, inland floods, and landslides also happen? Netizens speculated a lot, but no one can guarantee what will happen in the future. So they all went to the account that posted the original post to shout. However, that account has never logged in since the post was posted, and there is still no movement now. Netizens who did not get a response rushed to the official account to ask for answers. Under pressure, the official government accounts of major coastal cities unanimously stated that they would actively resist the typhoon and strictly guard against it. Inland and mountainous cities also stated that they would always monitor precipitation, prevent floods, and strengthen mountain management. Cities that are hit by typhoons all year round have announced that fishing operations along the coast will be completely stopped from tomorrow, and all coastline areas and highways will be blocked and prohibited from passing. If the typhoon tends to land, evacuate immediately. At the same time, the masses have been mobilized to learn and organize emergency survival kits to facilitate evacuation at any time. Seeing these official responses, netizens are reassured. Zhou Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. This is much better than not preparing anything in his previous life. On the third day of the college entrance examination, the seagull really deviated from the track again, turned half a circle, and rushed straight through the central and northern parts of Wanwan Island and headed towards Minnan Province. Images of Wanwan Island after the typhoon passed through the internet made netizens very worried. I saw that the island was full of uprooted trees and overturned cars. The northern city of the island returned to the pre-liberation era overnight, and many high-rise buildings collapsed, and it was a mess. Fortunately, when the seagull's path changed, the several cities that were predicted to be the landing sites all arranged for the transfer of citizens as soon as possible. So when Typhoon Haigull landed, the city was almost deserted. Although most of the infrastructure was destroyed, there were not many casualties. After landing, Typhoon Haigull continued to move north along the coastline. The coastal cities in the north were not so lucky, because they had no experience in resisting typhoons. They did not arrange for the transfer of personnel, resulting in many casualties and significant economic losses. Chapter 18: The End of the World is Coming. With the large amount of water vapor brought by the seagulls, it began to rain all over the country, and heavy rainstorms fell on the coast and inland. There were severe floods in many places in the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins. Low-rise buildings were submerged by the floods. At a glance, it was all turbid yellow water. Countless victims were forced to hide on the roofs waiting for rescue. The earthquake rescue work in Xingqing had not yet ended. Now it was flooded by heavy rain. The death toll suddenly increased. The open space used to place corpses was densely packed with corpses. The scene was horrible. There were also landslides in mountainous areas such as Shancheng. The ring road suddenly collapsed. Several cars were destroyed and people were killed. The village at the foot of the mountain was buried in an instant. The rescue work was difficult. This chain of disasters lasted for more than half a month before it gradually eased with the departure of the seagulls. People dragged their tired bodies back to their homes and tried to pick up their homes again with tears. Every disaster-stricken area is slowly getting better. Everyone comforted each other. The disaster was over. Only Zhou Yang knew that this was probably the last piece before the end of the world. And the end of the world would only be more cruel than the current disaster. Although it was not good to pour cold water on the victims, who had just gained a new life. The fact that the seagull came a week earlier made Zhou Yang uneasy. This means that the end of the world is also very likely to come earlier. In the previous life, the end of the world was in July, starting with a heavy fog. If it comes earlier, it will be a few days away from now. So Zhou Yang decided to post a doomsday survival post in advance. He did not say what was going to happen in the end of the world, but just introduced various possible situations in the end of the world in the post, such as the virus outbreak and zombies in the movie, as well as extreme meteorological disasters such as cold waves and extreme heat. At the same time, Zhou Yang encouraged everyone to cultivate good food and water storage habits in normal times, so that if they really encounter a disaster, they can also save their energy and wait for rescue. Then he began to introduce various skills that might be needed to survive in the end of the world, such as homemade weapons and equipment, balcony planting, water purification, solar panel power generation, and making portable and easy to store food. At the end of the article, Zhou Yang listed a bunch of apocalyptic disaster movies and apocalyptic literature for everyone to watch and learn. And the most common ones were zombie themes. As soon as the post was posted online, it was watched by many netizens. However, this time, nothing related to reality was mentioned. Everyone just thought that the prophet was still a doomsday survival enthusiast. Some netizens joked that if this was also a doomsday prophecy post, he would choose to die directly on the spot, and did not want to survive in the apocalypse at all. A large number of netizens followed and agreed with him. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly at the comments of netizens. In the early stage of the apocalypse in the previous life, many people did choose to commit suicide because they could not face it. After the typhoon left, the temperature remained at around 20 degrees, and did not rise again. Instead, it continued to decline. The humidity in the air became heavier and heavier, and the furniture in the house became damp. Every time it touched the skin, there was a sticky feeling, which made people feel uncomfortable. This situation was exactly the same as the few days before the apocalypse in the previous life. The fog of the apocalypse may be in these few days. It seems that there is no hope of harvesting another wave of new rice in early July. Zhou Yang curled his lips, feeling a little disappointed. 2 more days passed. When he woke up this morning, Zhou Yang felt that even the air he breathed was cold. He found that the temperature had dropped below 10 degrees. He quickly took out the autumn clothes in the space and put them on. After drinking a cup of hot water to catch his breath, he walked to the window and looked out. At this time, the air outside was gradually covered with a layer of mist, as if it was covered by a layer of haze. The visibility was only about 3 or 4 kilometers. Looking at the news on the internet, netizens from all over the country were saying that there was haze in their cities, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The autumn clothes and autumn pants were turned out. The Northeast returned to winter overnight and wrapped in coats again. There was also a netizen who studied in the Netherlands, who also said on the internet that the temperature suddenly dropped in his place and there was haze. You know, the Netherlands is famous for its good environment and has never had such a thing as haze. Gradually, the United States, England, Bear Country, Australia, more and more netizens in foreign countries also posted blogs about the sudden drop in temperature and haze in their local areas. The internet was in chaos, with all kinds of rumors spreading. The global air pollution theory, the ice age theory, the tsunami theory, the earthquake theory, the sun's demise theory, all came out one after another. And finally, it was linked to the theory of the end of the world. It should be said that although the cause and process of the doomsday theory mentioned by netizens are not quite the same as the actual situation, the result is correct. Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, and Zhou Yang is not afraid of exposing his location. So he did not go to the internet cafe again, and planned to post the last Weibo directly at home. Turn on the computer and log into the small account that has not been used for a long time. As soon as I opened the page, I was almost disconnected by 99 plus private messages and comments. Zhou Yang was speechless for a moment, and ignored the news for the time being, and went to edit his Weibo first. Dear netizens, this will be my last Weibo post, and I hope that everyone who sees it can survive to the end. The cooling and haze you see now are just the beginning of a thick fog, which is also the prelude to the coming end of the world. When it becomes pitch dark outside, the fog will reach its peak, and everyone in the world will fall into a deep sleep. And this apocalyptic fog also carries a deadly virus. The virus varies from person to person. Some people will evolve, while others will not change at all. And at least half of the people will become zombies that eat people. So you can also call it a zombie virus. And when the fog dissipates, it will be the real beginning of the end of the world. The preparations and many coping methods that should be made have been told to everyone before. Once again, remind everyone to stock up on supplies in time and prepare self-defense weapons in advance. When the fog is about to reach its peak, don't go out. It's best to be alone in a room. If conditions are limited, everyone in the room needs to be tied up, and there must be enough safe barriers in the middle. If you are lucky, you still have 24 hours. I wish everyone can survive. By the way, if you encounter a zombie, it is best to chop off its head directly. Otherwise you will not die. Goodbye. After typing the last word, he posted on Weibo. After posting, Zhou Yang finally had time to read the messages. Most of them were meaningless and were ignored by him. In the private messages, when I saw that the boy from Xingqing had several messages, I clicked in to read them. The earliest one was after the Xingqing earthquake. The next one was when the typhoon landed. And the latest two were at 5 a.m. today. June 2nd, boss. Thank you so much for your earthquake warning. My parents, grandparents, and many people in the village survived. Thank you so much. June 16th, boss. Are you okay? Xingqing was also flooded. But I listened to you and stocked up half a month's worth of food in advance. And took my parents and grandparents to my uncle, who does business in the next province. I hope you are safe. June 24th, boss. Are you there? Is your doomsday survival post true? June 26th, boss. I stocked up a lot of water and rice these 2 days. And bought 2 machetes and a lot of vegetable seeds. I spent all my New Year's money and pocket money. And was beaten up by my parents. June 29th, boss. I suddenly felt a little panic these days. And I don't know why. I woke up in the middle of the night last night and found that the temperature suddenly dropped sharply. I always felt that something was wrong with the world. Boss, do you think the world is going to end? Boss, are you online? Please reply to me. Zhou Yang shared the Weibo he had just posted with him. And then left a message, prepare more water and food. Keep them for a long time and keep them full. Prepare some basic medicines as well. Don't trust anyone in the apocalypse. You should know that even brothers can kill each other to survive. So be careful about everything. In addition, only the brave who are not afraid and become strong are qualified to survive in the apocalypse. I hope you and your family can survive. The apocalypse will end one day. Goodbye. After that, Zhou Yang went offline directly. He also wanted to make some preparations at this last moment. Chapter 19. The end of the world is coming. Zhou Yang's Weibo post caused a huge uproar as soon as it was published. This time the quarrel was more fierce than before. Even if there was an official response later, deleting the Weibo post would not have any effect. Netizens had long learned to take screenshots, save them, and forward them to each other. After all, the account owner's previous 2 warnings were realized. Didn't you see that those who didn't believe it at the beginning either lost their lives or lost their money? With the lessons learned from the past, no one dared to bet on this one. This is the end of the world. So, the panicked netizens turned to offline. For a time, all the shopping malls and supermarkets, big and small, were full. People frantically purchased supplies and moved boxes of food and daily necessities home. Those who were more particular and had abundant financial resources also bought a lot of advanced products, such as self-defense equipment, outdoor equipment, etc. Of course, there were many people who didn't believe it. These people kept criticizing others' hoarding behavior in the end of the world on the internet, and even took out the incident of grandpas and ants grabbing salt during the nuclear wastewater leakage and discharge to mock those people. Zhou Yang felt relieved when he saw a large number of videos of netizens purchasing supplies on his mobile phone. He was too lazy to pay attention to those who didn't believe him. After all, some people always need to experience it themselves before they know they are wrong. Those who believe him have stockpiled supplies this time, and have more defenses against the end of the world. At least the chance of survival will be greater than in the previous life. Which is enough. He also took advantage of this wave of purchasing frenzy, and drove out to purchase some. But he didn't lack staple food and vegetables. So he only bought fresh milk, yogurt, and fruits that are not easy to store. If these things are not sold today, it will be a waste when the end of the world comes. Which is a pity. Then, he went to the vegetable market to buy enough vegetables for a few days. Before 5 p.m., Zhou Yang returned home. The first thing was to make a big meal for himself and Wando. After eating and drinking, it was already past 7 p.m. The fog outside was a little thicker than during the day, but the visibility was still about a kilometer. Zhou Yang touched his bloated stomach and started to walk around the house to digest the food. He also checked all the doors and windows of the house to make sure they were all closed and locked. Then he took out a medium-sized dog cage from the space, placed it in the living room, and put all of P's stuff in it. P watched his doghouse and food bowl being put into the cage, and he was so anxious that he kept scratching Zhou Yang's trouser legs. Don't make a fuss. I didn't throw it away for you. Why are you so anxious? Zhou Yang turned around and stroked P's head, then grabbed the back of the neck and put it into the cage. Well, from tonight you will temporarily live in this cage, and I will come to see you when you wake up. Understand? You must hold on. Don't turn into a zombie dog. Otherwise, I can only give you a knife and collect your body. Zhou Yang patted P's little head, added some dog food to the food bowl, and closed the cage door directly, remembering that some netizens' dogs can open the door by themselves. I added a small lock for safety, and then turned around and left without worrying about P barking and scratching the door behind him. P whined and scratched the cage non-stop, trying for a long time, but the owner didn't pay attention to it. Finally, it lay back in its nest in melancholy, with its little head on its two front paws, looking at the owner's back pitifully. Zhou Yang walked to the balcony and looked around. The whole community was silent. There were not many lights on in the buildings, and occasionally people could be seen walking downstairs. He looked at his watch. It was almost 8 o'clock. Zhou Yang closed the curtains and lights on the balcony and living room, and went back to the room directly. When he came out of the shower, the fog outside was already very thick. The building in front could only be vaguely seen as an outline, and the visibility was expected to be less than 100 meters. Zhou Yang changed into pajamas, turned around and locked the door of the room, and took a cabinet from the space to block the door. Although P was locked in the cage, if it turned into a zombie, the cage might not be able to lock it, and it might even break the door. So it was safer to lock it and block the door. In just a moment, the fog outside became thicker and thicker, and even the building opposite could not be seen. In the living room, P suddenly became very anxious and restless, hunched over and stared at the direction of the balcony, growling and shouting several times, as if something terrible was coming in from outside. Zhou Yang in the room also heard P's cry, but he didn't go out to see. He knew that P should also feel the crisis of the end of the world. Not daring to delay any longer, Zhou Yang drew the curtains of the room and quickly lay on the bed, wrapped himself tightly with a quilt. Then he looked at the dark room and waited quietly for the arrival of the end of the world. At night, 9 o'clock, the wind suddenly began to sound outside the house. A strong wind blew from somewhere, and the trees were rustling. But the fog was not blown away at all, but became thicker and thicker. If you are outside, even if you stand face to face less than half a meter away, you can't see each other's face clearly. It's really pitch dark. Those who were still outside fell down first, and fell into a deep sleep. Then the mist seeped into the house little by little through the gaps in the doors and windows. People in the house began to fall down one by one. Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard the wind. It seemed that there was no wind in his previous life. Could this be the butterfly effect of his rebirth? After waiting for a long time, the wind became a little smaller, and he didn't feel like falling asleep. Zhou Yang was really impatient, so he had to get up again and open the curtains of the room to check the situation outside. There was nothing to see outside, only a thick fog. Just when he wanted to take out his mobile phone to see what was going on online, he just opened the web page, and before he could see the content clearly, a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over him. It felt exactly the same as before he fell asleep in his previous life. Fuck. She fainted not earlier or later, but when he was not in bed. Zhou Yang could not care less now. He threw his phone away and ran towards the bed, threw himself on the bed, and just as he was about to grab the quilt to cover himself, he fainted. Before he fainted, the only thing Zhou Yang thought of was, I have not been killed by anyone or bitten to death by zombies in this life, but I am going to be frozen to death? Chapter 20. Wake up early. Zhou Yang was woken up by the cold. He felt that he couldn't breathe well. His head was swollen, and his body was still weak. He touched his forehead and found that he had a cold. He also had a low fever. His throat seemed to be inflamed and a little painful. He took out a few cold medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine from the space and took them together. He got up from the bed after a while. He picked up the mobile phone that had fallen on the ground and looked at the time. It had only been more than 20 hours. Less than a day. He woke up early. According to his previous life, shouldn't he have been in a coma for 2 days? Zhou Yang didn't understand the reason. After changing into thicker clothes and removing the wardrobe that blocked the door, Zhou Yang walked out of the room. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw P curled up in a cage and sleeping soundly. There has been no change yet. It seems that we have to wait until it wakes up to see the result. After being hungry for a day, his stomach was empty. However, after catching a cold and having a fever, he had no appetite. However, for the sake of health, Joe Yang still took out a portion of vegetable porridge from the space and forced himself to finish it. Then he laid down on the sofa and took out his computer to check the details online. He found that the latest news was about half an hour before he fell into a coma. And there was no more after that. It seems that he did fall into a coma later than everyone else. At this moment, everyone is probably still in a coma. And only he woke up early. Could it be that the previous decoration was too airtight? So less fog came in, which caused him to fall into a coma later than in his previous life and wake up earlier than in his previous life. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Joe Yang was too lazy to worry about it. Thinking too much would make him bald. The key point was to survive. Thinking that the chickens, ducks and geese in the space should have laid another wave of eggs, and they had to be collected. Throwing away the computer, Joe Yang flashed into the space. As soon as he entered, he found that the space was different from usual. The space seemed to be a little bigger, although it was not very obvious. But he could feel it. And the fog on the hill also dissipated a little. And he could already walk to the middle of the hill. And there was a small well, bubbling out clear spring water. He bent down and tasted it. The spring water was clear and sweet, making people feel very comfortable. What's more magical is that the throat didn't hurt immediately. The symptoms of the cold were also alleviated by half. And there was no feeling of weakness all over the body. Only the nose was still a little blocked. Joe Yang was pleasantly surprised and immediately drank a few more big mouthfuls. He didn't stop until his stomach was full and the cold was completely cured. It seems that this spring water is extraordinary. I don't know if there are any other magical functions besides curing colds. Thinking of this, Joe Yang picked up a bucket of spring water and poured some spring water into the water basins of poultry and livestock. I come back to see if there are any changes in these poultry and livestock after a while. After collecting all the eggs, Joe Yang left the space. Now that he was fully alert, he had the energy to run to the balcony to check around. It was dusk outside, and with the thick fog, there was only darkness. And this thick fog was much lighter than what he saw before he fell into a coma. With visibility of about dozens of meters. At least, he could see the general outline of the opposite floor. Because the house was so soundproof, Joe Yang couldn't hear any sound outside without opening the window. But if he opened the window, he was worried that the virus in the fog outside would infiltrate the house in large quantities. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to take a chance. You can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Opening the lock valve on the window, Joe Yang only opened a small gap at first, and didn't feel anything unusual, so he boldly opened it a little more. Listening carefully, there was no sound outside except for the occasional sound of wind blowing through branches and leaves falling to the ground. It was too quiet. So quiet that there was not even a trace of birds and insects. Joe Yang was silent for a while. Although he had expected it in his heart, it was still very unpleasant to experience this feeling of silence in person. After closing the window, Joe Yang thought about the next plan. Since he woke up early, he naturally couldn't miss such a good opportunity to collect supplies. All the creatures outside were sleeping, which was the safest time. He took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down the key places to go. The city center, the hospital and the industrial park in the suburbs must be visited, as these are the places with the most traffic. The city center has a large number of shopping malls and commercial streets, and there are many residential areas with dense populations. The hospital has a large number of patients and medical staff, while the industrial park is because of the concentration of various manufacturing factories and a large number of workers. When all the creatures wake up and the end of the world really begins, these places will become the most dangerous areas, and it will be difficult to collect supplies. Time is limited. He plans to go out tonight and come back tomorrow night. As for the problem of sleeping, just go into the space directly. However, before going out, he still has to offer sacrifices to his 5 internal organs. The bowl of porridge he drank before was not enough to satisfy his hunger. Not long after, he was starving again. But now that he was energetic, he didn't plan to use up the inventory in the space. He took out the inventory in the refrigerator and started cooking. First, he cooked a pot of rice for himself and steamed a small yellow croaker. Then he took out a bunch of celery and beef and made a plate of celery fried beef. Finally, he felt that it was not rich enough. So he made a dish of fried cabbage with lard. After the dishes were fried, the rice was almost ready. Take out the steamed small yellow croaker. Drizzle a little soy sauce and sesame oil. Sprinkle with a handful of chopped green onions. And pour hot oil. And a plate of fragrant scallion oil small yellow croaker is ready. Joe Yang quickly served a bowl of white rice, and couldn't wait to eat it. I don't know if it was because he was hungry for too long that his appetite became bigger, or because of the blessing of the spring water in the space. Joe Yang finished several dishes, and half a pot of rice in one breath. When he came back to his senses after eating, he was stunned. Joe Yang felt that it was probably both. After a burp, Joe Yang touched his round belly, put the pots and pans into the dishwasher, and rested for a while before starting to prepare his equipment for going out. Jacket, overalls, hiking shoes, night vision goggles, medical protective masks, flashlights, mechanical deep waterproof watches. Everything was dressed neatly. Before going out, he looked at P again and saw that it still showed no signs of waking up. So he had to add a little more dog food to its food bowl, and then turned to the door. Joe Yang did not rush to open the door, but checked his equipment again, and then carefully opened the 3 doors one by one. The corridor at the door was also foggy, but it did not affect the vision much. After closing the door, Joe Yang stood outside the door for a while, until he was sure that the fog had no effect on him. And then, he was relieved. He took the elevator directly to the underground garage, found his parking space, and drove his car away. As the car drove through the community, Joe Yang could more directly feel the loneliness of being the only living person in the world. In the security booth at the entrance of the community, a security guard was lying on the table, still in a coma. Fortunately, the gates in and out of this community are all automatically recognized by license plates, which does not affect Joe Yang's going out at all. Joe Yang went straight to the city center after leaving the community. Chapter 21 0 Yuan Shopping. It was still quiet outside, without any sound. Joe Yang drove very slowly along the way. After all, visibility was low, and he was afraid of hitting someone. Although there should be no one walking outside now, it is possible that someone did not have time to go home and fainted on the road. Not to mention, along the way, he really saw many pedestrians lying on the roadside, and even 2 young lovers hugging each other and falling in the middle of the road. Joe Yang had no choice but to stop the car temporarily and move the young couple to 2 corners at a certain distance from each other, so that if one of them mutated into a zombie, the other would not die on the spot. In this way, Joe Yang drove slowly for more than an hour, which was originally more than half an hour, and finally arrived at the largest shopping mall in the city center. The door of the mall was wide open at this moment. After all, the fog did not come too late, and these large shopping malls and supermarkets in the city center had not yet closed. At the entrance and exit gates, some people fell down here and there. Basically young people who did not believe in evil. Joe Yang shook his head and walked past these people and went directly into the mall. There were also quite a few people lying down in 2s and 3s. Judging from their clothes, there were quite a few individual customers besides the guides in each store. Joe Yang could not care about so many people, so he went directly to the underground supermarket. It was a similar situation inside, with quite a few people lying in all directions. He first came to the fresh food area and put all the relatively fresh fruits, vegetables, meat, and aquatic products, which would not be preserved after the day after tomorrow, into the space. As for the frozen ones, he did not touch them for the time being. After all, the power outage would only last about half a month in the end of the world, and these frozen ones would not go bad for a while. And he had a lot of frozen ones in the space, which he could not finish eating in his lifetime. As for the rice and grain area, Joe Yang did not take much vacuum-packed rice and flour, only 1/3. But he put all the rice and coarse grains that were placed outside in bulk into the space. These foods exposed to the air were easily contaminated by zombies, so it was better to take them away. Joe Yang also took away all the fresh milk and yogurt that needed to be refrigerated, because it would be a waste to keep them anyway. Then, he came to the daily necessities area and took half of everything he needed. Joe Yang took a little more from the beverage and candy area and the pastry area at the back, especially chocolate, which is the best food to replenish physical strength and sugar, and it is convenient to carry. Finally, He came to the maternal and child area, thinking that although he couldn't even support himself in his last life, let alone marry a wife, he might be able to marry a wife in this life. He should prepare more. So, Zhou Yang took away all the maternal and child products on the shelves. Considering that girls still have menstrual periods, Zhou Yang went back and took away all the sanitary napkins. He also took away brown sugar ginger tea, flour tea, iron supplements, blood supplements, and nutritional milk powder. When the supermarket was almost done, Zhou Yang returned to the first floor of the mall. The first floor is mainly jewelry stores and car showrooms. And there are also several milk tea shops, coffee shops, KFC and McDonald's. Zhou Yang first collected the gold jewelry, silver jewelry, and better jade from various jewelry stores into the space. Gold can be used for many scientific research products, and has always been scarce in the end times. As for silver jewelry and jade, they have the effects of calming the nerves, sterilizing and detoxifying. Wearing them for a long time is beneficial to the human body, and is also very popular after the foundation of the end times is stable. In his previous life, he had seen many rich people wearing silver jewelry and jade jewelry. Otherwise, he would not have been targeted. Then he went to the car shop, found the key, and took away all the SUVs. Cars are consumables in the end times, and the more you have, the better. As for the sports cars, Zhou Yang didn't even look at them. These things can only be driven on flat ground, and the noise is loud, which is particularly attractive to zombies, and is not practical at all. Zhou Yang naturally didn't let go of the milk tea shop. Milk tea powder, and coffee beans are also scarce in the end times. As for KFC and McDonald's fried chicken and hamburgers, he naturally took them all, and even searched their cold storages and cleared out their stocks. The first floor ended, and the second, third and fourth floors mainly sold household goods, children's clothing, men's and women's clothing, adhering to the principle of rather taking the wrong ones than letting them go. Zhou Yang took them all. The fifth and sixth floors were the dining area. Zhou Yang searched every store and got a lot of pre-made dishes, condiments and grains and oils. The top floor was a cinema and a fitness club. But Zhou Yang was not interested, so he didn't go up. After the mall, Zhou Yang began to sweep several surrounding commercial streets, restaurants, hotels, pharmacies, cake shops, maternal and child stores, mobile phone stores, bars, bookstores, pet stores. As long as the door was not locked, Zhou Yang basically didn't let it go. However, apart from the books in the bookstore, he did not take all the other supplies. After all, he still had to leave some room for others to survive. He worked until 12 o'clock in the evening and finally finished collecting this area. Without stopping, Zhou Yang drove away directly and headed for the Municipal People's Hospital a few kilometers away. He was not short of basic over-the-counter drugs, but he did not have many prescription drugs and some special medicines in his space. And basic medical equipment was also the focus of this collection. Arrived at the hospital, entered the hospital from the emergency department. What he saw was the patients and their families lying on the ground, as well as many doctors and nurses. It was unknown how many of these people would mutate into zombies, and those doctors and nurses might not be able to escape and would die here. Zhou Yang felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. There were too many patients in the hospital, and the patients had poor physical conditions and were more likely to mutate into zombies. This led to all hospitals becoming severely affected areas at the beginning of the apocalypse. And it was also one of the most difficult places to collect supplies in the apocalypse. He could no longer take care of those patients and their families, but the doctors and nurses could still rescue them. He cleared several clinics, dragged the doctors and nurses in groups of 4, took ropes from the space and tied their hands and feet with slipknots, and then tied them in the 4 corners of the clinic to ensure that they would not touch each other, and then closed the door of the clinic. After dealing with the doctors and nurses, Zhou Yang came to the medicine dispensing area and took some of the various Western and Chinese medicines. Then he ran to the outpatient area and the testing area and collected some commonly used testing instruments, even a few B ultrasound and color ultrasound equipment. When he came out of the hospital, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Yang didn't plan to rest because he didn't feel sleepy. The industrial zone was a bit far from here, so he planned to go to several gas stations nearby to get some gas. Now he can use his employee card to refuel for free, and he can refuel as much as he wants, and there is no limit. rubbing his hands. Zhou Yang smiled. Arriving at the nearest gas station, Zhou Yang took a gas card from the fallen staff, took out the empty barrel in the space, and started to refuel with the help of the car. This time, not only number 92 gasoline and diesel, but also number 95 and number 98 gasoline were not spared. After filling up, he specially marked the barrel with a marker to avoid taking the wrong one in the future. After sweeping 2 gas stations in a row, when he arrived at the 3rd gas station, Zhou Yang unexpectedly found a large gasoline tanker that had not been unloaded yet. He put it into the space without thinking, and this large tank was equivalent to all the gasoline he had collected since the end of the world. In the end of the world, he didn't have to worry about gasoline. Since there was enough gasoline, Zhou Yang would only collect some diesel for backup. After all, he also had diesel generators and speedboats that needed a lot of fuel. He was busy until after 5 o'clock in the morning, and finally saved enough diesel. At this time, Zhou Yang was indeed tired and sleepy. So he found a secluded place to park the car, entered the space, ate something casually, took a shower, and went straight to bed. Chapter 22. There is no day and night in the space, so Zhou Yang always draws the curtains tightly when he sleeps in it. When he woke up, he felt a little confused about what day it was. Zhou Yang took a rest in bed for a while, waited until his mind was clearer before slowly sitting up, rubbed his messy hair, and took a shower first. After washing up, he took out the ready-made breakfast to fill his stomach first. After breakfast, he thought about today's plan and hurried out of the space. The outside was still shrouded in fog, looking gloomy. Looking at the time, it was still early, just over 8 o'clock in the morning. The world at this moment still seemed quiet and peaceful, and the sun was still hidden by the thick fog. But the fog was lighter than yesterday. There was no one on the street, only a little rustling sound made by the breeze gently blowing through the leaves. Taking advantage of the last calm before the end of the world, Zhou Yang drove off to the industrial park in the suburbs to start today's 0 yuan shopping journey. Passing by the city library on the way, Zhou Yang felt it was a pity to think that all the books in it would be destroyed in the end of the world. Moreover, the collection of books in the city library is richer and more diverse than that of the small bookstores outside. There are all kinds of books, and there should be many practical books that he can use, rather than leaving them here to gather dust and eventually be destroyed. It is better to take them away now, and donate them to the base later. He believes that in the late end of the world, everything will be stable, and education will definitely be valued again. At that time, these books will be treasures of mankind. However, the library has been closed for a long time, and Zhou Yang can't get in. He can only find a fire axe and break into a window on the 1st floor. The library is very large, with a total of 5 floors, and there is no one at this time. I read the introduction at the door before. There are more than 500,000 books in it. The collection of books ranges from literary classics to agricultural, industrial and animal husbandry. There is a wide variety of books. For convenience, Zhou Yang took away the bookshelf directly. Literary classics were placed in one corner, novels were placed in another, and practical books that might be useful to me were placed in another pile, so that it would be convenient for me to find books later. It was an hour later when I finished collecting books from the city library. Zhou Yang did not stop and continued to drive on his way. Finally, at around 10 o'clock in the morning, he arrived at the largest local industrial park, Baijishan Industrial Park. The whole park was very quiet, and there was no one outside, but there must be many people in each factory area. You can tell by looking at the parking lot outside each factory area. It was full of cars, donkeys, electric cars, everything. The first one at the entrance of the park was a clothing factory. According to the rule that clothing factories generally produce off-season, this one should also be making winter clothes now. Zhou Yang went directly to the warehouse to take a look. Sure enough, all kinds of winter clothes were in sight, both men's and women's. And there were also many children's clothes. They were basically down jackets. But there were also many leather coats and cashmere coats. He was not picky. No matter what quality and style, he would take them all. Anyway, if you don't need it, you can exchange it with others. After collecting the winter clothes, Zhou Yang walked inside and found that there were still a lot of summer and autumn clothes in stock. He also collected a lot of them into the space. Finally, he also collected a few sewing machines and a lot of fabrics, threads, rivets, buttons, and so on. He planned that if he had no clothes to wear one day after the end of the world, he would try to learn tailoring and make them himself. He also went to the boss's office. But unfortunately, the boss was very simple, and a female boss. There was no cigarette or alcohol. In addition to a little tea, there were more skincare products, cosmetics, and perfumes. In line with the principle of not wasting, Zhou Yang also took them all away. After leaving the garment factory, Zhou Yang went directly to the water plant next door and took away half of the various barrels of water in stock. He even took a lot of the recycled empty barrels, which could be used as spare parts for gasoline and water, or as containers for growing vegetables. Before leaving, he also took away 2 sets of water filtration devices and a lot of water purifiers and water purification tablets. After the end of the world, many surface water sources were polluted, not to mention drinking directly. Even washing clothes is not allowed. These filtering devices will be rare in the future. After that, Zhou Yang went to the third one. This is a food processing factory. There are a lot of syrups, honey, flour, rice, glutinous rice, etc. in the raw material warehouse. There is an independent cold storage room inside. When you open it, you will find all kinds of vegetables, fruits, dairy products, fermented rice, etc. There is also a freezer at the end of the cold storage room, which is used to store ice cubes and various meats and fish. This inventory is enough for Zhou Yang to search 2 fresh supermarkets. But he still only took a part of it away. After all, he has no shortage of food. The inventory in the space is enough for him to eat for 2 lifetimes. Then he moved to the finished product warehouse and saw a pile of large cartons that had been packed. Fortunately, there were product labels on each wooden pallet and carton. Otherwise, he would have felt dizzy. A closer look revealed that this food processing factory had quite a lot of products, including all kinds of bread, candy, sausages, potato chips, canned fruit, canned meat, canned fish, everything. Zhou Yang also collected a portion of each. Before leaving, after thinking about it, Zhou Yang went to the production workshop and took away 2 canned processing lines, one for canned fruit and one for canned meat. In addition, he also took 2 vacuum packaging machines. Food is not easy to preserve in the end times, so it is much more convenient to have these 2 things in hand. Moreover, there are several large generators in his space, so as long as several production lines are not operating at the same time, it should be able to hold up. Behind the food processing factory are several cable factories. Zhou Yang only took hundreds of boxes of more durable copper wire Super 6 category wires from the warehouse, and did not take the others because he did not like them and could not use them all. The production line of wires was even more useless to him. He was attracted by the 2 high-power diesel engines that every cable factory had. He didn't take much, so he took 2 and put them in the space for backup. Although the previous food processing factory also had a generator, he saw that the generator was only connected to the cold storage room, and it was estimated that it would automatically operate when the power went out, so he didn't move it. The generator of the cable factory here was not affected, so he took it without any burden. Finally, Zhou Yang took all the metal raw materials such as copper wire, copper-clad aluminum wire, iron wire, and steel wire in the raw material warehouse into the space. You know, when the infrastructure was built in the end of the world, metals were also very scarce, and they could be used to exchange points and materials in the future. In one of the cable factories, Zhou Yang saw a Hummer parked in the carport and an off-road RV as soon as he entered. His eyes lit up immediately, and he hurried to visit the boss's office first. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a large wine cabinet in the sun on the right side of the boss's chair, filled with various high-end white and red wines, and a large double-opening refrigerator, which contained various teas and beverages. Zhou Yang didn't miss any of them and put them all into the space. Then he went to the boss's desk and looked around, and indeed found several car keys. Because he couldn't tell which 2 keys belonged to the upper and lower cars, he simply took them all away. He went downstairs and tried them one by one, and after he had sorted them out, he put the car and the keys into the space. Chapter 23. Behind several cable factories is a large photovoltaic factory. Zhou Yang was in great need of photovoltaic panels. The stock he had on hand was only enough for short-term consumption. They were quite durable in normal weather like now. But once they encountered extremely hot or cold weather, the damage rate would be high, so he had to collect more. He took away a lot of photovoltaic panels of various specifications in the warehouse, and stopped only when he estimated that they would be enough for him to use for decades. He had just come out of the photovoltaic factory, and was about to go to the next one when his stomach rumbled. He raised his hand to check the time, and found that it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. No wonder his stomach was empty. He first returned to the car, and then flashed back to the space. He first took out a plate full of rice, then took out a large portion of green pepper beef fillet, and covered it with it. It was immediately a delicious rice topped with toppings, with a bowl of seaweed soup and a plate of fruit. A lunch was solved. After dinner, Zhou Yang rested in the space for a while, dozed off, and then left the space again. It took less than half an hour in total. The first shop in the afternoon was a lighting fixture factory. The stock inside was all kinds of lighting fixtures, such as light bulbs, colored lights, emergency lights, bathroom lights, etc. Zhou Yang collected some of them. After that, he went to the office area to search around and found a lot of snacks, milk tea and coffee, and toilet paper. The boss of this shop is also a fishing enthusiast. There are all kinds of fishing gear and bait in the whole cabinet. He also took them all away. In the future, he can fish in the space when he is free. The second shop is a listed furniture company. Zhou Yang went to the warehouse first. He originally planned to collect more bedding and mattresses. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it was because the inventory had just been cleared or it was the off-season. There were not many finished products stored in it. Only a few sets of bed frames and desks and coffee tables. But when he found the exhibition building on the west side of the factory later, Zhou Yang instantly became energetic. As soon as I entered, I saw that the exhibition hall on the first floor was filled with beds, wardrobes, desks, sofas, coffee tables, mattresses, carpets, lazy sofas, etc., all of which were matched in a complete set. And there was a small exhibition area every few meters. Bedroom, study, living room, cloakroom. It was like moving my home here. And each one had a different style. There were more than 20 sets on a single floor, and there were 2 more floors above, with a similar layout. After walking around the entire exhibition building, Zhou Yang began to pick out the styles he liked and the materials that were better, and put them into the space. He took several sets in a row and decorated several empty rooms in the space wooden building, even the living room on the first floor. In addition, he also collected a few more sets for backup, and looted several more mattresses. Before leaving, Zhou Yang went to the office area and the office of the listed boss, as usual. The listed boss's office was indeed different. One person occupied an entire floor. In addition to the office, lounge, wine storage room, and even a gym. After collecting all the useful things in sight, Zhou Yang also put the large safe in the office into the space, and slowly studied how to open it when he had time. After that, he searched carefully again, and found a few imported cigarettes, and a few packs of tea in the drawer, as well as a whole row of car keys, each of which had the logo of a luxury car. But it seemed that there was no luxury car parked in the parking shed at the door. Could it be parked somewhere else? After leaving the office building with a bunch of car keys, Zhou Yang wandered around the factory area and finally found that the bottom floor of the office building had been converted into a small underground parking lot, where several luxury cars were parked at the moment. A McLaren supercar, a BMW's latest X10, a Porsche Cayenne, an imported electric car, and a commercial vehicle with very good performance. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. In addition to the McLaren sports car and the electric car, the other 2 off-road vehicles and the commercial vehicle were all collected. He actually liked the electric car, but he had no place to charge it in the end times. Even if there is electricity in his space, he can't install a charging station. But it seems that it can be collected as a collection. Besides, if the power system is fully restored in the late end of the apocalypse, electric cars can be used again. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang also put away the electric car. After putting away the car, the furniture factory is over. After leaving the furniture factory, Zhou Yang went to a textile processing factory next door. The warehouse of this company mainly contains bedding, curtains, bath towels, etc., in addition to cat and dog beds and stuffed toys. He picked out the relatively plain 4-piece sets and curtains and put them into the space, and also picked out a few large dog beds and teething toys for Wando. As for the boss's office, it was actually very old-fashioned. Not only was the decoration simple, but there was nothing except a few packs of cigarettes and a few bottles of water. I did find a few boxes of tissues and some food in the office area and utility room. After leaving the textile processing factory, I went to a medical device factory at the back. The most stocked items were disposable protective clothing, masks, face shields and other protective equipment, as well as restraints, stretchers, wheelchairs, and other rehabilitation equipment. Zhou Yang accepted everything and took a lot of them, especially protective equipment. The more the better. It will be very convenient when I go out to dig out the crystal cores of zombies in the future. And I don't have to worry about my clothes getting dirty. And I can just throw them away after use. Zhou Yang finally wandered around the office building, collected some snacks, drinks and daily necessities and left. Then, he went to another electrical appliance company, which is a listed group company. And the factory area alone is 2 or 3 times larger than others. This company mainly produces and sells various electrical appliances, such as air conditioners, refrigerators, electric fans, heaters, direct drinking machines, induction cookers, hand warmers. They have everything that uses electricity. Zhou Yang was not short of electricity. Even if he couldn't use electricity outside, he could still use it in the space. So he collected all kinds of electrical appliances. The company's inventory actually had many different types of batteries, probably for testing small supporting products and office use. And Zhou Yang took them all away. After collecting this electrical company, he almost reached the end of the entire industrial park. There were only 2 companies left. One was a paper product factory, and the other was a printing factory. In addition to various paper products, the inventory inside was also various printing pigments. Zhou Yang didn't let it go either, and went in to collect a lot of white paper and paper products for printing, and even moved several printers in the office area. Of course, various printing inks were not left behind. When the industrial park was completely finished, it was already past 6 p.m. Although he was hungry again, Zhou Yang didn't want to stay here any longer. So he drove away first. He planned to find a place closer to the town, then park the car and go back to the space for dinner. Chapter 24 The End of the World begins. Zhou Yang drove the car to the nearest town and stopped. He locked the car and then entered the space. The first thing he did was to take a shower. Although the temperature was not high now, only a few degrees. He had been running around all day and had sweated a lot, which was not very comfortable. After taking a shower, he came out refreshed. Now he was not in a hurry to collect supplies, and he had plenty of time. So Zhou Yang decided to make dinner himself. The various small kitchen appliances he had just collected could be used. He took out 2 ribs, chopped them into small pieces, cleaned them, drained the water, and then divided them into 2 portions and marinated them separately. He planned to make 1 portion into salt and pepper ribs, and the other portion into steamed ribs with flour. While waiting, Zhou Yang took out 2 potatoes, cut them into shreds, and soaked them in water. Then he took out the other side dishes, washed them, cut them, and set them aside. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhou Yang steamed the rice, and then wrapped one of the ribs with a layer of flour and glutinous rice and steamed it directly. The other one was fried directly in the pan until golden, and then pepper, salt, and spices were added and stir-fried, and a portion of pepper and salt ribs was ready. Next, he fried a plate of sour and spicy potato shreds and oyster sauce king oyster mushrooms, and made a kohlrabi and tofu soup to relieve greasiness. When the last dish was out of the pot, the rice and steamed ribs were almost done. 5 dishes and 1 soup, with good color, fragrance and taste, make people drool just by looking at them. Although there were a lot of dishes, each dish was made in moderate quantities this time. And in the end, all except the rice were cleared. After eating and drinking, cleaning up the kitchen, and adding food and water to the poultry and livestock, it was only about 7 o'clock outside. It was too early to go back at this time, and Zhou Yang planned to go to several small towns around to collect some before leaving. There is basically no nightlife in the small towns here after 8 o'clock in the evening, except for a few small restaurants and barbecue and hot pot restaurants that do night markets. All others close their shops early and go home. His main target this time is the barbecue skewers and hot pot dishes in these barbecue and hot pot restaurants. They are all good things, especially the hot pot base, which is basically made by each boss himself, and has more soul than those sold on the assembly line. Zhou Yang drove around the town and stopped to take a look at the shops that were not closed. There were all kinds of barbecue skewers, barbecue ingredients, hot pot dishes, homemade bases, dipping sauces, fried chicken and beer, etc., which were sold to his heart's content. In addition to barbecue restaurants, hot pot restaurants, there were also many small stir-fry restaurants. Zhou Yang received a lot of pre-prepared dishes, fresh fish and shrimp, and condiments. In addition, there was a small shopping mall that was not closed in one of the towns. However, the small shopping mall was not very lively at first glance. It was a large venue, and there were only a few stores in total on the 3 floors. There were only 4 restaurants and a baby store, a milk tea shop, a fast food restaurant, a hot pot restaurant, and a KFC on the first floor. And that was it. The second floor was even more deserted, with only a medium-sized supermarket, a martial arts hall, and 2 clothing stores, and only a movie theater and a billiard hall on the 3rd floor. Zhou Yang searched for everything and collected a lot of food and drinks, and finally went to the billiard hall to collect a billiard table. Zhou Yang was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he drove directly back home, and he didn't plan to go out again until all species woke up tomorrow. He drove home at the speed of a classic car again, and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when he got home. As soon as the family entered the door, Zhou Yang went to see P first, but it was a pity that it was still sleeping and didn't wake up. However, its size was much larger than when it was a puppy before. Now it looks at least 7 or 8 months old, and it curled up and filled its doghouse. The cage, which was originally quite large, now looks very crowded. Fortunately, the doghouses brought back from the textile factory are the largest, so they can be used even if P grows up a little bit. He took out a new doghouse from the space and placed it in the place where P had settled before, and put 2 teething toys in it, and also replaced it with an oversized food bowl. After decorating P's new home, Zhou Yang went back to the room to take a shower. After changing into a set of home clothes, Zhou Yang slept for the last time. The next morning, Zhou Yang was awakened by the screams of a human. He knew what this meant, and his mind was clear in an instant. The end of the world has officially begun. He closed his eyes and felt his body. Sure enough, he was still an ordinary person without superpowers. Although he felt a little regretful, he was not discouraged. After all, he had a life-saving space given by his ancestors in this life, which was better than anything else. After stretching and getting up, Zhou Yang hurriedly washed up and went to the window to check the situation. The fog outside had been dispersed completely at some point. The entire community still seemed peaceful and tranquil at this moment. The sun, which had not been seen for many days, shone on the green shade of the lake and the paths among the flowers, making it seem like a paradise. If we put aside the screams we heard just now, everything would still be beautiful. There was no movement in the building opposite, and Zhou Yang didn't know where the sound came from. After changing his clothes, Zhou Yang quietly left the room and took a machete from the space and held it in his palm. He was a little worried that P would mutate. However, when he came to the cage in the living room, he only saw the dog that was so big that it filled the cage but was still sleeping. Zhou Yang walked around the cage and didn't see it react. In the end, he even knocked on the cage with a machete. But P was still as quiet as a chicken. Zhou Yang, what happened? Did it fall asleep directly? Putting down the machete, he reached out and touched P's back. It was warm, breathing, and it didn't look like it was going to turn into a zombie. Seeing that P was fine, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had only raised P for a short time, he had some feelings for it. But since P didn't turn into a zombie, it was very likely that it was still evolving and had not fully awakened, which led to its failure to wake up. I don't have superpowers, but it seems nice to have a dog with superpowers. But the cage is too small, so I have to let P out. If it grows bigger, the cage will be broken. Zhou Yang quickly took out a pair of pliers from the space, cut off one side of the cage, and then dragged P out of it and temporarily placed it on the carpet in the living room. He originally wanted to take P to the new doghouse, but it was too heavy now, and he couldn't move it. Coming out of the narrow cage, P's sleeping posture stretched out visibly, just like a big dog, and it was even bigger than an ordinary adult Alaskan. After placing P, Zhou Yang ran to the balcony and took a telescope to carefully observe the entire community again. Although it has only been open for half a year, and the occupancy rate is not high, there are at least dozens of households in total. Chapter 25: Killing Zombies. The windows of the houses with residents in the high-rise residential buildings are basically closed tightly. Although it is not very clear, you can still see that there are blood stains on the windows of several households. It is estimated that they are in danger. There is also a male zombie wandering aimlessly in the house diagonally opposite. He doesn't seem to attack when he sees no living people. It seems that he is either a bachelor or his family is hiding well. Switching to the villa area in the south, Zhou Yang turned his head and saw a naked man with dyed blonde hair running out of one of the villas. There were a lot of blood stains on his neck and body. Behind him were two naked women with distorted faces and kept screaming. This is a rich second generation playing threesomes. This time, the two women have become zombies. The man wanted to escape from the villa yard, but before he could open the door, he was knocked down by one of the zombie women and bit on the neck. Another female zombie also took the opportunity to pounce on the man and gnawed on his stomach. Blood splattered all over the ground, and even his intestines were dragged out. After a few seconds, the man stopped struggling. After more than 10 minutes, the man who was originally bitten into a bloody mess stood up again. But at this moment, he was no longer a human being, but a zombie infected by the virus, without the fresh human breath. The two female zombies also stood up. The three zombies began to wander in the yard. If it weren't for the bloodstains and rotting bodies, it would look like they were walking in their own garden. Sighing, Zhou Yang put down the telescope angrily. After observing the general situation of the entire community, Zhou Yang turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Although it was disgusting to see zombies eating people just now, breakfast still had to be eaten. Zhou Yang simply fried 2 eggs produced in the space, and a few slices of bacon, and made 2 sandwiches with lettuce and cucumbers grown in the space. While eating a sandwich, he was thinking whether he should go out again. The zombies are still the weakest now, and most of them have not wandered outside, so it is relatively safe. At the same time, it is also the best time to practice killing zombies. Zhou Yang didn't plan to stay at home all the time. After all, if he didn't go out, he would have endless supplies, and would only become a thorn in the eyes of others. He always had to go out to get some supplies to hide his tracks. And it was inevitable to go out and fight zombies. In the early stage, he might be able to find supplies by himself. When the zombies gradually become stronger, and various mutant plants and animals appear, he will have to team up with others if he wants to go out. If you are timid and dare not even fight zombies, no team can take you. After thinking about it, Zhou Yang decided to go out, fight zombies to practice, and pick up some supplies by the way. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Yang took out the previous travel equipment, fully armed, put on a backpack, took a few self-defense weapons, and went out. This time he did not choose to take the elevator, but climbed downstairs. The reason for not taking the elevator was that he was not sure if there were any zombies in the underground parking lot, and the sound of the elevator going down would attract zombies. If a few zombies rushed in as soon as the elevator door opened, he would be very passive in the elevator, and the risk factor would be greater. Although climbing the stairs was a bit tiring and slow, it was more beneficial to him. By the way, he could also check the situation in the building and clean up zombies in time if he found them. Opposite his house was an empty house. Although it was renovated, no one had lived there. The 4 floors above were also uninhabited, so he could just go down the stairs. There were people living on the 12th, 8th, 5th, and 2nd floors below, so he could focus on observing them. Zhou Yang went down to the 12th floor smoothly. It seemed that a young couple lived on this floor. They probably just got married not long ago, and they saw a child. Zhou Yang walked to the door of the room quietly, and left without hearing any movement from inside. Anyway, the zombies are stupid in the early stage, and won't open the door. If the people inside become zombies, they can't get out. Then he came to the 8th floor, 5th floor, and 2nd floor. The doors of the 3 houses were all closed, and there was no movement. Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the people inside were like now, it was a good thing that there was no movement. When he reached the 1st floor, Zhou Yang first went to see if the door at the entrance of the 1st floor was safe and sound. And then he went directly to the underground parking lot along the stairs. The entrance of the 1st floor and the entrance of the underground parking lot of this building were closed when Zhou Yang came back yesterday. Anyway, everyone had access cards in their hands, and could swipe the cards to enter and exit. Closing them would prevent the zombies outside from coming in. When he came to the entrance of the underground parking lot, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that there was no movement outside, he carefully opened the door. It was still quiet outside, with only a few roars, and the sound of bumping into things from a distance. It seems that there are still zombies. Zhou Yang held the fire axe, and slowly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Finally, at the other end of the underground parking lot, 3 zombies were found. A family of 3, wandering around several cars. They should have just returned from the night before, but they fainted here before they could go home. Zhou Yang held his breath and thought of you. Approaching carefully, and before the zombies could react, he chopped down the male zombie with one axe, showing no mercy. Maybe he was unfamiliar with the hand, or he used too much force. The zombie's head was directly split in half by him, and the red and white brain matter instantly flowed all over the floor. Zhou Yang shook his numb arms and felt that his exercise was still effective. It was not so easy to chop the first zombie in his previous life. Just as he was thinking, the other 2 zombies, one big and one small, heard the sound and smelled the smell of a living person on Zhou Yang, and all roared and pounced on him. Zhou Yang kicked the little zombie aside, and at the same time, he swung the axe and chopped the head of the female zombie, killing it with one blow. Zhou Yang felt a little sorry for the last little zombie left. This was a little girl who had just mutated into a zombie. She looked only 5 or 6 years old. There were big holes on her neck and hands, and blood was flowing out, dyeing her white princess dress red. This was obviously bitten by her parents. He sighed, although he couldn't bear it. But Zhou Yang gave the little girl a quick death. Only complete death is her best destination. He found the car keys from the male zombie, and then found the family's car, put the little girl's body in the back seat, and locked it. This car is the resting place of this child. After that, Zhou Yang searched around the parking lot again, chopped down 2 more zombies, and released another one who was trapped in the cab and couldn't get out, and took the SUV of one of the zombies away. After confirming that there were no zombies in the basement, Zhou Yang returned to his parking space, got in the car and drove out. Chapter 26 Save People. Driving out from the underground and onto the road of the community, the sound of the car attracted all the zombies wandering around the community. Fortunately, there were not many, only a few. Zhou Yang simply let the zombies chase behind him, and lead them directly outside the community, all the way to the gate. The uncle in the guard booth had also turned into a zombie. He didn't have time to pay attention. After the gate automatically recognized the license plate and opened, Zhou Yang drove away directly. The zombies behind really ran out after the car. When he got on the main road and drove to a place far away from the community, he increased the speed and got rid of these zombies. Zhou Yang went straight to the nearest commercial street, but he only wanted to pick up some things in a few small shops on the periphery, and didn't plan to go deeper. After all, this place is known as a bar street. It is estimated that there are many zombies inside that are not safe. Besides, there is nothing else in the bar except alcohol, and he doesn't need it. After getting rid of all the dozen zombies wandering around, he took some food and daily necessities from the small supermarkets and small commodity markets outside. When the trunk was almost full, he turned to the hardware city a few streets away. There was also a building materials market there, just in time to collect another wave of building materials and steel. When he arrived at the hardware city, there was basically no one else here, and the only few zombies were the security guards here. After spending some time getting rid of the zombies, Zhou Yang spent another hour and a half to sweep the hardware city and the building materials market, collecting all kinds of hardware, power strips, tools and props, building materials, and decoration materials. After successfully completing the task, Zhou Yang decided to go home, driving at high speed all the way, not giving the zombies along the way a chance to follow the car. He soon returned to the vicinity of the community. When he was almost at the gate, Zhou Yang suddenly found a silver-gray sports car crashed into the wall near the gate of the community. There were also a circle of zombies surrounding it, scratching the car door constantly. Even the zombie uncle in the guard booth broke through the door and ran out. Which idiot drove a sports car to attract zombies and crashed into the wall? And it was probably seriously injured and bleeding a lot. Otherwise these zombies would not be so excited. Zhou Yang struggled for a while. whether to pretend not to see it, and finally stepped over the psychological barrier, parked the car, and went to check. In order to speed up, Zhou Yang directly took the machete this time, and killed the Karami zombies one by one. It didn't take long for all the zombies to be solved. Zhou Yang then looked out to check the situation in the car. There was only the man in the driver's seat in the car. At this moment, blood was flowing from his head. His face was bloody, and the whole person was lying on the airbag, and there was a lot of blood on his body. Zhou Yang punctured the airbag before moving the man down, and then checked it carefully again. The man had no other wounds except for the head injury, so he should not have been bitten. After moving him down, Zhou Yang was in trouble again. If he left the man lying here, he would definitely die. But if he took him back, what if he got into trouble? After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to take him back first. If the man woke up and turned his back on his kindness, he would beat him to death and put him in the pig manure in the space. But he had to tie the man up first, and seal his mouth with tape, so that if he got infected, he would be able to deal with it. He took out the bandages, tied up the man's hands and feet, and sealed his mouth with tape. After tying the man tightly, Zhou Yang started to move him, who knew that the man looked thin, but he was very strong, and he was more than a head taller than him. In the end, it took a lot of effort to move the man to the back seat. Before leaving, Zhou Yang searched the man's car inside and out to see if there were any supplies that could be used. Unfortunately, I only found a few bottles of water and coffee in the car refrigerator, and 2 packs of cigarettes in the car pocket. That's it. This rich second generation is really poor. Zhou Yang pouted and drove into the community. As soon as he entered the community, Zhou Yang found that there were also several zombies gathered near the wall at the door. It was estimated that they were on the other side of the community before, and were attracted by the sound at the gate. He drove the car directly to the entrance of the basement elevator, and the zombies that had gathered at the gate also followed. He stopped the car, and took advantage of the time difference of the zombies catching up. Zhou Yang got out of the car with a machete. After dealing with the zombies one by one and dragging them all to the side, and piling them in an empty parking space in the distance, Zhou Yang went to press the elevator. This time, I have to take one person and supplies up, so I have to take the elevator. When the elevator came down, I first confirmed that there were no zombies inside, and then ran to move the man in the back seat down and dragged him into the elevator, and moved the supplies in the trunk into the elevator. In just a dozen seconds, the elevator reached Zhou Yang's floor. After transferring the supplies and the man from the elevator to the corridor, Zhou Yang turned around to open the door. When he opened the door and went in, everything in the house was still the same as when he left. He was still lying on the carpet in the living room, with no sign of waking up. Zhou Yang ignored it for the time being. He turned around and dragged the rescued man into the second bedroom. Because there was no bed installed inside, he directly took a thick carpet to pad the bottom. Then he went to move a few boxes of supplies in, and piled them in a corner of the living room. It was already past dinner time, and Zhou Yang's stomach kept growling. He was already starving. However, the most important thing at the moment was not to fill his stomach, but to quickly treat the wound of the injured man. If not treated in time, it is likely to cause the infection to worsen and even endanger his life. So even though his stomach was protesting, Zhou Yang still resisted the hunger. Quickly got up and found a clean towel and first aid kit, and began to bandage the man. He first gently tore off the tape on the man's mouth, but the bandages on his hands and feet remained unchanged. Then, he picked up a wet towel and wiped the man's face. After the blood stains disappeared, the man's appearance gradually emerged. His facial features, like those carved by a blade, looked masculine and handsome. A few strands of hair drooped on his pale face due to blood loss, making the man look even more vulnerable. Looking at the handsome man, Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and a little envy surged in his heart. After all, such height and appearance were what he lacked. Although he himself was not bad looking, he was more of a delicate type, and his height was only 176 centimeters. Looking at the man's 1.8 meter long legs, he was really a little depressed. However, this emotion quickly flashed by, and he immediately refocused on treating the man's wounds. Chapter 27. P wakes up. The man's wound is near the hairline on his forehead. The wound is not big but not small. Now that I have treated him in time, he should not be in danger of life. Thinking that the wound needs to be disinfected, Zhou Yang simply rinsed the wound with clean water and poured disinfectant directly on it. The moment the disinfectant was poured on, the man under his hand shivered subconsciously in pain. But the amplitude was not large, and Zhou Yang did not notice it. After disinfection, Zhou Yang applied red medicine and hemostatic medicine again, and finally bandaged the wound with gauze and tape. After treating the man's wound and covering him with a blanket, Zhou Yang closed the door of the second bedroom and came out. After that, Zhou Yang rushed back to the room to take a shower. Because he was too hungry, he didn't plan to cook again. So he went straight to a dining table and sat down, took out a ready-made meal from the space, and ate it. After filling his stomach, Zhou Yang finally felt that he was alive again. Maybe I ate too fast just now, and my stomach was bloated. So Zhou Yang moved to the sofa again and stretched himself like a pancake. When people are full, they tend to feel sleepy, and Zhou Yang is no exception. Just when he felt sleepy, he heard the humming of pee next to his ear, which immediately scared away half of his sleepiness, and he sat up with a somersault. The dog, who was lying on the ground without any movement, was now subconsciously stretching his body, stretching his almost stiff body. The sound just now was made when it stretched its body. Zhou Yang stared at the dog for a while, and it took him a long time to react. P is awake. Silly dog. You are finally awake. Zhou Yang looked at the lazy and heartless dog, and couldn't help but kick it. But he didn't use much force at all. It was probably just a tickle for P, who was so big now. P was frightened by the kick and jumped up immediately. When he turned around, he found that it was his master. He turned over and jumped on his master. He didn't realize his current body size change at all, and thought he was a baby. Fuck. P. You are too heavy now. Get off. Zhou Yang tried to move P's big head away to prevent him from getting close. His stomach, which had just eaten, was pressed by it, and he was about to vomit. Don't you see how big you are now? Do you want to crush me to death? You are not allowed to jump on me directly in the future. Understand? After being scolded as soon as he woke up, P lay back on the ground aggrievedly, and his grape eyes looked at Zhou Yang carefully. Zhou Yang felt that he had spoken too harshly when he saw the pitiful little look. So he changed his words. Although I can't jump on you in the future, I can still stick to you. I still love you, my master. But I am weak and can't stand the pressure of your weight. Understand? Zhou Yang rubbed P's big head to comfort the dog. When P heard this, he became energetic again. He immediately barked and moved to Zhou Yang's legs again. This time, he didn't pounce on him again, but just put his head on Zhou Yang's thigh. Zhou Yang looked at P's behavior and found that P seemed to understand what he said. So he said tentatively, P, can you understand me now? If so, bark twice and nod up and down. Like me. He also demonstrated the nodding action to P. P tilted his head at Zhou Yang, then barked twice and nodded like Zhou Yang. After watching the dog's series of actions, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. P's intelligence has evolved. Wadu, you have made great progress. You can actually understand what people say. Zhou Yang held Wando's head and kissed him, then continued to ask, is there anything else I don't know? After hearing this, Wando thought for a while, then squatted up, brewed for a while, and sprayed a small spark towards the balcony window. Zhou Yang was shocked when he saw the spark. He was just asking casually, but he didn't expect that Wando actually awakened the fire ability. However, this small spark was really a small spark. It dissipated in the air in a few seconds after it came out. It was gone. Wando looked at Zhou Yang embarrassedly, thinking that the spark he just made was just a show of embarrassment, and his head almost dropped to the ground. Zhou Yang laughed, put his arm around Wando's neck and began to comfort him. It's okay. You just woke up and your level is low. Of course you can't release a big fireball. You will be powerful when you level up in the future. Your master doesn't know anything, so I will rely on you to protect me in the future. Wando immediately became excited after hearing this and barked several times in a row. Okay, go eat now. You have been sleeping for several days. You must be starving. Zhou Yang brought Wando's new food bowl over, which was filled with dog food and freeze-dried food early in the morning. Thinking that Wando would not be full according to his current size, he took out a few large pieces of chicken breast and vegetables, and made a pot of dog food for Wando as a snack. While P was eating dog food and dog rice, Zhou Yang was thinking about P's ability. They are so similar. P is so similar to the mutant yellow dog in Shanghai in his previous life. They are both yellow dogs. And they both have fire ability. Perhaps his P is the yellow dog. After all, P was rescued by him in this life. So he was not abused like in his previous life. It's just that P's fire ability seems a bit weak. However, the reason why P is so weak may also be related to staying at home. Even he woke up early. So the energy P received may not be enough. It doesn't matter. No matter how weak it is still his cub. In the future, he will give all the crystal cores he beats to his cub to upgrade. It must be stronger than the mutant yellow dog in his previous life. I don't know if the spring water in the space has any effect on P, but I can try it. So Zhou Yang directly scooped a cup of spring water from the space and poured it into P's basin. As soon as the water was poured in, P came over and drank it without Zhou Yang asking. In the end, he even licked the basin clean, leaving no drop of water. After drinking it, he still felt that it was not enough. So he turned around and nudged Zhou Yang. Afraid that he didn't understand what he meant, he moved the basin in front of him with his front feet. Zhou Yang naturally understood, and began to pour spring water into the basin again. While pouring, he asked P, "Boy, do you think this spring water is good for you? If it has a little effect, but not much, you can shout twice. And if it has a big effect, you can shout 3 times. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, P shouted 3 times in a row, then turned around and buried his head in drinking the spring water. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was overjoyed and made up his mind to let the dog drink spring water directly with him in the future. Then you will drink this in the future, and we will strive to be the strongest mutant beast in the end of the world. Let's live together to the end." Hearing this, P raised his head and responded to Zhou Yang happily. Chapter 28 Shinzichuan. A Dreamless Night. When Zhou Yang went to see him the next day, the man was still in a high fever and hadn't woken up. But he looked much better than last night. It seemed that the spring water plus medicine was still very effective. It shouldn't be a big mistake to pour another cup into him. He would wake up tomorrow morning at the latest. So Zhou Yang prepared another cup of spring water mixed with antipyretic medicine and poured it into the man using the method of last night. Unexpectedly, the man woke up in the evening. The first thing he found was the P's guarding the door of the second bedroom. At that time, Zhou Yang was studying vegetable planting on the balcony. After all, he had collected a lot of vegetable pots and flower racks before, and now he was idle at home. So he naturally wanted to try planting them. As for the soil for planting vegetables, he took the black soil directly from the space, which was convenient and fertile, because it was somewhat different from planting in the space. There was no larger space for the roots of vegetables to absorb nutrients. So he planted the easiest ones to survive, such as green onions, garlic, lettuce, and chrysanthemum. In order to increase the survival rate, he also planted the seedlings that had already grown in the space he dug, and then diluted a little spring water to pour on them. Just after planting a few seedlings, before he had time to put the vegetable pot on the shelf, he heard the sound of peas. Zhou Yang guessed that something might have happened to the man. So he quickly washed his hands and rushed over with a machete, thinking that if the man turned into a zombie, he would just chop him to death. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw the man sitting on the ground, looking at him and then at the knife in his hand, with a face full of vigilance and defense, as if Zhou Yang would attack him if he made any unusual movements. Unfortunately, the ice blue fever-reducing patch on his forehead and neck made him look a little funny. Zhou Yang awkwardly moved his hand holding the knife behind him, touching his nose and explaining, "Well, I just used the knife to protect myself in case you turned into a zombie. Not to specifically chop you." "I turned into a zombie?" The man was stunned, and didn't seem to understand Zhou Yang's words. "Yes, you hit the wall and fainted. When I found you, you were surrounded by zombies, and were almost eaten. I don't know where you live, so I can only take you back to my house. But you started having a high fever yesterday, and it reached 42 degrees. I was really afraid that you would burn to death and become a zombie. So I came here with a knife. I would have killed you long ago if I wanted to. Why did I save you?" Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at the man after he finished speaking. "Sorry, I didn't mean that." The man put away his momentum uncomfortably. "By the way, my name is Shinzichuan. Thank you very much for saving me. What should I call you?" "You're welcome. My name is Zhou Yang. The Yang of Yu Yang. How do you feel now?" Shinzichuan touched the wound on his forehead. It didn't hurt much, so it should be fine. Not only did he not feel feverish, but he felt much more energetic. It should be fine. And the body feels more comfortable and powerful than before. After hearing this, Zhou Yang realized that the man had awakened his superpowers. But he couldn't say it openly. So he could only joke, ha ha ha. You won't awaken some superpowers like the protagonist in the novel when you have a fever. Right? Shen Zichuan pondered for a while, thinking back to the abnormal people he had seen before, and thought seriously about this possibility. He did feel that there seemed to be something extra in his body, but he didn't know how to verify it. So he had to give up for the time being and study it carefully later. The most important thing now was to figure out the current situation. He didn't know where his mobile phone was now, and he couldn't even contact people. So he was very anxious. Do you know what's going on outside? Also, have you seen my phone? I need to contact my family as soon as possible. Zhou Yang thought about it, and seemed to have brought his phone back with him. But he threw it into the space. I found your phone. But I left it outside. Wait for me here. I get it for you. But it's probably out of power. After saying that, he turned around and went to the living room, and ran to the corner in the blind spot of the second bedroom to take out Shen Zichuan's phone. At a glance, it was indeed out of power and turned off. So he took out an appropriate power bank. With the man's phone and power bank, Zhou Yang took his tablet and returned to the second bedroom again. Your phone is out of power and automatically turns off. But I have a power bank here for you to charge first. If you want to read online news, you can use my tablet first. As he said that, he handed over the things in his hand. Thank you, Zhou Yang. Shen Zichuan took a few things with both hands and thanked him solemnly. Then he picked up his phone and charged it before he picked up Zhou Yang's tablet to check the information online. The internet was still in a mess. A casual glance would reveal all kinds of tragic situations. Traffic and public security in major cities had been completely paralyzed, and it was horrible to watch. The more he looked, the more serious Shen Zichuan's expression became. According to the current situation, he was not optimistic. He was also secretly glad that he did not choose to return to the city center at the first time. Is that doomsday prophecy post true? Shen Zichuan naturally saw the so-called doomsday post. If it were in the past, he would definitely sneer at it. But now, he has to believe that there may really be such a thing as metaphysics in this world. It's true, right? Otherwise, how to explain zombies eating people? Anyway, I believe it. And I also listened to the boss and prepared some supplies and self-defense weapons in advance. Otherwise I would be miserable. Zhou Yang said a few lies with his eyes open, and then squatted silently on the side without saying a word. After listening to Shen Zichuan, he was silent. The air suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhou Yang had no choice but to continue chatting with the man. Through the conversation, he learned that Shen Zichuan was not a local, but just invested in business here. There was a villa in this community that he invested in, although he rarely came to live here after the decoration was completed. On the night of the fog, he was discussing cooperation with someone in the financial building in the city. Unexpectedly, on the way back to his residence in the city center, the fog was so thick that he couldn't see the road clearly. After checking the traffic conditions, he found that all the roads to the city center were blocked. So he planned to stay in this community for one night. When he drove halfway, he suddenly found himself feeling a little uncomfortable. So he had to pull over and plan to find a designated driver on the app. As a result, he fainted before he could place an order. When he woke up, he felt a severe headache and thought he might have a low fever. Looking at the pedestrians on the road, they were also very strange. Although they were all walking, their postures were shaky and their bodies were a little twisted. But he didn't think much about it at the time. He looked at his phone and found that it had been 2 days since he fainted. He hurriedly called his assistant, but no one answered. Then he called the company's vice president, but no one answered. Then he called the administrative secretariat, but no one answered. He immediately realized that something was wrong. So he had to start the car and plan to find a pharmacy to buy antipyretic drugs first, and then go to the company to check. As a result, just after starting, the figure that was originally wandering in the distance suddenly rushed over with a roar. His eyes were gray, his facial features were distorted, and his face was full of black bloodshot. The scene directly reminded him of the scene in the zombie movie. At the moment, he didn't care about anything else and drove directly to this community. He didn't dare to hit these people directly, so he could only try to avoid them. When he was about to reach the entrance of the community, He found a few people standing at the entrance. Because the car was going a little fast. He didn't have time to brake. So he could only turn the steering wheel sharply. And ended up crashing into the wall. And the person was knocked unconscious. If Zhou Yang hadn't come back early and happened to run into it. If he had been a little later, he would probably have been fed to the zombies. Chapter 29. Stimulating Superpowers. The two chatted for nearly 20 minutes. And the battery of the mobile phone was charged to 10%. Enough for Shen Zichuan to use it for phone calls. He picked up the phone and called his grandfather's home. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Fortunately, it was connected. This made Shen Zichuan feel relieved. The person on the other end was Shen Zichuan's grandfather. After communication, he learned that his grandfather's family was fine. Although a servant in the family had mutated into a zombie. It was fortunately cleaned up by his uncle in time. The situation in the capital was not very good. But fortunately, the family was gathered together at home and waiting for government rescue. Shen Zichuan also reported safety to the other side. And then asked them to store as many survival supplies as possible and pay attention to safety. And move to a safe place as soon as possible. And then hung up the phone. After confirming that his relatives were fine, Shen Zichuan felt relieved and planned to get up and say goodbye. Before leaving, in order to thank Zhou Yang, Shen Zichuan insisted on sending 200,000 to Zhou Yang, and bought some cold and fever medicine from him. After that, he returned to his home in the villa. As soon as he sent Shen Zichuan away, Zhou Yang felt like he was unsealed and relaxed. Finally, he sent him away. Otherwise, he would have to pay for a dinner. Actually, paying for a dinner is not a big deal. But you can't eat delicious food like usual. You have to eat simple food. Which means that the dog has to eat bran and vegetables. After all, it's not normal for dogs to eat better than humans. After tidying up the second bedroom, Zhou Yang began to continue his unfinished vegetable planting. He placed the vegetable pots that had been planted on the shelf one by one, and arranged them neatly. Then he took out a bunch of mushroom bags from the space, cut a slit at both ends and in the middle, and placed them in a row on another empty shelf, until all 3 rows of the shelf were filled. Then he took out a spray bottle and sprayed the mushroom bags with diluted spring water one by one, while moistening the mushroom bags. It helps them grow mushrooms. Zhou Yang was happily growing vegetables here. But Shen Zichuan frowned again after returning to the villa. The first thing he did when he returned to the villa was to check the doors and windows of the villa and the surroundings. Then he found that he had left the key to the villa's door in the house in the city center. Although the door of the villa here is a password lock, the physical key is still needed, in case the battery of the door lock is out of power in the future. He can't even get into the house. And there are still many important items in the city center that he needs. It seems that he will have to find a way to go back later. And various survival supplies also need to be stockpiled. But he can't do all this alone. He has to find a few other people. That is, his childhood friends, who came from the capital to play with him before. Shen Zichuan then called one of his brothers and his cousin Suzy. If nothing unexpected happens, the 4 of them should be together. They had originally agreed to go to a newly opened restaurant for a party together. But Shen Zichuan didn't go because he had something to do. In the end, only the 4 of them went. The phone was connected within a few seconds after it rang. My ancestor, you finally called me. We have been calling you for a day. But your phone is always off. The person on the other end of the line cursed as soon as the phone was connected. And he was obviously panting, as if he had just finished a 3,000-meter run. I had a fever and fainted before. And my phone ran out of battery and turned off. I just woke up not long ago. How are you guys? Shen Zichuan rubbed his brows and asked. Lu Xingye, Chai Jin, and Yin Fei are with you. Right? They are all here. You have a fever too. And we had a fever before. By the way, where are you now? We will find a way to find you. Suzy waved to the 3 people on the side, motioning them to come over and say hello. Fuck Brother Chuan. My brother Z can now fire a fireball and kill zombies in one go. That's awesome. Lu Xingye was the first to rush up and grab the phone. And he started to brag without thinking. Brother Chai is not only Popeye now, but also a running machine. Even the #1 sprinter in the Olympics can't run faster than him. Stop it! Yin Fei came over and took the phone from Lu Xingye's hand. And then said, we are still outside the financial building in the city center. And I was just about to find you. Are you still inside? I'm not inside. I left after we finished talking that night. I'm now in Baiji Mountain in the western suburbs, which is the land we invested in. I'm in the villa now. You guys come over first. Be careful on the road. And be careful of zombies. Shen Zichuan specifically reminded him. That's good. We go find you right away. Don't worry. We've dealt with zombies before. And we know what to do. Yeah. Everything will be discussed after you get there safely. After hanging up the phone, Shen Zichuan fell on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that everyone was okay. Seeing that it was getting dark, he thought that the other people probably hadn't eaten like him, and the community was still safe at the moment. And he didn't see many zombies. So he drove another commercial vehicle that had been parked here from the villa garage to a small supermarket in the community to get some food and other things. On the other side, Yin Fei and the other four who hung up the phone quickly changed lanes and headed towards Shen Zichuan's location. More than 2 hours later, 4 people and 2 cars finally arrived at Shen Zichuan's villa. After experiencing life and death, the 5 people finally got together again. They couldn't help but hug each other and tell each other about their experiences and changes from sleeping to waking up. As soon as Chai Jin woke up, he found that his strength had increased. When he just woke up, he felt thirsty and wanted to drink some water. But he crushed the glass water cup directly. When they were running away together, he found that he was also running very fast. And he was even more outrunning on the road behind. They discussed that he should be responsible for helping the other 3 to lead away the zombies. However, no matter how careful they were, when dealing with a group of zombies on the way, Lu Xingye was almost bitten. Fortunately, he was saved by the fireball released by Su Zi in a hurry. All 5 people had a fever. Since 2 of them had awakened their abilities, the other 3 were probably about the same. After a discussion, they felt that this was the same as the superpowers in the novels. As long as they explored and guided the power in their bodies, they could stimulate it. And the attributes vary from person to person. So they began to study what kind of energy they had in their bodies, and found various attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth from the villa and placed them in front of them for sensing. After repeated experiments, they finally found that the other people did his superpowers. Yin Fei has metal ability, which can change the form of any metal and even throw knives. However, the metal he can control is not enough at the moment, and he can only throw 3 knives at most. But he will definitely be a good group attack player when he becomes stronger in the future. Lu Xingye has water ability, and he can only release water and throw water balls at the moment. Shen Zichuan has the rarer ability of lightning. This is what he discovered when he tried everything but nothing happened, and finally held the water in the stainless steel basin and thought about it again, and was electrocuted by himself. At present, it can only release a little electricity, which can only cause temporary paralysis, and can't even electrocute people to death. Chapter 30 Temporary Team. After testing their abilities, the group began to discuss their future plans. The world is over, but they still have to survive. And to survive, they need a lot of supplies. We have to go back to the city. I have some important things to bring back in my community, and we have nothing. So we need a lot of supplies. Shen Zichuan was the first to propose. Yin Fei also seconded, I agree. We probably won't be able to leave here for a while. And we don't know what the outside world is like. It's more important to stock up on supplies first. When should we go? Now? Lu Xingye had no objection. He was the youngest among the group, and he always did what they said. TSK. If I had known, I would have gone to look for supplies on the way here. It's too late today. Are we going out to feed zombies in the middle of the night? Besides, everyone is tired today. Let's take a rest first, and set off early tomorrow morning. Su Zi rubbed Lu Xingye's head and smiled. Yes, we set off tomorrow. You must be hungry. Is there anything to eat in the villa? Let's cook something to eat. I'm almost starving. This strength and speed are useful, but it's too physically demanding. Chai Jin was already so hungry that he started to search in the kitchen alone. I brought back some healthy vegetables and fruits, braised eggs and ham sausages, instant noodles and self-heating hot pots from the small supermarket in the community. I also brought back some rice, bacon, dried bamboo shoots, eggs and so on. But we don't seem to know how to cook them. Chai Jin scratched his head. Then let's cook instant noodles, 2 packs per person, and put some braised eggs and ham sausages, and some vegetables, and you can eat them after they are cooked. Several people had no objection and agreed unanimously. 5 big men finally cooked more than a dozen packs, and 2 large pots of instant noodles before they were finally full. After dinner, several people were assigned rooms and went to wash and sleep. After this day, several people were really exhausted. After a good sleep, the group woke up early the next morning. Breakfast was still instant noodles, but this time each person had 2 boiled eggs. After breakfast, the 5 planned to go out to collect supplies. However, Shen Zichuan remembered Zhou Yang's life-saving grace, so he proposed to ask Zhou Yang if he wanted to go with him. If he didn't want to go, he would give him some supplies when he came back. Shen Zichuan told the others about being rescued last night. The others naturally had no objection and agreed happily. But since Shen Zichuan forgot to leave his phone number when he left yesterday, he could only go to ask in person. After a discussion, the group decided to go together. At this time, Zhou Yang was tinkering with a bunch of new planting boxes at home. And there were also a few hydroponic containers next to him, as well as a bucket vegetable pot that he modified last night following the video. He planned to continue planting other easy-to-grow vegetables on the balcony, such as bean sprouts, tomatoes, celery, wood ear vegetables, and small peppers. If there were more dishes, he would have a variety of dishes to eat every day, which would be good for hiding his identity. For this reason, he did a lot of homework last night, watched a lot of teaching videos, and took out various nutrient soil, nutrient solution, fertilizer, etc. As soon as he put away the planting utensils one by one, he saw P running to the door and shouting outside. Zhou Yang thought there were zombies outside, so he immediately stood up and took the knife. He heard a knock on the door after walking 2 steps. Just as he was wondering, he heard a man shouting outside, "Zhou Yang, are you home? I'm Shen Zichuan." Hearing Shen Zichuan's words, Zhou Yang was relieved, put away the knife in his hand, and opened the door. When he went out, he found that it was indeed Shen Zichuan, but there were 4 strange men standing behind him. Zhou Yang's heart was lifted. Damn, he wouldn't save an ungrateful person. Thinking of this, he unconsciously took a step back, and the hand behind his back silently took out the knife again. Shen Zichuan and his friends immediately saw Zhou Yang's defensive posture, and they were all a little embarrassed. Now in the end of the world, they appeared in such a group at the door of someone's house, which did cause some misunderstandings, as if they were here to rob. Don't be nervous. These 4 are my childhood friends, and they just escaped to my place last night. A few of us plan to go to the city to find supplies today, and we want to ask if you want to join us. Seeing this, Shen Zichuan was afraid that Zhou Yang would misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "I took a look when I left yesterday, and the supplies you stockpiled in the living room are not much, and they won't last long. Although it is dangerous outside now, it is not so serious. It is the best time to collect supplies. It may only be more dangerous in the future, and we are all superpowered people. It is still safe for you to follow us." What Shen Zichuan said was right. Now is indeed the best time to find supplies. But when Zhou Yang heard the last sentence, he was surprised. You 5 people, all superpowered people? What kind of awakening probability is this? In his previous life, he heard that the awakening rate was not high. Well, I have lightning ability. This is Yan Fei, with metal ability. This is Lu Xingye, with water ability. This is my cousin Su Zi, with fire ability. This is Chai Jin, with strength and speed ability. TSK. Quite comprehensive. 3 with 5 elemental abilities, 1 rare lightning ability, and the remaining ordinary one with both strength and speed. This team configuration is indeed the top configuration in the apocalypse. It is indeed quite safe to go out with such a team. But Zhou Yang is still a little hesitant. Then I am just an ordinary person. Are you sure you want to take me with you? I might be a drag. Don't worry. We are all good at fighting. And Brother Shen and Brother Yin have been trained in the army since childhood. It's no problem for them to protect you. Chai Jin patted his chest and assured. Lu Xingye next to him also echoed, yeah. You are Brother Chuan's savior, which means you are our benefactor. Don't worry. Right? Yan Fei and Su Zi, who had been silent all the time, nodded one after another, seeing that none of them seemed difficult to get along with. Zhou Yang agreed. Although he had no shortage of supplies, he had to go out and collect them to show off to others. This team looked quite safe, with free bodyguards. So why not? However, He had to bring P with him just in case, and let it see zombies and broaden its horizons, so that a mutant dog would not be able to beat a garbage zombie in the future, which would be embarrassing. But can I bring my dog? My dog is also evolved, can understand human language, won't hurt people, and won't run around. When Lu Xingye heard that there was a dog that could understand human language, he immediately poked his head into the door excitedly. Where? Where? Let me see a dog that can understand human language. Yin Fei looked at his useless appearance and could only grab his neck and apologize to Zhou Yang helplessly. Sorry. This kid is quite jumpy. He has liked dogs since he was a child. But his family doesn't allow him to keep dogs. So he is more excited when he hears about dogs. It's okay. Wait for me. I change clothes and get some things and come out. Zhou Yang touched his nose and temporarily returned to the door. Chapter 31 P's first show. After closing the door, Zhou Yang quickly changed into his outfit for going out, and took out a large backpack from the space, stuffing 2 bottles of spring water, 2 bottles of ordinary water, a few packs of sandwiches, a few pieces of beef jerky, and a machete. Then he put the bag on his back and went out with P. As soon as he went out, the people outside were stunned by P, who was almost as tall as a person. Even the excited Lu Xingye was stunned. Well, it's called P. It was originally a little puppy, but it suddenly mutated to such a big size in the end of the world. Don't worry. It's really obedient. Right. P? P barked very cooperatively, then squatted down quietly, curiously looking at the 4 bipeds in front of him that he had never seen before. It had seen Shen Zichuan before. He was sleeping in the small room at home before. When he woke up later, the owner didn't let it go in to see. Later, when it woke up on the balcony, the person disappeared. Oh my god! So cool! Lu Xingye came to his senses and walked in front of Wando, his hands eager to try. Can I touch your head? Woo! Wando tilted his head, not quite understanding why the biped in front of him wanted to touch his head. But he still turned his head to look at Zhou Yang. And when he saw that his master had no objection, he lowered his head and moved closer to the biped. Seeing this, Lu Xingye's eyes began to glow with gold, and he couldn't wait to stroke the dog's head. Oh my god! Brother Yin, it really can't understand human language. The other people were also surprised to see such a humanized big dog, but they all behaved very reserved. Unlike Lu Xingye, who was so exaggerated. Because the dog was too big, several people took the elevator down in 2 groups. Shen Zichuan took 4 childhood friends down first, and then Zhou Yang took Wando down. When Zhou Yang and Wando reached the first floor, they saw several people waiting outside as soon as they came out. And there were 3 cars parked behind, 2 off-road vehicles, and a commercial vehicle. It seems that these cars can't fit P. Looking at the car and then at P's size, Zhou Yang was worried. Or, let P run by himself. I just don't know if P can keep up. Shen Zichuan saw Zhou Yang's difficulty and walked over and said, P can go with the car. The back seats of these cars can be laid flat, although the space in the back can't let it move freely. It's completely fine if it just lies down. Hearing this, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. 6 people. Just 2 people in 1 car. No longer wasting time. Got in the car and set off quickly. Zhou Yang was only a little more familiar with Shen Zichuan, so he took Shen Zichuan's business car, and P naturally followed Zhou Yang, lying on the cushion obediently as soon as he got in the car. Fortunately, the space after the business car was laid flat was a little larger than that of the off-road vehicle, so P was not uncomfortable at all, and he could change his posture to enjoy the scenery along the way. The first target of the few people was several wholesale markets near the city, where everything was complete and in large quantities. However, when they got there, they still had to find a big truck. The nearest wholesale market was a fruit wholesale market. When they arrived, there were already quite a few zombies there, at least dozens, all gathered at the door of a store. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground in front of the store. It was probably because the owner of the store came to see his store and was attacked by zombies. The blood of living people attracted zombies the most, causing all the zombies wandering around to come here. The sound of the car, coupled with the breath of living people, attracted several zombies on the periphery to abandon the people inside the door and slowly walk towards them. Shen Zichuan and his companions turned off the engine and got out of the car with the weapons they had found in advance, which were fire axes, long kitchen knives, and iron rods found in the villa and the community. Zhou Yang also took out a machete from his bag and got out of the car with Wando. It was the first time that Wando saw a zombie. He didn't quite understand why this creature looked like a biped, but it was extremely smelly. It exuded a rotten and fishy smell from head to toe, which made it very dislike it, and instinctively made it feel dangerous. Seeing them coming towards this side, he bared his teeth unconsciously, making threatening noises, and then took the initiative to step forward, consciously protecting his master behind him. Zhou Yang saw Wando's actions, reached out and stroked its neck to relieve its tension. And by the way, he gave Wando some scientific knowledge. Wando, the things coming in front are zombies, which are new species formed after living people are infected with the virus and die. The fatal point is only in their heads. In the future, when you see such things, try to blow them up in the head directly. You can try to hit their heads with your fireballs, thinking that the mutant animals in the previous life would not be infected with the zombie virus. He added, if you can't kill them, you can also bite them to death. But you can't eat them. They are too dirty and smelly. If you eat this kind of thing, I can't afford you. Okay, go and try it. Wada rubbed his master's shoulder to show that he understood. Then he started and rushed over several people and rushed out, scaring Shen Zichuan and others. Why did he run away? Lu Xingye was so anxious that he almost chased after him, but was stopped by Zhou Yang. It's okay. I let him go. Wando also needs to learn to fight zombies slowly to train himself. There are not many zombies here, just right for training. And on the first day, I saw another mutated dog bite a zombie to death, and it was not infected. So I think mutant animals should not be infected. The latter sentence was made up by Zhou Yang. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he knew that mutant animals would not be infected by the zombie virus. After hearing this, Lu Xingye calmed down. But he was still worried. No. It's still too dangerous. There are so many zombies. I will go to help Wando too. He chased after him with a kitchen knife in hand. Before he could get there, he saw P pounce and overpower one of the zombies. A fireball shot out of his mouth and hit the zombie's head, exploding it. After dealing with this zombie, P immediately pounced on the next one, killing several zombies in a few minutes. This efficiency stunned the group of people behind him. Even Zhou Yang was very surprised. He didn't expect P's fire ability to grow so fast. It was just a small spark yesterday, but it was upgraded to a fireball today. It seems that the effect of the spring water is really good. I have to give P plenty of water in the future. P also has fire ability? This fireball seems to be bigger than my fireball. Su Zi looked at the fireball sprayed by P, and then compared it with his own fireball, and sighed. People are worse than dogs? Lu Xingye, who was still holding a kitchen knife, At this moment, a question mark slowly appeared in Lu Xingye's mind. These days, dogs are better than him. This life is unbearable. Chapter 32, Sweeping the Wholesale Market. Seeing that the zombie-killing job was taken over by Wando, the other people had nothing to do. So after some discussion, Su Zi and Zhou Yang were left here to continue watching, while the others were responsible for going to the parking lot nearby to find large trucks. Stores in the wholesale market often need to deliver goods in large quantities. So basically every store has its own transport truck. They need to find 2 trucks. The bigger the better. Fortunately, there are indeed several large trucks parked in the parking lot. The largest truck compartment can catch up with the container. And there is also a freezer truck. The only problem is that there are no car keys. But for them, it is not a big problem. After all, because of their family relationship, Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei have been in the army every now and then since they were young. And they have learned a lot of those strange skills of special forces. One of which is to start a car without a key directly online. Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan each picked a truck, broke into the cab through the window, pulled out the ground wire, live wire and starter wire, connected them together, and started the truck. In the end, the 4 people drove 3 trucks in total. 2 of the largest trucks, and a freezer truck. When they returned to the entrance of the wholesale market, Wando had already dealt with the zombies, and was now sitting next to Zhou Yang, drinking the spring water that Zhou Yang had filled in a mineral water bottle. When the trucks arrived, several people began to pry open the doors of the shops one by one. The shop with bloodstains at the door was also pried open by several people. There was an injured man inside who had turned into a zombie, and several people gave him a quick death, because fruits are difficult to store. They only took the most durable ones, such as apples, pears, pomegranates, lemons, oranges, grapefruits, persimmons, etc., and also took 2 freezers full of fruits. In the end, they stopped after loading less than half of the small truck, and prepared to use the remaining space to load supplies elsewhere. Zhou Yan happened to know how to drive, so the 6 of them drove 1 car each and headed straight to the next stop, the Baijishan Agricultural Wholesale Market. The Baijishan Wholesale Market is located in the south of the city. It is the largest wholesale market in the area, covering all agricultural-related wholesale products, including but not limited to grain, vegetables, fruits, and other agricultural and sideline products. This is also their biggest goal this time. In order to avoid unnecessary danger, the few people did not pass through any districts and towns, and directly chose the farthest ring road, which took 20 minutes longer to reach the destination. There were more zombies here than in the previous small wholesale market. It was estimated that there were at least 200 or 300 of them. Several people also found several bloodstains on the ground, and there were also a lot of bloodstained bags of rice and flour scattered next to them. It is estimated that residents of the surrounding communities came here to find supplies. But some people were attacked by zombies before they could take them back, and died here. A large amount of blood attracted more zombies, which led to so many zombies surrounding this side. Originally, there were no living people to eat, and these zombies gradually quieted down. But at this time 6 people and a dog appeared. The smell of living people immediately made these zombies crazy, and they roared and rushed towards them one after another. The few people did not hesitate, got out of the car one after another, picked up their weapons, and rushed forward. The few people with attacking abilities first practiced with zombies, and when their strength was exhausted, they changed their weapons and chopped directly. Zhou Yan also took a machete and finished off the zombies behind them. If he found a fish that slipped through the net, he would kill the zombie in time. Wando drank spring water to replenish his energy before, and he was still very brave at this moment, and his record was still the highest among all. It took 6 people and a dog more than 10 minutes to kill all the zombies, and then move the corpses to the side, clearing the main road so that the trucks behind could drive in. The first thing they found was a wholesale food store. Solved the main food problem first, and used the largest truck to load it. The first choice is of course rice, the most important staple food. Several people moved for half an hour, filling the largest truck compartment by 2/3, and then leaving the remaining space in the truck for other staple foods, such as dry flour, noodles, dry rice noodles, sweet potato noodles, etc. After filling the truck, several people went to find a store that wholesales vegetables, fruits, etc., and filled another slightly smaller truck that was originally loaded with fruits to 2/3. As for the remaining space, they plan to leave it for some dry goods that can be stored for a long time, such as dried mushrooms, dried peppers, old dried bamboo shoots, salt-baked dried bamboo shoots, tea leaves, and spices and condiments such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. After filling the 2 large trucks, the freezer truck was not left behind. Several people also emptied the frozen stocks of several livestock meat wholesalers, just filling the freezer truck, and the door was almost closed. Staple foods, vegetables, fruits, and meat are all there. So how can chicken, duck, and goose eggs be left out? The truck compartment certainly cannot hold all the supplies, but there is still some space in the truck's cab for storing supplies. Besides, the back seats of the other 2 SUVs can also be laid flat to load supplies, so that more supplies can be taken away. Moreover, the car is more shockproof than the truck, and it is the most suitable for storing eggs. So, several people searched several egg wholesalers, and baskets of chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs were loaded into the car one by one, and neatly stacked in the back seat space of the 2 SUVs. There were thousands of eggs, enough for them to eat for a long time. Seeing that the back seat space of the 2 SUVs was used, but the one where P was lying was left alone, Zhou Yang felt a little embarrassed. So he suggested, why not use the back seat of this commercial vehicle to load supplies? P can let it run behind the car by itself. Can it work? Can P keep up with the speed of the car? Shen Zichuan and others were skeptical. In fact, the actions of mutated animals will be more advanced than before the end of the world. Not only the size, but also the speed and strength will increase exponentially. Therefore, It should not be a problem for P to catch up with the speed of the car. Zhou Yang also wanted to take this opportunity to test how fast P can run. You can drive in front by yourself, and I will let P chase the car from behind. By the way, I also want to see how fast P can run now. Shen Zichuan stepped forward and said, Then I will do it. I will drive the commercial vehicle around here, and you let P follow behind. Okay, Zhou Yang said, and handed over the car key that was temporarily in his bag. After taking the key, Shen Zichuan got in the car and started the car, and rushed out with one accelerator. P, catch up with this car and try to overtake it. Zhou Yang immediately patted P's head and commanded. Upon hearing this, P rushed out immediately, leaving only a yellow shadow for the few people who stayed there. Zhou Yang and others, This dog's speed seems a bit absurd. Chapter 33. P's speed. Seeing P catching up like a rocket, it caught up with the business car in the blink of an eye, and even had a tendency to surpass it. This shocked Shen Zichuan, who had been watching P in the rearview mirror in the car. I didn't expect this dog to run so fast, and I don't know if it can run faster. Thinking of this, he stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed of the business car was directly increased from 60 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour. Seeing that the car was running faster, P thought it was a race, and also accelerated happily, easily surpassing the car and running in front. Seeing that P still had some energy to run, Shen Zichuan could only speed up again to more than 100 miles per hour. Seeing that it was overtaken again, P howled in dissatisfaction and accelerated again. Perhaps it felt a little embarrassed that it was always caught up. So it ran faster this time, directly leaving the car far behind. Even later, because it ran too fast, when it ran to the fork in the road, it didn't know where to run next, but it knew to wait for Shen Zichuan's car there, let the car lead the way, and then overtake the car. This cool operation directly made Shen Zichuan laugh. When the man, the car and the dog returned to the crowd again, it was already half an hour later. P was the first to rush back, seeing that he had returned to the place where he started before, and saw Zhou Yang standing there waiting. P rushed over at the fastest speed. Zhou Yang only had time to see a residual image before he was pounced on by the dog. If Lu Xingye hadn't helped him behind him, he would have fallen on his butt. Shen Zichuan's car also drove back closely. Why did you go for so long? How is it? P can catch up with the car? After finally calming down the excited dog, Zhou Yang turned his head to look at Shen Zichuan, who had just parked the car and was getting out. I wanted to test how fast P could run, so I went to the highway for a bit. Unfortunately, I still couldn't test how fast it could run. Zhou Yang? Shen Zichuan looked at Zhou Yang, who was full of doubts, and then looked at P, who was still acting like a spoiled child. He pinched his brows and continued. I have already pulled it to more than 200 yards at most, and it is still faster than me. But P is really smart, because it doesn't know the road. It knows to stop at every fork in the road and wait for me. When P, who was acting like a spoiled child, heard someone praising it, he immediately responded proudly. The other people were also surprised when they heard it. Lu Xingye also looked at P in surprise and said, Can it run so fast? Yes, and it should be much faster than that. You see, it ran all the way back. It was not tired at all, and it didn't even breathe. It must be faster. I estimate that P's speed can reach at least 300 kilometers per hour, or even faster. 300 kilometers per hour? Isn't that catching up with the bullet train? Several people exclaimed. Even Zhou Yang was surprised. In his previous life, Zhou Yang had heard that many mutant beasts moved very fast, almost catching up with trains. But he never thought that P could be so fast. His dog was really amazing. Zhou Yang was very pleased and rubbed P's big head hard, now that it was confirmed that P could run with the car by himself. The backseat space of the business car was naturally used by several people to load supplies. After all the cars were full, several people prepared to leave. The next goal was to go to the city, but it was obviously not appropriate to bring so many cars of supplies with them. Finally, after some discussion, they decided to go back to Baijishan Manor first, and put the cars of supplies in the villa first. Fortunately, it was the end of the world now. There were no living people on the road except zombies. No one cared about the 6 cars racing all the way. It took less than 20 minutes to return to Shen Zichuan's villa. Zhou Yang also had the opportunity to see the luxurious villa of the rich for the first time. The villas in Baijishan Manor are all 3.5 stories high, with a loft on the top floor. covering an area of at least 500 square meters, and a garden in front that is larger than the house. Shin Sichuan's villa is the same. However, there are no flowers in his garden, just a piece of green grass and a few evergreen trees, which makes it convenient for them to park. As soon as he got off the car, Zhou Yang was stopped by Shin Sichuan. "We will go to where I live in the city center next. If you don't want to go, you can just take some supplies and go. After all, the city center is more dangerous. You don't have to force yourself to go with us." Zhou Yang shook his head and said firmly, "No, I want to go with you. Now the end of the world has just begun. Although the city is dangerous, it should not have completely fallen. If I don't dare to go now, I will be even more afraid to go in the future. Besides, I also want to kill zombies to exercise myself. And P also needs exercise. Now I can follow so many superpowers with you. It's my profit." Seeing that Zhou Yang insisted on going together, Shin Sichuan stopped persuading him, because he knew that in the end of the world, only by relying on oneself can one survive. And Zhou Yang's idea was right. Several trucks were parked directly in the yard. There was no time to unload the goods now, so they left it alone for the time being. But the supplies in the 3 small cars still had to be cleared out. Several people worked together to move all the supplies to the living room of the villa first, and the others would be dealt with when they came back. Before leaving, Shin Sichuan checked whether the surveillance around the villa was working properly, and then opened the electric grid set up on the wall to prevent anyone from coming in to steal. Finally, he locked the door of the villa after confirming that there was no problem. Several people drove the car and left the villa quickly. Wando ran behind Zhou Yang's car as usual. However, this time they only drove 2 off-road vehicles. The commercial vehicle could not catch up with the off-road vehicle in terms of speed and performance. If something happened, it would be a burden. When they set off again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. In order to save time, they did not take a detour this time. They directly followed the shortest route of the navigation and passed through many districts and towns along the way, attracting the zombies around to follow the sound of the car. Fortunately, the car was fast enough and left the zombies behind as soon as they got on the main road, because there was no one on the main road and they didn't have to worry about the traffic lights. They arrived at the outskirts of the city center at around 10:40 a.m. It was close to noon, and they had done a lot of physical work in the morning, so they were already feeling hungry. Afraid that they would not be able to eat when they entered the city center, they decided to find a nearby restaurant or supermarket to find some food to fill their stomachs. After driving around the surrounding streets, they saw 2 closed hot pot restaurants and barbecue restaurants. So they got out of the car. Looking through the glass outside, there was not even a table and chair in the hot pot restaurant, and it was estimated that it had closed down a long time ago. The barbecue restaurant had everything it needed, and it should be open on weekdays, and there should be a lot of food inside. The door of the store was locked with a big chain, but they had Yan Fei, who had the metal ability, and he opened the door easily. As soon as they entered, they found a freezer full of barbecue ingredients, and a few bags of unwashed vegetables in the refrigerator in the back kitchen. It seemed that we could have a self-service barbecue at noon. Chapter 34: Entering the City. After a brief assignment of tasks, the group started to work. Su Zi was in charge of lighting the fire and burning charcoal. Yan Fei and Shin Sichuan were in charge of grilling. Chai Jin was in charge of moving the ingredients out of the freezer to defrost. Lu Xingye and Zhou Yang were in charge of washing the vegetables in the back kitchen, and Wando was in charge of keeping watch at the door. The 6 of them were all grown men, and Shin Sichuan and the others were all superpowered. Zhou Yang also had a big appetite because he had drunk spring water, and there was also Wando, who had an even bigger appetite. So in the end, they ate almost all the barbecue ingredients in the store. The few people didn't waste the remaining unfinished food, and packed it up in the takeaway boxes they found in the store, and even took away the oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, barbecue dipping sauce, and drinks. After eating and drinking, the 6 people and the dog set off again. When they first entered the city, although there were many zombies along the way, the car could still pass easily. However, when they slowly entered the central area, they clearly felt something different. At a glance, the streets were in a mess, with messy debris and debris all over the ground, and bloodstains everywhere. There was no cleanliness before the end of the world. The roads were full of abandoned vehicles, blocking the roads tightly. Some were rear-ended and overturned. Some were almost broken apart, and the front of the car was still smoking. Some were covered with blood and lying in the middle of the road. And some were locked in the car and turned into zombies. In addition, there were countless zombies circling around these vehicles. Many stores on the street had their doors and windows smashed by passers-by. And 2 or 3 stores were even crowded with zombies, who refused to leave for a long time. Several people speculated that there might be living people hiding inside. However, they did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Their destination was at the other end of the city center. Seeing that several shortcuts were blocked, if they wanted to pass through the city center, they had to deal with the zombies first, and then the vehicles blocking the road, which was too troublesome. The few people did not hesitate, and quickly retreated and turned around, planning to take a long detour and take the outer ring road of the city. Although this would take 10 kilometers longer, it would be safer and faster. However, on the ring road of the city, the few people also saw many scrapped cars parked on the roadside, and even some vehicles had crashed into the railings and had been burned black with only the frame left. Halfway through the journey, the car's fuel was running low, and the few people found a gas station nearby. The several staff members inside had already become zombies, and the few people killed them in 2 or 3 moves. They found 2 gas cards from the staff and started to refuel. Anyway, they had arrived at the gas station, so the few people thought about getting more gasoline to go back. So Lu Xingye was responsible for refueling, and the others looked for empty oil barrels at the gas station. And if that didn't work, empty water barrels would do. Shen Zichuan took a fancy to a complete medium-sized truck parked in the rest area of the gas station. So he went over to take a look. There was nothing wrong with the truck. The compartment was empty, with only a few bundles of ropes. There was only a middle-aged male zombie in the cab, who should be the driver of the truck. He should have just delivered the goods and was about to return. But it was too late, so he stopped here to rest for a night and leave again at dawn. For trucks like this, a small resting space can be converted behind the driver's seat. Many truck drivers who drive their own cars sleep like this to save some accommodation costs. But the driver probably didn't expect that he would become a zombie when he woke up. After releasing the truck driver, Shen Zichuan directly used electric shock to destroy the zombie's brain and killed him. After searching the zombie for a while, he found nothing. So he turned around and climbed into the cab, and finally found the key to the truck in the pocket. Fortunately, this zombie had been locked in the cab before, and there were no living people around to stimulate him. So this zombie had not moved inside. The entire cab was very clean except for the rotten smell of zombies. Otherwise he really couldn't get his hands on it. Zhou Yang and the others searched for a long time, and finally found a dozen empty oil barrels in the spare warehouse of the gas station. However, the volume was not large, and each was only enough to fill a tank of oil. In addition, they found 2 large barrels of diesel with a price tag, each of which was 200 liters. It was probably purchased from a nearby manufacturer and had not been picked up yet. Several people hurriedly took the empty oil barrels back and filled them up one by one. Just when they were worrying about how to take these oil barrels away, Shen Zichuan drove over in a truck. Put the oil barrels in this truck. I just got them from the rest area of the gas station. It happened that I could bring more supplies back when I entered the city. This truck is great. I was worried that it couldn't fit. Chai Jin smiled immediately when he saw the truck, and carried a barrel in one hand to the train. Suzy then said, "It's a pity that we found too few oil barrels. Otherwise we could have taken more with us. Why don't we have space abilities? Or I can change my ability to space." Lu Xingye squatted on the ground in frustration. "In this way, I can put everything in with just a wave of my hand. My water ability is really useless. I can't do anything." Zhou Yang, who has no ability but has space, subconsciously touched his nose when he heard this, feeling a little guilty. However, when he heard Lu Xingye say that his ability was useless, he immediately disagreed and said, "How can your ability be useless? In the future, water resources are likely to be polluted, and drinking pure water will largely depend on you water-based ability users. Besides, your ability may not work well in killing zombies, but it is still very useful in facing living people with bad intentions. For example, if you put a water ball to submerge the opponent's head, you can suffocate and drown the person. Besides, can't water-based superpowers control all water? Then can't you drain the water out of people? As long as you are strong enough, bad guys can drain you dry in a minute. You can even keep injecting water into people to make them explode and die. If you are a little more evil, it is not impossible to make people die with water in their brains. Zhou Yang talked endlessly, but everyone in front of him was stunned. Lu Xingye looked at Zhou Yang, who was talking endlessly with a confused face. Feeling the excessive silence in the air, Zhou Yang suddenly realized that the atmosphere at this time was a bit awkward. Seeing the strange eyes of others, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, I'm not an antisocial personality. I just read a lot of apocalyptic novels, and people use water-based superpowers like this. Although killing people is wrong, it's not bad to use it to save lives at critical moments. Right? Shen Zichuan agreed. Well, you are right. The living people in the apocalypse are likely to be more terrifying than zombies. Humanity is the most vulnerable thing. The rest of the people also nodded. Lu Xingye jumped up and hugged Zhou Yang. Excited, damn. You are a genius. Why didn't I think of it? I will deal with bad guys in the future. Don't touch people. Yin Fei grabbed Lu Xingye's neck and dragged him back. If you want to deal with bad guys, you must not only practice your supernatural powers, but also use your brain. Otherwise you will be sold and still help others count money. Ah! I'm not that stupid. Lu Xingye puffed up his cheeks and snorted at Yin Fei. Chapter 35. Security guards involved in organized crime. After refueling, the group hurried on, and finally arrived at the other end of the city center more than half an hour later. At this time, they were still a few streets away from Chongjing Huafu, where Shen Zichuan usually lived. Less than 3 kilometers in total. Although Zhou Yang had only moved to this city for a month, he had heard of this community when he went out shopping. Chongjing Huafu is a well-known high-end community located in the prime location of the city center. It is said that there are not only supermarkets and convenience stores, but also post stations, breakfast shops, gyms, preschools, private kindergartens, etc. The supporting service facilities are very complete, and almost all the richest people in the city live here. When Zhou Yang heard it, he was amazed and made up his mind to rob this wealthy community when he had the chance in the future. He didn't expect that he could go to this place today, but now is obviously not the best time for him to collect supplies from house to house. Many houses are still occupied. If he wants to search for supplies openly, he must at least wait until the base is established and the survivors are transferred to the base to survive. However, there were probably not many supplies that could be found at that time, and the most important ones had been taken away by the survivors. Zhou Yang still felt a little regretful about this, because this side was closest to the city center. The road congestion was more severe than the previous side, and there were more zombies. But the city area here had been newly expanded, and even the sidewalks had been widened, enough for a single car to pass. So at this moment, they could walk on the sidewalk. But looking around, there were occasionally small cars parked on the sidewalk. If they wanted to drive over, they had to knock these small cars away first, which required a vehicle with a larger tonnage to achieve the effect. Off-roading was obviously not possible, but a large truck could be tried. So Shen Zichuan drove the truck directly, pulling full power to open the way in front, and Zhou Yang and Lu Xingye followed in an off-road vehicle. The other few people of Wando were clearing the zombies along the way to prevent them from besieging and affecting the truck's opening. It took a few people and a dog almost half an hour to reach the gate of Chongjing Huafu, a road of less than 3 kilometers. The gate that was usually used for entry and exit was completely closed at this time, and an extra roadblock was placed inside. Several men in security uniforms were patrolling the gate, each holding an electric baton. At this moment, I saw several people driving 3 cars to the gate of the community, with a big dog, and more zombies following behind. So I immediately became alert. Several people stopped the car outside the gate and dealt with the zombies gathered outside the gate. Just as they were about to speak, one of the security guards walked up fiercely, knocked on the gate with a stick and shouted, "What are you doing? Non-residents of the community are not allowed to enter. Damn! You brought so many zombies here. Go away!" Shen Zichuan stepped forward and said, "I am a resident of this community. 21st building. 24th floor. My last name is Shen. These are my friends and my friend's dog. Now open the door and let us in. We will deal with the zombies behind and will never let them enter the community." The security guard spat at the words and didn't buy it at all. "You said you are a resident. So you are a resident? I also said I am the mayor. Can you take out the property certificate?" "Ah, the property certificate is at home. I can show it to you later. Please let us in first." Shen Zichuan continued to explain impatiently. "That means you can't take it out? Then how do I know if you are a liar?" Shin Zichuan laughed angrily. Isn't there someone in the guard booth? Just let him use the computer to check the community system. Everything is registered in the system. I think you are deliberately not letting us in. Right? The security guard looked back at the people in the security booth, turned his head, and became more arrogant. So what? You can come in if you want. 200,000 yuan per person for entrance fee. You said you are a resident here. You can always take out this little money. Seeing the security guard shamelessly extorting money, the other people also laughed angrily. Shin Zichuan and his friends are not the kind of people who lack money. They can easily take out tens of millions of yuan from their cards. Now that it is the end of the world, money will soon become the most useless thing. But it is really unpleasant to extort money from a small person like this. But because they don't want to waste time anymore, Shin Zichuan and his friends still paid the money, 200,000 yuan per person, and transferred a total of 1.2 million yuan. The security guard then gave his brothers behind him a look and opened the gate and roadblocks. Several people got in the car and drove in. Wando walked in the back, cleaning up the zombies that wanted to follow in. As a result, as soon as Wando stepped into the community, he was driven out by the security guards with electric batons. Wando was so anxious that he kept shouting behind him. When Zhou Yang saw Wando being shocked by an electric baton, he immediately rushed over and protected the dog. What are you doing? Shin Zichuan and his men also rushed over. What's wrong with you? Didn't we give you money? Do you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge? I just gave you money for the 6 of you. Didn't I let you in? You didn't pay for the dog. How could I let it in? The security guard rolled his eyes at them and said nonchalantly. Besides, this dog is so big. What if it hurts someone? I'm thinking about the safety of the entire community. Bah! You just want money. Lu Xingye was furious. How much money do you want this time? Okay. This dog is really too big. 400,000. Plus 200,000 deposit. A total of 600,000. When Zhou Yang heard 600,000, his mouth twitched. Why don't you just rob a bank? The security guard knocked on the door impatiently. Don't talk nonsense. Give it or not. This arrogant look made Lu Xingye very angry. He wanted to step forward, but Yin Fei stopped him with a waist. Finally, not wanting to make a big deal out of it, Shin Zichuan and his men gave them the money. After the 6 people and the dog entered the door and left the gate, Zhou Yang couldn't help asking, why did you give them money? This is obviously extortion. Can't we just beat them up? Shin Zichuan and Yin Fei looked at each other and explained. Those guys are not security guards here at all. They should be gangsters. Did you see that there was a man in the security booth who didn't come out the whole time? I saw that his hand was in the table pocket without moving. There might be a gun in it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Anyway, we don't need money. It's okay. Hearing that several security guards were gangsters, the others were all shocked. If those people are really gangsters, then this community is controlled by the gangs. Right? The richest community in the city was controlled by the gangs so quickly. It seems that the government here is basically ineffective. Yin Fei thought for a while and said, let's take our things and leave here as soon as possible. It may be difficult to survive in this community. We don't know how powerful this gang is now, so it's not easy to confront them directly. We can only wait for the army led by my uncle to arrive. Okay. Shin Zichuan agreed with Yin Fei's words and nodded. Chapter 36 Confidential Mission. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows after hearing Yin Fei's words. It seems that these people are not only rich or noble, but Yin Fei may be a red generation, and he has people in the army. The other people heard that this community is very likely to have been controlled by the gang. So they stopped talking and got in the car and headed towards Building 21 where Shin Zichuan was. The whole community was very quiet. Logically, there should be many people who have mutated into zombies in a community with so many living people. At least a few zombie sounds can be heard. But there are none here. Zhou Yang sat here and carefully observed the community. He found that a lot of dried blood could be seen on the ground under almost every building. And there were also a lot of blood stains on the curtains and glass of several households. This shows that there must be zombies in this community. And there are quite a lot of them. And this community can still be so quiet. There is only one possibility. Someone has cleaned up the community. Looking at the surviving residents, all of them had their doors and windows tightly closed. Occasionally, someone would hear the sound of their car and hide behind the curtains, carefully looking through the glass. This was not like the behavior of the wealthy area. Zhou Yang always felt that being looked at by these survivors was frightening. I think this community is not normal. The zombies here should have been cleaned up. And it should be safe. But you see these surviving residents. None of them dared to open the curtains. As if they were all very scared. Shen Zichuan nodded. I think so too. We will pack up our things and leave as soon as possible. The 6 people and the dog quickly arrived at the bottom of building 21. Shen Zichuan bought neither a villa nor a duplex apartment here, but a small flat. When he bought this place, he only saw that this community was closest to his company. Only 5 minutes away by car. So he usually lived here. Although it is a small flat. It is more than 300 square meters. Because there was 1 household per floor. The 6 people and 1 dog had to go up to the 24th floor in 2 batches. Zhou Yang was the first to go up with Wando and Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan opened the door for him and asked him to go in with Wando first, while he continued to wait for others outside. Zhou Yang sat on the sofa and looked around while letting Wando stay on the carpet in the living room. The decoration style of the whole house was simple and generous, with only some small decorative designs on the wall. In addition, there was a tea table for making tea on the balcony. It seems that the big boss is also very leisurely and elegant. After sitting for a few minutes, the other people arrived. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Xingye collapsed on the other side of the sofa where Zhou Yang was sitting, and sighed, "Ah, it's still the most comfortable to lie down. Okay, stop being lazy. We have to help Chuan pack up his things as soon as possible and then move down." Yin Fei looked at the slumped Lu Xingye, pulled him up, and dragged him to the utility room. Hey, don't pull me. I can walk by myself." Lu Xingye was grabbed by the collar, and at this moment, he looked like a wild cat with its fur standing on end. If this man hadn't been his brother for more than 20 years, he would have cursed. The other people couldn't help laughing at the lively Lu Xingye, and followed him. Although it was a utility room, it was more than a few dozen square meters. Several people found a lot of cartons and packaging bags that could be used for packaging. These were basically the outer packaging left over when Shen Zichuan bought some small appliances and small furniture. They were supposed to be disposed of at that time, but they forgot about it because they were busy with work. And they forgot about it until now. Now it can be used. With things that can be packed. Several people started to act. The most important thing in Shen Zichuan's house is the confidential data in the safe in the study. It was about 10 days before the end of the world. His former leader in the army found him and asked him to secretly investigate a mysterious prophet on the internet. After the military investigation, the location was finally locked in Baijishan City. But Baiji Mountain is neither big nor small. He investigated for more than a week and found nothing. The second thing is the 2 guns and 20 bullets that were also placed inside. These are what Yin Fei brought with him when he came this time. And they were temporarily stored here before. The purpose of his trip was actually to carry out a confidential mission. And bringing a few other people to play with him was also to conceal his tracks. Although Yin Fei did not reveal the content of the confidential mission, Shen Zichuan guessed that this mission might be related to the end of the world. In addition, the most valuable things are the 2 sets of gold jewelry and 2 sets of jade in the safe. He bought them before and planned to return to Beijing to give them to his grandmother and aunt during the next festival. But he didn't expect that the end of the world would start before he returned. But it doesn't matter. He took all these things away, and it won't be too late to give them when he has the opportunity to return to Beijing in the future. Since the documents and guns in the study were too important, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei were responsible for sorting them out. Zhou Yang and others were sent to clean up the things in the storage room. As soon as he entered the storage room, Zhou Yang saw a whole wall of imported red wine. And next to it was a display cabinet of Wuliangye for collection. Mao Ai also had aged daughter red wine. And any bottle would cost tens of thousands. Zhou Yang couldn't help but be amazed. Does Shen Zichuan like to drink? He actually collects so many wines. He doesn't like to drink. He just likes to collect. He not only likes to collect wine, but also collects cigarettes. Here. Su Zi shook his head and opened the door of an 8-layer cabinet behind him to show Zhou Yang. There were all kinds of cigarettes inside, both domestic and foreign. He had seen and heard of some of them, but most of them were beyond his cognition. He collects so many cigarettes. Love to smoke? Want to try all flavors? As an ordinary person, Zhou Yang expressed his incomprehension. You may not believe it, but my brother Chuan doesn't smoke at all. Lu Xingye touched his chin and said, He just likes to collect. When we were young, we helped him collect a set of cards from cigarettes. I was even beaten by my father for this. No. I want Brother Chuan to make up for my young heart at that time. Chai Jin immediately exposed him when he heard it. Who told you to pester your father to sell dozens of cigarettes? And even opened all the cigarettes at once? If your father doesn't help, who will you help? Lu Xingye snorted, turned his head and said nothing. Silently picked up the plastic bag and started packing cigarettes. Zhou Yang touched his nose and began to help Su Zi pack red wine into the carton. Over there, Shen Zichuan and Yen Fei took the lead in dealing with the things to be taken away from the study, and also came over to help. The 6 of them packed together for another hour before they emptied all the things in the storage room. After packing the storage room, Shen Zichuan took a few people to the next door, which was supposed to be the second bedroom, but he changed it into a small exhibition hall. In addition to his love of collecting cigarettes and alcohol, Shen Zichuan is also a travel and skiing enthusiast. Here are several sets of his ski suits and skis, as well as several Tibetan knives he bought for collection when he traveled to Sichuan and Tibet. All of them are sharpened and extremely sharp. These Tibetan knives are all good stuff. Each of you can pick one, Shen Zichuan said to the few people. From now on, it will be unsafe. Cold weapons must be prepared. The other few people were not polite and went up to take one each. Chapter 37 Lin Wanwan. There were only 5 Tibetan knives, one for each of them, which was just enough for them. Zhou Yang didn't go over, because he had one anyway. He lowered his head and touched the languid P, who leaned his head against him. Zhou Yang realized that it might be hungry again. Just as he was considering whether to give P a meal, he saw Shen Zichuan coming over with a Tibetan knife. As soon as Zhou Yang looked up, he heard Shen Zichuan handing the last Tibetan knife to him. I give you this knife. I see that you used short machetes before, which are not very safe. You give me the short knife, and you use this long knife. I don't really need this knife. You should use it yourself. I actually have a long military knife in my backpack, but I haven't taken it out because it's not as convenient as the short knife. Zhou Yang said, deliberately went to the sofa to take the big backpack, and then turned his back to the crowd and smuggled out the dark green handle military knife he bought before from the space. Shen Zichuan looked at the saber Zhou Yang took out, took it and took a look, and found that it was a rare and good saber, which was not worse than the Tibetan saber in his hand. Only then did he give up the idea of changing the saber. Okay, I keep this Tibetan saber for myself. Yeah. After distributing the Tibetan sabers, the few people hurried to pack up their things, except for the beds and wardrobes, which were too troublesome to take away. They took away everything else that could be taken away, even the quilts and bedding. In the days to come, everything will be lacking, so nothing can be wasted, leaving Zhou Yang with P to watch the house. The others carried the packed large cartons down first. While the few people went down, Zhou Yang quickly took out a bowl of spring water and a bowl of dog food from the space to feed P, and opened a sandwich for it to eat, so that it could replenish its physical strength. It would probably need to work hard when it returned later. P finished a large bowl of dog food and spring water in a few strokes. This amount was only enough for it to satisfy its craving, and it was not full at all. But Zhou Yang didn't give it any more. People who keep dogs know that dogs don't know how to be full. They eat as much as they are given. They need to control their food intake. Be good. When you are out, we can only eat less secretly. What we just had was just to fill your stomach and restore your strength. When we get home, I will make you a big meal. Woof. Wando howled happily. Zhou Yang stroked Wando's fur. Shh. Let's keep our voice down. Wando stuck out his tongue sensibly and didn't say anything else. Shen Zichuan and his friends moved back and forth twice, and finally moved all the big items to the truck. In the end, there were still some small things left. Everyone could move them down together in the last trip. There should be some rice left in the kitchen, and there are some vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. Let's pack them up and take them away. By the way, take the induction cooker, kitchen utensils, tableware and seasonings with you. Shen Zichuan looked at the remaining things in the kitchen and said, although Shen Zichuan himself can't cook, he hired a part-time ant to come and clean every day, and occasionally asked the ant to prepare dinner when needed. So the kitchenware and tableware here are relatively complete, and the ant will always keep some vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, and change them regularly. On the other hand, in the villa, because there are basically no people living there, There are not many things in the kitchen. Only a pot and 2 sets of tableware. And there are not even any seasonings. Even the instant noodles cooked last night and this morning relied on the seasoning packets brought by themselves. And the 5 people ate directly from the pot. Yen Fei and the other 4 nodded in agreement. After packing in 2 or 3 times, the 6 people moved the remaining things and prepared to evacuate. Even Wando helped to hang a large bag of clothes around his neck. After loading all the things into the car, there was almost a small section of the truck's compartment. It seems that they can collect more supplies on the return trip. After closing the compartment door, the 6 people got on the car one after another. The movement of the group in and out attracted the attention of many people in the community. Seeing that several people were leaving at this moment, someone finally couldn't help it. Suddenly, a girl wearing a white dress and delicate makeup, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, ran out of the building. As soon as she ran over, she lay down on the passenger window where Zhou Yang was, while Shen Zichuan was in the main seat. "Mr. Shen, are you leaving? Can you take me with you?" Zhou Yang knew that the girl was coming for Shen Zichuan, so he turned to look at Shen Zichuan. However, Shen Zichuan didn't seem to know the girl, and frowned and asked back, "I don't know you. Who are you?" "My name is Lin Wanon. I live upstairs from you. And my father is Lin Hai of Lingmu Real Estate. My father told me that you are partners." Shen Zichuan was stunned for a while before he remembered Lin Hai. But partner? A partner who competed with him for land, bribed the government himself, and then framed him for bribery? Shen Zichuan looked at Lin Wanwan with a strange expression, and then responded indifferently, "Oh, it turns out that you are Mr. Lin's daughter. What's the matter? Can you take me with you? There's no one at home, and I don't have anything to eat, so..." Lin Wanwan pinched the corner of her skirt and said softly, "Is your father not at home? Then why don't you just call him and ask him to take you away?" "I called my dad, but I couldn't get through," Lin Wanwan said. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Just take me with you, or help me find my dad, and I ask him to pay you a large sum of money." Looking down at the watch on her wrist, it was already late, and the sun would soon set if she delayed any further. Shen Zichuan, who was in a hurry to leave, didn't want to talk nonsense with her anymore, and interrupted Lin Wanwan with an impatient look on his face. "Sorry, we are in a hurry. Besides, I am not familiar with your father. I don't know where he is, and I can't help you find him. You should continue to wait for him at home, or wait for official rescue." Lin Wanwan saw that Shen Zichuan was not willing to listen, and she became angry. "Aren't you partners? How can you be so cold-blooded? I just asked you to help me find my father, not to pay you." Hearing this, Shen Zichuan sneered. "First, I am not short of money. Second, I have met your father at most 3 times. Besides, your father used a lot of shameful means to fight with me for the land at the foot of Baiji Mountain. You call this a partner? You are talking nonsense. My father has always been kind to others in business. If you don't want to help me, just say it. Don't slander my father." Lin Wanwan was so angry that she slapped the window glass hard, and Zhou Yang was caught off guard and trembled with fear. P, who was protecting its master, saw that he was frightened by this strange crazy woman. It was standing behind the car and immediately took 2 steps forward with its teeth bared, which frightened Lin Wanwan so much that she stepped back several steps. "Ah! Hurry up and get this dead dog out of here. This dog must be a monster after growing so big. Why don't you kill it? Kill it quickly." Even Zhou Yang, who had a good temper, was made to laugh by this woman. "Are you sick? My P is very well behaved. It was you who got mad here and scared me first, so it ran over to protect its master. If you are afraid of dogs, just hide back home. Don't pay attention to her. Let's go." Shen Zichuan didn't even look at Lin Wanwan, who was trembling with fear because of P. He gestured to the people in the other 2 cars and took the lead and left first. P ran happily to Zhou Yang's car window, and the other 2 cars followed closely. Lin Wanwan, who was forgotten by several people, stood there, staring at the direction where everyone left with a face full of resentment. Her hands hanging on both sides were tightly clenched into a ball, and her slender nails were deeply embedded in her flesh. After a long time, she noticed that many people were looking at her, and then she hurried back to the building. Chapter 38: Security blocking the road. The people who had already left naturally did not notice the abnormality of Lin Wanwan behind them. Of course, Even if they noticed, no one would care. After all, it was the end of the world. Who would waste time on an insignificant person? The few people soon came to the entrance of the community again. This time they thought they could leave smoothly, but they were blocked by several security guards again. But the security guard, who led the way before, did not seem to be there this time. What are you doing? Didn't you see the sign saying, "No entry or exit"? Shen Zichuan stopped the car and said to the security guard closest to him, "We want to go out. Please open the door for us." The security guard recognized Shen Zichuan and was quite impatient. "Why are you here again? Come back if you want to. Leave if you want to. You guys are having fun. Brothers, we will not come back this time. And we promise not to bother you again. Please do us a favor and let us go out," Shen Zichuan said, and handed a few packs of cigarettes to the other party. The security guard took the cigarette and stuffed it into his pocket. His tone softened a bit, but he still refused to give in. "We really can't let you go out. Our boss said early in the morning that this community is only open to people who can enter, but not to people who can leave. The only people who can leave are the corpses that have turned into monsters. So, you should go back. Our brothers have cleaned up this community. It's very safe. It's not like outside, which is full of man-eating monsters. It's much safer for you to stay at home." Shen Zichuan suppressed his unhappiness and continued to try to negotiate with the security guard. "But if we go back, there's nothing to eat at home. We have to go out to find something to eat. Besides, no one in this community is allowed to go out. So what will everyone eat? If this goes on, even if they are not eaten by the monsters outside, they will starve to death. Don't worry about that. The supermarket in this community is open as usual. The missing supplies are all found by our brothers every day. At most, we can earn a little more when we sell them to everyone. Besides, we also found a lot of supplies from the people's homes that we cleared out. Now we are responsible for centralized management of all of them, so that everyone will not starve." This sounds high-sounding, but in fact it is blatantly seizing supplies, collecting money, and being a local emperor. These black-hearted people. Zhou Yang cursed in his heart. Shen Zichuan was almost out of patience at this time, and asked with a dark face, "What if we have to leave? If you really want to leave, it's not impossible. But you can't take anything that belongs to the community, including your car and the things in the car." The security guard smiled crookedly and raised his chin towards the car of Shen Zichuan and others. Hearing this, Lu Xingye's temper could no longer be tolerated, and he came down to curse at the security guard. "Fuck you. You might as well just say it was a robbery. We just drove in today, and the things in the car are ours. How can they belong to the community? What I said is true. If you keep nagging, I beat you to death." The security guard was fearless, holding the electric baton in his hand and waving it. "Don't talk nonsense. All of you go back. By the way, pay the property management fee for this month first. 10 kilograms of food per person. No matter what you eat. If you don't have food, pay the money. 150,000 per person. This dog should be counted as 200,000. When they heard that they had to pay a sky-high property management fee every month, and it was calculated per person, they were all so angry that they laughed. It was just like a robbery. Shen Zichuan and his friends naturally couldn't go back to the community obediently, let alone pay the property management fee. Knowing that this matter would definitely not be resolved peacefully, they exchanged glances with each other. The 5 of them grew up together and had fought in many group fights, so they naturally understood each other tacitly. Although Zhou Yang didn't quite understand the eye contact of the other people, he could see that the situation was not good. He stayed in the car without saying anything and called Wando over. He was okay with dealing with zombies, but his small body was not good enough for fighting with people. When they fight later, "You have to protect your weak master," Zhou Yang whispered in Wando's ear. "Of course, if they get into trouble, such as someone sneaking up on them, we have to go up and help." Wando rubbed his master's chin with the top of his head to show that he understood. Yan Fei, Chai Jin and the other 4 got out of the car one after another, walked to Shen Zichuan, and stood opposite several security guards. And the 2 sides confronted each other. "So, you want to rebel? Brothers, grab your weapons. Teach our new residents a lesson." The security guard was amused when he saw that several people were going to resist, and turned his head to greet other inconspicuous corners. As soon as he finished speaking, several men wearing security uniforms and holding electric batons and knives came out from the dark. In a blink of an eye, they surrounded the few people. Zhou Yang counted them, and found that there were more than 20 people. No wonder they were so arrogant. If ordinary people were surrounded like this, they would be scared to death, and dare not resist. But this time, they were destined to hit a wall. Yan Fei looked at the 20 or so people in front of him. His eyes moved slightly, walked to Shen Zichuan, and whispered, "There are so many people guarding the gate, and there are probably more in other places in the community. Let's make a quick decision. Leave as soon as possible." "Yes." Shen Zichuan nodded, looked at Yan Fei, and rushed out first, followed by Su Zi, Chai Jin and Lu Xingye. Except for Chai Jin, the others did not use cold weapons, and directly attacked with superpowers. In an instant, colorful superpower lights flashed before their eyes. Although there were also a few people in their gang who awakened superpowers. Either their strength increased or their speed evolved. Especially their boss, who could use fire whips. But the security guards obviously did not expect that these people in front of them actually had superpowers. And they were hit by their superpowers without any preparation. In the blink of an eye, people were lying all over the ground. Some were knocked unconscious by electric shock. Some were suffocated by water balloons. Some were burned and rolled on the ground. And some were stabbed like hedgehogs by needles. Of course, some had their arms and legs chopped off by Chai Jin. Seeing that everyone was knocked to the ground, the middle-aged man who had been sitting in the security booth could no longer sit still. He took out a gun, loaded it, walked out, and pointed it directly at Shen Zichuan and the others. "Don't move. Even if you have superpowers, you still can't avoid bullets. All of you squat down." Seeing this, Yan Fei also took out a pistol and pointed it at the man's head. "I advise you not to move. You are not the only one in the world with a gun." Seeing Yan Fei also took out a gun, the man instantly lost his composure, and sweat broke out on his forehead. "Don't be nervous. We don't want to kill anyone. If we want to kill you, we don't need a gun. You may not know that my brother's flying knife is much faster than a bullet." Shen Zichuan chuckled at the side. "Now, throw the gun over. Then open the door and let us out." The man didn't dare to gamble with his life, so he had to do it. Threw the gun over. Then turned around and moved the fence away with a little trembling. Then turned around and went to the security booth to turn on the electric switch of the community gate. Shen Zichuan picked up the gun and got into the car with several other people. When the gate was fully opened, they rushed out directly. As for what would happen in the community later, they couldn't control it for the time being. Chapter 39 Taoyuan Farm. After leaving the community, everyone returned along the original route. The road out of the city center was still fighting zombies, while breaking through. It was not until they drove onto the main road around the city that they got rid of the zombies. As soon as they got away from the zombie army, Shen Zichuan handed the gun he had taken from the middle-aged man to Zhou Yang. "You don't have superpowers, so keep this gun and use it for self-defense when necessary." "Ah, do you need a gun?" Zhou Yang was stunned when he looked at the gun. "Besides, I don't know how to use it. You should take it yourself. I just checked. There are only 3 bullets left in this gun, which is not very useful to me. It's just right for you to use it for self-defense. It's okay if you don't know how to use it. I teach you when we get back. It's very simple. Load, aim, and shoot. Just these 3 steps. The most you can do is not shoot accurately," Shen Zichuan said, and put the gun directly in Zhou Yang's arms. "Ah?" Zhou Yang caught the gun in a panic, not daring to touch it, fearing that something might go wrong and cause the gun to go off. Shen Zichuan saw him holding the gun in his hand like a bomb, and laughed out loud. "Don't be afraid. I just put the safety on this gun. It won't go off. You don't have to be so cautious. Put it away quickly." "Oh!" Zhou Yang was relieved and put the gun in his backpack temporarily. The return trip was much faster. After getting off the main road around the city, the group turned onto the ring road, aiming to avoid all unsafe factors and go home quickly. The sky gradually darkened on the road, and the beautiful sunset was outside the car window. The warm and soft light of the red sun dyed the earth and the sky golden, and merged with the sunset glow in the sky to form a gorgeous and dazzling picture. Such a beautiful scenery today is exactly in line with the saying, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful." But it is near dusk. Zhou Yang rarely had the leisure to take out his mobile phone to take a photo of the sunset. Just as he was about to put down his phone, He saw a sign at a small intersection ahead, which said Taiyuan Farm, 500 meters away. The sign at the intersection ahead said, there is a farm 500 meters away. Should we stop by and take a look? There should still be some time before the sun sets. We should hurry up, and it shouldn't be delayed. That's fine. There are still a lot of empty truck compartments anyway. Shen Zichuan glanced at the road sign, nodded, and then gestured to other cars, and turned into the small road. The 500-meter journey was very short. In just a few minutes, several cars drove to the gate of the farm one after another. The entire farm seemed very large, and you couldn't see the end at a glance. From the wall to the gate, they were all antique buildings. When you looked up, you saw a wooden plaque with the 4 big characters Taiyuan Farm written on it. There were also 2 strings of lanterns and colored lights hanging on both sides. The gate of the farm was closed and locked. But with Yan Fei, the locksmith, everything was not a problem. After opening the gate, a group of people drove in. As soon as you enter, you will see a large music square, a farmhouse restaurant and a homestay, and a large farm behind. Zhou Yang looked at the panoramic planning diagram of the farm next to him, and found that the farm was quite layered. Not only did it grow vegetables and fruits that a farm should have, but it also planted a lot of ornamental flowers and trees. At the same time, it also raised some poultry, and even some small animals, such as rabbits, squirrels, sheep, and parrots. Chuan, I will take Chai Jin and Xingye to the farmhouse and homestay. And you, Zi and Zhou Yang will go to the farm to have a look. Yan Fei, who got off the car over there, walked over and said to Shen Zichuan, Okay. Shen Zichuan responded, and took Su Zi and Zhou Yang and turned to the direction of the farm. Zhou Yang had no objection to being directly assigned, and followed Shen Zichuan with Wando. However, considering that there should be a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits on the farm, the 3 of them took a few sacks from the farm's warehouse before going. As soon as they entered the farm, they saw vegetables and fruits all over the ground, and they were basically ripe. The 3 of them did not delay and began to harvest them swiftly, and did not stop until they filled several sacks. After that, the 3 of them temporarily put the sacks on the side of the road and continued to move forward. Over there is the breeding area, where poultry and small animals are all there. But when the 3 of them went there, they found that these small animals are not cute at all now. The size of all animals here has increased several times. Chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits are at least 3 to 5 times the size before the end of the world. Killing one of them is enough for everyone to eat for a day. If it was just the size that increased, it would be fine. But there are also squirrels and sheep that suddenly became extremely irritable. And even their diets have changed. Grass and nuts can no longer meet their energy needs, and they have switched to eating meat. Looking at the parrot's cage, there is only a group of ugly zombie birds that are howling constantly, which is very disgusting. Apparently there was at least 1 zombie bird inside, and it brought disaster to the entire flock. Burn these zombie birds. They are so noisy. Zhou Yang patted P on the back. Feeling a headache from the noise of the zombie parrots, P immediately sprayed several fireballs in. And the zombie birds were silent. Su Zi looked at the remaining animals, frowning. These chickens, ducks, geese, squirrels, and sheep can't be kept. They seem to have mutated. Well, the chickens, ducks, and geese seem to have only grown in size, so they should still be edible. But these squirrels and sheep, let's not keep them. Thinking of the smell of the mutant chickens roasted by the superpowers in the base in his previous life, Zhou Yang's mouth was watering. For safety's sake, don't kill them all. Finally, Shen Zichuan made the decision and killed all the remaining mutant animals with Su Zi, and the air was instantly filled with the smell of barbecue. Zhou Yang wanted to eat mutant chicken, but didn't know how to explain it. Such a good mutant chicken. What a waste. Forget it. The chicken in the space is also very fragrant. After comforting himself, Zhou Yang retracted his eager eyes and followed Shen Zichuan and Su Zi to leave. Halfway through, he found that Wando didn't catch up. Zhou Yang turned his head and saw Wando quietly carrying 2 mutant chickens that were electrocuted and ran to his side. Zhou Yang, surprise. Good kid. You understand your father's heart. He gave Wando a thumbs up, turned his back on the 2 people who were still talking in front, quickly put the 2 mutant chickens into the space, and then pretended to be nothing and continued to follow behind with Wando. Just when Zhou Yang was thinking about how to make mutant chickens into various delicious meals, a black shadow suddenly rushed towards him with a roar. And before he could see clearly, he was protected by Wando behind him. Fuck. What the hell? Zhou Yang was frightened and didn't react for a while. Careful. Chapter 40 Kill the Zombie Dog. Shen Zichuan stopped when he heard the noise. He turned around and saw a black zombie dog rushing towards Zhou Yang. He screamed and released a lightning bolt from his hand. Su Zi also took action immediately when he saw the zombie dog. The two abilities hit the zombie dog at the same time, forcing it to deviate from its direction. This gave Zhou Yang time to react, and he hurriedly ran to Shen Zichuan and Su Zi with P. Only then did he see clearly that the black shadow before was actually a black Doberman. However, this Doberman had already been a zombie dog. At this moment, because it missed the attack, it was barking frantically and staring at several people fiercely. There was a strange light flashing in the scarlet eyes, and the saliva flowing from the fangs, and the corners of the mouth was sticky and flowed to the ground. The fur on the body had rotted in many places, and only the skull and facial features were left on the dog's head. There were countless maggots swarming inside, which made people shudder. What was even more disgusting was the bursts of rotten smell emanating from it. It was only 2 days since the end of the world began, but this zombie dog seemed to have been dead for a long time. Although the stench was overwhelming, the degree of decay of this zombie dog was far less than those zombies outside. It was very likely that there were other aspects of evolution, such as the common hardening of fur. If this was true, then this zombie dog would be difficult to deal with. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang secretly wondered what to do. Su Zi, who was standing aside, looked at such a disgusting dog and almost vomited the overnight meal. This is a zombie dog? How come it's uglier than a zombie? Zhou Yang had already taken out a saber from his backpack and held it in his hand. This thing is not only more disgusting than a zombie, but also harder to deal with than a zombie. It's fast and hard to kill. Everyone, be careful. Let's stand apart. Wando, and I will attract the attention of the zombie dog in a while. Once it moves, you will surround it from both sides. Shen Zichuan, you use electricity to paralyze it. And Brother Su, you just use the knife to chop its head and neck. Don't hold back. This zombie dog is not very rotten, and its fur is likely to harden. Shen Zichuan looked at Zhou Yang after hearing this. He always felt that Zhou Yang seemed to know a lot of things, but he didn't think much about it and nodded. Okay, we will cooperate with you. And you be careful. After saying that, he and Su Zi walked to both sides of Zhou Yang. The three of them stood in 3 directions. The zombie dogs were divided into 3 waves towards the target. They shook their heads impatiently and began to hesitate about where to start. Just when it felt that Shen Zichuan tasted better and wanted to pounce on him, Zhou Yang threw a brick on its head, knocking the dog unconscious. The zombie dog immediately turned around and stared at Zhou Yang fiercely, letting out a roar. Ah! Zhou Yang held the saber tightly and continued to shout at the zombie dog. Stupid dog! Look here! Come and bite your grandpa! The zombie dog was successfully angered by him, and immediately turned around and pounced on him. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately stepped back and shouted to P. Cub! Spray it! P received the order and sprayed a big fireball at the zombie dog's head. But the zombie dog evaded it swiftly. At the moment the zombie dog took action, Shen Zichuan and Su Zi also went out at the same time. Shen Zichuan did not take it lightly, and directly released the maximum power. The zombie dog was in midair, and could not dodge. Its body was directly paralyzed and fell to the ground. Su Zi took the opportunity to stab the zombie dog's neck with his Tibetan knife. Unfortunately, the zombie dog's fur became extremely hard as Zhou Yang expected, and Su Zi's knife only left a small cut on it. Fuck. The skin is so hard. I can't cut it. Su Zi cursed in a low voice. Don't stop. Keep cutting. P bites its hind legs directly. Don't let it move. Zhou Yang shouted hurriedly. And then he walked over quickly, picked up the military knife, and stabbed it into the zombie dog's eyes and mouth respectively. Even if the zombie dog is hard, places like eyes and mouth must still be weak points. Sure enough, Zhou Yang stabbed it in easily. The zombie dog was suddenly blinded and stabbed in the mouth. It was immediately furious. The body paralyzed by lightning resisted again. P rushed over and bit the zombie dog's hind legs, restraining the zombie dog. Shen Zichuan and Su Zi also quickly picked up their knives and kept attacking the zombie dog. although one knife could only make a shallow wound. They both attacked the same wound, and soon the zombie dog was bleeding profusely, and half of its head was cut off. When the zombie dog fell into a pool of blood and was completely motionless, the three people and the dog stopped and collapsed on the side. I'm so tired. My hands are sore from cutting. Zhou Yang collapsed on the ground and shook his sore arms. Su Zi also took a breath before he recovered. It's indeed much harder to kill than zombies. Are all animals that have turned into zombies so hard to kill? Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, not necessarily. But those that have evolved like this zombie dog are not easy to kill. If there are those that evolve with superpowers in the future, it will probably be even harder to kill. Shen Zichuan frowned. Are there any that can evolve with superpowers? Su Zi's mouth twitched. No way? I haven't seen zombies with superpowers either. They can. You guys have evolved with superpowers. Mutated animals, like peas, have also evolved with superpowers. Then why can't zombies evolve with superpowers? Just because there are none now doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. Shen Zichuan and Su Zi, Okay. There is indeed such a possibility. After resting for a few minutes and recovering their strength, the three people and the dog stood up and continued to walk back with the sack. After walking 2 steps, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something, threw down the sack and ran back to the zombie dog, squatted down, and then used the tip of the knife to search the zombie dog's head. The result disappointed him a little. There was no crystal core. TSK. I thought that the zombie dog that evolved first so early could also evolve crystal core earlier. It seems that it is still the same as in the previous life. Crystal cores will only appear after the first extreme cold. Putting away the knife, Zhou Yang walked back with some disappointment. Shen Zichuan and Su Zi saw Zhou Yang looking for something in the zombie dog's brain, and they were speechless for a moment. When Zhou Yang came back, they couldn't help asking, what were you looking for just now? Didn't the novel say there was such a thing as a crystal core? I think this zombie dog is quite strong, so I want to look for it. But it seems that there is none. Zhou Yang laughed dryly and explained. Shen Zichuan. Su Zi, Shen Zichuan shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, the things in the novel can be used as a reference, and they can't be taken too seriously. It's getting late. Let's go back and gather. Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded and followed the two. I decided to look for it next time I encounter a zombie with superpowers. If there is still no one, I will try again when it is extremely cold. Chapter 41 Zhou Yang Cooks. When the three people and the dog returned to the square, they saw Yin Fei and the other two moving boxes of things into the car. Seeing that the three of them came back so late, they hurriedly asked, You have been gone for so long, and you only brought back a few sacks of things? Seeing that the few people only brought back a few sacks, Lu Xingye asked curiously. Oh, don't mention it. We met zombie dogs. Almost fed the dogs. Su Zi threw the 2 sacks in his hand onto the truck and complained. Zombie dog? Yin Fei pondered for a while and asked. Is it a black Doberman? How did you know? Zhou Yang and the other two exclaimed in unison. Almost all the group photos on the walls of the farmhouse and the B&B have a black dog. We also found a doghouse and dog food inside. But we didn't see this dog. We thought it had mutated and ran away like P. But it turned out to be a zombie dog. Yin Fei pointed in the direction of the farmhouse and the B&B, and then asked the three people solemnly, How are you? Are you okay? Shen Zichuan shook his head, looking quite pessimistic. Zombie dogs are not easy to deal with. Their bodies are as hard as iron sheets. It took the 3 of us, plus the help of P, to kill them. It seems that we are still not strong enough. Too weak. Yin Fei and others fell into deep thought after hearing this. Zhou Yang, then does he not deserve to live? But do we have to become stronger like this? It seems that physical exercise alone is not enough. Lu Xingye grabbed a handful of hair and looked at everyone blankly. In fact, you could exercise your abilities. For example, Shen Zichuan's lightning can be charged to exercise your control over electricity. You can also study different ways to release lightning, such as power grids, lightning induction, etc. When you are free, you can also try to use the energy consumption ability to see if you can use it to improve your body's energy storage capacity. Your other abilities can be exercised in this way. As for Chai Jin's strength and speed evolution, in addition to continuing to improve his physical fitness, you can also try to use the energy consumption ability to increase the body's storable energy. Zhou Yang recalled the ability improvement methods he had heard from others in his previous life and put forward his own suggestions. Su Zi pondered Zhou Yang's words and felt that they made a lot of sense. So he said, "What Zhou Yang said makes sense. I think we can give it a try." "Yeah. Let's try it when we get back." Shen Zichuan also nodded in agreement. "Let's hurry up and move everything. And then go back as soon as possible." "Okay." Everyone agreed unanimously. And they all ran around to move things quickly, and soon filled the truck to the brim. The sun had already set, and it was getting dark. Taking advantage of the last bit of afterglow, the group drove away quickly. They drove on at high speed all the way, and finally arrived at the Baijishan villa just before nightfall. As soon as they entered the gate of the villa, everyone relaxed visibly. And Lu Xingye even threw himself directly on the sofa in the living room. "Ah! I'm hungry, tired, and sleepy. I don't want to move." Seeing that everyone was really tired, but the things had to be unloaded, Shen Zichuan directly suggested, "Everyone, please work harder and clean up the things in the truck first, and then make dinner." "Okay." Everyone had no objection, and they cheered up again and cleaned up the things in several trucks. Vegetables, fruits, grains, and other perishable things were all moved to the basement for storage, while gasoline and diesel continued to be piled in the trucks and would be discussed later. Finally, all the things in Shen Zichuan's downtown home were moved into the villa, and everyone was finally done. "Hurry up and wash up and make dinner. Zhou Yang, you stay here and eat. We talk about the distribution of supplies after we finish eating." Shen Zichuan cleaned up the kitchen and said to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled and didn't refuse. He also worked hard, so it's not too much to have a meal. "You guys, come and help cook." Seeing that Zhou Yang had no objection, Shen Zichuan turned and went into the kitchen. And by the way, he also called a few other people to help. Yin Fei and the other grown men looked at each other, but still followed him in. Zhou Yang had nothing to do, so he sat on the sofa and combed Pi's hair. He always felt that Pi's hair had grown a little longer. What's wrong? Could it be because Pi is not yet an adult and is still growing? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a loud noise from the kitchen, which scared Zhou Yang and Pi. Several people cooking, and the kitchen blew up? It can't be that bad. With a head full of doubts, Zhou Yang walked to the kitchen door, and Wando followed closely behind. As soon as they approached, they smelled a strong smell of burning. And then the man and the dog saw the iron pot lying alone on the ground, and the black unknown objects scattered on the ground. The several grown men looked at Zhou Yang and Wando, who were tilting their heads at the door and looking at them, and their faces flushed. "Are you sure you are cooking? Not poisoning? Or dismantling the kitchen?" Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice. "Ahem. We are just not very good at cooking. Wait a minute. We will be ready soon. The rice is already cooked. Just stir-fry 2 dishes." Shen Zichuan touched his nose and said in a not very firm tone, and then looked away, not daring to look at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang estimated the probability of waiting and not getting food in the end, then sighed and rolled up his sleeves. "Forget it. I do it. You two go wash the vegetables. Green vegetables. Cabbage. Baby cabbage. Green and red peppers. And shallots. Go find me a piece of beef. A piece of pork. A fish. And a chicken. Go wash the pot on the ground. Go get some eggs. Salted duck eggs. And preserved eggs. Okay. Okay." Shen Zichuan and the other 5 nodded repeatedly, and immediately began to do the assigned work. After assigning tasks to several people, Zhou Yang also found an apron, put it on, and started to work. First, boil a pot of water, then soak the sweet potato flour, and then make cabbage and pork stewed with vermicelli. Then, he dismembered a chicken in a few seconds, and made spicy chicken with 2 chicken legs, and made a simple stir-fried chicken with the rest. The fish was sea bass. In order to save time, Zhou Yang put the seasonings in the steamer and steamed it directly. Later, sprinkled chopped green onions and poured hot oil to make scallion oil fish. The beef was simple. Cut it into thin slices against the grain. Marinate it with rice wine, salt and a little starch, and make stir-fried beef with green and red peppers. Then make a baby cabbage soup and stir-fried vegetables. And that's it. By the way, you also need to take chicken breast, eggs and extra vegetables, and make a bowl of dog rice for P. Zhou Yang cooked in an orderly manner, while Shen Zichuan and others stood aside to observe and learn. I don't know how much I learned, but it's true that my stomach kept growling the more I looked at it. When the last dish came out, looking at the 7 dishes on the table, the tears of several grown men were about to flow from the corners of their mouths. Zhou Yang, you are such a good cook. It smells so good. It looks delicious. Lu Xingye looked at the dishes on the table and almost drooled. The others nodded immediately. It's okay. You guys eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Zhou Yang was embarrassed by Lu Xingye's praise. He put the dog food he made for Wando in front of Wando and quickly invited them to eat. Seeing that they still didn't move, he took the lead and moved his chopsticks first. The others then picked up their bowls and chopsticks. For a while, there was only the sound of chopsticks dancing and picking up food and rice on the table. Chapter 42, Dividing the Supplies. When everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks again, they were all full, and almost all the food on the table was cleared. Not even the soup base was left. After a short rest, everyone stood up and rubbed their bellies to clean up the mess. Zhou Yang wanted to help, but was pressed down on his seat by Shen Zichuan and his men, who insisted on not letting him, the chef, do anything. In the end, he had to retreat to the sofa in disappointment, hugging Wando and watching others clean up the kitchen and dining room with swift hands and feet. After everything was cleaned up, several people gathered in the living room again, holding paper, pens, and calculators, and began to count the supplies collected today. After more than half an hour of work, they finally counted them clearly. That day, they collected a total of 15 tons of rice, 100 kilograms of flour, noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles and other staple foods, totaling about 400 kilograms, more than 8 tons of meat such as pork, beef and mutton, 5 boxes of chicken, duck and goose eggs, more than 200 kilograms of vegetables, and less but more than 150 kilograms of fruit. There were 50 barrels of 10L bottled water, 200 boxes of 500 milliliters bottled water, 116 barrels of various edible oils, 5 large boxes of edible salt and white sugar, and 2 large boxes of other condiments, 8 barrels of gasoline totaling more than 500 liters, and 2 large barrels of diesel totaling 1,000 liters. In addition, there were some miscellaneous daily necessities, but not much. After counting the supplies, Lu Xingye looked at the total on the list and smiled from ear to ear. In an instant, he felt that the end of the world was not scary at all. So much. It should be enough for us to eat for a few years. The end of the world should be over by then. Hee hee. Yin Fei glanced at him and ruthlessly broke his hope. You think too simply. These things can't be stored for long without a suitable place to store them. If the current situation cannot be controlled, the end of the world will not end so easily. If the country cannot control it, these things may not be produced in the future. So what can we eat in the future? Even if we can find food elsewhere, the food will have rotted and deteriorated long ago. Ah? After hearing Yin Fei's words, Lu Xingye became visibly depressed again. If it can be so easy, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Shen Zichuan patted Lu Xingye on the shoulder and comforted him. But you don't have to be discouraged. Rice is durable, as long as it is well preserved and not damp. It should be fine to eat for a few years. I have a small freezer in the basement. I can freeze meat, vegetables and fruits in it, and eat them for a few years. We won't just sit there and eat all the food. We will have to go out and find supplies later. So don't be too pessimistic. Hearing this, Lu Xingye breathed a sigh of relief, and the others nodded. Zhou Yang was a little surprised when he heard Shen Zichuan say that his family had a freezer. You actually have a freezer. You are indeed a rich man. The 2 large double-door refrigerators in the villa are not enough, and you have to build a freezer. But unfortunately, the power will be cut off soon. Even if the army comes and builds a base in the future, and the power is restored, it will take a long time to supply high-power equipment. Moreover, after the extreme cold, these villas will be flooded. With the airtightness of this freezer, it is unknown whether it can stop the flood. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang suddenly felt that this freezer and this luxurious villa were both a pity. Well, you can set the temperature yourself, which can be used for both freshness preservation and freezing. I originally planned to move here to store red wine in the future, but now I will just use it as a freezer. Shen Zichuan didn't know Zhou Yang's psychological activities, But he looked at his face with a sigh and a regretful expression, which was a bit strange. But he just thought he envied this freezer. So he suggested, "Do you have anything that is not easy to store and needs to be frozen? If you are assured, you can also freeze it here. You can come and get it at any time. It's okay." Hearing this, Zhou Yang hurriedly waved his hands. No. The supplies I have are durable. It's not a big deal. I don't need it for the time being." Seeing Zhou Yang's refusal, Shen Zichuan didn't force it, but just emphasized again that if he needed to freeze the supplies at any time in the future, this kind of benefit is something that others would love. But Zhou Yang doesn't need it. After all, no matter how good the freezer is, it is not as good as his space. However, he couldn't refuse directly at this time, so he agreed repeatedly. After discussion, several people divided the supplies into 6 parts. Originally, Shen Zichuan and his friends wanted to divide it into 7 parts by including peas. But Zhou Yang firmly disagreed. So in the end, it could only be divided into 6 parts. However, it was also agreed that if there was any surplus after the final distribution, Zhou Yang would get more. Zhou Yang couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. In the end, in addition to the supplies he was supposed to get, Zhou Yang also took a few bags of vacuum-packed rice, a large piece of pork, a barrel of gasoline, 2 barrels of cooking oil, and some condiments. It was impossible for Zhou Yang to carry so many things back home by himself. So several people took the initiative to help him load the supplies back with a truck, and finally move them to his doorstep. Zhou Yang felt embarrassed because he had taken a lot of advantage in this day. Originally, he wanted to let them have a drink of water and rest before leaving. But Shen Zichuan and his friends insisted on going back, thinking that it was really late and everyone was exhausted. Zhou Yang did not try to persuade them to stay. He decided to wait for a chance in the future to give them some of the vegetables he had grown on the balcony. Fresh ones are always better than frozen ones. After sending a few people away and closing the door, Zhou Yang put all the supplies piled up in the living room into the space. The living room returned to its previous spacious and tidy appearance in an instant. Then he took out a large basin of spring water, poured himself a cup, and gave the rest to P. P rubbed Zhou Yang's shoulder, lowered his head, and began to drink. After running around all day, it only drank a little spring water and was already thirsty. After drinking a cup of spring water, Zhou Yang's fatigue disappeared, and then he took a change of clothes to take a bath and prepared to go to bed. Maybe because of the excessive amount of exercise today, Zhou Yang fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed and stuck to the pillow. Chapter 43 Homemade Crossbow. When I woke up the next day, it was almost 7 o'clock in the morning. After a good sleep, Zhou Yang stretched his body and slowly got up from the bed to wash up. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw P lying at the door. When he saw him coming out, he immediately wagged his tail happily, and his tongue stuck out and breathed. "Good boy. Are you hungry?" Zhou Yang stroked P's furry head and went straight to the living room to pour a bowl of dog food and a basin of spring water into P's rice bowl. "Eat some dog food to fill your stomach first, and I make you a dog meal later." P shook his tail, not picky at all, and ate the dog food directly. Zhou Yang then turned around and went to the kitchen, washing rice and cooking a small pot of porridge for himself. Because he had eaten too greasy food yesterday and had no appetite in the morning, he only cooked some light porridge. Then he took out a bowl of leftover rice and fresh chicken breast vegetables from the space, and cooked dog food with peas. Because the mutated animals can also eat high-temperature food, there is no need to let it cool after cooking. So he poured it directly into the rice bowl of peas. While it would take some time to cook the porridge, Zhou Yang went to the balcony first and looked at the vegetables and mushrooms he had planted before. Perhaps because of the blessing of the spring water, not only did every vegetable seedling survive, but they also grew very well and looked very fresh. The mushrooms also began to grow mushrooms, but now they have only grown to the size of a fingernail. So we have to wait a little longer. It is estimated that it will not take a few days to eat. After spraying some spring water on these precious bumps, Zhou Yang turned back to the kitchen, took out a bag of mung beans from the space, put warm water in a small basin, and soaked all the mung beans. He planned to learn how to grow bean sprouts from the internet, because it was said on the internet that it needed to be soaked for 24 hours, and it would take until tomorrow to start sprouting bean sprouts. So in order to save time, he put it directly into the space as soon as it was soaked. so that he could try to sprout bean sprouts in the afternoon. Ding! A crisp reminder sound interrupted Zhou Yang's thoughts. The porridge in the rice cooker was ready. Zhou Yang served the white porridge and paired it with a bag of pickled mustard shreds. And a simple and refreshing breakfast was ready. After quickly finishing breakfast and cleaning up the kitchen, Zhou Yang returned to the living room again, took out a blueprint from the space, and a bunch of large and small tools were placed on the ground. Then he turned on the computer and started watching videos to study. He planned to make a crossbow arrow himself based on the blueprint he had downloaded and the video tutorials on the internet. Although Shen Zichuan gave him a gun, this kind of hot weapon would be like a toy gun once it ran out of bullets. At most, it would hurt a little when it was used to hit people. In the end times, cold weapons are still better. He actually already had a crossbow arrow in his space. When he passed by Shiguang before, he went to the border area and bought a finished crossbow arrow from someone on the road there at a high price. But because this kind of high destructive crossbow arrow is a controlled device in China, he has only practiced shooting in the space and never took it out. The power of that crossbow arrow is really great, and it can easily penetrate even car door panels and bulletproof vests. Although no one cares about it now even if he takes it out to use. This crossbow arrow is not only large in size, but also heavy. And it is too inconvenient to carry. So far, it has been gathering dust in the space most of the time. So he thought about making a smaller portable crossbow arrow. For this reason, he searched the internet for a long time and finally found a suitable improved Zhuge Lian new blueprint. He planned to make a wooden one first to try. If the power is not ideal, he will ask Shen Zichuan and others for help in the future, and pay Yin Fei to make a full metal one for him, and make more arrows for him by the way. While watching various videos of homemade crossbows and studying the drawings, Zhou Yang finally had an idea in his mind after thinking for a long time. He then took out a few wooden boards and started to work. He first planned all the required accessories on them with a marker, and then used a saw and a small cutter to cut out these accessories one by one. Then, he used a marker to mark the locations where holes and grooves needed to be drilled, used an electric drill and a file to make holes respectively, and finally used sandpaper to polish them one by one. Although they were all small parts, Zhou Yang was busy until the afternoon, and even had only a few bites of lunch. He polished all the parts before the sun set. The next step was assembly. Zhou Yang assembled and glued the parts together according to the diagrams on the drawings, and added 2 high elastic ropes. He worked for nearly an hour before making this simple crossbow, because it is basically made of wood. This crossbow is very light, weighing less than 1 kilogram and only half a meter long, and can fire 3 arrows at a time. As for the arrows, he had already bought them in advance when he bought the crossbow. Later, he was afraid that they were not enough, so he bought all the arrows and metal arrowheads that might be compatible online. The crossbow arrows were ready, and the next step was to test their power. Zhou Yang first set up a simple ladder on the side of the living room near the wall as a base for placing the target. The first time was an accuracy test, so he only placed a paper bag on it as a target. Walking to a place about 5 meters away from the paper bag, Zhou Yang put in 3 arrows, adjusted the crossbow, aimed at the paper bag and pressed the trigger. The arrows, whoosh, shot out, directly shot through the paper bag and plunged into the wall. Looking at the paper bag that fell to the ground after being pierced by the crossbow arrow, Zhou Yang touched the crossbow arrow in his hand with satisfaction. The accuracy seemed okay, but one test was not accurate enough, and Zhou Yang planned to continue testing. This time he replaced the paper bag with a large Coke bottle filled with half a bottle of tap water. Retreating to a distance of 5 meters again, Zhou Yang raised the crossbow arrow, aimed at the bottle and shot it. With one shot, the Coke bottle was shot through again, and the arrow hit the wall again. Zhou Yang went up to take a look. The depth of the 2 arrows entering the wall was about the same. It seemed that there was still a lot of room for testing the strength of the crossbow arrows here. So for the 3rd time, Zhou Yang directly took 2 large apples that were about the size of his palms, aiming and shooting. He shot 2 arrows through the 2 apples again and directly entered the wall. But this time the depth of the arrow entering the wall was a little shallower, because the results of the first 3 tests were not very different. Zhou Yang was not very satisfied. So for the 4th time, he directly tied a 3 centimeters thick synthetic wooden board on the ladder. Aiming and shooting again, the arrow flew out and hit the wooden board directly. This time, the blocking effect of the tail of the wooden board arrow was very obvious. so that the arrow body did not penetrate but got stuck on the wooden board. Zhou Yang was still very satisfied with this result. Obviously, the power of the crossbow arrows here is still good, and it is definitely more than enough to deal with the primary zombies and living people outside. However, after the extreme cold, the zombies will probably evolve, and it will not work. He will have to find an opportunity to ask Yin Fei to help him make another full metal one, putting away the crossbows for the time being. Zhou Yang cleaned up the messy living room and then hurried to make dinner. He was busy making crossbows at noon, so he didn't eat much. He also made Wando eat only some dog food and spring water. Now both the man and the dog were very hungry. Chapter 44: Who will marry him? After dinner, Zhou Yang finally remembered that he had to sprout bean sprouts. He quickly took out the mung beans that were soaked in water in the space. The mung beans in the basin had already been soaked. At this time, they were round and round, and they had sprouted after peeling off their green coats. They looked cute. He gently put the sprouted mung beans into the largest drain basin and soaked them with water. Afraid that they would not sprout well, Zhou Yang poured a little spring water on them, and then put them in a large stainless steel iron basin that was just right. He then covered them with a layer of breathable wet gauze to keep them moist, and finally covered them with a lid to block the light, and stored them in a cool and dark place. The first step of sprouting was completed. In the next few days, Zhou Yang would rinse them with water every day and continue to store them away from light. In less than 4 days, the bean sprouts had grown very tall, almost catching up with those sold in the vegetable market before the end of the world. Zhou Yang was very happy to harvest a wave of bean sprouts, and made a plate of stir-fried bean sprouts on the same day. The bean sprouts grown by himself are refreshing, crisp and sweet, green and pollution-free, and the taste is not worse than those professionally grown before the end of the world. Or even better, after frying a plate of bean sprouts, there are still a lot of them. So Zhou Yang directly collected them and temporarily put them in the space, intending to take them to Shinsichuan and others to taste later. The temperature has risen in the past few days, and the mushroom bags on the balcony are also growing well. In the past few days, Zhou Yang has harvested several waves of mushrooms, and he didn't have time to eat them, so he put them all in the space. Today, I just want to bring some with me. But before going, Zhou Yang called Shinsichuan first to ask if they were there, so as not to miss it. The phone number was the contact information they left with each other after they went to find supplies together last time. And Shinsichuan and others occasionally go out to collect supplies these days, and are not at home. Although they didn't ask Zhou Yang to go with them, they would send him something every time, which was really embarrassing. He sent some vegetables he grew himself as a return gift. On the other side, Shinsichuan and his friends had just returned, and before they even stepped into the house, they received a call from Zhou Yang. Hello? This is Zhou Yang. Are you home now? Yeah. We just came back from outside. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? Because this was the first time Zhou Yang called in so many days. Shinsichuan instinctively thought that something had happened to him. It's okay. It's just that I grew a lot of bean sprouts and mushrooms myself, and I can't eat them all, so I want to give you some to eat. We have enough vegetables here. You can keep the bean sprouts and mushrooms you grew with great difficulty, and eat them slowly. Shinsichuan rejected Zhou Yang's kindness without thinking. It's not easy to eat fresh vegetables in the end times. There are not many fresh vegetables and fruits in the supermarkets outside these days. Even if he keeps them frozen at home, the taste will deteriorate. The fresh bean sprouts and mushrooms that Zhou Yang grew himself are rare, and he is really embarrassed to ask for them. But I sent out so many. I can't finish them all by myself. It's such a waste if they go bad in the end. I might as well give them to you. Okay then. Shinsichuan thought about it, and decided that it would be better to give them to him than to waste them. So he finally agreed. Well, then I come over now. Okay. Then be careful. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang took a plastic bag and put all the bean sprouts in it, and also took a pot of salt and pepper pork belly he made himself. He used at least a large piece of pork that he brought back, and cut it into small pieces after he came back and blanched it. Then he fried the meat with a little pepper and a lot of salt. If you put the salt and pepper fried pork in the refrigerator, you can eat it for a long time, and it tastes very chewy. When you want to eat it, you can just steam a few pieces in the steamer when cooking. It's convenient and good with rice, especially suitable for those big men like Shinsichuan who can't cook. After much persuasion, He used 2 large pots of spring water to persuade P, who wanted to go out with him, to stay at home to look after the house. Zhou Yang went out with a bag in one hand. When he arrived at the villa, 5 people were still busy unloading things. Most of the packaging was medicine, and there were also some daily necessities. Today's temperature has exceeded 35 degrees, and the sun is still at its hottest, making people dizzy. Several people were sweating, and their clothes were soaked. You came back at this time. Have you eaten? No. I eat after I'm done with the work. The sun is too hot. You should go in quickly and be careful. Shen Zichuan took a break from his busy schedule and turned back to wave to Zhou Yang, signaling him to go in quickly. Zhou Yang nodded and carried the things into the villa first. However, after entering, he was not idle and went directly into the kitchen, using the fastest cooking mode to steam a pot of rice and the salt and pepper pork belly he brought for several people. Then he washed the bean sprouts and mushrooms he had just brought and put them aside to drain. Then he looked in the refrigerator again and took out a piece of pork, a handful of green onions, 3 tomatoes, 3 eggs, and a bag of pickled mustard tuber. For the sake of speed, Zhou Yang only chose a few simple dishes, but each dish was very large. A stir-fried bean sprout, a stir-fried pork slices with green onions and mushrooms, a tomato, pickled mustard tuber and egg drop soup, and opened a bag of braised beef slices, and added the salt and pepper pork belly steamed in the rice cooker. 4 dishes and 1 soup. All done. When Shen Zichuan and his friends came in after their work, Zhou Yang just brought the steamed salt and pepper pork belly to the table. Seeing that they had finished their work, he asked, just in time, "The food is ready. Do you want to eat right away, or take a shower first?" "Wow! Xiao Yang, you are so awesome. How about I follow you in the future? I am easy to keep, as long as I have such delicious food every day." Lu Xingye looked at the table of hot dishes and hot soup, and was so excited that he almost threw himself on Zhou Yang. Fortunately, Yan Fei, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed him by the back of his collar. Su Zi adjusted his glasses and said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, I didn't have time to entertain you. Send us food, and trouble you to cook for us. It's okay. Anyway, I'm bored waiting here, so I help you cook and change your taste." Zhou Yang smiled at them meaningfully. He knew how these people live these days. Every day, they either boiled vegetables or boiled meat, or had a hodgepodge of hot pot ingredients, or cooked instant noodles. As a result, every time he went to deliver something to him, Lu Xingye would complain to him. "Ahem. Thank you." Shen Zichuan and the others blushed when they heard this. "Let's go take a shower first. It's too uncomfortable." "Okay. Go quickly. Otherwise the food will get cold. Although it's hot, it's not good to eat cold food." They quickly took a combat shower and came back in less than 10 minutes. Lu Xingye didn't even have time to dry his hair, and he hurried down to eat, with water dripping from his hair. "Don't be so anxious. At least wipe your hair." Zhou Yang supported his temple, found a clean towel, and covered Lu Xingye's head, wiping him for a long time before stopping. "The food you cook is so delicious. Yang, you are a good wife and a loving mother. Whoever marries you in the future will be very proud of their ancestors." Lu Xingye shook his head indifferently and sighed while eating. "What nonsense! Eat your food." Zhou Yang was speechless after hearing what Lu Xingye said, and directly blocked his mouth with a piece of meat. "What do you mean whoever marries him? Can't he marry whoever?" Shen Zichuan, who was eating on the other side, was stunned for a moment after hearing what Lu Xingye said. Looking at the angry Zhou Yang, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what it was for a while. Finally, he thought about it and let it go, and continued to concentrate on eating. Chapter 45 Find a Generator. After dinner, Shen Zichuan and his friends were still responsible for cleaning up the dishes and washing the pots and pans. Then, they sat on the sofa to rest and counted the supplies they had collected today. "By the way, we just found a batch of medicine today. See if you need any." After counting the supplies, Shen Zichuan handed Zhou Yang a piece of paper with the names of various medicines written on it, and they were carefully classified. Most of them were cold and fever medicines, anti-inflammatory medicines, and antibiotics. Zhou Yang took a rough look and found that he had all these medicines. Even more than this. After all, he had even robbed the pharmacy in the hospital. So he refused. "I have prepared a lot of medicine at home in advance. But I don't need it for now. I will find you later if I need it. Okay. Just tell me if you need it. Yeah. Zhou Yang nodded repeatedly. And then asked, by the way, did you collect daily necessities? For example, tissues? Toilet paper? Shen Zichuan thought for a while. I brought some back. But not much. Well, I suggest you stock up more. This thing is consumed in large quantities. Although it is not a necessity, it is not good without it. After all, who knows how to wipe your butt with leaves? Anyway, Zhou Yang knows. In his previous life, he was like most survivors. He would find 2 leaves when he went to the toilet and use them to wipe his butt. Because he often suffered from constipation due to lack of vegetable intake. And because he used too many leaves, a large piece of the skin was worn off. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain again in his life. So he stocked up enough tissues and toilet paper to last a lifetime. Lu Xingye imagined himself using leaves to wipe his butt and then his butt would burst. He shuddered and pulled Yan Fei's arm. Hiss. Brother. I don't want to use leaves to wipe my butt. Let's go out tomorrow and bring back more toilet paper. Yan Fei nodded good-temperedly. Okay. Let's go tomorrow. In fact, you can also find more seeds and grow some vegetables and fruits yourself. Lettuce and shallots are easy to grow. Just water them. Thinking that they never seem to find seeds to bring back. Zhou Yang immediately suggested. That makes sense. Brother. Let's arrange it together tomorrow. Let's learn to grow vegetables together. Lu Xingye's eyes lit up, and he continued to pull Yan Fei's arm and shake. Yan Fei continued to nod and agree. Okay. Okay. Arrange. Thinking that the power station in Baiji Mountain would catch fire due to the hot weather soon. And the entire area would be out of power. Zhou Yang wanted to remind them to find a generator first. Also, have you found a generator these days? There may be water and power outages later. So just in case, I think it's better to find a generator in advance. Shen Zichuan nodded when he heard this. We have also considered it. But we went out a few times and couldn't find a place to sell generators. We plan to look for it in the factory area of the development zone in a few days. Then I know which factory has it. Zhou Yang suddenly remembered the diesel generator that he didn't take away from the wire factory he visited. And immediately slapped his thigh. Everyone looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang. I heard from people working there that there are backup generators in the 2 wire factories in the development zone. By the way, there is also a photovoltaic factory over there. And the photovoltaic panels in it can also be used to generate electricity. Several people didn't think much about it. And nodded when they heard it. Shen Zichuan tapped the handrail with his fingers bent. And touched his chin with his other hand, and said, then go to these factories to look for it. Chai Jin hesitated. There are many manufacturing industries in this development zone. And there are workers inside. There are probably a lot of zombies. Which is quite dangerous. Shen Zichuan smiled when he heard it. No risk. No gain. We have been training our abilities these days. And we feel that we have become much stronger. It is a good opportunity to try to deal with large numbers of zombies. At worst, running away is still no problem. Yan Fei nodded with a serious face. Not bad. Just think of it as looking for zombies to practice. If you can't beat them, run away. I take Wando with you. I've been there before, and I'm more familiar with it than you. So you don't have to look around. By the way, when you plan to go? Shen Zichuan and others agreed. After all, Wando is also a great help. There is no time to lose. Let's go tomorrow. The next morning, Zhou Yang got ready to go, and waited downstairs with Wando in advance. Shen Zichuan picked up Zhou Yang and Wando on time as agreed. The 6 people and the dog set out together again to go to the development zone to find a generator. Shen Zichuan drove the off-road vehicle with Zhou Yang. Lu Xingye and Su Zi led the way. Yan Fei and Chai Jin followed in a truck each. And Wando followed the car by himself. Originally, I wanted to let it sit in the truck. But it didn't want to. And preferred to run by itself. Everyone just let it go. Zhou Yang led the group to the outskirts of several wire factories. And then pointed to 2 of the 2 side-by-side factories with generators and said, these are the 2 wire factories. Because the generators are not usually used. They are probably placed in the backup warehouse. And the warehouse is usually behind the factory area. So I suggest taking a detour and climbing over the wall from the back of the factory area to enter the warehouse. And try to avoid encountering a large number of zombies. Okay. Then we will enter from the back. The group changed lanes again and drove directly to the small road behind the two factories. After parking the car, several people climbed over the wall and entered one of the wire factories. The wall was not high, and several people climbed in easily, and Wando jumped in easily. As soon as they landed, they saw several zombies wandering in the open space of the factory area. They smelled the breath of living people from afar and began to slowly stagger towards the direction of the few people. The 6 people and the dog did not make a sound, and silently followed Zhou Yang to the warehouse. The warehouse was the same as before Zhou Yang left, and the diesel generator was intact. Fortunately, the manufacturer may have customized a movable iron frame for the generator for easy movement. So the few people directly pulled the generator out of the warehouse. As soon as they left the warehouse, the zombies that had wandered over before were not far away from them. Zhou Yang took out the crossbow he had just made from his backpack, aimed and shot, and one arrow hit the head. Seeing Zhou Yang take out a crossbow and hit it with one shot, Shen Zichuan and others were very surprised. You shoot very accurately, and this crossbow is not bad. Did you make it yourself? Well, I like crossbows very much before the end of the world. I made them at home according to the drawings these days. Today I just took them out for actual combat. Zhou Yang smiled, continued to lower his head and aim at the rest of the zombies, and fired 2 arrows in a row. Yanfei took a closer look at the crossbow in Zhou Yang's hand and said, "This is a modified Zhuge. It's quite powerful." Zhou Yang nodded, "Yes. I can't make a more complicated one. And I can't buy the materials for the compound crossbow. By the way, can you help me make an all-metal crossbow? This way, the all-metal crossbow will be more powerful. I can pay you with supplies. I know a lot about crossbows. And there are many kinds of crossbows with high lethality in the army. But they are all heavy. I recommend the adult compound crossbow, which is light and small in size, and powerful at the same time. It's more suitable for you. No need for reward. We are all friends, and you have helped us a lot. I will make one for you when I have time." Yanfei recalled all the crossbows he knew, and then recommended the most suitable one to Zhou Yang. But he refused Zhou Yang's reward. "It's just making a crossbow. And you can also exercise your metal ability by the way. How can I ask Zhou Yang for reward?" Zhou Yang smiled at Yanfei with great gratitude. "Okay. Thank you." Chapter 46 Exposed Space. The group worked together to deal with the zombies that surrounded them, and quickly returned to the place where they had climbed over the wall before. But it was obviously not so easy to get the generator out of here. Chai Jin could easily lift the generator, but no one could help him take it. Finally, the group discussed it, took the prepared ropes from the truck, tied the generator firmly, and then worked together to lift the generator up. Of course, Wando did most of the work, and then Chai Jin moved the generator over the outer wall, so that the generator was finally taken out. Using this method, the group went to the factory next door and successfully took away the diesel generator from that factory. After getting 2 generators, the group went to the wall near the photovoltaic factory warehouse as planned. But this time it was not so smooth, because the first 2 were too smooth. The photovoltaic factory did not hear any movement, and the 6 people and the dog climbed over the wall directly. As a result, as soon as they landed, they saw a dark mass of zombies in uniform work clothes in the factory area. There were bloodstains everywhere on the ground, and many zombies were covered in blood and wounds. It seemed that there were quite a few living people in this factory at the beginning, but unfortunately, none of them escaped and all died here. And most of the zombies in the workshop followed these living people who wanted to escape and came out. The zombies were originally staying quietly in the open space until the zombie closest to the few people smelled the smell of living people, turned around and saw Zhou Yang and others, and immediately roared excitedly, startling the entire zombie group. All the zombies roared in unison and rushed towards the direction of the few people. "Run over there." Zhou Yang pointed to the direction of the warehouse to the few people, and moved towards the warehouse while shooting the approaching zombies with crossbows. Shen Zichuan and the others also followed Zhou Yang, and kept attacking the zombies with their supernatural powers while moving. The 6 people and the dog finally retreated to the warehouse smoothly, and they relaxed after closing the warehouse door and bolting it. There are so many zombies in this company. There must be thousands of them. Right? Lu Xingye ran in a hurry just now, and now he was leaning against the iron gate to catch his breath. This photovoltaic factory is a listed medium-sized enterprise, so it is normal to have more than 1,000 employees. Shen Zichuan knew this company and explained to Lu Xingye. This company had approached him to discuss photovoltaic projects before the end of the world. But he refused. The photovoltaic project is a thankless task. The electricity generated is not enough. And the promised subsidies are all time limited. In the end, even half of the principal cannot be returned, let alone making money. But it is still a good choice to use it to generate electricity for yourself. First look for photovoltaic panels, and then see if there are any corresponding assembly parts, and take them back together, Shin Sichuan said, and began to look for targets in the inventory of the warehouse. The other people also followed in to investigate. There are many styles and models of photovoltaic panels. Several people picked the monocrystalline silicon photovoltaic panels with the highest power generation, and then found the matching brackets, connectors, inverters, battery packs, etc. on the other side. All the things that need to be taken away were packed and piled at the door of the warehouse. A total of 8 large boxes. At this time, Zhou Yang saw an automatic hydraulic vehicle in the corner. So he ran over and used it to pull a wooden pallet over, and asked several people to put several boxes of things on it. This is much more convenient. The only problem now is how to get out. There are not dozens of zombies outside, but thousands of zombies. Since the few people escaped into the warehouse, the zombies have been scratching the iron door outside. Fortunately, the zombies have not evolved yet, and the iron door is thick enough. Otherwise, the situation of the few people is really worrying. Why don't we just charge in? Let's take a few less boxes and come back later. Next time we come, there will still be so many zombies. And it's very likely that this place will also be occupied by zombies. So it's safer to kill most of them directly. But there are only a few of us. How long will it take to kill them? Zhou Yang thought for a long time and finally thought of the most suitable method. But this method might expose his space. After hesitating for a while, he still proposed it. After a few days of getting along, he felt that these people were trustworthy people. Besides, even if he made a mistake, at most, he would take Wando and hide in the space and live for 10 or 8 years. We can outwit them. When the door is opened, we will kill the zombies. Xingye will use water to soak all the zombies as much as possible. Shin Sichuan will release lightning to the maximum extent, at least paralyzing most of the zombies in front. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Yin Fei and Chai Jin will climb to the heights of the factories on both sides and pour gasoline on the zombies from above. Finally, Brother Su and Wando will set fire to the zombies. This way, most of the zombies can be solved. When Lu Xingye first heard the solution proposed by Zhou Yang, he was happy for a while. But when he thought about the gasoline, he immediately lost his temper. This method is possible. But, Yang, have you forgotten that we don't have gasoline now? The other people also looked at Zhou Yang with difficulty. Shin Sichuan also looked at Zhou Yang thoughtfully. He felt that Zhou Yang would not make such a low-level mistake. He was never a person who was not thoughtful. On the contrary, after so many days of getting along, he felt that Zhou Yang was thoughtful and had a big picture of everything. Zhou Yang scratched his hair, lowered his head with a blush, and then whispered, "I have gasoline here." Ah! Lu Xingye, Chai Jin, and Su Zi were surprised at the same time. Lu Xingye even ran to Zhou Yang's side and looked around him. But he didn't see any gasoline. And finally, he was confused. Only Shin Sichuan and Yin Fei looked at each other and had some speculations in their hearts. It seems that Zhou Yang still has many secrets that they don't know. Actually, I have a space. After saying that, Zhou Yang explained very embarrassedly, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. But I was not familiar with it at the beginning and didn't dare to say it. Later, when I got familiar with it, I didn't know how to say it. And my space is not big. About 7 or 8 square meters. Most of my supplies are placed in it. Now even these boxes of things can't be put in. Just in case." Zhou Yang still concealed the true information of his space, and only reported the size of the primary space ability he heard in his previous life. "It's okay. We can understand. You must be on guard against others. You did the right thing." Shin Sichuan shook his head, not blaming Zhou Yang at all, but happy for his high vigilance. The other people also nodded, without any complaints. After hearing Zhou Yang said that there was a space, Lu Xingye jumped up excitedly, then hugged Zhou Yang's shoulders and shook him, shouting, "Yang, you are so cool." Chapter 47, Burning the Corpses. Zhou Yang felt relieved after talking about opening the space. He no longer had to sneak around to get things from the space. Next, the group started to act according to Zhou Yang's plan. Zhou Yang also took out 4 barrels of gasoline from the space and handed them to Chai Jin and Yin Fei. They first tied a rope to the iron bolt of the gate, and then used a row of wooden brackets to build a buffer zone, which was fixed with ropes and iron plates. After making preparations, they pulled the rope hard to open the iron bolt on the door. The gate without the iron bolt was immediately opened by the zombies outside, and countless zombies rushed in. In just a moment, the buffer zone was already full of zombies. Seeing that another influx was likely to break through the buffer zone, Zhou Yang hurriedly aimed at the zombies and started shooting. And Su Zi, Chai Jin, Yin Fei, and Wando also hurried to deal with the zombies. While the zombies were temporarily restrained, Lu Xingye climbed up to a higher place and began to release his water power with all his strength. A large amount of water gushed out from his hands, soaking the zombies in front of him. When Lu Xingye had almost finished watering, Shen Zichuan released a huge electric net and threw it towards the zombies. For a while, large groups of zombies kept twitching and falling down in a crackling sound of electric shock, spreading all the way to the outside of the gate. Now, hurry! Zhou Yang saw that the zombies who were electrocuted and fell to the ground at the door had been cleared out, and hurriedly shouted to Chai Jin and Yin Fei. Yes! Chai Jin and Yin Fei didn't hesitate, picked up a bucket of oil in one hand and rushed out, and ran directly to the outer stairs of the factory buildings on both sides. Cover them. Don't let the zombies follow. The others bypassed the zombies that were temporarily paralyzed by lightning, rushed out of the door, and divided into 2 groups to guard the stairs. Zhou Yang took Wando and Su Zi to guard one side, while Shen Zichuan and Lu Xingye guarded the other side. Chai Jin and Yin Fei, who successfully reached the rooftop, did not dare to delay and immediately took gasoline to sprinkle on the zombies below, trying to make them evenly distributed. He threw the empty bucket in his hand into the pile of zombies and immediately went to find other people to join. Seeing the 2 people coming down, Zhou Yang immediately raised his chin to Wando and Su Zi. Next, it's up to you and Wando to set fire to these zombies. Su Zi nodded, raised his hand, and threw a big fireball into the middle of the zombies. Wando also followed suit and sprayed several fireballs into the group of zombies in front of him. The weather was originally hot and dry, and with the blessing of gasoline, the entire zombie army was ignited in just a few seconds. While most of the zombies were burned by the fire and couldn't take care of them, several people quickly retreated to the warehouse, dealt with the zombies that were still inside, and began to retreat with a pallet of photovoltaic panels. As they retreated, they killed the zombies that escaped from the fire. Fortunately, most of the zombies were burned to skeletons, and there were not many who escaped. Only about 100. The 6 people and the dog retreated and fought, and when they returned to the wall, there were few zombies left. After shooting the last zombie, Zhou Yang put away the crossbow with trembling hands. He was not afraid, but his nerves were tense. When he used the crossbow, he unconsciously overexerted himself. When he relaxed his arm suddenly, he began to protest uncontrollably, because all the zombies were dealt with. It felt like a loss to take only a few boxes of things away. So the last few people directly looted the warehouse and almost filled the 2 large trucks, leaving only 2 or 3 square meters of space. But it was enough to carry some sundries back. Thinking that such a large development zone must have someone who invested in a small supermarket here. So they wandered around the development zone again, and indeed found a small supermarket at each end of the development zone. After collecting rice and noodles for a period of time, they didn't need anything. So they didn't take anything, and only took away all the paper towels and toilet paper in the freezer. Oh! Zhou Yang also took away all the popsicles and ice cream in the freezer, as well as a lot of room temperature crushed ice. Anyway, the power will be cut off soon, and it's a waste to keep these popsicles. Crushed ice is a good thing. It won't change if it's kept at room temperature, and it can be frozen to replace popsicles. He was very greedy for this little thing when he was hot in his previous life. After leaving the development zone, at Lu Xingye's strong request, Yin Fei used the navigation to find a store selling improved seeds. Fortunately, the distance was not very far, just near a farm station base a few kilometers away. It only took a few minutes to follow the navigation to reach the destination. This is an agricultural research base, and many bosses who have switched to agriculture have bought land here for planting. So this seed shop not only has good seeds, but also a full range of seeds for various vegetables, fruits, and flowers. This also saved a lot of effort for several people. And they picked some good seeds and vegetable, fruit, and flower seeds to pack and take away. With the seeds in hand, I can finally go home. The 6 people and the dog returned to the villa exhausted. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, several people asked Zhou Yang and Wando to eat before leaving. Zhou Yang was not polite and asked them to unload the things. He went to the kitchen to cook a big plate of chicken, a stir-fried beef, a garlic ribs, a garlic fried tofu skin, a plate of green vegetables and mushrooms, a plate of smashed cucumbers, and a big pot of shrimp skin, seaweed and egg drop soup. All done. Finally, make a pot of dog rice for Wando. When Zhou Yang served all the food on the table, the others had finished their work and were sweating. Hurry up and take a shower before eating. Smelling the fragrance of the food, several people all went back to the room to take a shower. While they were taking a shower, Zhou Yang served the rice to Wando in his special rice bowl and put a big basin of spring water next to it. P smelled its rice and spring water. Although it was drooling with greed, it held back and squatted down to wait for Zhou Yang's instructions. Seeing that P was so greedy but still had to wait for him to speak, Zhou Yang smiled and patted P's big head. Eat quickly. When P heard Zhou Yang told it to start eating, it howled and immediately started eating, as if it had been hungry for several lifetimes. Shaking his head with amusement, Zhou Yang returned to the kitchen and took out the bowls and chopsticks for several people. As soon as they were placed, several people came down one after another. The meal was finished by several people wolfing down. After the meal, several people discussed how to distribute the generators. Shen Zichuan suggested that one generator be kept in the villa and the other one be taken by Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang refused. I have a solar generator installed at home, which generates enough electricity for me. A diesel generator is not very useful. Besides, the diesel generator is too noisy, so it is not suitable for me to use. If there is a power outage, the whole building will know that I have a generator, and I will become a target. After listening to Zhou Yang's explanation, the others did not force it, but let Zhou Yang take away several more boxes of photovoltaic panels. If Zhou Yang had not tried his best to stop them, they would have almost asked him to move them all away. Chapter 48: The Power Outage. The weather became even hotter in the following days. The temperature quickly rose to over 45 degrees, and the daytime surface temperature was close to 50 degrees. Shen Zichuan and his companions could only wait until night to look for supplies in nearby blocks. Seeing that the weather was getting hotter and hotter, it was estimated that the extreme heat was about to begin, and the power outage would probably only last for a few days. Zhou Yang chose to stay at home all the time. He cooked and planted vegetables at home during the day, and went to the space to exercise at night, and practice sword swinging and shooting. He would also do some small handicrafts when he had nothing to do. His family now had a lot of foldable and portable tables, benches and simple table lamps that he made himself. In addition, he also rubbed several boxes of jelly-burning balls with cotton wool mixed with Vaseline. He learned this thing from the videos on the internet. He only needed a small one to be used as a fire starter, which would burn at a touch. And it was very convenient when he needed to make a fire when he went out. 5 more days passed like this. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhou Yang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the heat. His whole body was covered with sweat. Even his silk pajamas were soaked with sweat. The air conditioner in the room had stopped working at some point, and the room temperature was at least over 38 degrees. P, who had been following the air conditioner in the room, had also woken up from the heat a long time ago. At this moment, he was looking at Zhou Yang's direction with concern, and his eyes were faintly glowing in the dark. Fortunately, after the mutation, P's heat tolerance was also high, so although he felt very hot, he could still endure it. At this moment, he just lay quietly on the ground, sticking out his tongue. Zhou Yang wiped the sweat off his face, then pressed the switch of the bedside lamp. But the light didn't light up. Is this the beginning of a power outage? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Yang got up from the bed, touched the telescope from the bedside table, and walked to the window to look out. It was pitch black all around. Usually, there were many places with lights on in the second half of the night. But now, except for the 2 rows of solar street lights on the road in the distance, everything else was dark. After 16 days of the apocalypse, The power outage finally happened. According to the experience of the previous life, it is estimated that the power station's lines are too hot. If it gets hotter, it will probably be a few days before the signal tower is affected, and the network will be paralyzed. He sighed, groped his way back to the bedside, took out a flashlight from the cabinet, and then turned to the balcony to connect the solar generator to the home line. It is really impossible to turn on the air conditioner without electricity on such a hot day. Although he can bring Wando into the space, it is not a good thing to stay in the space all the time. As soon as it was connected, the air conditioner in the living room made a beep sound and the indicator light came on. Without rushing back to sleep, Zhou Yang took a telescope to observe Shen Sichuan's villa. It was still dark over there, and there was no movement. It was probably still busy with how to connect the lines with the generator. Putting down the telescope, Zhou Yang turned back to the living room, planning to eat some ice with Wando to relieve the heat, and then take a bath and go to bed. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that Shen Sichuan and his friends were not actually at home at this time, but were looking for insecticides a few kilometers away, because the floor was high and the problem of insect pests was taken into consideration during the decoration. Zhou Yang's home had not been harassed by any mosquitoes during this period, but Shen Sichuan's villa was not so lucky. It was originally down to earth, and when it was decorated, he would not have thought that he would have to prevent mosquitoes one day. Now he is suffering. The weather has been too hot these days, except for some food in the freezer and refrigerator, and those that are dry and durable or vacuum-packed. The other food in the villa has basically rotted. Since yesterday, many snakes, insects, rats and ants have been attracted, and they will bite people. Without insecticides and mosquito coils, they can only be driven away with torches, making the villa smoky. So after dinner today, as soon as the sun went down, several people hurried out to find insecticides and went back, and they had to disinfect the whole villa. After searching several supermarkets, they finally got enough insecticides, mothballs, and other things, and also found some sealing strips and tapes. They were busy until after 2 in the morning, and then they drove back to the villa. Unexpectedly, when they got home, they wanted to turn on the air conditioner to cook a midnight snack. As a result, not to mention the air conditioner, even the lights couldn't be turned on. At first, they thought that the villa had tripped, but after checking, they found that it was not broken. Looking around, it was also pitch black, and they realized that it should be a power outage. Originally, when they went to find a generator, Shen Sichuan and his friends just listened to Zhou Yang just in case. But they didn't expect that Zhou Yang's words would come true. The power outage. Yin Fei and I will connect the generator to the circuit of the villa. Chai Jin, you go get a bucket of diesel. Xingya, you and Brother Z go to unload the things in the house. Shen Sichuan didn't hesitate, and directly assigned the work, and the few people got busy. It took nearly half an hour before the villa finally had power restored. But the noise from the diesel generator was a bit loud, which was particularly conspicuous in the dark and silent night, attracting the attention of the few residents nearby. However, the people who can live here are either rich or noble, and have some self-restraint. Besides, it is the beginning of the end of the world, and human nature still exists, so no one comes to cause trouble. It was already past 3 in the morning, and it would be dawn if they kept dawdling. The few people didn't care about eating supper, so they took the insecticide and started to disinfect all kinds of insects in the whole house, and then sealed the gaps in the windows of the house with sealing strips and tapes, and even sealed the sewers with fine wire mesh. When the few people finished their work, it was already a little bright. While the temperature hadn't risen too much, they quickly took a bath and cooked a pot of hodgepodge rice. Then the few people discussed the reallocation of the rooms, changing from 1 person per room to 2 people per room and 3 people per room. Finally, it was decided that Shen Sichuan and Su Zi would live in the second bedroom, and the remaining 3 people would live in the master bedroom. After all, they couldn't afford to run an air conditioner in each room even if they had a generator, although they got 2 large barrels of diesel at the beginning and later brought back several barrels. It was too fuel-consuming to burn the generator, so they had to use it sparingly. If the master bedroom had not been designed to be too large, Shen Sichuan would have even planned to sleep on the floor in 1 room. Yin Fei, you and your uncle should call and ask where they are. The weather has become more abnormal since the end of the world. It's not clear whether there is a large-scale power outage. It's better to reunite as soon as possible. When Shen Sichuan packed his things and went to the second bedroom. He met Yin Fei, who was also moving things, and said something casually. Yin Fei nodded seriously. Well, I called him later. After a while, Yin Fei came over and said to Shinzichuan, we've contacted them. They just arrived in Hui province. But they are still carrying a lot of survivors. They walk slowly. And they have to go around the city for a long way. So it will probably take about 3 days to get there. By the way, my uncle also mentioned that the places they pass by along the way have been losing power one after another since a few days ago. It's all because the power stations were burned due to the heat. I guess it's the same here. Yeah. It seems that most places have lost power. We can only wait for your uncle and his team to arrive. We can't repair the power station with just a few of us. After they packed up their things and moved into their rooms, they went to bed quickly. After all, they were busy all night and were tired and sleepy. Chapter 49 Edible Mutant Chicken. Although the power was out, the water supply was still there. Zhou Yang had nothing to do after waking up from a nap. So he took out all the empty buckets that he had collected and filled them up while there was still water supply. Although the largest of these buckets was only 20 L, they were filled with more than 10 tons in total. Fortunately, no one in the water department checked the water meter now. Otherwise Zhou Yang's door would probably be knocked by the police at this moment. After breakfast, Zhou Yang looked at the water filling situation while taking out his tablet and logging on to a long-missed blog. In addition to the tragic scenes of various doomsday zombies on the internet, there have been many videos and photos of people sweating profusely every day after the power outage, and a large amount of food rotting. Many people's homes have also been plagued by insects because of this, especially those living on lower floors. The home was invaded by all kinds of rats, cockroaches, ants, flies and mosquitoes that were bigger than before the end of the world. Many people were bitten and had large lumps on their bodies, which was horrible. Seeing the information about the insect plague, Zhou Yang remembered that he had forgotten to remind Shinzichuan and the others to pay attention to the insects, and hurriedly called them. On the other side, Shinzichuan, who was about to fall asleep, received the call and hurriedly turned over and sat up. Zhou Yang. What's wrong? Oh, I just saw on the internet that many residents on the lower floors have a lot of big insects in their homes, and many of them bite people. How is your side? Do you need me to send some insecticide? Well, no need. There were insects before, but we went to find insecticides last night and disinfected them overnight last night, so it should be fine. We also use sealing strips, tapes and wire mesh to seal all the places where insects might enter. There are still a lot of these things. Do you need to seal them too? Shinzichuan now has a bit of intensive phobia when he thinks of the scene of dealing with a lot of ants and flies last night. My family doesn't need it. We did a good job in the renovation before, so there are no bugs. By the way, you just came back last night. So have you installed the solar panels in advance? When I woke up in the middle of the night yesterday, the power was out. I didn't take care of it before, so I temporarily connected the diesel generator last night. We will study how to use solar panels to generate electricity tonight. I go over to help you look at it that night. I have learned some before. Okay. Then you take a rest first. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang thought about the accessories he got from the photovoltaic factory last time. It seemed that the main accessories were all there, except for the cables. But it was not a big problem. He still had a lot of them in his space. It was not until noon that all the buckets were filled and all were collected by Zhou Yang in the space. This is ordinary tap water. Zhou Yang didn't plan to drink it directly, but it was still good as domestic water. He steamed a pot of rice for himself and Wando, and was struggling to make a good meat dish when he suddenly remembered that there were 2 mutant chickens in the space. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up immediately, and he took it out directly from the space. Because the mutant chicken was very big, he only took one, and saved the other for next time. He boiled water to scald the feathers, plucked the feathers, removed the skin on the feet, and finally dismembered it into several large pieces. The chicken offal in the chicken's stomach was not wasted, and Zhou Yang also cleaned it out. A full basin. It was a pity that the chicken blood had been drained out early in the morning. Otherwise, he could have collected several basins of chicken blood, and then made chicken blood soup, which would be a great delicacy. It took Zhou Yang more than an hour to finish a whole chicken, and he boiled several pots of water just for scalding the feathers. Half of the chicken body was used to stew chicken soup, and the other half was used to make fried chicken. The 2 chicken legs were deboned and made into kung pao chicken. And the chicken wings were chopped into small pieces and coated with batter to make fried chicken. Because there were a lot of them, he divided several portions of each item and stored them in the space, and sent a portion to Shinzachuan and others in the evening. As for the chicken offal, he boiled it with cooking wine and salt, fished it out, and temporarily put it into the space, waiting to make chicken offal soup or stir-fry it next time. Finally, he left a large piece of chicken breast, used his largest pot with rice and vegetables, and made a pot of dog rice for Wando. Wando has grown a little bit recently, and now he is almost as tall as him when standing flat. The amount of rice cooked in an ordinary pot can no longer satisfy the dog's stomach, so he changed to the largest pot to cook dog rice, which is just enough for now. But he estimated that Wando will have to grow more in the future. If one day he grows as tall as a floor, his old father will not be able to support him. At that time, Wando will have to go out hunting for a snack. And dog food and dog rice can only be a snack. After making a table of mutant chickens, vegetarian dishes are also necessary. So Zhou Yang also stir-fried green vegetables, mushrooms, and stir-fried green beans. A bite of the big chicken leg meat is tender, fragrant and smooth. It is really delicious. After eating, I still felt warm. It seems that the mutant chicken contains a lot of energy, but unfortunately I can't absorb it without my special ability. After eating a few pieces, Zhou Yang felt full. He could only reluctantly take back the chopsticks that were about to pick up meat, turn to 2 vegetarian dishes, and finish a bowl of rice with the vegetarian dishes. Finally, he forced himself to drink half a bowl of chicken soup. This time, I was completely full, and even moving was uncomfortable. It was really hard for an ordinary person without superpowers. I had so many mutant chickens, but I couldn't eat more than a few bites. This was the result of my blessing with spring water. If it were my body in my previous life, I would have been full after eating 2 pieces of meat. Alas, in the end, all the mutant chickens on the table, except for the spicy Kung Pao chicken, went into Wando's stomach. He ate them in a few big bites, and he didn't feel full at all, which made Zhou Yang envious. The vegetables on the balcony are now growing well, and they can basically be harvested and eaten. So in the afternoon, Zhou Yang took a few vegetable baskets and started to harvest vegetables on the balcony. There were 2 baskets of lettuce, a basket of large and small tomatoes, and a basket of green and red peppers and small red radishes. In addition, there were wood-ear vegetables, celery, bean sprouts, green onions, millet peppers, lemons, etc., which were also harvested. After that, several vegetable pots that could no longer produce were cleared out, and new vegetables were planted. The small red radish was replaced by a large white radish. Bean sprouts were replaced by chrysanthemums. Chili peppers were replaced by kumquats, and celery was replaced by coriander. As for the others, they could continue to collect them, so they were left alone for the time being. A portion was set aside for Shinzachuan and the others to take over in the evening, and the rest was stored in the space as usual. Time passed quickly, and it was evening. Zhou Yang waited until the sun went down before he took P out. He actually wanted P to watch the house, but it refused to do so, so he had to take it with him. As soon as the door was opened, a wave of heat came towards him. Even though it was already night, the temperature did not drop so quickly. The temperature difference of more than 10 degrees made people feel suffocated, and this was under the premise that Zhou Yang's air conditioner was set at 30 degrees, and the temperature difference was relatively small. There was a power outage, so the elevator naturally could not be used. Zhou Yang and P could only climb down the stairs. The elevator usually took more than 10 seconds to go down, but today it took more than 10 minutes. It was more labor-saving to go down this time, and it would take even longer to climb back up. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had been exercising and drinking spring water during this period, and his physical fitness had improved a lot. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear it. When the man and the dog arrived outside Shinzachuan's villa, the villa was still dark, and only the noise of the diesel generator showed that there were people in the house. Zhou Yang had come here at night before, because they had been going out at night and sleeping during the day, so they were afraid that no one would open the door for him. So Shinzachuan gave him the spare key to the wall gate and the password on the villa door. So Zhou Yang didn't knock on the door or call for help, and he opened the door himself and went in. Chapter 50 Network Paralysis. Zhou Yang thought that Shinzachuan and the others should still be sleeping, so he went straight to the kitchen as soon as he entered. He skillfully cooked rice, steamed a bowl of bacon, and fried 3 vegetarian dishes. Finally, he put the dishes made from mutant chickens and chicken soup left in the space on the table. Of course, P's exclusive dog food was not left out. When the few people woke up, took a shower and went downstairs, Zhou Yang had been sitting at the table for a while. Fortunately, it was hot, so the food was not too cold. When Lu Xingye saw the table full of food, his eyes sparkled, and he sat next to Zhou Yang, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a large piece of meat. Ha ha ha. He gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up while eating. Why didn't you call us? I trouble you to cook again. Shen Zichuan walked to the other side of Zhou Yang, looking at the table full of food, feeling very embarrassed. It's okay. I just cooked a meal and steamed a bowl of bacon, and fried a few vegetarian dishes. The rest were prepared at noon and brought directly here. It's not a big deal. Besides, I like cooking. Okay. You guys sit down and eat. Since Zhou Yang said so, Shen Zichuan didn't say anything and sat down with the others, looking at the several meat dishes on the table that they couldn't tell what they were. They didn't think much about it. They each picked up a piece and put it into their mouths. They all widened their eyes in surprise after just one bite. The meat was extremely tender and chewy. After taking a bite, the tongue wanted to eat it all together. It seemed to contain a little energy. After eating it, there was a little warm feeling in the stomach. But it didn't make people feel uncomfortable. Instead, it made people feel more refreshed in such a hot day. Others just thought that Zhou Yang made it very delicious. But Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei could tell at a glance that the meat was not simple. They just didn't know what kind of meat it was. It looked like chicken, but it was definitely not ordinary chicken before the end of the world, but from a very large chicken, which might even be larger than a foreign turkey. What kind of meat is this made of? It's a bit strange. Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei looked at each other, then turned to Zhou Yang and asked, Well, didn't we burn all the mutant animals last time at Taoyuan Farm? We were walking in front and didn't notice it. As a result, P took 2 mutant chickens with only a little hair burned off. They asked me to take them away, so I secretly put them in the space. I originally thought that although people might not be able to eat them, P, as a mutant animal, should be able to eat them. So I saved them for P as food. Zhou Yang put down his bowl and chopsticks, scratched his head and explained, and directly pulled P as a shield. When P heard his master mention it, he tilted his head and looked at Zhou Yang. I had forgotten about it in my space. But this morning, I saw someone online who was so hungry that he went out to catch a small mutant animal and ate it. Not only was he fine, but his abilities were also enhanced. So I took out a mutant chicken and cooked it at noon. Don't worry. I've already eaten it at noon. It's edible and delicious. And it does contain a lot of energy, which should be very beneficial to people with abilities. It's a pity that he is an ordinary person and can't eat a few pieces of meat. At most, he can drink some broth. Alas, Zhou Yang still felt a little regretful about this. He drooled at the mutant chicken, but could only eat a few pieces. Who would understand? Hearing this, several people changed their expressions, especially Shen Zichuan, whose face turned black. How can you just experiment on yourself? What if something goes wrong? Although you also have spatial abilities, you can't be careless about this kind of thing. That's it. Lu Xingye swallowed the meat in his mouth, and then echoed, Yang, next time you do this, just come to me directly. I'm thick-skinned and I help you taste it. Zhou Yang was stunned when he heard this, then shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. I make a pot for P first, and then I eat it. I cherish my own life. Besides, I ate it because I saw others eating it online, and it was fine. But I found that you can't eat as much as you want with these mutant meats. The stronger your ability is, the more you can eat. For example, my ability is weak, so I feel full after eating a few pieces. You can try it. Anyway, P ate all my leftovers. Is that so? Then I try to eat more. I've only eaten a few pieces now, and it seems that I can still eat a lot. After listening to Zhou Yang's analysis, Lu Xingye put several more pieces of chicken into his bowl and ate more vigorously. The others followed suit and ate heartily. After a meal, the food was basically finished, but there was still about a plate of mutant chicken left. Among the few people, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei ate the most, followed by Su Zi and Lu Xingye. Chai Jin ate relatively less, but there were also more than 10 pieces. Zhou Yang ate about the same as at noon. and only ate 6 small pieces of chicken before stopping. Well, it's not bad. I've made some progress since noon. Luckily, I've been using the spring water in the space to strengthen my body a lot. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to pretend to be the weakest psychic. Ordinary people can only eat 3 or 4 pieces of mutant meat. If you are too weak, 1 or 2 bites will be enough. Ha! That's great. I'm not the weakest one. Yanong. You can't do that. You need to exercise more. Lu Xingye ate a meal and ranked 4th in superpowers. He almost jumped 3 feet high and laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He also encouraged Zhou Yang. Yeah. I'm the weakest. I will definitely work hard to exercise. Zhou Yang smiled indifferently and was not angry at all. Chai Jin couldn't help but pull Lu Xingye. Please be quiet for a while. Zhou Yang can't stop you from eating so many delicious foods. Loyalu. Lu Xingye made a face at Chai Jin. Let's study which mutant animals can be eaten. We can fight back next time we meet them. This way, we won't have to worry about not having meat to eat in the future. Su Zi took out paper and pen and spread them on the coffee table. Then proposed. The others agreed unanimously. If they had known that mutant animals could be eaten, they would have brought back all the mutant chickens that were burned to death last time. What a pity. But it doesn't matter. There should be more outside. The next time they encounter mutant animals, they must fight back. Of course, Zhou Yang needs to cook for them. Without cooking skills, it would be a waste no matter how good the ingredients are. You can search online to see which ones have been eaten. I saw mutant chickens, ducks and geese this morning. They are all fine and can be eaten. There are also mutant rabbits. But the meat of mutant rabbits is harder to bite than before. It can't be roasted directly, and it has to be cooked in a pressure cooker. I don't know about the others. Zhou Yang followed his memory and mentioned several mutant animals that he had seen in the base in his previous life and were often hunted by psychics. Su Zi nodded, then wrote down the mutant animals Zhou Yang mentioned, and then took out the tablet and planned to search online. As a result, he couldn't connect to the internet no matter what when he turned it on. After a closer look, he found that there was no internet connection at all. He took out his mobile phone to check, but there was no network status, and there was not even a signal. After trying for a long time, there was still no result. Su Zi frowned and said, "There is no network, and there is no signal on the phone." Ah, I was able to access the internet this morning. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and quickly took out his phone to check. Sure enough, there was no network and no signal. Is the network paralyzed so quickly this time? In the previous life, the internet was disconnected several days after the power outage. Chapter 51, The Army is Coming. Seeing this, the other people also took out their mobile phones to try. And there was no signal. Yan Fei also tried to call his uncle, but he couldn't even dial the number. No, the phone can't be dialed anymore. I can't contact my uncle. It seems that there is a problem with the signal tower. Shen Zichuan touched his chin and said, "Your uncle is not in a hurry. I just called him yesterday. He will probably arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Let's wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, we will go over to pick him up." Yeah. Yan Fei nodded. In fact, he was not really in a hurry. He just felt that this end of the world was more serious than he expected. And he was unsure. Without the internet, the others were still a little calm. But the internet-addicted teenager Lu Xingye was not calm. Ah, will there be no internet in the future? What about my games? Will there be no games to play in the future? Well, I guess I can't play online games. But standalone games are still okay. Zhou Yang suggested at the right time. However, if there is no electricity, you can't even play standalone games. If you are afraid of being bored, I have downloaded a lot of standalone games, as well as a lot of novels and TV dramas. Do you want them? That's fine. Yanong, it's great to have you. Lu Xingye sighed, then put his arm around Zhou Yang's shoulders and said, "Then I go to your place tomorrow to copy a copy of the game. By the way, I want the novel too." Zhou Yang certainly wouldn't disagree, and nodded repeatedly, "Okay. Come and get it. Then let's solve the power problem first." Shen Zichuan stood up and said to the others, "The power outage is definitely not temporary. It won't work with just one diesel generator. It consumes too much diesel. We have to install the photovoltaic panels tonight, and then use solar energy to generate electricity." Everyone agreed unanimously. Boosted morale. and started to work on solar power generation. Several people brought over the photovoltaic panels and related accessories piled in the corner. And Zhou Yang also took out 2 large rolls of cables from the space. Then the 6 people gathered in the living room to study how to install it. Zhou Yang had experience, so he started to explain the principle directly, and temporarily acted as a foreman, arranging and assigning work to several people and directing everyone to install. Seeing Zhou Yang busying around for them, sweating profusely, his face was always smiling, like a little sun. Shen Zichuan was stunned as he watched, and took out his mobile phone to secretly take several photos of Zhou Yang, and then quickly put it back in his pocket while everyone was busy, and no one was paying attention. He lowered his head and touched his heart, which was beating a little fast, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Suddenly, he felt that even the boring work in his hands became interesting. With the concerted efforts of several people, several boxes of photovoltaic panels were quickly installed on the brackets and connected in series. The next step was to select the site for installation, because the balcony of the villa is not big enough, and it is easy to be stolen if it is placed in the yard outside the ground floor. So we finally discussed and installed it all on the roof platform. All the rows of photovoltaic panels were placed in order, and then connected to the inverter, battery pack, distribution box, transformer and other accessories, and finally connected to the circuit of the villa with cables. After that, we have to wait for the sun to come out to see if there is any power generation. If everything goes well, we can use the solar power tomorrow. Several people worked until more than 2 o'clock in the middle of the night before finally completing this big project. The dinner had been digested long ago, so Zhou Yang made a midnight snack for everyone. It was not as rich as dinner, but a pot of fried rice with the mutant chicken left over from the night, eggs, ham sausage, and a lot of vegetables. After everyone finished eating, Zhou Yang took Wando home together, and the pots and pans were naturally left to others to clean up. Going back, they climbed to the 18th floor again. Zhou Yang's legs were shaking a little, but Wando was still like a dog. There is really no comparison between humans and mutant dogs. After sweating all over, the first thing he did when he got home was to take a shower. Then he, Wando, and the dog drank a bowl of spring water each before going to bed. The next night, Yan Fei, carrying a notebook and a USB flash drive, accompanied Lu Xingye to his house as scheduled, specifically to copy small games and novels. Zhou Yang also asked about the solar power generation installed in the villa. Yan Fei said that it was running well, and he didn't know if the sunlight was too strong now. But the power generated on the first day was considerable, so he was relieved. 2 more days passed like this. The army led by Yan Fei's uncle finally arrived. Zhou Yang only knew about this when several soldiers found his home. It was almost a month since the end of the world. Zhou Yang was taking a nap that day, and was suddenly awakened by Wando's cry. Hearing Wando calling outside, he guessed that someone was coming, who had come to him in the daytime with a temperature of more than 40 degrees. It was definitely not Shen Zichuan and the others anyway, because Wando was familiar with Shen Zichuan and the others. He would not shout loudly under normal circumstances, but would just come over and call him directly. Zhou Yang took the knife and put it behind his back, then carefully opened the door. At a glance, he saw several soldiers in military uniforms, who were still straight even though they were sweating profusely. The leader should be an old soldier, a little older, about 26 or 27 years old, and the others were not very old. The youngest was only about 18 or 19 years old, and they were new recruits who had just joined the army. As soon as they saw Zhou Yang coming out, they all saluted. "Hello. We are the armed police force of the southern military region of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. I am the person in charge of the statistics of survivors in this community. My name is Qian Jiang. Our troops will be stationed here and establish a survivor base. At present, the surrounding areas here have been included in the scope of the base. Now I need to register your basic information. I hope you will cooperate. Thank you." "Oh, okay. No problem." Zhou Yang silently put the knife in his hand behind his back into the space, with a harmless look on his face, and agreed repeatedly. "Excuse me, do you live alone? Are there any family members or friends living with you?" "No, I live alone. But I have a dog. It is a post-apocalyptic mutant. It is relatively large, but very obedient and does not hurt anyone." "Well, it's okay. There are many mutant military dogs in our army. We can just register them." Also, are you the landlord or the tenant? If you are the landlord, you do not need to pay rent, but you will need to pay for water, electricity, and management fees with supplies in the future. If you are a tenant, in addition to water, electricity, and management fees, you will also need to pay rent on time. Although there is a power outage at present, we will start repairing the power in the next few days, so it will be restored in a while. Power supply. The specific electricity fee will be calculated after the power supply is restored. Is that so? I am a tenant. However, if I want to buy this house, can I buy it outright with supplies? Of course. This is the table for exchanging points that we have just formulated. Houses have different prices according to their area. Your 180 square meter large flat is about 5,400 points. Now there is a discount of 5,000. As for what supplies to exchange, you can check it out for yourself. When Qianjiang heard that Zhou Yang planned to buy the property with supplies, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly took 2 pieces of paper from the recorder behind him and handed them out. This is a big order. Chapter 52, Buying Out the House. Zhou Yang was also tempted when he heard there was a discount. Buying out now is the cheapest, and the price will definitely increase in the future. He took 2 pieces of paper and looked at them. One was a form for exchanging materials for points, and the other was a form for exchanging points for materials. Both were made by hand. Although they looked very simple, they were also quite concise and clear. 1 liter of water for 7 points, 1 caddy of rice for 6 points, 1 caddy of flour for 4 points, 1 pack of instant noodles for 3 points, 1 caddy of fruit for 4 points, 1 caddy of vegetables for 4 points, 1 liter of gasoline for 10 points. Gasoline is still the most valuable at the moment. Zhou Yang sighed, and then looked at another one. Renting a house, 3 points / year. Buying a house, 30 points / renting a car, 10 points / day / ton. Renting a saber, 4 points / piece / day. Renting a crossbow, 6 points / piece / day. Buying a saber, 1,200 points / piece. Buying a crossbow, 2,500 points / piece. Oh my god! The army is willing to sell its cold weapons. It seems that they are in great need of supplies. After reading it, Zhou Yang had an idea in his mind, and calculated how much materials were needed, and said to Qianjiang, well, I can buy out the house directly, but if the original owner comes to me in the future after I buy it out, will he take my house away? Don't worry about it. Everything will be based on our registration in the future, and the previous house deeds will be invalid after we register. Okay. Then I'm relieved. Please wait a moment. I go back to the house to get the supplies now. Okay. Qianjiang grinned when he heard Zhou Yang confirmed that he wanted to exchange supplies for the house. Zhou Yang pretended to run several times, and finally got 6 bags of 100 Jin rice, 15 bags of 2 Jin flour, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 6 barrels of 10L gasoline, and 4 barrels of 10 liters of mineral water. I planted vegetables on the balcony and need to pick them now. Please wait for a while. How about I get you some water? You drink some first? Zhou Yang roughly calculated that these supplies were about 4,900 points, and there was still a shortfall of 100 points. He planned to use vegetables and fruits to pay for it. Okay. Okay. We are not in a hurry. Water is not needed. Now everyone is short of water. We can just wait here. Qianjiang was very excited when he heard that there were fresh vegetables. You know, they haven't eaten fresh vegetables for half a month. As for drinking water, he directly refused. From the end of the world to now, although water resources are still not visible, they will definitely be in short supply in the future. They can't drink the water of the people for free. Well, thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yang did not force him. Turned around and went to the balcony again. Then took out several vegetables that he had bought from the supermarket and a box of lemons, which weighed about 30 kilograms. After lingering on the balcony for a while, Zhou Yang walked out with a large bag of fruits and vegetables. Do you have a scale? You can weigh it. It should be more than 30 kilograms. Yes. Yes. Wait a moment. I asked them to weigh it for you. Qianjiang first took a look at the vegetables in the bag, which were indeed very fresh. He smiled and pointed to the 2 recruits behind him to bring an electronic scale, and then put the whole bag on it. Looking at the 17.5 kilograms displayed on the scale, Qianjiang immediately took a few centimeters and calculated the total points for Zhou Yang. 17.5 kilograms, 35 Jin. 5,000 points are enough. And there are 40 points more. Do you want to take some back? Zhou Yang shook his head. No. Just put the extra points in my account. Anyway, I still have to pay for water and electricity in the future. Okay. I put it in for you. By the way, young man, do you have superpowers? For example, fireballs? Water balls? Control metal? Or are you very strong and run very fast? Qianjiang happily asked the recorder to record Zhou Yang's points. And then asked again. Zhou Yang had exposed the space with Shen Zichuan and others before, so there was no need to hide it now. So he said directly, I have the space superpower. But there are not many things that can be put in it at present. Just the size of a small room of 7 or 8 square meters. Hearing this, Qianjiang looked at Zhou Yang with eyes that were like people before the end of the world seeing RMB, and excitedly held Zhou Yang's hand. Space is great. There are more than 30,000 brothers in our entire team, but only 3 have awakened space abilities. Would you consider joining the army? Or if you want to go out and look for supplies, would you consider cooperating with the army? Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly and waved his hands repeatedly. No need to join the army. My small body can't stand the training. But if the army needs it, you could also find me. I will consider it. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your willingness to help the army. You are a good person. Qianjiang smiled from ear to ear. Although the proportion of brothers in the army who have awakened abilities is not low, most of them are offensive, and space abilities are too scarce. You know, when you go out to look for supplies, it is much more convenient to have a space ability user in the team, which can save a lot of manpower to carry supplies. You're welcome. This was the first time Zhou Yang received a good guy card in this form, and he could only smile awkwardly. Then we take our leave first. By the way, is there anyone living upstairs? If not, we just withdraw? The upper floors are all empty houses. No one lives there. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Salute. Qianjiang and the several new recruits behind him saluted again, and then left with a lot of supplies. After seeing off his fellow soldiers, Zhou Yang was no longer sleepy. So he took Wando to the space to exercise, and came out to take a shower after sweating all over. It was almost time for dinner again. Zhou Yang cooked a few dishes directly, put them in the space, and took Wando out. He planned to have dinner with Shen Zichuan and the others, and find out some news by the way. If I remember correctly, Yan Fei had said before that his uncle was going to bring troops here, so it should be this army. But whether it is true or not, I have to ask again. When Zhou Yang and Wando arrived outside the villa, they saw several uniformed guards standing at the gate. Just as he was about to approach to check what was going on, he was stopped by the outermost guard. Hey, entry is temporarily prohibited. What can I do for you? I'm looking for the owner of this villa, Mr. Shen Zichuan. I'm his friend. Can you please call him? The guard hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay. But I need to report first. Please wait. After that, he turned and went into the villa. Zhou Yan only waited for a few minutes, and Shen Zichuan strode out, followed by the guard from before. Why are you here? Have you eaten? No. I specially prepared a few dishes to eat with you. By the way, who are they? Oh, this is Uncle Gu, the guard of Uncle Yan Fei. He is inside now. Come on. You take Wando with me. We have just invited the army's cook to help us cook. It's just right that you are here. We can eat together. Is it okay for Wando to go in with me? Although Zhou Yang felt that Wando was very safe and well behaved, others might not think so. So he was still a little worried. It's okay. I told Uncle Gu. And Wando is very well behaved. Isn't it? Wando. Shen Zichuan raised his chin towards Wando, and Wando also echoed very cleverly. Zhou Yang then felt relieved to take Wando into the villa. Chapter 53 Lieutenant General Gu. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw Yan Fei and a few others in the living room playing around a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. Sitting on the main seat of the sofa was a handsome middle-aged man in military uniform, looking at the little girl playing with toys on the carpet with a doting look on his face. This man must be Yan Fei's uncle. His aura showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. But because he was a soldier, he also had a murderous aura. After approaching, Shen Zichuan took the initiative to introduce Zhou Yang. This is Lieutenant General Gu Tianqi, Yan Fei's uncle, and also an ice-type psychic. The little girl next to him is Uncle Gu's daughter Gu Yao Yao, who is 5 years old this year. After saying that, he turned around and introduced Zhou Yang to Gu Tianqi. Uncle Gu, this is the friend I mentioned to you before. Zhou Yang. This dog is also raised by Zhou Yang, named Wando. Of course, Zhou Yang couldn't call him uncle like Shinzichuan, and he called Lieutenant General Gu in a proper manner. Hello, Lieutenant General Gu. I am Zhou Yang. Sorry to bother you. Gu Tianqi looked at the young man in front of him, who was still a little childish, and then smiled and said, It's okay. Since you are all friends, don't call me Lieutenant General. Just follow them, and call me Uncle Gu. I heard from them that you helped them a lot. Thank you. Zhou Yang blushed. Uncle Gu, you are polite. We help each other. It's the end of the world. Everyone must unite and help each other to survive. Gu Tianqi nodded. Well said. We must unite and help each other to survive. By the way, I heard that you can also install solar power generation. I will trouble you to guide the new recruits in our army later. It will take some time for the technicians to repair the electricity. So we also plan to install a batch of solar power generation in the base for emergency use. Zhou Yang naturally agreed. After all, if the base is better, his life will be better. Of course, there is no problem with this. The roof of the photovoltaic factory in the development zone has been installed with a complete set of photovoltaic power generation facilities, which can be directly dismantled when the time comes. Other bulk photovoltaic panels are also easy to deal with. The supporting facilities in the factory are quite complete, and they can be basically assembled, except for the lack of connecting cables. But you can just go to a few cable factories nearby to get them back. Yeah. Gu Tianqi remembered Zhou Yang's words in his heart, and smiled. Xiao Zhou, you haven't eaten yet. Stay for a while, and eat together. The cook has been cooking inside for a while, and it should be ready soon. Thank you. Uncle Gu. Uncle, I brought a few dishes here, just to add to your dishes. But I have to borrow the kitchen here later to make dog food for my dog. It doesn't like to eat dog food now. Oh, there are dishes to add. Your dog is well raised, much bigger than the mutant military dogs in our army. It sat here for a long time without moving or barking, and it is quite human. You must have raised it for a few years. Ah, Wando was only more than a month old when I adopted him, and now it is less than 3 months old. Gu Tianqi looked at the big yellow dog in front of him in surprise. The military dogs in the army, who were several years old, were not as big as this dog after mutation. This dog is less than 3 months old? Is this dog still growing now? Still growing. When it just mutated, its height was at my chest, and now it is almost as tall as me. Thinking that Wando is still growing, Zhou Yang felt a little melancholy. Now P can still enter and leave the house normally. But what if he can't enter the house anymore? I've never heard of a mutant dog in his previous life that couldn't even enter the door. I don't know if P noticed his owner's low mood, so he put his head in front of Zhou Yang and rubbed his chest, tilting his head to look at him. Zhou Yang patted P's big head, looked at his pitiful appearance, and smiled. Who cares? The dog has grown too big. So at worst, we can just take down the door and replace it with a double door. There are always more solutions than problems. Gu Tianqi couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of mutant animals when he heard this. He thought that this dog should be able to grow taller and bigger in the future. As the few people were chatting, the cooks in the kitchen finally prepared the food and put it on the dining table. One of them trotted over and shouted, "Report, Chief. The food is ready. Please move over and eat." "Okay. You've worked hard, so go eat." Gu Tianqi nodded, waved his hand to let the cooks eat quickly, and then turned to greet others. "Let's go eat. I've finally had your meal today." Several people followed Gu Tianqi to the dining table. After Gu Tianqi took his seat first, the others followed suit. The ingredients used in the dishes were obviously from Shinzichuan's villa. On the turntable of the dining table were a plate of braised pork, a plate of white-cut chicken, a plate of braised beef slices, 3 stir-fried vegetables, and a tomato, egg, and pickled mustard soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup. It would have been a simple meal before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, it would have been a feast for gluttons. Zhou Yang did not take a seat, but directly took out several dishes he had prepared from the space and put them on the table. A large plate of stir-fried chicken offal made from the leftover mutant chicken offal, a plate of grilled squid, a bowl of pork balls with lard and cabbage, and a plate of chopped pepper and silver carp hit. The addition of these 4 dishes made the table more colorful. Huh? Xiao Zhou. You also have space abilities? Gu Tianqi had not heard Shen Zichuan and the others mentioned Zhou Yang's abilities before, and only thought he was an ordinary person. He felt a little sorry at the time. But when he saw Zhou Yang take out 4 dishes out of thin air, he was immediately surprised. Yes, I was lucky enough to awaken the space power. But it has no other use except to carry some things. That's not the case. Having the space power can save a lot of time and energy when going out to look for supplies. And the space power is very rare. I now have 30,000 soldiers left. And only 3 of them have awakened the space power, which is a 1 in 10,000 chance. Xiao Zhou, you are a lucky man. If you are willing in the future, I hope you can help the troops with their missions. Of course, we will definitely ensure your safety. Although the rewards from following the troops are not so much. The sense of security is full, so Zhou Yang naturally has no reason to refuse. After all, the troops are more disciplined and have higher combat effectiveness than the future teams of miscellaneous superpowers. But they will be inferior to the teams that only recruit superpowers in the later stage. Besides, this Lieutenant General Gu looks quite kind, and does not seem like a leader who makes trouble. Of course there is no problem. Then Uncle Gu, you guys eat first. I make some dog food for Wando. Seeing Zhou Yang's full agreement, Gu Tianqi nodded happily. Okay, go ahead. Zhou Yang nodded and went to the kitchen. In just a few minutes, he cooked a pot of dog food for Wando using the ingredients in the space. Putting the dog food in the corner, Zhou Yang returned to the dining table and sat down. The people at the table didn't move their chopsticks much, eating slowly, obviously waiting for him. Chapter 54 Baiji Mountain Base. Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Yes. Eat quickly. Xiao Zhou, you made this chicken offal really well. It suits my taste. Gu Tianqi pointed to the stir-fried chicken offal in front of him and said. Zhou Yang, who was praised by such a big leader for the first time, felt a little embarrassed. This is the chicken offal left when we dealt with the mutant chicken before. I was worried that you wouldn't like it. You should eat more. After the chicken mutates, it will not only taste better, but also be good for the enhancement of superpowers. Well, I heard from Yan Fei and the others that it was the mutant animals you found that can be eaten. Xiao Zhou, you are careful and brave. We don't have to worry about having no meat to eat in the future. We encountered many mutant animals along the way before. But unfortunately, we didn't know they could be eaten at that time. We either killed them and buried them on the spot, or drove them away directly. Alas! Thinking of the mutant animals he had abandoned along the way, Gu Tianqi felt a pang of pain. Yan Fei interjected at the right time. It's okay. There are still many mutant animals outside. Just hunt them when you encounter them in the future. That's right. Gu Tianqi nodded when he heard this. After listening for a long time, Lu Xingye, who was hungry and his stomach growled, but no one picked up his chopsticks, was fed up. Uncle Gu, if you guys keep discussing, I starve to death. Can we just focus on eating first? Okay. Okay. No more talking. Eat quickly. We talk after we finish eating. Gu Tianqi laughed and quickly stopped talking, then took the lead in picking up his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of chicken and vegetables for his daughter next to him. Lu Xingye was not polite at the moment, and directly picked up a small, half bowl of chicken offal and ate it in big mouthfuls. Others followed suit and started eating. After eating, before the few people started, another soldier came in to help clean up the dishes. Everyone sat in the living room and continued talking. Zhou Yang sat aside, listening to Gu Tianqi and Yan Fei's general description of his plans and intentions. At present, it is tentatively planned to demarcate a safe zone with Baiji Mountain Villa as the center to build a survivor base. And the scope includes the tourist resort next door, as well as several residential areas and commercial development areas around it. The name has also been thought of. It is called Baiji Mountain Base. Zhou Yang was not surprised by this. This place was also called Baiji Mountain Base in the previous life. I just don't know if the base chief in the previous life is the base chief in front of him. However, to build a base, in addition to demarcating the scope of the safe zone, the first thing to do is to build a defensive wall. So the most important task now is to find a large amount of building materials. And if you want to resist zombies for a long time, the wall must be built thick and high enough. But now time and materials are limited. We can only use the original walls of each community for transformation and connection, and build a preliminary defense fortification first. Later, we will slowly widen and reinforce it, and finally build a wall at least half a meter wide and 3 meters high. For materials, we can go to the building materials market and nearby construction sites. In fact, as long as we find enough steel bars, cement and sand will not be needed much. Hearing this, everyone else looked over, and Gu Tianqi was even more puzzled. How can we only need steel bars to build a wall? Don't we also need cement, sand and bricks? Zhou Yang explained to them. Can we actually consider letting earth-type and metal-type people cooperate to build a wall with their powers? The wall built with powers should be no worse than ordinary cement, and it will save time and effort. If ordinary people are added to build it, the construction period of the wall can be greatly shortened. Your idea is good. I haven't thought about it, but I have to let someone test it first. If it is feasible, it can indeed save a lot of time. After Gu Tianqi finished speaking, he called a guard in and gave a few instructions. The guard immediately ran out to pass on the message. In fact, it's not that Gu Tianqi couldn't think of it, but the apocalypse has just begun, and his thinking has not yet jumped out of the routine. Everyone's superpowers are still in the initial exploration stage, and they haven't realized that some superpowers can complement each other. Many complicated and laborious things before the apocalypse can be easily done with superpowers after the apocalypse. A few people didn't wait for long, and a soldier came back to report that the earth and metal superpowers had successfully built a wall together, and the sturdiness was better than that of ordinary walls. The most important thing was that the two superpowers only took a few seconds to build a small wall. The only disadvantage is that the superpowers are a bit useless. At that time, it is estimated that several groups will have to take turns to fight. Hearing that the superpowers may have to rest after building a section of the wall, Zhou Yang was not surprised at all. After all, everyone is still a primary superpower now, with limited energy reserves, and the zombies have not yet evolved crystal cores, and they can't upgrade for a while. The only way to quickly replenish energy is probably to eat mutant animals. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and said, Uncle Gu, I have another mutant chicken here. You can ask the soldiers to take it back and make it into chicken jerky for the superpowers who are building the wall. The meat of this mutant animal can speed up their recovery of energy. One mutant chicken is definitely not enough. Otherwise, you can send someone to the nearby farm to have a look. I remember there is a chicken farm at the foot of the mountain in the west of the city. There should be a large number of mutant chickens there. If there are a lot of them, you can also consider catching some and raising them. After saying that, Zhou Yang took out the mutant chicken from the space and placed it on the floor tiles next to the living room. The sudden appearance of the huge mutant chicken instantly made the spacious living room seem a lot smaller. Thank you on behalf of the soldiers. I will send someone to find out if there is a farm later. If there is, I will give you a few more to keep for you to eat. Gu Tianqi was not polite. He put it down and asked someone to come in and carry the mutant chicken away. By the way, he also sent someone to find the farm Zhou Yang mentioned. Afterwards, Gu Tianqi talked to a few people about his other plans. Building materials need to be found. Walls need to be built. But more survivors need to be rescued. After all, the base also needs a lot of manpower to build. In addition to sending people to find building materials and build walls, as well as to find mutant animals, he plans to send 2 more special forces teams out tomorrow. One team will go to various residential areas and primary and secondary schools in the city to rescue trapped survivors and transfer them to safe areas. The other team will go to important locations such as Chinese and Western hospitals and research institutes to rescue survivors and collect medical supplies. Hearing that the army was going to the city to rescue survivors, Shen Zichuan and others also emphasized to Gu Tianqi that the gangs they had encountered in the rich community before might have a lot of arms. Gu Tianqi was not worried at all after hearing this, but his eyes lit up. It's good to have arms, just in time to confiscate them. After talking for almost an hour, Gu Tianqi went back to the temporary combat command center to get busy, leaving his 5-year-old daughter to continue to follow Yan Fei and the others. It was hard enough to follow his father all the way. Now that we are in the safe zone, it is better to follow Yan Fei and his friends. The little girl didn't make a fuss. She sat next to Yan Fei with her doll in her arms. She called him brother, which made people's hearts melt. Yao Yao, are you sleepy? Can I take you to bed? Yan Fei, who always had a paralyzed face, smiled at his little cousin. Yao Yao is not sleepy even after sleeping during the day. Brother, can I watch cartoons? Dad said that I can watch cartoons when I get here. Gu Yao Yao looked at Yin Fei expectantly. Yin Fei was stunned when he heard it. There was a power outage and internet outage outside. Where could he find cartoons? His uncle was really good at cheating people. Finally, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have downloaded a domestic animation by mistake. It seemed to be something about bears. He realized that he had made a mistake after downloading it. He was too lazy to delete it, and kept it. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Zhou Yang took out the tablet in the space, found the cartoon, opened it, and handed it over. Watch it. But you can only watch 2 episodes at a time. Otherwise it's bad for your eyes. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Gu Yaoyao took the tablet and smiled happily. Then sat on the sofa and watched the cartoon. Seeing that Zhou Yang had taken care of Gu Yaoyao, Yin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If this little cousin started crying, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Zhou Yang. Thank you. It's not a big deal. Chapter 55. Exposed. Zhou Yang stayed in the villa for a while before taking Wando back, while Pingdan stayed in the villa temporarily to watch cartoons for Gu Yaoyao. In the villa, Shen Zichuan and others watched Gu Yaoyao watching cartoons while discussing whether to go to the city with the army. Shen Zichuan was the first to express his opinion. I want to go. I am familiar with the city, and can show the way to the soldiers. I plan to go too. Yin Fei nodded, indicating that he would go too. Then I will go too. One person can add more strength. Seeing that the 3 of them were going, Chai Jin also patted his chest, then count me in. Although I don't have special abilities, my current strength and speed evolution are more useful than your special abilities. Seeing that everyone was going, Lu Xingyan naturally didn't want to stay. Raising a child alone at home is more terrifying than fighting zombies. Of course, this is not to say that Gu Yaoyao is difficult to take care of. On the contrary, Gu Yaoyao is a rare good child. But Lu Xingyan himself is still a child and has no patience. Besides, he can't cook. Is he going to let him take Gu Yaoyao to eat instant noodles? So it was originally planned that one person would stay at home to take care of Gu Yaoyao. But it turned out that everyone would follow the troops into the city tomorrow. But what about Gu Yaoyao? Gu Tianqi temporarily handed his daughter to them. No. Strictly speaking, it was handed over to Yin Fei. So everyone looked at Yin Fei again. What about Yaoyao? Send her to Uncle Gu? I don't think it's possible to send her to my uncle's place. The base is still under construction. He is too busy. He originally sent her here because he couldn't take care of Yaoyao. Yin Fei thought for a while before suggesting, why not send her to Zhou Yang for a day first? Shen Zichuan hesitated after hearing this. Is it appropriate? And will Uncle Gu agree? Although he trusted Zhou Yang, Gu Tianqi had only met Zhou Yang once, so he might not be reassured. Yin Fei didn't think it was a big problem. It's okay. I go down and talk to my uncle later. And I don't know if you've noticed that Zhou Yang's home is very strangely decorated. Very simple, but very sturdy. The last time I accompanied Xiao Yi to copy the game, I took a special look at the balcony. His glass is actually bulletproof. And it's double-layer bulletproof glass. Besides, his door is both anti-theft and explosion-proof. And there's an iron door. I bet that his house is the safest house in the entire base. Plus, there's P in his house. If my uncle doesn't feel at ease with this, then he really can't find a safer place. Lu Xingye blinked and exclaimed, Huh? I've been there so many times, and I didn't find his house so safe. Gao, you should be more careful. You just eat, drink and have fun all day long. Yin Fei rubbed Lu Xingye's long hair, and then continued, Besides, I suspect that the person who issued the doomsday warning was Zhou Yang. How else can we explain that his house is decorated like a safe house? The final location given to me by the superiors was this community. In fact, when I first received the task, my first reaction was you. But when the end of the world came, I saw that you were no different from us. Blind and nothing. So I was sure it was not you. On the contrary, Zhou Yang often gave us hints through various methods. Thank you. Hearing this, Shen Zichuan rolled his eyes at Yin Fei, then frowned and glanced at the others. No one should tell anyone that Zhou Yang might be the prophet of the doomsday. He has helped us a lot and saved me. We can't push him out to block the target. We can't tell Uncle Gu. And we can't report it to the superiors. The others nodded, and no one disagreed. Yin Fei naturally agreed with Shen Zichuan. Don't worry. We are not the kind of people who repay kindness with enmity. The current situation is unclear, and we can't contact the capital for the time being. Even if we contact them in the future, I won't report it if I don't understand the situation. You guys take care of Yao Yao. I go find my uncle first. After saying that, Yin Fei reminded Gu Yao Yao that she could only watch one more episode of cartoons before turning around and going out to find Gu Tianqi. On the other side, Zhou Yang didn't know that he had been exposed. He trained into space as usual, then took a shower, and then fell asleep with Wando. The next morning, before dawn, someone knocked on his door. Luckily, it was hot now, and Zhou Yang woke up early. He opened the door and saw that it was Shen Zichuan and his group. Yin Fei, who was at the front, was holding the sleeping Gu Yao Yao in his arms. What's going on? What happened? Looking at the people in travel clothes, Zhou Yang's heart was beating, and he was afraid that something would suddenly happen in the base. We are planning to go to the city with the troops today. We are worried about Yao Yao being alone at home without anyone to look after her. So we would like to trouble you to help take care of her for a day. Don't worry. I have already talked to my uncle, and he agrees. Well, okay. Bring it in. There is no other bed at home. Just put it on the bed in my room. Okay. Zhou Yang made way for the others and let them enter the house first. Then led Yin Fei to carry Gu Yao Yao to his room and let him put Gu Yao Yao on the bed. The room was air-conditioned, and although the temperature was not low, Zhou Yang still covered Gu Yao Yao's belly with a quilt for fear that the child would catch a cold. After settling Gu Yao Yao, Zhou Yang and Yin Fei returned to the living room. Go ahead and be safe. I will take good care of Yao Yao. By the way, where are you going? Do you have any emergency food? Zhou Yang looked at the others, and they didn't even have a backpack. Shen Zichuan smiled and said, We are going to the hospital and the research institute. We brought instant noodles and water, but we left them in the car. That's too simple. I get you some more things to take with you. Zhou Yang looked disgusted, and then he took out a dozen big meat buns he made from the space, and a plate of stir-fried chicken offal that he had made too much last night. He then put the two things in a vacuum bag and handed them to Shen Zichuan. Hey, buns with chicken offal. This is delicious even when it's cold, and it's more nutritious than instant noodles with water. Shen Zichuan was not polite, and took it directly, and then thanked him solemnly. Thank you. What are you polite about? You gave me a lot of supplies for free before, but you have to be careful when you go to the hospital. Whether it's the outpatient department or the inpatient department, they are basically full of patients with poor physical fitness, and it's the place with the most zombies. Of course, you have to be careful in the research institute, thinking that there are so many zombies in the hospital. Zhou Yang reminded again with concern. Okay, we will be careful. Seeing Zhou Yang's worried look, Shen Zichuan felt a little touched and assured him again. The others also promised to be careful, and then left together to reunite with the troops. Chapter 56, Take care of the children. After sending a few people away, Zhou Yang closed the door and returned home. Gu Yao Yao didn't know when she would wake up, but breakfast had to be made now. He and Wando were both hungry, so they just had to make a little more for Yao Yao to put in the space. But before making breakfast, he made Wando's breakfast first. It was not too complicated. He just made a pot of chicken and vegetable rice. After solving Wando's breakfast problem, Zhou Yang started to make breakfast for himself and Gu Yao Yao. But considering that Gu Yao Yao was still a child, he made a little more today. First, he used eggs and flour to make a batter, and then fried a plate of shrimp cakes with fresh prawns. As for the remaining batter, Zhou Yang added some green onions and spread a few egg pancakes. Then he used the ready-made chicken soup and mushrooms in the space to make a small pot of chicken soup noodles, and finally washed a few peaches, peeled and cut into small pieces. After putting everything on the dining table one by one, Zhou Yang washed his hands and went back to the room. He planned to take a look at Gu Yao Yao first. If she woke up, he would take her to eat. If she didn't wake up, he would give her a small portion to put in the space. As soon as he entered, he saw Gu Yao Yao sitting on the bed, looking around with a puzzled look and carefulness. It was obvious that she had just woken up and found herself in an unfamiliar environment and was scared. Her little paws tightly grasped a corner of the quilt, and there was a layer of mist in her eyes, trying hard not to cry. Seeing this, Zhou Yang hurried over. Our Yao Yao is awake? Gu Yao Yao, who was frightened, suddenly relaxed when she saw Zhou Yang, and tears rolled down without holding back. Brother Xiao Zhou. Wow. Where's my brother? Zhou Yang pulled a tissue and gently wiped away Gu Yaoyao's tears, saying softly, your brother Yin Fei and his friends are going on a mission today, so it's inconvenient for them to take you with them. Your father is very busy now, so he can only temporarily entrust you to me for custody. So Yao Yao, stay at brother Xiao Zhou's house today. Okay? I take you back when your brother and his friends come back. Okay. The little girl sniffed, but didn't get angry, and nodded sullenly. Then, brother will take you to wash your face and brush your teeth, and then we go have breakfast. Okay? I've made a lot of delicious food for you. Zhou Yang smiled and touched the little tuft on Gu Yaoyao's head that was sleeping crooked, and said, yeah. Gu Yaoyao continued to nod, but she was still in a bad mood. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was not in a hurry. He picked up Gu Yaoyao and took her directly to the bathroom to wash up. And then the two of them went to the restaurant to have breakfast. After putting Gu Yaoyao on the seat first, Zhou Yang turned around and went to the kitchen to get a small bowl, and then served Gu Yaoyao a small bowl of chicken noodle soup. Yao Yao, come and try the chicken noodle soup I made. See if it tastes good? Zhou Yang put the small bowl in front of Gu Yaoyao and handed the chopsticks to Gu Yaoyao. Thank you, brother Zhou. Gu Yaoyao took the chopsticks and said thank you to Zhou Yang politely. Then she ate the noodles in small bites. She couldn't stop eating after one bite. Her big black eyes unconsciously widened a little. Good time. The small bowl of noodles was finished in a few bites, and even the soup was drunk clean. It's good if it tastes good. Yao Yao, eat more. There's still a lot left. Zhou Yang smiled and served Gu Yaoyao another small bowl of noodles. Then took a shrimp cake and an egg cake and handed them over. Come, try the shrimp cakes and egg cakes I made. Gu Yaoyao was very polite and tasted both cakes, then gave a thumbs up. Brother, you made them so delicious. Yao Yao hasn't eaten such delicious cakes for a long time. Thank you Yao Yao for such a high evaluation. Eat quickly. Zhou Yang rubbed Gu Yaoyao's hair and smiled. Children's stomachs are so small. 2 small bowls of chicken noodle soup, 2 shrimp cakes, and a small egg cake. They are full. Watching Gu Yaoyao eat a few pieces of peaches, seeing that she really couldn't eat anymore, Zhou Yang quickly bought up all the remaining things on the table. After breakfast, Zhou Yang took Gu Yaoyao to the living room. Yao Yao, your brother forgot to bring the tablet with him. I don't have any other cartoons here, but there are still many movies. Do you want to watch them? Gu Yaoyao shook her head, obviously not very interested. Zhou Yang was so worried that he couldn't help scratching his head. He had never coaxed a child before and had no experience, so he could only continue to coax with other things. Then I get you paper and crayons, and we draw together? Gu Yaoyao finally nodded. Zhou Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly turned around to get some white paper and a box of crayons, fearing that they were not enough. He also took a box of colored pencils. The whole morning passed while accompanying Gu Yaoyao to draw. In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime. Zhou Yang told Gu Yaoyao to continue drawing, and asked Wando to help watch, and then turned into the kitchen to prepare lunch. He cleaned the rice and cooked it neatly, and then steamed a bowl of steamed silverfish eggs. Then he took out a piece of pork belly and added some water chestnuts to mince, and made a dish of tiger skin green pepper stuffed meat with non-spicy green peppers. He added a little starch to the remaining meat filling and made it into meatballs, and then added a few green vegetables to make a bowl of Jade meatball soup. Considering that Gu Yaoyao might not like green peppers, he made another cola chicken wing. Of course, Wando's dog meal was not left out. When everything was done, when Zhou Yang returned to the living room, he saw Gu Yaoyao lying on Wando's body, holding the dog's neck with 2 small hands, saying something, smiling brightly. Yao Yao, let's wash our hands and eat. Wando, come and eat with us. Okay. Woof. Gu Yaoyao stood up obediently, followed Zhou Yang to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then sat down in the dining room obediently. Wando also followed closely behind him, walked to his own exclusive rice bowl very skillfully, and buried his head in eating. Zhou Yang served Gu Yaoyao a bowl of rice, then took an empty bowl and scooped 2 spoonfuls of steamed egg with silverfish. Yao Yao, eat a bowl of egg custard first before eating. Come on. Be careful of the heat. Yeah. Gu Yaoyao was obviously not as reserved as she was in the morning. She took the small bowl of egg custard, picked up the small spoon and scooped a mouthful, blew it a few times before putting it into her mouth. Her eyes flickered as soon as she took a bite. Brother Joe, this egg custard is so delicious and fragrant. It seems to have meat in it, because brother put small silverfish in it, and a small spoonful of lard and chopped green onions. It makes the egg custard taste more fragrant, Zhou Yang said with a smile. After Gu Yaoyao finished a bowl of egg custard, Zhou Yang took another piece of tiger skin green pepper stuffed with meat and held it in front of Gu Yaoyao and asked, Yao Yao, do you want to eat the green pepper stuffed with meat? This green pepper is not spicy. It is a little sweet, and there is a lot of meat in it. Gu Yao looked at Zhou Yang, and then looked at the green pepper stuffed with meat on the chopsticks and hesitated. She actually doesn't like dishes fried with green peppers. She thinks the taste is weird, and many of them are spicy, which she doesn't like. But this green pepper seems to look different. It is a big circle with wrinkled skin on the outside. Moreover, Brother Xiaozhou said that this is not spicy, but sweet, so she is a little entangled. Seeing Gu Yaoyao's hesitation, Zhou Yang said directly, let's try it first. Okay. If it tastes good, we will eat it. If it doesn't taste good, we won't eat it. Yeah. After listening to Zhou Yang's words, Gu Yaoyao nodded, and then opened her mouth and let Zhou Yang feed her a bite of tiger skin green pepper stuffed with meat. The soft green pepper skin is sandwiched with crispy and tender meat filling. It is really not spicy at all, and even has a sweet aftertaste. Delicious. It's really not spicy, and it's a little sweet. Then let's eat 2 more pieces. Zhou Yang smiled and put the green pepper stuffed with meat that he had only eaten a bite of into Gu Yaoyao's rice bowl, and then took 2 more pieces and put them on a small plate on the side. Afraid that Gu Yaoyao would be thirsty during the meal, he scooped a bowl of meatball soup over. Gu Yaoyao immediately picked up a small spoon and started eating. A mouthful of green pepper stuffed with meat, a mouthful of rice, and occasionally a mouthful of meatball soup, and a small half bowl of rice was solved in a few bites. Seeing that Gu Yaoyao had finished the dish, Zhou Yang took a few more pieces of cola chicken wings over. This thing is obviously more popular than green pepper stuffed with meat, and the little girl started eating it by herself without Zhou Yang coaxing her. Later, maybe she always felt that she couldn't bite the meat, so she just started eating directly, and her face was quickly eaten into a little cat. In the end, Gu Yaoyao not only ate the remaining rice, but also almost cleared the plate of cola chicken wings. Zhou Yang saw that Gu Yaoyao's belly was already bulging, and was afraid that she would eat too much. So he stopped her, wiped her face and hands, washed a plate of fruit, and asked Wando to accompany her to the living room to digest the food. And then he took all the rest. When he finished cleaning the restaurant and kitchen, he went out and saw Gu Yaoyao riding on Wando. And Wando was taking this human cub for a leisurely walk in the living room. This scene made Zhou Yang laugh. Sure enough, cats and dogs are the best for taking care of children. Chapter 57 Back. You feel sleepy after eating. This rule applies to everything. So Zhou Yang took the sleepy Gu Yaoyao and Wando back to the room to take a nap. After waking up, the child was full of energy, and she was familiar with Zhou Yang, so she couldn't sit still at all. There was no other way. Zhou Yang had to take her to learn to grow vegetables. He also made a vegetable planting pot for her with an empty 4-liter mineral water bottle, and then helped her plant a pot of lettuce. The little girl kept saying that she wanted to grow it for her father to eat, fearing that she would be disappointed in the end. Zhou Yang secretly added a little spring water. With the blessing of spring water, even if it doesn't grow well, it can at least survive. The two of them planted vegetables for an afternoon, and it was time to make dinner again in a blink of an eye. This time Zhou Yang asked Gu Yaoyao's opinion, and made a pot of vegetable dumpling soup. Gu Yaoyao also helped to pull out a small plate of noodle dumplings. In addition, he also made a plate of fried pork slices with yam and celery, and fried chicken with chicken legs, served with tomato sauce, which children love. After dinner, they waited and waited, but Yanfei and his friends didn't come back. Zhou Yang guessed that they had encountered something and might not be able to come back today, so he was a little anxious. But he was afraid that Gu Yaoyao would also be anxious. So he pretended to be calm and coaxed her. Brother Yanfei and his friends are probably too busy and can't come back tonight. Yao, can you stay at Brother Zhou's place tonight? They should be back tomorrow. Tomorrow. Okay. Then Yao will go back tomorrow. Gu Yaoyao accepted it well. Anyway, her father was often so busy that he forgot about her. And she was used to it. At 9 o'clock in the evening, when Gu Yaoyao fell asleep, Zhou Yang asked Wando to watch by her side. And he turned around and went out. The hospital and research institute where Shen Zichuan and his team went were the places with the most zombies. And there were many variables. He was a little worried and planned to ask Lieutenant General Gu. Zhou Yan only vaguely knew the approximate location of the military command center. But he was not sure where it was exactly. So he asked a soldier standing guard nearby. As he walked along, he heard the sound of a diesel generator from a distance. Zhou Yan guessed that Yan Fei and his team had given the extra generator to the army. The original property management office of the community has now become a temporary combat command center. And several temporary tents have been built outside for soldiers to rest. At this time, in the entire community, except for Zhou Yang's house, only this place was brightly lit. When he arrived at the entrance, Zhou Yan did not rush in, but asked a guard standing guard at the door and asked him to report it. After a while, he saw Gu Tianqi coming hurriedly. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Did something happen to Yao Yao? Zhou Yan waved his hands quickly. No. Yao Yao is fine. She's already asleep. I asked Wando to look after her. It's just that Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei haven't come back yet. I'm a little worried. So I came to ask. Hearing that Gu Yaoyao was fine, Gu Tianqi was relieved. And then said, oh, I'm glad you're fine. Don't worry. I just talked to Yan Fei and others on the satellite phone half an hour ago. They can't come back tonight. They have rescued some survivors in the hospital and the research institute. And some equipment needs to be shipped back. Probably tomorrow. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. I won't disturb Uncle Gu. I go back first. Seeing that Shen Zichuan and others were fine, Zhou Yang was relieved and planned to go back directly. After all, he was worried about Gu Yaoyao being alone at home. Okay. Thank you for taking care of Yao Yao. I let someone notify you as soon as they come back. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Gu. By the way, Uncle Gu, have you eaten? Just as Zhou Yang was about to leave, he remembered that there was an extra bowl of dumpling soup cooked in the space at night. So he asked, Ah, I seem to have forgotten it because I was busy. I eat it later. It's okay. You go back first. Gu Tianqi slapped his forehead and remembered that he hadn't eaten the food brought by the guard yet. Zhou Yang took out the bowl of dumpling soup directly from the space. Uncle Gu, this is the vegetable dumpling soup that Yao Yao and I made in the evening. I made too much, so I left a bowl for you to taste. When he heard that his daughter's work was also included in it, Gu Tianqi was not polite at all and took it directly. Oh, good. Good. Thank you. Xiao Zhou. Then I won't be polite. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, then said goodbye to Lieutenant General Gu and went home directly. Today, with Gu Yaoyao here, it was not convenient for him to enter the space. So he took a shower and went to bed, with nothing on his mind. He fell asleep quickly. When Zhou Yang opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Because it was too hot outside during the day, all the curtains in the room were drawn. So the room was still dark at this moment. He rubbed his eyes, got up dazedly, and turned on the light. As soon as he turned around, he saw two pairs of eyes staring at him, which scared Zhou Yang. It took a while for him to realize that there was another Gu Yaoyao in his room. And children always wake up earlier than dogs. Wiping off the non-existent cold sweat, Zhou Yang looked at Gu Yaoyao, who was sitting on the bed playing with the dog's ears, and asked, When did Yao Yao wake up? Are you hungry? Woke up? I don't know. Anyway, I've been playing with the big dog for a long time. A little hungry, Gu Yaoyao said and gestured a little bit, which made Zhou Yang laugh. He picked up Gu Yaoyao and went to the bathroom to wash up, and also retied her two small tufts. Yesterday's tufts were still good, but today's tufts after waking up were so terrible that they had to be retied. Today's breakfast: fried milk-flavored small dough sticks with soy milk and wontons, plus a large plate of fresh fruit. Even P also got a fruit snack. After breakfast, Gu Yaoyao thought about the vegetable she planted yesterday. She spent the whole morning either riding on P to walk around the living room or running to the balcony to look at the bare vegetable pots. She also kept asking Zhou Yang when the vegetable she planted would grow. Zhou Yang patiently explained, it will take a few days for it to sprout. After sprouting, you still have to water them on time. And then you can eat them when all the leaves are grown. This process will take about a month. Yao Yao, you have to be patient. What he gave Gu Yaoyao were seeds, unlike the small seedlings planted directly in the balcony. In addition, the weather is hot now, and the spring water is used, so the growth cycle should be about 30 days. Gu Yaoyao sighed. Okay then. I wait for it to grow up slowly. Seeing the sigh of old man Gu Yaoyao, Zhou Yang couldn't help laughing. Okay. Now think about what you want to eat for lunch. Brother Zhou will make it for you. Gu Yaoyao widened her eyes. Can you make whatever you want to eat? Well, you tell me first. I make it for you if I can. Zhou Yang didn't promise directly. What if he got slapped in the face? I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes, chicken legs and French fries. Your requirements are so low. Okay. I arrange everything. Anything else? Can I add an ice cola? When Gu Yaoyao heard that she could add more, her eyes lit up instantly, and she ordered the ice cola she had been thinking about for a long time. But unfortunately, the easygoing brother Zhou was not easy to talk to this time. No. Coke is too sweet. If we drink too much, Yaoyao's teeth will fall out. If they fall out, she won't be able to eat other delicious food. Do you still want to drink it? Ugh. Then I don't want it. Gu Yaoyao covered her mouth tightly when she heard it. She still understood the principle of delicious food and delicious food. Zhou Yang saw that Gu Yaoyao was successfully scared by him, and he made lunch with a smile. In addition to the 3 things Gu Yaoyao ordered, he also added a stir-fry bean sprout and a leek, pickled mustard and pork soup. After lunch, the 2 of them and the dog spent another pleasant afternoon of joking around. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the 2 began to discuss what to eat for dinner. On the other side, under the afterglow of the scorching sun, Shen Zichuan and his men and the troops who went on a mission together finally returned. Chapter 58 Survivors in the Hospital. When Shen Zichuan and his companions returned to the community, the first thing they did was to meet Gu Tianqi with Song Lian, the captain of the supernatural field team, who had gone with them. Gu Tianqi had been waiting in the office since early morning when he heard that they were back. When he saw them coming in, he asked first, "You are finally back. How is it? Is everything going well?" Report to the chief. Everything went well. We found more than a dozen surviving medical staff in the hospital, and brought back a large amount of medical supplies. The specialists are counting them, and will report to you later. In addition, 5 researchers were rescued from the Chungbei Research Institute, 2 of whom are professors. We also transported back some of the research equipment of the institute, and the rest needed to be brought back with the help of large-scale transportation vehicles. Okay. You go and arrange the medical staff and researchers first, and then take the team members to have a good rest. You can write me a report later about the details. As for the remaining equipment, I will send someone or a car to bring it back later. Yes. Song Lian saluted and turned to leave. After Song Lian left, Gu Tianqi looked at Yin Fei and the others again, frowning. How come you look like you're fleeing after not seeing each other for a day? How are you? Are any of you injured? Yin Fei shook his head. Nothing's wrong. Just a little dirty, but actually pretty energetic. They had been out for more than a day, and they had killed a lot of zombies, with a lot of blood and rotten meat on their bodies. In addition, they had sweated a lot in the hot weather, and could only sleep on the ground in a safe place at night. So they looked really embarrassed. The soldiers in the team were actually similar to them, except that they wore camouflage uniforms that were resistant to dirt. I'm glad you're okay. By the way, you didn't come back last night, and Xiaozhou came to me to ask about you at night. I sent a guard to tell Xiaozhou now. You should go back and take a shower and rest. Gu Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly remembered that Zhou Yang came to him last night to ask about him, and he promised to let someone notify him. Yin Fei stopped Gu Tianqi from calling for help and said, Uncle, no need. Let's go back and take a shower first. Then go directly to Zhou Yang's house and pick up Yaoyao. Shen Zichuan also nodded and agreed. Uncle Gu, there's no need to bother the guards with this little thing. We can just go there by ourselves. Gu Tianqi didn't insist and agreed. That's fine. Yaoyao has been bothering Xiaozhou for almost 2 days. I feel bad. Please bring her back quickly. We have a good meal together tonight. Uncle Gu, we leave first. I feel like I'm going to stink. Lu Xingye smelled his collar and almost fainted. Seeing that they were almost done talking, he wanted to leave immediately. Gu Tianqi waved his hand with a smile and sent them away. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Then they hurried back to the villa. For the first time, they didn't take a shower. They all washed themselves several times with shower gel tacitly, and finally felt clean. Half an hour later, they gathered in the living room again and set off to Zhou Yang's house together. Originally, Yanfei planned to pick up Gu Yaoyao alone, but Shen Zichuan insisted on going together. Then Lu Xingye heard it and shouted that he wanted to go with him for dinner. And then Chai Jin also said that he wanted to eat delicious food. Since everyone wanted to go, Su Zi couldn't fall behind. So in the end it turned into everyone going together. When they climbed the 18th floor and arrived at Zhou Yang's house, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sun had already set. And Zhou Yang in the house was still cooking dinner with Gu Yaoyao. The little girl was sitting on the side, helping to wash the green vegetables and baby cabbages with a small basin. She had to peel off the leaves of each vegetable one by one, and she washed them very seriously. Although this was a little inefficient, Zhou Yang did not rush her. After quickly finishing the other preparations, he watched her patiently, wait for her to slowly wash, and then help her put them in the drained basket. Just as he started to heat the oil in the pan, he heard the doorbell. So he had to turn off the fire and open the door. Zhou Yang guessed that it might be Shen Zichuan and the others who had returned. So Lieutenant General Gu sent someone to notify him. As a result, when he opened the door, he saw Shen Zichuan and the other 5 outside the door, and he was immediately overjoyed. "You are back. Why didn't you rest first? Have you eaten?" Originally, Uncle Gu said he would send someone to notify you, but we thought we were going to pick up Gu Yaoyao anyway, so we came directly. As for dinner, I haven't eaten yet. Lu Xingye insisted on eating at your place. Don't you know if it's convenient? Shen Zichuan was a little embarrassed when he said the last part. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's convenient. Anyway, I haven't started cooking yet, so you guys just have to cook another pot of rice. I only cooked rice for Yaoyao, Wando and me. No problem. I've learned how to cook." Lu Xingye was the first to raise his hand in agreement, looking very proud. "Then you guys come in first. By the way, has Lieutenant General Gu had dinner? Why don't you ask Lieutenant General Gu to come along? Anyway, we're going to cook a big table, so one more person won't hurt." When Zhou Yang mentioned Lieutenant General Gu, Chai Jin suddenly remembered that Gu Tianqi seemed to have said that they wanted to have dinner together. "Oh, right. Uncle Gu seemed to have said that we wanted to have dinner together in the evening, but we forgot about it. How about Brother Yin? You call Uncle Gu now and ask?" "Okay." Yanfei just remembered this, took out the satellite phone, and went to the side to call Gu Tianqi. Luckily, he took this thing with him when he went out. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. 2 minutes later, Yanfei hung up the phone and came back. "My uncle said he will come in a while. Sorry for bothering you." Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang smiled indifferently. "It's okay. You guys cook first, then play with Yaoyao in the living room for a while. I cook quickly." After that, he took out a new pressure rice cooker from the space, taught a few people how to use it, and then went to cook, adding 6 more adults. The amount of food prepared before must be insufficient. So Zhou Yang took out a few more vegetables and meat from the space, in addition to the pineapple sweet and sour pork liver stir-fried vegetables, and baby cabbage in soup that he originally made. He made 5 more dishes: green pepper beef fillet, braised fish head, boiled pork slices, celery stir-fried enoki mushrooms, and a mutant chicken soup. Finally, fearing that it would not be enough, he took out a portion of kung pao chicken made with mutant chicken thighs from the space before, and the spicy rabbit head that he packed in the restaurant before the end of the world. This is a total of 9 dishes and 1 soup, which should be enough. When the last chicken soup was out of the pot, Shen Zichuan came over and helped serve the dishes. Seeing this, the other people came over to help set up the table, and even Gu Yaoyao helped to get the chopsticks. Looking at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. Seeing that Gu Tianqi had not arrived yet, Zhou Yang turned around and asked Yanfei, "Is Uncle Gu coming soon? I call and ask again." Yanfei was about to pick up the satellite phone when there was a knock on the door. It should be Uncle Gu. "P. Open the door." Hearing the knock on the door, Zhou Yang thought it must be Gu Tianqi, so he called P, who was closest to the door. "Woof," P responded, raised half of his body, and skillfully opened the 3 doors. Gu Tianqi, who was carrying 2 bags of rice and 2 pots of oil outside the door, was surprised to see a dog open the door for him for the first time. "Hey, Xiao Zhou, You can even open the door. Wando has evolved intelligence, equivalent to a 15 or 16-year-old child. So opening the door is no problem. Zhou Yang smiled, and then saw that Gu Tianqi was still holding something in his hand, and felt very embarrassed. Uncle Gu, why did you bring something? Gu Tianqi put the things against the wall, and waved his hand, with a look that would not allow refusal. Then I can't come empty-handed and eat for free. Right? Besides, my Yao Yao has troubled you for 2 days to leave you here. This is the food allowance for our father and daughter. If you don't accept it, I won't dare to come next time. Hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't refuse anymore, and hurriedly invited everyone to sit down. Everyone sat down to eat happily together. Gu Yaoyao took her small bowl and sat in the seat closest to Wando. While eating by herself, she secretly gave Wando some meat to eat. Everyone just smiled at each other and pretended not to know. In the middle of the conversation, Gu Tianqi and Shen Zichuan talked about the details of the mission and the bizarre incident of saving more than a dozen medical staff in the hospital. It was not uncommon for more than a dozen people to survive in the hospital. What was uncommon was that these people were on duty in the emergency department on the night of the apocalypse. They were all tied up and locked in different clinics. When we found them, they were all dizzy and hungry. If there were no bottled water in each clinic, they would have died long ago. You said that the person who saved them was also amazing. He took the trouble to tie them up and lock them up. Why didn't he leave some food? At least he could leave a few bags of glucose nutrient solution from the hospital. Lu Xingye took a sip of the chicken soup and then complained. Zhou Yang kept poking the rice at the bottom of the bowl with a guilty conscience. As soon as they mentioned the survivors in the emergency department of the hospital, he knew that he had done it. However, he was in a hurry to collect medical supplies at the time, and was only concerned about how to tie up and lock people up safely. So he didn't even remember to leave food for them. Chapter 59 Base Construction. Shen Zichuan had a different opinion on this matter, and said, Xiao Yi, it is already a great thing that the man was willing to save so many medical staff in advance. These people are very important to the future development of the base. Zhou Yang nodded silently. That's right. It's good that he can save these people. Otherwise, they might have been eaten by zombies before they woke up. Chai Jin also said, that's right. And what if they don't have food on them? How can they leave it for others? Lu Xingye thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Okay. Zhou Yang, who had a space and millions of supplies, lowered his head, and continued to eat, not participating in this topic. It took them half an hour to finish the meal. Gu Tianqi left as soon as he finished eating because he had to go back to the command center to deal with things. Shen Zichuan and his friends were not in a hurry to leave. After sending Zhou Yang to take Gu Yaoyao, they took the initiative to clean up the dishes and wash the pots and dishes. After cleaning up the kitchen, they returned to the living room and sat down. However, because Zhou Yang only placed a long sofa and a lazy sofa, which could not accommodate so many people, Lu Xingye and Chai Jin simply sat on the carpet. Lu Xingye was even more contented and sat next to Wando, stroking his dog head. By the way, isn't there another team going into the city with you? It seems that they are going to find survivors. Why don't they come back together? Zhou Yang remembered that he didn't see more survivors being found so far. So he asked. That special power field team went to the school and the community, and has not returned yet. It was night when the apocalypse came, so there were not many people in the school. But there were too many survivors in each community, and it was estimated that there were tens of thousands of people in total. That team only had dozens of people, and it was not easy to bring so many people back. I heard from my uncle that they seem to be temporarily concentrated in the city gymnasium, and we need to send more support here. I guess my uncle will send someone to meet them tomorrow and bring the survivors back. Yan Fei thought about what he seemed to have heard when he talked to his uncle before. So he said. Zhou Yang nodded when he heard it. It's pretty good that a small city like Baiji can have tens of thousands of survivors. It's really hard to bring so many people back with a lot of luggage. Shen Zichuan stayed with Zhou Yang for a while before saying goodbye with Gu Yaoyao. Of course, Gu Yaoyao didn't leave behind the vegetable pot where she planted lettuce. The group was walking on the way home, when suddenly Gu Yaoyao hugged Yan Fei's neck and asked curiously, Brother, when will you go on a mission next time? Yan Fei was stunned for a moment. A little puzzled. Huh? What's wrong? Are you unhappy because I suddenly put you here with Brother Zhou Yang this time without discussing it with you? Gu Yaoyao shook her head. No. I want to say that you have to take me to Brother Xiao Zhou's house again when you go on a mission next time. Why? Isn't it good to take you to Dad's house? Gu Yaoyao immediately shook her head like a rattle. No. No. The food at Dad's house is not delicious at all. Brother Xiaozhou cooks delicious food. And there is a big dog to play with me. I want to go to Brother Xiaozhou's house. Okay. Okay. But you have to be good. Do your own things. And don't always bother Brother Zhou Yang. Yeah. I always help Brother Xiaozhou wash vegetables. And I also learned to grow vegetables from my brother. Gu Yaoyao pointed to the plastic vegetable basin that Chai Jin helped to hold. And said proudly, Yes. 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 Yan Fei and the others were all holding back their laughter and nodded repeatedly. Gu Tianqi did as Yan Fei said the next day and sent another team with dozens of Air Force vehicles to the city gymnasium to meet them. That afternoon, a large number of survivors poured into their community. Zhou Yang took a quick look at them with a telescope at home and saw that there were thousands of them. As for the other survivors, they were probably divided into other communities. The community, which had always been quiet, suddenly became noisy with so many people, and the gate became a vegetable market. Many people brought their families and bags with them, and quarreled with the soldiers over housing issues. In the end, an officer fired a shot, and the noisy scene quieted down. All the survivors realized that this was the end of the world, and the laws before the end of the world were no longer effective, and the army would no longer be as tolerant as before the end of the world. Most people recognized the reality, and lined up to rent or buy houses. Of course, there were also some rogues and old people who didn't understand the situation. They believed that the country and the army should help them for free and refused to provide any supplies. The army didn't care about these people. They just threw them out of the community and pointed them to the temporary refugee camp built in the square outside. This was specially prepared by the base for the penniless survivors. They didn't need supplies or money, but the conditions were extremely poor. There were dozens of people in a big tent, and they had to earn their own food and drink in the base. Of course, as long as you are willing to fight for your reputation and contribute to the construction of the base, it is not a problem to earn enough food and clothing every day. Zhou Yan only watched the excitement on the balcony for a while before putting down the telescope. And he still felt a little emotional. After all, in his previous life, he was also a member of those refugee camps. Many buildings in the community have many survivors living in them, and Zhou Yang's building is no exception. From the 2nd floor to the 8th floor, all are full, and the 10th floor is occupied by a single man in his 30s. One of the duplexes on the top floor is also occupied by a family of 3. And it seems that there is also a servant, probably a local tyrant. The cheapest first floor mezzanine and underground parking lot, which need to be slept on the ground, also have many people living in them. The underground parking lot is even more crowded because of the lower temperature. Fortunately, no one is willing to climb the stairs, so almost no one rents the high-rise houses. Opposite Zhou Yang's house, there is still no one upstairs and downstairs, which makes Zhou Yang breathe a sigh of relief. As a socially anxious alien, he doesn't want to face strangers at all, let alone get along with strangers. With so many people at it at once, the construction of the base naturally had to be put on the agenda. In just 2 days, the army issued new regulations and sent a notice to every household in the base. Regardless of gender, every healthy adult must participate in the construction of the base, especially those with special abilities. Of course, if you really don't want to work, you can also take enough supplies to compensate. At the same time, the army also announced all the special abilities currently counted, in addition to the common gold, wood, water, fire, earth, strength, speed, evolution, etc. Space special abilities are also on the list, and there are many that Zhou Yang has never heard of, such as odor release. There are only a few survivors in the base who can take out a large amount of supplies, and Zhou Yang is one of them. But he didn't make any special arrangements and participated consciously. But he was still taken care of by Gu Tianqi to some extent. Unlike other people, he didn't build walls or other defensive fortifications, but specifically helped the army with solar power generation. But in addition to this, he also handed in a truck of cement, steel bars and bricks, all of which were collected before. Now it is just right to use them to build walls for the base. Although the amount is not much, it is also a kind gesture. Everyone worked together, and within a week, the perimeter wall of the entire base was initially completed. A 4-meter-wide gate was left in each of the 4 directions, and the metal psychics made suitable iron gates for installation. The next peripheral work was to widen, heighten and reinforce the perimeter wall again, but these were mainly completed by earth and metal psychics. After the perimeter wall was initially completed, ordinary people and other psychics were free. The focus of infrastructure work gradually shifted to internal construction. After all, with so many people, eating was also a problem. Thanks to the grain and vegetable seeds found by Shen Zichuan and the mutant chickens caught in the chicken farm mentioned by Zhou Yang, many survivors were drawn to start planting and breeding. But now it is too hot outside, so all this can only be done indoors. It is definitely impossible to carry out in the community. But there are several very suitable places in the tourist resort next door. Gu Tianqi waved his hand and decided to set up the planting and breeding area of the base there. He also placed the base's research center there, and sent several rescued researchers there to study planting and breeding. Chapter 60 Huagua Currency Offline. The 3-story large indoor swimming pool was filled with soil for indoor planting. If rice could not be planted, potatoes, sweet potatoes and vegetables would be planted. The mutant chickens after the end of the world were not afraid of the sun, so they were raised directly in the botanical garden, and several sheds and chicken coops were built for them to sleep. The museum, that was a little more remote inside, was given to researchers for research, and the art gallery next to it was given to medical staff to run a clinic. After moving all these over, it was found that there was still a lot of empty space there, so Gu Tianqi moved the military command post to the luxury resort hotel. After all, it was not a big deal for the team to stay in Baijishan Manor all the time, as the place was still too small. The front building in front of the hotel was directly requisitioned as the administrative command center of the base, and the hotel apartment building behind it happened to be used as a dormitory for the soldiers. Even the amusement park next to the hotel was directly demolished and turned into a military training ground for the soldiers to run exercises every day. The scrap copper and iron that were removed were not wasted, and all were used as materials for reinforcing the fence. After a few days, the entire holiday resort became the administrative center and medical research center of the base. Later, the service center of the holiday resort was also changed into the official service center of the base. At the same time, a notice was issued that the base would start to implement the points system from now on, and each person would be given a free real name points card. But if it was lost, it would be necessary to pay for a replacement. In the future, everyone can use the points card to pay for consumption in the base. Of course, bartering is also allowed. As soon as this news came out, the survivors of the entire base were boiling, and almost everyone was crying bitterly. Of course, these people were definitely not happy, but because of anger and regret, the implementation of the new points system means that the Chinese currency used before the end of the world has officially been offline, and the deposits in the bank have completely become a joke. The more deposits you have, the more miserable you cry. On the contrary, people without money accept it well, because they have no money anyway. Now it's good. The gap between the rich and the poor has disappeared, and everyone is on the same starting line. Zhou Yan was not surprised at all when he received the news. After all, almost all bases in his previous life used the points system, but he still regretted it in his heart. You know, he had 300,000 yuan left in his card for emergency use, plus the 200,000 yuan transferred to him by Shen Zichuan later, a total of 500,000 yuan. But he didn't spend a penny. Alas, it was still a mistake. If he had known earlier, he would have saved a few thousand yuan. But he thought of Shen Zichuan and other rich kids, as well as those world's rich people, and felt more balanced. Those people had lost a lot of money, and he basically exchanged it all for supplies. So he still made money, because their savings became a bunch of useless numbers. Many people went to the army to ask for an explanation. It was not until the two who made the most trouble were shot that the others calmed down. They dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. In the end, they had no choice but to accept the reality and honestly line up to apply for the card. Zhou Yan also went out fully armed as soon as possible, intending to apply for a card. As a result, as soon as he walked to the gate of the community, he ran into Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan, who had just returned from outside. However, because Zhou Yan wrapped himself up tightly to protect himself from the sun, Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan did not recognize him. It was Zhou Yan who took the initiative to greet them and stop them. Yan Fei, Shen Zichuan, The two were stopped and were stunned for a moment before they realized that the person in front of them seemed to be Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang? Are you going out? Zhou Yang hurriedly explained. Well, you have also received the notice. Everyone needs to apply for a points card now. I'm just going. Have you done it? Do you want to go together? Shen Zichuan nodded. Well, Uncle Gu told us in advance. So our cards were made together with the army. The first batch. We just went to Uncle Gu to get the card directly. By the way, you don't have to go. We also made your card together. And it's with me now. I wanted to bring it to you later. Zhou Yang, who had prepared to wait in a long line for an hour or so, was immediately surprised to hear that his card had been processed. Oh, you all helped me. Thank you so much. This way I don't have to queue up. It's a small matter. You're welcome. Shen Zichuan smiled, then took out Zhou Yang's points card from his pocket and handed it over. Zhou Yang took it, put it in his hand, and looked at it curiously. It was indeed similar to the previous life. A small card the size of a bank card. There was no pattern on it. Just simple black text on a white background. Very simple. The name of the base was printed on the front. And the card number, name and photo were printed on the back. And nothing else. However, looking at the photo on it, Zhou Yang was a little confused. When did he give the photo to Shen Zichuan and the others? And he had no memory of this photo. So he turned around and asked Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei, where did you get this photo of mine? Oh, when we went out to look for supplies together before. I took a group photo with my mobile phone and cut you out for use. Sorry, I didn't inform you in advance. Please don't mind. Shen Zichuan touched his nose and turned his eyes away with a guilty conscience. Is that so? It's okay. You took a pretty good photo of me. Thank you. Zhou Yang didn't mind at all. What's so hypocritical about a grown man being taken a group photo? Besides, there is no such thing as portrait rights in the end times. After putting the card into the space and talking to Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei for a few words, Zhou Yang, who was a little dizzy from the scorching sun, planned to go back. But he got the points card so simply, in order to thank Shen Zichuan and the others. Before parting, Zhou Yang took a portion of mutant chicken soup and fried chicken from the space and asked them to take it back for a snack. Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan stood there and watched Zhou Yang leave. After Zhou Yang walked out of sight, Yan Fei looked at Shen Zichuan with contempt. TSK. You also took a group photo. How about showing it to me? Shen Zichuan rolled his eyes at Yan Fei. Go away. What's so good about this? Let me see if you made me look ugly. No. Yan Fei didn't give in and continued. Shen Zichuan held a dish in one hand and strode away. No. I deleted it after I used it. Yan Fei snorted and chased after him. Humph. I think you just took a secret photo of her. I was wondering where you got the photo of Zhou Yang before. Tell me, how long have you been taking secret photos? Shen Zichuan kicked him impatiently. You still have the time to care about me? Have you dealt with your little ancestor? Yan Fei was speechless. Okay. You win. Chapter 61 Trouble is coming. The hot weather is still going on. The solar power generation set up in the base can only provide daily lighting. And at most a fan can be turned on. Other high-power appliances such as air conditioners and elevators are out of the question. However, in order to prevent too many people from getting heat stroke, the army built a tent of the largest size in each community, which can accommodate thousands of people. A layer of insulation was laid on the outside, and several water air conditioners were placed inside. Then, ice-type superpowers were asked to put out a few basins of ice every few hours to provide residents in each community with heat relief during the day. Of course, this kind of tent can only control the temperature at more than 30 degrees. And with so many people staying, it is inevitable that there will be smoky air. So some people who don't believe in superstition have to turn on the air conditioner to try. But basically they tripped after just a few minutes of turning it on. And finally they had to give up. There was a household in the neighboring community that turned it on. But it caught fire because the line was overheated in less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, the fire was put out in time and no major disaster occurred. But it also caused line problems in the entire building. The neighbors immediately reported it. And the army sent people to dismantle the air conditioner of this family, to prevent such incidents from happening again. The base also took the opportunity to thoroughly clean up all the houses with air conditioners. Except for a few families who were able to power their own air conditioners. All the others were dismantled and refused to return them. As a result, the few families in the base who had generators to run air conditioners were targeted. Many people found the military and asked the official to let these families contribute their generators for everyone to use. As a result, the military refused and explained that it was someone's private property and the base would not manage it. If others wanted a generator, they had to find it themselves. Seeing that the base would not manage it, these people went to find people with generators on their own. Zhou Yang was naturally one of the families targeted. And because they knew he lived alone, more people came. Every night, the door was crowded with people, either knocking on the door or shouting. He was quite convinced. In a 45-degree weather, he climbed the 18th floor, with dozens or even hundreds of people blocking the corridor, and he was not afraid of being suffocated by the heat. Fortunately, his house was well soundproofed, and he could not hear a few words from these people who shouted outside. He even turned off the doorbell on purpose. He ignored everything outside the window and stayed at home. After 3 days, these people saw that Zhou Yang was not willing to listen, so they started to use various tools to break the door and smash the wall. Are they planning to force their way in? Can this be tolerated? Zhou Yang took out the crossbow and filled the small box with arrows, and then opened the door with P. Since the army brought back the survivors, Zhou Yang has never taken P out again. First, it was too hot outside, and he didn't want P to suffer with him. Second, he wanted P to watch the house in case someone broke into the house when they were not at home. Third, he wanted to hide a trump card for himself, which could be used in situations like today. So these new survivors naturally didn't know that they had a mutant dog. As soon as the door was opened, the cold air came out, which was in sharp contrast to the temperature outside, which was more than 45 degrees. The middle-aged man who was leading the way and chopping the door with an axe thought that their deterrence had worked. He was about to squeeze in excitedly, but when he looked up, he saw a cold iron arrow pointed at his head. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a huge dog head sticking out from the side, staring at the man fiercely, and the scarlet tongue swept through several sharp dog teeth, as if he was hesitating where to bite the man. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat, stiffened his body, and dared not move. And the foot that had stepped into Zhou Yang's house was slowly retracted. Zhou Yang glanced at the man with disdain. Don't you want to come in? You can come in and try to see whether your feet are faster or my crossbow is faster. TSK, who are you trying to scare? You dare to kill a yellow-haired boy who hasn't even grown all his hair? The middle-aged man took a while to come back to his senses, pretending to be calm, looking at Zhou Yang with a sarcastic face, obviously not believing that this pale and thin young man in front of him dared to kill. Zhou Yang didn't know what to say to this man. If he had just faced the end of the world in his previous life, he might not dare to do it. But now Zhou Yang, who has experienced the end of the world for 3 years, and has seen how ugly human nature can be, really dared. He made a prompt decision and shot an arrow directly at the man's left chest, bypassing the heart. With a whoosh sound, the sharp arrow directly penetrated the man's shoulder blade and shot the man through. The man didn't even have time to react. Before the pain even reached his brain, he saw blood gushing out of his chest. He was so scared that he fell on the body of an old lady behind him. And he kept shouting, "Ah! Murder! This person is killing people! Help me! I don't want to die!" Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at the man and said speechlessly, "You can still survive if you quickly ask someone to take you to the base hospital to find a doctor to treat you. But if you continue to waste time and energy here, you may really die." When the man heard this, he immediately pulled the clothes of the old man and woman next to him and begged them to take him to the base hospital. When the man said this, the old man and woman next to him, who had just been very concerned about him, suddenly dispersed. The corridor, which was originally crowded with people, actually made a small space for the man. "You seem to be a failure as a first bird. I think you should crawl on your own. Don't lose too much blood by then. And you won't even have the strength to crawl." Zhou Yang kindly gave the man advice. The middle-aged man looked at the circle of people around him, and his heart suddenly turned cold. He glanced at Zhou Yang again, and then he silently climbed up and staggered towards the direction of the stairs. After sending the man away, others gathered around again. This time, the one standing in front of Zhou Yang was a scoundrel old woman. He looked familiar, as if he was the family that just moved to the second floor of their building. "Young man, we are all neighbors. Life is so difficult now, so we need to help each other. It's a waste for you to turn on the air conditioner by yourself. So just be kind, and let us in to cool off. Don't worry. We will bring our own food and water. So we won't bother you. And we can give you supplies as air conditioning fees. I have a few dog toys at home. You have a dog. Right? I give them all to you. But if we come, can we take the dog outside? We are afraid of such a big dog. We are old and our hearts are not very good. That's right. That's right. We won't stay here for nothing. We give you something in exchange. How about a cell phone? My son just bought the latest Apple computer before the end of the world. This dog is too big. It's not safe. It's better to leave it outside. Anyway, I heard that cats and dogs can't die from the sun or heat now. I also have a laptop computer at home. 99% new. Do you want one? Young man? Yeah. Yeah. I still have. The old men and women behind him also echoed, saying all kinds of things. But there was one thing in common. None of them were practical. They were all useless garbage. They actually wanted to drive Wando out. What kind of serious illness is this? Zhou Yang was so angry that he laughed. You are ugly. But you have beautiful dreams. You give me some useless things and want to use the air conditioning. You think I am a rag collector. You also want to drive my dog out to make room for you. Do you think I am a fool? I tell you, your life is with me. But it is not as good as my dog. Get out of here. The ant at the front of the line was unhappy when she heard it. You are talking like this. Young man, do you know how to respect the old and love the young? We are all your elders. You have to respect them. And how can dogs be compared with people? They are just cheap lives. Zhou Yang couldn't help but cursed. I respect your mother. Wando scolds you. Bite her. Wando also understood that these two-legged animals outside wanted to drive him out, and kept scolding him. But he didn't shout or cry until his master said something. Now he heard Zhou Yang's words. And he stood up and barked at the outside. The huge sound waves and fierce appearance almost scared the uncles and aunts in the front row, and they retreated a long way. And a small space was cleared at the door. The ant at the front of the line quietly squeezed behind others, and then dared to raise her neck and continue to shout, I tell you, killing is illegal. There are troops stationed here. There are troops patrolling below. Don't mess around. If you dare to mess around, we will ask the army to judge. You'd better be shot. Oh, this even involves the army. Zhou Yang sneered and didn't care. Oh, then go find it. Auntie, you should understand clearly that you are the ones who came to trouble me. And I am at most defending myself. If I kill you now, the base will at most find me some food and supplies. Do you think your life is valuable now? The auntie took another half step back, and even her voice was trembling. You are talking nonsense. How can the army not care about the lives of ordinary people? Oh, then weren't the people who caused trouble killed by the army before? If you don't believe it, you can try and see if I dare to shoot you to death with one arrow. Will the army start a war because of killing you? But you will definitely not see it by then. Zhou Yang smiled. And then the crossbow in his hand was aimed at the auntie's forehead again. Chapter 62 Under the building of Zhou Yang's house, Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei came back after finishing their work and were planning to give Zhou Yang the vegetable seeds they had just received. Just as they were about to enter the building, they saw a middle-aged man with a flat head running out from inside, his clothes stained with blood, and he kept shouting, Help! When he got closer, Shen Zichuan recognized the arrows on the man's body at a glance. They were crossbow arrows from Zhou Yang. Thinking that Zhou Yang might have been in trouble, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he was flustered. He stopped the man and asked what happened upstairs, when he learned that there were many people making trouble outside Zhou Yang's house. And this man was one of them. And the arrow in his body was shot by Zhou Yang. He was so angry that he punched the man directly. If Yan Fei hadn't stopped him in time, he would have been beaten to half paralysis. We deal with this guy later. Let's go to Zhou Yang's house first to make sure nothing really happens. Yes, it's important to go to Zhou Yang first. Yan Fei's words immediately calmed Shen Zichuan down. But he turned around and glared at the man, who was almost scared to the ground. Just wait for me. I deal with you later. After saying that, he ran straight into the building. Yan Fei was about to catch up, but he saw the patrol passing by from the corner of his eye. After thinking for a while, he called the patrol to join him. When Shen Zichuan arrived at Zhou Yang's floor, he saw that the corridor in front of him was crowded with people. Zhou Yang was holding a crossbow, and confronting the troublemakers. The two sides were deadlocked. And the auntie who was facing Zhou Yang was so scared that she dared not move at this moment. Seeing this, Shen Zichuan squeezed the troublemakers away and took some effort to get to Zhou Yang's side. The first thing he did was to look up and down at the young man in front of him. How are you? Are you injured? Zhou Yang was startled by Shen Zichuan's sudden arrival, and put down the crossbow in his hand. I'm fine. Why are you here? I was originally sending you seeds. Don't you like to grow vegetables? Just now I met the man who was shot by you downstairs, and I knew that something happened in your family, so I hurried up to see. Shen Zichuan looked around Zhou Yang, and found no injuries. The panic in his heart gradually dissipated. Before he saw him, he thought he was going to lose the person in front of him. When he thought of this possibility, he wanted to kill all the troublemakers, until he saw that the young man was fine just now. So he didn't go crazy. He just realized that he seemed to like this smiling and kind young man. But he didn't want to scare him. So he put his mind aside for the time being and turned his head to look at the troublemakers, especially the ant who was hit by Zhou Yang with a crossbow. What are you doing here? It's the end of the world, and you're still looking for trouble. If you want to die, just tell me. I give you a ride. When the ant saw that Zhou Yang was no longer staring at her, she immediately raised her neck again. Young man, why don't you ask the truth? We just asked him to give us a break. How can it be called making trouble? You also said that this is the end of the world. This is what he should do. Okay? Shen Zichuan was so angry that he wanted to roll his eyes when he heard it. Just as he was about to speak, Yan Fei arrived with the patrol team. The team leader came forward and shouted loudly. What are you doing? So many people are gathering to cause trouble. Do you want to be shot? The leading ant saw the soldiers in camouflage uniforms as if they saw a savior, and immediately squeezed to the front of the crowd, pointing in the direction of Zhou Yang and the big dog and shouting, Officer, it's not us who are causing trouble. It's the owner of this house, who hurt people and wanted to let the dog go to commit murder. Just now, he took that arrow and wanted to shoot at my head. Hurry up and catch him and the dog. The team leader glanced at the ant, then looked at Zhou Yang and the big dog beside him, and said to the team members behind him, with a wave of his hand, he said, cuff the leader of the trouble and lock him up first. Take all the others back, and then notify their families to redeem them with points or supplies. The old lady was feeling proud, but was suddenly controlled by two soldiers and handcuffed. She panicked. Officer, did you catch the wrong person? He is the murderer. No mistake. You made trouble at someone's door for no reason, and you blame them. You are the one to be caught. Take him away. The captain waved his hand and asked someone to take the crying old lady away. When the others saw that the other soldiers were holding long guns and the black muzzles were pointed at them, they were like quails, not daring to move, and followed the soldiers obediently. Seeing that the troublemakers in the corridor had left and the crisis was resolved, Zhou Yang put away the crossbow and relaxed, looking at Shen Zichuan, Yan Fei, and the captain who led the team. This captain was also a familiar face. It was Qianjiang who had led people to register earlier. Captain Qianjiang, why are you here too? Yan Fei stepped forward and explained. I happened to meet Captain Qianjiang on patrol downstairs. I was afraid something might happen, so I asked them to come up to check. How are you? Zhou Yang shook his head and smiled. No. I just came out, and you guys arrived. Thank you. Thank you Captain Qianjiang for troubling you to climb up from the 18th floor. How about you all come in and have a drink of water? Qianjiang waved his hand and refused. No. No. We still have to go down for patrol. But Xiao Zhou, you are really something. Next time you encounter such a thing, just open the window and shout at us. Our team is responsible for the security patrol of this area. I heard that you have been blocked by these people for 3 days. Well, my house is well soundproofed. I can't hear them shouting outside, so I don't want to bother you. Who would have thought that they would want to break the door and smash the wall today? Zhou Yang scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Qianjiang had a good impression of Zhou Yang. He heard that he helped the army set up solar power generation and donated supplies. He was also a friend of the chief's nephew. The chief's daughter was also entrusted to his home from time to time, so he naturally took better care of her. Then you should pay attention next time. If you have any problems, just call us. Don't be afraid of trouble. We don't mind the trouble. It's easy to climb the 18th floor. Zhou Yang felt even more embarrassed after hearing this, Then I get you something to take back and reward the soldiers. Qianjiang waved his hands and refused. No. No. But Zhou Yang didn't give him a chance to refuse. He took out a box of energy bars, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of beef jerky from the space, and stuffed them into Qianjiang's arms. Just take it, or I won't be able to ask you for help next time. Besides, I don't like these dry things. But you who need to march and fight need them more. Qianjiang looked at the energy bars, compressed biscuits, and beef jerky in his arms, and couldn't say no. In the end, he had to bite the bullet and accept them. Then I will accept them shamelessly. Xiao Zhou, if you have any problems next time, just tell me. Don't be polite. If I can solve it for you, I will definitely do it. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded. Qianjiang handed the things in his hand to his soldiers and led the team to withdraw. After all, their patrol mission today has not been completed yet. After seeing off Qianjiang and his teammates, Zhou Yang invited Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei into the house. Just as he poured a glass of water for the two and was about to sit down, he heard Shen Zichuan speak. It's too dangerous for you to live here alone. Why don't you move in with us temporarily? Although we drove these people away today, there may still be people who come to our door without knowing how to deal with them. Shen Zichuan's villa is also a well-known big house in the entire base. There are several luxury cars parked in the yard. And there are diesel generators and photovoltaic power generation in the whole house, which can attract people's attention. But because there are a lot of big men living in the house, all of them are superpowers and evolvers. And it is said that they have a close relationship with the head of the base. So no one dares to come to the door to cause trouble. This suggestion is actually quite good. But Zhou Yang still refused. No. As long as the door is not opened, no one else can come in. Besides, those people were actually scared by me. And they also saw that there was still pee in my house. So it's unlikely that anyone would come again. If it doesn't work, I can ask Captain Qian for help. The most important thing is that it is almost the end of August now. In another month, it will be around the middle and late September. And then it will be extremely cold. By then, the lower floors will all be buried in snow. He doesn't want to live down there. And then he will have to move up, which is very troublesome. Although he has space, he also said that the space is not big. Then he has to run several times to pretend. So he might as well continue to stay at home. However, he can prepare for the extreme cold first. Well, by then, Shen Zichuan and his friends will really need to move. Why don't we find a house for them first? The empty flat opposite is not bad. Instead of letting strangers live in it in the future, it's better to let Shen Zichuan and his friends live there. And the opposite seems to have been simply decorated, which just saves him the trouble of decoration. He had to rent it before anyone else moved in. Zhou Yang thought about it and decided to ask Qianjiang about the rental tomorrow. The reason? Well, he said he wanted to try to expand indoor vegetable cultivation. And everyone knew he could grow vegetables anyway. After that, Shen Zichuan continued to persuade Zhou Yang a few more times. But seeing that he still insisted on living here, he had to give up. But just in case, he decided to come over and see Zhou Yang whenever he had nothing to do. Chapter 63 Renting a House. As soon as they left Zhou Yang's house, Shen Zichuan and Yin Fei started to chatter. Why don't you want to move in with us? Our place is so quiet. Yin Fei looked at him speechlessly. If it were you, your own house is as solid as a copper wall. You have enough food and drink, and you are not afraid of people making trouble. Would you be willing to move? Then I am not bad at anywhere. Yin Fei rolled his eyes and looked up at the sky. It's not bad. But he also grows vegetables and fruits on the balcony. Who will take care of it if he leaves? Besides, he originally only had to cook for himself and Wando. But he has to cook for us every day when he goes to your place. Isn't it tiring? You can say that you don't want him to do it. Then let him eat with us. The quality of life plummets? Shen Zichuan opened his mouth, but couldn't finish the words. Who made them so that they really didn't make any progress in cooking? At most, they have evolved from cooking instant noodles to frying instant noodles, and from boiled eggs to frying soft-boiled eggs. This is because Gu Yaoyao doesn't like boiled eggs in the morning, and only eats fried eggs, and they have to be soft-boiled eggs. She has trained these grown men, so their family's daily meals are basically packed directly from the army's canteen. Although one of them is Gu Tianqi's nephew, and the others are also Gu Tianqi's juniors. They are definitely not getting it for free. but they take supplies in advance every week to exchange for meal tickets and vegetable tickets from the army canteen. But the big pot meals in the army are all about eating large quantities and not paying much attention to taste. The dishes they cook can't be said to be unpalatable. But compared with Zhou Yang, well, they are a bit ordinary. Alas, thinking about it, Shen Zichuan's face turned bitter, and he decided to find time to find Uncle Gu's cooking class to learn some skills. But now, he has to go and settle accounts with that scumbag guy first. The next day, Zhou Yang chose to go downstairs when the patrol team passed by, and then stopped Xianjiang and asked him about renting a house. Fortunately, Xianjiang could still manage the renting for the time being. So Zhou Yang told him directly about renting the large flat opposite. Hearing that Zhou Yang was going to rent a house, Xianjiang was a little puzzled. Didn't you buy a house? Why do you want to rent the opposite? Oh, I think the vegetables grown on my balcony are not enough. So I want to rent the house opposite and try to expand the planting. Although I have enough food and clothing now, I can't just sit back and eat. As long as I grow it, I can exchange it for supplies and points, which can also be a stable income in the future. That's right. I saw that the vegetables you planted last time grew very well. So you better work hard. I can buy some vegetables from you in the future when I save some points. Qianjiang laughed carelessly. Although there are vegetables in the army's big pot meals, most of them are not fresh and the quantity is small. Everyone actually wants to eat vegetables, but unfortunately they can't eat them now. Okay, I give you a discount. You can calculate how many points you need first, and I give you the supplies. The house opposite is the same as yours. 180 square meters. If you rent it, it's 540 points per year and 45 points per month. You can see which one you should rent it according to? Qianjiang took out his watch and calculated it before saying, it's 540 points per year. Zhou Yang directly chose the annual one and rented it for a year. Then he took out several large bags of supplies from the space. One bag was the vegetables and fruits he picked up from Taoyuan farm last time. One bag was the stock of vegetables that had wilted from the supermarket. And another large bag was full of snacks such as wafer biscuits, chocolate, candy, and bread. You've planted so much again during this period. Looking at the two full bags of vegetables and fruits, Xianjiang's eyes were wide open. No, I bought them from supermarkets and farms before. There are too many for me to eat. I grow enough for myself. If I store these in the space, they will go bad later. So I better exchange them for points. The space ability does not have a special case of long-term preservation. So Qianjiang did not doubt it and accepted it directly. Okay. Wait. I have someone weigh it for you. Several team members came up to help after hearing this. Took 3 bags of things to weigh and calculate, and came back to report after a while. Zhou Yang's 3 bags were not light, and there were 803 points in total. After paying a year's rent, there were more than 200 points left. Just transfer the extra points to my card as usual. Okay. Knowing that Zhou Yang was rich, Qianjiang did not say much, and then directly wrote down Zhou Yang's card number, and reported it to the trading center when he returned, asking them to transfer the remaining points to Zhou Yang. As for the key to Zhou Yang's opposite door, Qianjiang didn't bring it with him, so he had to go back to the trading center to get it, and then hand it to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was not in a hurry, so he said goodbye to Qianjiang and turned to go upstairs. The transaction between him and the patrol team was naturally seen by the people in the community, but no one dared to come out and talk to him. He took out several large bags of things from the ground floor and handed them to the military personnel. He also talked and laughed with the captain of the patrol team, looking very familiar. In addition, the incident yesterday was also directly resolved by the patrol team. It is said that the group of people who went in yesterday have not come out yet. Now, everyone in the community has seen that this gentle and refined young man actually has superpowers. And it is a very rare space superpower. But he is too low-key at ordinary times. And it is said that he is a vicious dog at home. Now he is very familiar with the military personnel. And he is also a character that is not easy to mess with. In the evening, Xianjiang took the key and handed it to Zhou Yang. Before leaving, Zhou Yang stuffed a bag of mushrooms of different sizes into his mouth, which were obviously grown by himself. After sending Qianjiang away, Zhou Yang took the key and opened the door of the house opposite. Fortunately, it was a simple house. Although it was just a simple tile and white wall, The shoe cabinets and wardrobes that should be there were directly built. And the kitchen was also decorated. But it lacked things like beds and sofas. This is a good house that can be moved into right away in the end of the world. The layout of the whole house is similar to Zhou Yang's house across the street. But Zhou Yang changed it to 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms to leave enough space for the balcony. And the bedroom is not big. This side has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which naturally does not look as spacious as Zhou Yang's. But this is just right for Shen Zichuan and his 5 people to live in. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, and then took advantage of the night to open the window for ventilation. This house has been unoccupied for a long time and has not been ventilated. In addition, the high temperature during this period made it stuffy and hot inside. I felt a headache after staying there for a long time. It is estimated that the formaldehyde level is too high. After opening the window, Zhou Yang returned to the living room and took out a few empty planting boxes from the space. Then he assembled and connected them all together, and placed 4 rows and 3 layers directly in the living room, and then filled the space with soil, sprinkled a few bags of vegetable seeds in, and finally watered the planting boxes with diluted spring water. Since he said he wanted to grow vegetables, he had to do something to show people. After watering the planting box thoroughly, Zhou Yang locked the door and went home. In the days that followed, Zhou Yang came here every morning and evening, closed the windows and drew the curtains in the morning, opened the windows for ventilation at night, and then watered. After a few days, most of them sprouted one after another. Although due to the high temperature, they did not grow as well as those on his balcony. At least they survived. As long as he persisted, the harvest should still be guaranteed. Chapter 64, Qianlong Squad. More than 2 months have passed since the end of the world, with the military technicians working day and night. The power station in Baiji Mountain was finally repaired, and the power supply in the base was restored. But the weather is still too hot now, and they are worried that the circuit will burn out again, so they can only supply power for a limited time. During the day, there is only 1 hour of power supply at noon, so that residents who want to cook can cook by themselves. At night, there is no power limit from 20 to 6 o'clock the next morning. The elevators in each community are only powered twice a day, 3 hours each time, from 5 to 8 o'clock in the morning, and from 6 to 9 o'clock in the evening, because almost every family's air conditioner has been dismantled. It is naturally unusable, so most people still gather in the summer tents in the community during the day. But at night, they can use electric fans when they go home, which is much better than relying on fans before. After many days of rescue, most of the local survivors have basically moved into the base to live. In addition to the more than 30,000 troops, the base currently has a total population of nearly 60,000. The supplies consumed by so many people every day are huge. The meals provided by the base canteen started with a variety of dishes, including rice and steamed buns, and then they were simplified into simple meals with meat and vegetables, and then various shredded meat and vegetable soups with steamed buns. Zhou Yang would go to the base canteen when he was working before, and pack a meal in a lunch box. He remembered that the meals were very good at that time. However, he basically put these meals into his space and didn't eat them. He still preferred the meals he made. After the work was completed, he never went to the base canteen again. These changes were heard from Shen Zichuan, who came to visit him from time to time recently. It's strange to say that Shen Zichuan didn't know if he had taken the wrong medicine recently. He always felt that he would be in danger, and would come to his house from time to time. Every time, he would choose the mealtime. He said that he came here after eating a full meal. But if you insisted to drag him to eat, he could eat 2 large bowls of rice. He seriously suspected that this person was here to eat for free. And the number of times he came to eat for free was so many, that he even knew to bring a few bags of rice and meat and vegetables. TSK. That day, Shen Zichuan came again. But this time, he came at almost 8 o'clock in the evening. And he was not the only one. Yin Fei and the other 4 came with Gu Yaoyao. By the way, he also brought Zhou Yang a new news. Just last night, the base administration department issued another notice. The general idea is that the base will no longer help survivors who have not contributed to the base from now on. And the free relief food provided to ordinary needy households will be completely cancelled. If the residents of the base want to get food and water, they must participate in the base labor. The base will also provide various jobs for the survivors to ensure everyone's survival. At the same time, the base encourages survivors to form groups. Register and establish a task team of no less than 5 people, and actively participate in the tasks issued by the base. As long as the tasks are completed, they can get corresponding points. At the same time, the base trading center also issued several tasks. One is to find survivors. One is to find various foods and medicines. And another is to find several items needed for research experiments. The others are the tasks of finding the families of soldiers sorted out by the base. After several people told Zhou Yang about the general situation, Shen Zichuan told Zhou Yang the purpose of his visit. We have discussed and planned to register a superpower team. We came here today to ask if you want to join us. Zhou Yang vaguely guessed something, and after thinking about it for a while, he agreed yes. Sure. Anyway, we have to find someone to form a team. So it is more convenient to form a team with acquaintances. I told you. Yang Lan will definitely agree. Lu Xingye raised his eyebrows. Very proud. And then approached Zhou Yang and said very proudly, I tell you, I even thought of the name of our team. Zhou Yang looked at Lu Xingye in surprise. He didn't expect that this kid looked so lively and cared about the team's affairs. But when he saw the other people's faces, he suddenly felt a little unsure. So he asked curiously, what name do you think of? King of Glory? Or League of Legends? How about it? Lu Xingye blinked at Zhou Yang after he finished speaking, and then looked at the others with expectation. Zhou Yang was speechless for a moment. This. After hearing this, the others also looked speechless. Even Gu Yaoyao covered her eyes and shook her head. Is it not good? Zhou Yang organized his words. Xiao Yi. This is our team name. It's not good to name it after a game. Who uses a game name as a team name? It sounds very second-rate. Lu Xingye didn't give up and continued to say a few more names. What about Starship Troopers? Guardians of the Galaxy? Avengers? Justice League? Zhou Yang. It's over. I changed to a movie title. It feels even more childish. What should I do? Everyone looked at each other in silence. But the silence seemed deafening. In the end, Yin Fei couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Lu Xingye. Take a break. We can think about the name. It's too brain-consuming to think about this. It's not worth it. Humph. You just dislike my name. Then think about it yourself. I don't care. Lu Xingye was angry, kicked Yin Fei, and ran to the side to play with Wando. Yin Fei took a breath of cold air after being kicked by Lu Xingye, and finally couldn't bear to say a harsh word. So he could only shake his head and rub the place where he was kicked. The remaining few people continued to discuss for a while, but they couldn't think of a suitable one. Su Zi pondered for a long time and gave his opinion. Why not call it the Qianlong team? The Qianlong in the Abyss. Now we are all Qianlong in the Abyss, looking at our own abilities. And I hope that one day, when the doomsday is over, we can all be Qianlong in the sky. This name is good. It has to be my brother Su. People from a scholarly family are different. When Chai Jin heard the name, he slapped his thigh and raised his hands and feet to agree, and then pointed out Lu Xingye's embarrassment. Xiao Ya, look at the name that brother Su chose. And then look at yours. So I told you to read more books. Humph. You said it as if you read more. Have you forgotten that you are a worse student than me? Lu Xingye snorted at Chai Jin, then nodded and said, Brother Zi's name is indeed good. I agree. Then choose this? Shen Zichuan turned his head to look at Zhou Yang and Yin Fei. Yin Fei said indifferently, I have no objection. Zhou Yang naturally had no objection. I agree too. Shen Zichuan nodded. Okay. That's it. The team's name was decided. And the next thing was registration. Since they had to bring their points cards to bind, all team members had to go together. Besides, it was too hot during the day and few people went out. Now there were people on duty at the service center at night. So the group decided to go and complete the registration right away, leaving Wando to look after the house. Zhou Yang took the points card and the house key and went with Shen Zichuan and others. Chapter 65 Trading Market. In a few minutes, several people drove to the service center. This was Zhou Yang's first time here. As soon as he walked in, he couldn't help but look around. The service center is mainly divided into two parts. One side is the office responsible for the affairs within the base, such as card application, house rental, exchange of points and materials, etc. Now there is one more team registration. The other side is the task center, which is specifically used to issue or receive tasks and settle rewards. They came to register for the team. so they naturally went directly to the office. However, they originally thought that they should be the first team to register, but they didn't expect that there was already a line of people in front of them, who also needed to register for the team. There were quite a lot of people. About a dozen. All men. And several of them looked like they hadn't graduated from college yet. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, this team registered and left together. Zhou Yang and the others hurried forward to go through the registration procedures. After getting a team registration form from the clerk, Shin Sichuan directly filled in the team name. And then everyone filled in their own basic information. Everyone voted for Shin Sichuan as the captain, and Yan Fei was the deputy captain. After filling out the form, they handed it to the clerk for review. There were not many of them, so it only took a few minutes to complete the whole process. It was not yet 8 o'clock when they came out of the service center. So Lu Xingye suggested going to the flea market that had just become popular in the base recently. It was said to be quite lively. Anyway, they couldn't sleep if they went back now, and there was no other place they wanted to go. So they simply listened to Lu Xingye's suggestion. The so-called flea market was actually a few survivors who took their unnecessary or excess supplies and set up stalls in crowded places at night to exchange for the supplies they needed. Later, more and more survivors saw that someone had exchanged supplies and followed suit to set up stalls, and gradually such a small market was formed. The location is a small square on the commercial street at the junction of several communities. It's not too far away, and it only takes a few minutes to reach the destination. As soon as I got off the bus, I saw many stalls on the sidewalks on both sides of the commercial street and on the middle road. There were also many survivors wandering around with large and small bags of supplies, looking for the supplies they needed. Some people were empty-handed, walking around. These people were either watching the fun or had points in their cards, or they were ready to steal. Zhou Yang was also very interested in the trading market that was just beginning to take shape. In fact, he had heard of such a market before, but the elevator was not working before, and he was not short of supplies. He was too lazy to go out when he had nothing to do, so he had never been here. Today was a good opportunity to see it. Zhou Yang followed a few people and looked at the various stalls on the ground with interest. The things they sold were really varied. With everything, almost no one put out food for sale. They were all kinds of clothes, daily necessities, and toys. Those luxury goods that could not be afforded before the end of the world became garbage that no one wanted. Only some big-name skin care products and cosmetics were now bought by some wealthy women. Young man, do you want tables, chairs, and benches? Do you need second-hand furniture? I have some idle ones on hand. If you need them, come to me. Boss, take a look at the wild ginseng. All of them were dug from the mountains before. Pure and natural. Boss, do you want to buy some color magazines? Look, there are all kinds of styles. Seeing Zhou Yang and his group dressed neatly, everyone was energetic, and even the little girl in their arms was plump and beautiful. I knew that they were a group of big households. The survivors of the stalls then shouted at them one by one. They had no interest in the things in front of them, and they just took a look and left. They actually met a person selling color magazines in the back, and he showed them the magazines. Yan Fei was so scared that he quickly covered Gu Yaoyao's eyes and walked away until they could no longer see the person selling magazines. They stopped and strolled around again. At this time, a woman selling jewelry at a stall nearby called them, "Young men, would you like to take a look at the necklaces and hairpins? Some of them are very suitable for such a beautiful girl. You can wear them when you grow up." The woman looked to be in her early 30s, quite thin and petite. Although she looked embarrassed, she had a gentle temperament, which was out of place in this noisy market. Even her fingers were well maintained. She looked like a rich lady before the end of the world. "Brother, I want to see that shiny thing." Gu Yaoyao saw a small glowing thing on the display and pulled Yan Fei to see it. The woman knew that Gu Yaoyao was talking about her honeycomb bracelet full of diamonds, and quickly picked it up and handed it over. "Little sister has a good eye. This bracelet is very beautiful. It happens that I have a small size, so little sister can wear it too." Yan Fei took the bracelet and put it on Gu Yaoyao's hand. Although it was a small size, it was still too big for a child. "It's a little big. I can't wear it now. Do you want it?" "Ah, forget it." Gu Yaoyao shook her little arm, a little disappointed. Zhou Yang couldn't bear to see the little girl's depressed look, so he said, "It's okay. Brother Zhou will buy it for you, and you can wear it when Yaoyao grows up." "Okay." Gu Yaoyao nodded her little head like a rattle. Yeah. Thank you, Brother Joe. No. I buy it for her. I brought a points card with a lot of points. Yin Fei stopped Zhou Yang. Oh. Then did you bring supplies? It's obvious that this lady can't afford a credit card machine and can't swipe the points card. After a while, Yin Fei said embarrassedly, Then I pay you back later. Okay. Zhou Yang was not polite. After all, brothers have to settle accounts clearly. How much is this? Zhou Yang squatted down and asked the woman the price. And then looked at other things casually. 10. No. 8 packs of instant noodles? Thinking that nothing had been sold before, the woman quickly changed her mind and hesitantly quoted a price. Seeing that Zhou Yang didn't say anything, thinking of her youngest son, who hadn't eaten for several days, she quickly said, If not, you can give me whatever you want. 8 packs of instant noodles is fine. But you have to give me these 2 pearl necklaces and this gold bracelet, Zhou Yang said, and picked out 2 pearl necklaces, one large and one small, and the only gold jewelry from a pile of jewelry. The woman nodded repeatedly. Okay. 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 Zhou Yang took 8 packs of instant noodles from the space and gave them to the woman. Then picked up 3 pieces of jewelry and stood up, and gave them all to Gu Yaoyao. Hey! Yaoyao! Do you like it? Yes. Thank you, Brother Joe. Gu Yaoyao held the necklace and bracelet tightly, then turned to Yin Fei and handed them to him. Brother, please put them away for me, and give them to me on my next birthday. Puff! You are so nice. You saved me the trouble of thinking about gifts. Yin Fei pinched Gu Yaoyao's little face, and then helped her put away the things. The few people continued to walk forward while talking and laughing. The woman behind them waited for them to leave, stuffed the instant noodles in her hand into her backpack, and hurriedly closed the stall and rushed home. Seeing that the woman had successfully sold the things, the survivors of other vegetable stalls also followed and greeted Zhou Yang and others. Brothers, would you like to see the same sneakers as the stars? I have the signature ones. Would you like to see the mother-of-pearl necklace and bracelet from Van Cleef and Arpels? I also have bags and scarves from Hermes, bags and clothes from Chanel, and all kinds of famous brand perfumes. Bosses, would you like to see the watches? These are all world-famous brands. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex. Each can be used for many years, and only 20 points for one. Zhou Yang saw that the down-and-out elite man who sold watches had some really good watches, all of which were pure handmade mechanical watches, and they were deeply waterproof. So he spent his points to buy 3 of them, although he had prepared several mechanical watches in advance. The quality was indeed not as good as these few. After all, the prices were different. Since there was a better choice, he would of course choose the good ones. 3 watches cost him a total of 60 points. Do you like watches? Seeing that Zhou Yang bought 3 famous watches in a row, Shen Zichuan asked curiously. He thought that if Zhou Yang liked it, he seemed to have several famous watches, all of which were thrown into the safe, and he would find them and give them to her later. Zhou Yang put away the watch and shook his head. I don't like it much. I just think they are of good quality and durable. If I go out to do tasks in the future, it will be convenient to use it to check the time. After all, the mobile phone is not working now. What should I do without a watch? Is that so? Shen Zichuan said with a little disappointment. Yes. Then should we buy a watch too? I don't have a watch. After Lu Xingye finished speaking, he ran directly to the watch stall to look through it. But he had never paid attention to watches, and couldn't tell whether they were good or bad. So he had to turn back and ask Zhou Yang to help him choose. Zhou Yang asked the stall owner to pick out the remaining purely mechanical and waterproof watches, and let Lu Xingye take his time to choose, and then turn around and ask the others, Do you want it? Shen Zichuan certainly didn't need it, because he had more than a dozen famous watches at home. So he said directly that he had them. Yin Fei and Su Zi also shook their heads, indicating that they didn't need them. In the end, only Chai Jin, who also never wore a watch, followed Lu Xingye and bought one each. Chapter 66 Custom-Made Tofu. After buying the watch, the group continued to walk forward and soon reached the end of the commercial street. Just as they were about to go home, Zhou Yang saw a woman holding a 2 or 3-year-old child, huddled in an inconspicuous corner, with some things of different sizes vaguely placed in front of her. Out of curiosity, he walked forward to take a look, and then he found that there were several hand-woven straw hats and several rattan baskets, and 2 homemade rag dolls next to them. Looking at the mother and son again, Zhou Yang roughly understood why they had to hide in this corner. The woman looked very young, at most 25 or 26 years old, even if her face was deliberately covered with dust. Her delicate outline could still be vaguely seen in the dim light. Perhaps she had been harassed by something, so she simply chose the most remote corner of the street away from the crowd. But in this way, these things that were not worth much would be even harder to sell. Zhou Yang thought so, and then picked up the 2 dolls and looked at them carefully. Both of them were wearing sun hats, had flaxen hair, and were wearing beautiful princess dresses of the same series, but different colors. They were very delicate and cute. Are all these things you sell handmade by you? They look pretty good. Lu Xingye and Chai Jin also came over to take a look. Even though they were 2 straight men, they had to praise, they are really pretty. When the woman saw several grown men coming over, she hugged her sleeping child tightly, and couldn't help but move back a little. After a long time, she didn't see them do anything else. When she saw one of them holding a little girl who was a few years older than her child, she whispered back, "Well, I made them all by myself. If you want, just give me some food." Thinking that Gu Yaoyao seemed to have only brought a doll with her, Zhou Yang took the 2 dolls and showed them to Gu Yaoyao. "Yaoyao, do you want it?" The little girl was envious of such a beautiful doll. She looked at Yin Fei with her eyes rolling and asked pitifully and coquettishly, "Brother, can you buy it for me as my next birthday present?" Buy. Yin Fei couldn't stand this little cousin who was 20 years younger than him acting like a spoiled child to him. So he raised his hands and surrendered. Then he looked at Zhou Yang. "Please buy it for Yaoyao first, and I will give you the supplies later." Zhou Yang made an okay gesture to Yin Fei, and then looked at the woman again. "I want both dolls. 2 packs of instant noodles." "Okay. I see that you make good clothes. Can you make clothes?" Hearing this, the woman nodded. "Sure. I used to study fashion design, so it's no problem for me to make some simple clothes." Zhou Yang took out 2 packs of instant noodles and handed them over, and then said, "You are quite good. You can make clothes, weave straw hats, and weave rattan baskets. Can you do anything else?" The woman took the instant noodles and carefully hid them in the child's in the backpack. "I'm from the countryside. I learned to make straw hats and rattan baskets from my grandmother since I was a child. Other than that, I can make tofu. But now I don't have the materials, so I can't make it." When Zhou Yang heard that the woman could make tofu, he was very surprised. "You can make tofu?" "When I was a child, my family was poor, and we made tofu ourselves. When we made too much, we would sell it on the street." Zhou Yang continued to ask, "Then can you make it if you give me the materials?" "In the past, I could. I can make both tender tofu and old tofu." The woman glanced at Zhou Yang, hesitated for a moment, and then asked again, "Do you want me to help you make tofu?" Zhou Yang thought about it, and didn't answer immediately. He did want this woman to help him make tofu. There was tofu in his space, but not much, so he rarely made dishes related to tofu. Although he also collected a lot of video tutorials on making tofu, and he also made it several times. The finished product was not ideal. There was always a burnt smell, and the taste was also very rough. In the end, he couldn't eat it, and fed it all to the pigs. From then on, he gave up making tofu. He thought that the teaching video he found was wrong, but there was no one to ask. "Does the tofu you make have a burnt smell? How does it taste?" "No burnt smell. Similar to the one sold in the market. As for the taste, it depends on whether it is soft or old tofu." "Okay. Then I give you 10 kilograms of soybeans, and you can make them all into soft tofu for me. But where I live, there is no place, no tools, no water and electricity. I can't do it. I'm sorry." The woman lowered her head very apologetically. Zhou Yang was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the woman should be living in the free big tent. It seems that she has been harassed and bullied there a lot. Moreover, she is a single mother, and no one helps her take care of her children. So she has to bring her children with her when she sets up a stall. That place is full of mixed people, and tofu cannot be made. Even if it is made, it cannot be kept. Zhou Yang was in a dilemma. How about taking her back to make tofu? Let her go after making tofu. But this is annoying. If his secret is discovered, it will be difficult to deal with. But he really wants tofu. Shin Sichuan. who was standing by, saw Zhou Yang's dilemma. So he made a suggestion. In fact, you can let her take her child to work in the canteen of the base. The army should also be in great need of people who can make tofu. They usually make tofu and supply it to the canteen for cooking. You can also order it from her. And if you work in the canteen, there should be a dormitory. It is convenient for her to take care of the child alone. When the woman heard this, she immediately raised her head in surprise and asked excitedly, "Can I really go work in the canteen of the base?" "Yes. But in addition to making tofu, you may need to do some other chores, such as helping with cooking, cleaning, etc." Shen Zichuan nodded. He believed that Uncle Gu would agree to this little thing. Sure. Cooking, cleaning. I can do everything." The woman held her child and nodded excitedly. Yin Fei thought of something at this time and said, "By the way, you can make clothes? Right? We found a lot of fabrics before. You can help me make more clothes for my sister. Clothes, pants and skirts. Don't worry. I will pay you. And you won't do it for nothing." Okay. No problem." The woman's eyes were wet with excitement. "You can go back with us today. I will say hello to the base tonight and send you directly to the base cafeteria." Yin Fei thought for a while and said, "But is there anything else to pack where you lived before?" The woman shook her head. "There is nothing there. All the things of us mother and son are here. In that case, sell all these straw hats and rattan baskets to me. How about I give you 2 packs of instant noodles?" Zhou Yang picked up one of the straw hats and rattan baskets, and took out 2 packs of instant noodles, and smiled. "Of course. Thank you so much." The woman nodded repeatedly, wiped her tears, and then took the 2 packs of instant noodles from Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang raised his hand and put all the things into the space. The woman was stunned when she saw the things on the ground suddenly disappear. It took her a long time to react. This might be the legendary space power user. She was immediately in awe. After the woman packed up her bag and followed with the child, the group went back directly. The few people who were talking and laughing all the way away did not notice that in the darker corner behind them, there were a few pairs of malicious eyes staring at them. Chapter 67: The Lost Team. Shen Zichuan and his companions first sent Zhou Yang downstairs. But before they parted, he left 10 kilograms of soybeans for making tofu in advance, and agreed to go to get the tofu the next night. At this time, there were still 10 minutes before the elevator was powered off. Zhou Yang didn't dare to delay and hurried upstairs. The next night, Zhou Yang had dinner early and rushed to the base cafeteria. The table was already full of plates of white and tender tofu, which had just come out of the oven and were still hot. Zhou Yang took a bite directly, and it smelled of beans, smooth and tender. He couldn't help but give Xia Ling a thumbs up. Professionals make it different. Xia Ling, the woman who made tofu last night. To be honest, he asked her name when he came to get the tofu. After exchanging some experiences with Xia Ling about making tofu, Zhou Yang roughly knew where his previous problems were. One was that the temperature of boiling soy milk was not right, and the other was that the primer used to make tofu was wrong. But he is not entangled now, and he will just order directly from Xia Ling in the future. After that, Zhou Yang ordered old tofu and dried tofu from Xia Ling one after another. After all, different tofu has different ways of eating. Zhou Yang's family's table also has a lot of variety because of tofu. In a blink of an eye, August is coming to an end. Baiji Mountain, which has not rained for nearly 2 months, finally had a heavy rain for 3 consecutive days. This damn hot weather has also tended to be normal, slowly falling back to 40 degrees. People can finally see the sun during the day, but they still can't be exposed to the sun for a long time. Many people in the base have become active and started to form teams to go out to find supplies. Zhou Yang and his team are of course no exception. However, unlike most people who choose to go to the city, they choose to go into the mountains. There are many mountain products and wild vegetables on the mountain. While no one has reacted now, and the mutant plants have not appeared yet, when else would they go? Although the vegetation on the outer edge of the mountain has almost been sunburned to death after this period of high temperature, those in the deep mountains are still alive and well. After such a heavy rain, the mountains were thoroughly moistened, and there must be a lot of mushrooms in the mountains. The next day after the rain stopped, before dawn, the group changed into mountaineering clothes and entered the Baiji Mountains. This time, Wanda was also brought along. After all, There might be wild animals in the mountains. So it was not bad to let Wando be their security guard. Gu Yaoyao was sent to her father by Yin Fei in advance. Under Zhou Yang's guidance, the group collected more than a dozen sacks of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and some common wild medicinal herbs, which were enough for them to eat for a long time. However, they did not know how to process wild medicinal herbs, let alone use them. So they traded them directly to the army. The most noteworthy thing is that Wando actually found a nest of mutant rabbits and 2 mutant pheasants. This day was a great harvest. It was already evening when they returned to the base, and everyone gathered in Shen Sichuan's villa for dinner, just as they were discussing going somewhere else to find supplies tomorrow. Gu Tianqi came. As soon as he entered the door, he did not talk about anything else, but directly stated his purpose. It turned out that it was a 20-man team from the army that went to the pedestrian street in the northern part of the city to look for supplies. They went out to perform the mission before the rain, and it has been almost a week, and they have not returned yet. The satellite phone has not been connected, and it is suspected that they were ambushed and needed to be rescued. Gu Tianqi said with a slightly heavy face. This team has a total of 18 people. Before the end of the world, it was a special forces team that had made many military achievements. More than half of them are all superpowered people, and one of them has a space superpower. Everyone is very important and must be rescued. This time, I will also send a field team of all superpowered people to go with you, which is the team led by Song Lian, who was with you last time. It was also Song Lian who recommended you to go together. He said that each of you has a strong superpower. After listening to this, Shen Sichuan and Yin Fei both looked heavy. Gu Tianqi came directly to invite them. So it must be a complicated matter. Otherwise Song Lian's team would be enough. Okay. We will go. Shen Sichuan was silent for a while, then nodded, but then said, but Zhou Yang cannot go. He is just a space ability user. If he goes with us and encounters danger, he has no ability to protect himself if we can't take care of him. Zhou Yang, Although he admitted that he was lazy, it didn't mean that he was greedy for life and afraid of death. Why don't these people want to take him with them? Yes, Yang Long is weak and fragile, and it's best for her to stay in the base. We can go. Lu Xingye followed suit and raised his hand in approval. Zhou Yang, WTF? When did he become weak and fragile? He didn't even blink when he was chopping zombies. Okay. Well, that's good. Zhou Yang will stay in the base, so Yao Yao will have a place to go. I'm sorry to bother you again. Xiao Zhou. Gu Tianqi agreed without even thinking about it. After all, space power users are very rare. One of them may be in danger. We can't let Zhou Yang, a space power user, be threatened again. Zhou Yang interrupted the discussion. Wait a minute. I want to go. It's not like I can't fight zombies. And how am I weak? Shen Sichuan and others, You look weak everywhere. The others looked at each other and said silently in their hearts, Zhou Yang, it's too dangerous. You'd better not go this time. We may not be dealing with ordinary zombies. A special forces team with more than half of the power users are only there. How could they just encounter zombies? There must be other dangerous factors. Shen Sichuan is really worried. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at Shen Sichuan speechlessly. I know. So I want to go and see it. It's only been a short time since the end of the world, and I dare not leave the base. Have I been hiding in the base all my life? He is not stupid. Of course, he knows that an elite force will not be defeated by ordinary zombies. However, at this point, the zombies had not evolved, and the mutant plants had not appeared. This team was either ambushed by humans who were also survivors, or they were particularly powerful mutant beasts. It couldn't be because of his butterfly effect that there was another variable. Right? Zhou Yang pretended to follow him secretly if they didn't agree. So everyone finally agreed. Since they had to leave early tomorrow morning, Gu Yaoyao continued to stay with Gu Tianqi. However, Zhou Yang also asked Gu Tianqi to bring back several snacks and white rabbit milk candies that children love to eat for Gu Yaoyao, so as not to make the children unhappy. By the way, he also asked Gu Tianqi to ask the soldiers responsible for patrolling their community to take care of his house more. After all, he planned to bring Wando with him this time. Being locked up at home all the time was not conducive to the physical and mental health development of the mutant dog. He was still counting on it to become the strongest mutant beast, and then let him win the end of the world. Zhou Yang got up early the next day and watered the vegetable pots in the houses on both sides with spring water. I don't know how many days I will be out this time. So it's safer to water them with spring water, so that they won't die when I come back. After watering and locking the doors and windows on both sides, Zhou Yang took P out. P has grown a little bit recently, and now it can basically occupy most of the elevator. This is the result of Zhou Yang letting it sit, lowering its head and chest, and trying to minimize the area. If it grows bigger, I guess there will only be a small corner for Zhou Yang to stand. At most, P is only 4 months old now, and it will take at least another 3 to 5 months to get out of the growth period. I hope it won't grow too much later. Otherwise, it will be a big problem to get in and out in the future. If it can't even take the elevator, it's probably impossible to fit such a big dog on the stairs. Chapter 68 Stinky Smell. Zhou Yang took Wando to Shinzichuan's villa to meet them. As soon as they arrived, they saw Shinzichuan and his friends were also packing their things. Even though the men were able to pack lightly, they didn't know how many days they would be away. So they still filled the trunks of the 2 SUVs with the necessary things. Zhou Yang, did these people forget that they had a space teammate going with them? Hey Zhou Yang. You're here so early. We were thinking of picking you up later. After packing a small backpack with what he should bring, Lu Xingye had nothing to do. He held a lollipop in his mouth and watched the others busy. When he turned around, he saw Zhou Yang and Wando at the door, and immediately ran over to open the gate of the yard. Well, I got up early, packed my things, and came here first. Zhou Yang nodded, then walked into the yard. How many things do you have to bring? Put them in my space. I cleared some of the things in advance and put them at home. It's enough. Lu Xingye then jumped up and clapped his hands. Yes. Yang is going with us this time. Why do we have to work hard to simplify the luggage? And we can hardly fit it in. The others, Shinzichuan coughed dryly. Ahem. I didn't think of it for a moment. Then we can also bring the eating stuff, so that we can make some hot food when the time comes. As he said this, he was about to go to the kitchen to find suitable pots and pans, but was stopped by Zhou Yang. No, I have cooking stuff in my space, so I don't need it. You can bring something else. Then I bring 2 more sets of clothes. 1 set is not enough. Suzy, who was a bit of a germaphobe, adjusted his glasses and went upstairs quickly. Lu Xingye, a foodie, immediately thought of the big bag of snacks that Yanfei had seized before. I have another big bag of snacks. Yang, help me take it. The others also went upstairs to get an extra set of clothes. And Yanfei also brought a set for Lu Xingye. In addition, they also took a whole set of equipment for outdoor camping and some food. Zhou Yang put all these things into the space, and even left only some necessities in the trunks of the 2 cars, such as weapons, first aid medicine, and water. After packing up, several people got in the car together and went straight to the gate of the base after leaving the community. Gu Tianqi explained the location and time of the gathering and departure last night. When they arrived at the gate of the community, there were still more than 10 minutes before the gathering and departure time. But Song Lian's team was already waiting there, and was ready to go. Zhou Yang also saw 2 mutant blackback military dogs in the team. They were not as big as P, but they looked very alert. When they saw the big dog P, they immediately pricked up their ears. These trained and organized police dogs were different from the free-range dogs at home. As soon as they arrived, Song Lian took the initiative to come over without waiting for them to get off the car. We are ready here and can leave at any time. How about you? As the captain, Shinzichuan nodded directly. We have no problem and can leave at any time. You are the commander-in-chief of this operation. Just make the decision, and we will fully cooperate. Okay. Then let's not delay, and set off directly. Okay. Song Lian and his team members also got on their military vehicles, and set off as soon as the gate of the base opened. The 2 mutant military dogs followed the military vehicle consciously. Shinzichuan and his team followed closely. P followed the car where Zhou Yang was sitting, trotting and looking around curiously. After all, Zhou Yang hadn't taken it out for a long time. Since the base was established, Zhou Yang had never left the base. Now that he had left the base gate, he found that there were still many zombies outside the base. At this moment, he saw several military vehicles and several running big dogs suddenly coming out, and they all staggered to follow. However, they ignored it. There were soldiers on duty on the wall of the base gate who would help them deal with these zombies. Sure enough, just after driving out of the base, after they led away the zombies, and successfully closed the gate. Countless gunshots came out from the wall, killing all the zombies that chased them. The entire convoy went directly on the main road, moving at full speed. After driving for more than 3 hours, it arrived at the place where the lost team reported their location for the last time. That was the National Grain Storage Warehouse closest to Baiji Mountain. This grain warehouse is located at the junction of 2 provinces. The geographical location is also relatively remote. The nearest village is also several kilometers away from here. So there are not many zombies here. Even if there are zombies, they are basically staff and security here. As soon as they walked a little further inside, they saw that all the zombies had been shot dead and were lying on the ground in all directions. And judging from the appearance of the zombies, they must have been dead for several days. After 3 days of heavy rain, their bodies were all swollen. Judging from the traces above, the person who did it was very quick and accurate, and it should be the one who lost contact. Everyone continued to move forward cautiously following the traces on the ground, and they had no obstacles all the way. Finally, the traces were broken at the entrance of the granary. The lock of the warehouse door was pried open, and a crack appeared in the door. Obviously, someone went in. Song Lian, Shin Zichuan, and Yan Fei looked at each other, and the 3 of them took the lead and walked in first, and the others followed closely. Zhou Yang, who was a space ability user and had no self-protection ability, was protected by everyone in the middle, along with P, who was responsible for protecting the master. As soon as he entered, Zhou Yang smelled a faint odor, and the further he walked in, the stinkier it became. The odor made him feel a little familiar, but he couldn't tell for a while. He just felt it was very strange. While thinking, an unknown soldier behind him suddenly said something in his hometown dialect. "It stinks. Is there a gas leak?" But just as he finished speaking, he was confronted by another soldier next to him. "You idiot. Where did the gas come from in the granary? Aren't you afraid that it will explode? What do you think it was? It looks like you farted. Get lost." Zhou Yang was amused by the conversation between the soldiers. But before he finished laughing, his mind suddenly jumped. Yes, the smell is a bit like gas. Isn't it just like a fart? But why is there such a strong smell of farts here? How many people have to fart together to achieve this effect that is so suffocating? This is not right. Could it be that some mutant plants that release poisonous gas have appeared in advance? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Yang wanted to remind everyone to put on gas masks or masks first. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of an object falling to the ground not far away. Turning his head, he saw a soldier on the right wall suddenly fainted on the ground, which scared his comrades. Just as he was about to squat down to take a look, he also fainted. Then, other soldiers began to fall one after another. Soon, Zhou Yang was the only one left. Zhou Yang? Chapter 69. The Weasel is causing trouble. He looked at the 2-legged beasts surrounding him, and found that all of them had fallen down. He curiously scratched them, and found that none of them had any reaction. So he widened his eyes, and tilted his head to make a puzzled sound. Zhou Yang didn't have time to deal with P. He squatted down, and checked the soldiers who had fallen down beside him. He didn't see any external injuries or bites, and they all looked peaceful, as if they were just sleeping. It looked like he was knocked unconscious by someone. But that didn't make sense. These soldiers were all superpowered people. Their physique couldn't be worse than that of an ordinary person like him. If anyone was going to faint, he would be the first one to faint. Just when he was confused, Shin Zichuan, Yan Fei, and Song Lian in front also noticed something strange. They hurriedly led the rest of the people back, and saw that only Zhou Yang and P were still fine. They hurriedly asked, "Zhou Yang, how are you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. But I don't know why they all fell down." Zhou Yang stood up and shook his head, and continued, "I just checked. No external injuries were found. And the breathing was also very slow, as if they had fainted. I don't quite understand. You can check again." Song Lian went forward and checked his team members. As Zhou Yang said, there were no external injuries, and it was not clear whether they were poisoned. Anyway, they couldn't wake up even if he called them. He frowned and shook his head at the others. Yan Fei and Shin Zichuan also looked cold when they saw this. They had just walked here, and more than half of the people fell down first, and the reason was not found. It was unknown whether the lost team also fell here. Everyone was at a loss, discussing what to do next. Suddenly, The few remaining soldiers began to feel dizzy, and before the others could come to their senses, they fainted on the ground. Among them was Zhou Qi, Song Lian's old comrade of 10 years, and the deputy captain of the team. Zhou Qi. Seeing that all his old comrades had fallen, Song Lian was immediately anxious. He grabbed Zhou Qi's arm and shook it hard a few times. But there was no sign of him waking up. Yin Fei squatted down and checked the soldiers who had just fallen down again, and tried to wake them up. But in the end, he could only shake his head and stand up. No. These people can't be woken up at all. There must be something wrong. They can't be unconscious for no reason. But we are fine. What went wrong? They set out together in the morning, and they didn't stop to rest, let alone drink water or eat. How could they be caught? Several people thought about it, but they couldn't figure it out. At this time, Su Zi covered his mouth and nose and said in a muffled voice, "Do you have any? It seems to be more smelly." When Su Zi didn't say it, they didn't feel it. After saying it, several people felt it, and it seemed to be more smelly than before, and even had a faint feeling of vomiting. Zhou Yang couldn't help it, and quickly took out a few gas masks, and distributed them to several people. Just when he was about to urge them to put them on, he saw Lu Xingyan knocking his head. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Then, Chai Jinhao shook his head. Fuck. I think I am too. As soon as the voice fell, the two people fell down together. Ah. Zhou Yang only had time to exclaim, and couldn't stop them. Just when he was about to say something was wrong and ask Shen Zichuan if they should take the people out first, he turned around and saw that the other people were also beginning to fall. Zhou Yang was about to go up and grab them, but as soon as he stretched out his hand, the few people also fell down. In the end, only Shen Zichuan and Zhou Yang were left looking at each other. Well, should we move them out first? Retreat outside and replan the action. Okay. Shen Zichuan thought about it and agreed. It is indeed unsafe to continue staying here without knowing what the dangerous factors are. The two of them then began to drag the people towards the gate. As a result, just halfway through, Shen Zichuan suddenly felt dizzy and then fainted. What? He was the only one left? What should he do? Zhou Yang looked at the people lying on the ground, feeling overwhelmed. It was obviously unwise to continue staying here, and he couldn't just leave everyone here and run away. Right? But it was not realistic for him to move them one by one, and the fastest way was to use the space to carry them away. While he was hesitating whether to put these people in a sack first, and then put them into the space and transport them out, Yu Guangzhong suddenly saw something moving in the corner of the wall in front of him. But because only a corner was exposed and the light was insufficient, it was not clear. But this also made Zhou Yang certain of one thing, that there must be something causing these people's coma. Although he couldn't figure out why he and Wanda were fine for the time being, he thought about it and decided to give it a try. So, he pretended to be a little dizzy, then leaned close to Wando's ear and whispered, "Wando, fall to the ground. Playing dead? You are not allowed to get up even if I told you not to." Wanda glanced at Zhou Yang, then tilted his head and followed Zhou Yang's orders obediently, falling straight to the ground, kicking his back legs, closing his eyes, and staying still. This skill of playing dead. Perfect score. Zhou Yang silently gave Wando a thumbs up in his heart, then looked around, and finally found a good angle to fall on Wando and pretend to faint. The ground was full of mud from their steps. It was too dirty, and it was really hard to fall down. It was better to fall on Wando. As Zhou Yang fell, the passage became completely quiet. After holding his breath and waiting for several minutes, Zhou Yang heard a rustling sound. He opened his eyes slightly and looked around. He saw two furry little yellow creatures tiptoeing out from the corner. They looked a bit like squirrels, but were obviously bigger. With their yellow fur, they easily reminded people of weasels. Could it be that these two weasels were the ones who caused so much trouble? Two teams of people, several elite troops, all fell at the hands of these two tiny weasels? This is a bit insulting. Zhou Yang was speechless, thinking that the stench here might be the fart of the weasel. But now it has obviously strengthened its ability to stun people. Zhou Yang felt nauseous, but he didn't dare to do it for the time being. Don't act rashly. The two weasels must have also undergone mutations, and he didn't know if they had other skills. If he angered them and hurt people in a rage, he wouldn't have time to rescue them into the space. While Zhou Yang was still racking his brains to find a solution, the weasels had already approached the unconscious group of people, and after making sure that everyone was fast asleep, the two big weasels suddenly grew to more than 5 times their original size, and then picked up one and started dragging him inside. This sudden change made Joe Yang stunned, and then he began to worry. Oh my god, this weasel can also grow bigger and smaller? And where are they going to drag people away? They don't kill people directly, but they still have to drag people away. Are they planning to lock them up as food? Joe Yang became more anxious as he watched the two big weasels drag away several people one after another. Just as he was considering whether to try to kill the two weasels, he suddenly saw another little weasel running out from the corner. The little weasel circled in place for a while, and when he saw that there was no danger, he boldly ran to jump on those humans and play, without any intention of helping his parents. After staring at the little weasel for a while, Joe Yang had a plan in mind. Chapter 70, Catch the Cub. After the animals mutate, the stronger they are, the more difficult it is for them to reproduce. Only a population like rats will evolve in reproduction, and a whole rat group can only produce one rat king with superpowers. The two weasels in front of us are not too weak, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for them to reproduce in the future. This little weasel is very likely to be the only offspring of this pair of weasels, and it is very precious. If you catch it, you can catch the weasel couple. So, while the weasel couple dragged people away again, Joe Yang quietly took out a handful of barbecue skewers from the space, and also took a bowl of spring water and put it next to it, and then began to wait motionlessly for the cub to take the bait. Sure enough, the little weasel played for a while, suddenly smelled something, and began to explore around. Finally, after determining the direction of the smell, it now looked at Joe Yang from the spot, and saw that there was nothing unusual, so it ran over without any defense. When he ran to where Joe Yang put his things, he saw the very fragrant meat and very fragrant water on the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then rushed to the bowl of water decisively, and then drank it in big gulps. Joe Yang saw the right opportunity, quickly leaned over, grabbed the little yellow weasel's neck, and lifted it up. The little yellow weasel was suddenly caught, frightened, and screamed immediately. Its 4 little claws struggled desperately, but it was a pity that it was useless. The cry of the little yellow weasel soon attracted the weasel couple. Seeing that their child was caught by a 2-legged beast, they were very anxious and roared at Joe Yang fiercely. However, because the only cub was caught and his life was in danger at any time, the weasel couple shouted fiercely. But in fact they were afraid of the consequences, and did not dare to act rashly. Joe Yang was also worried at first, but after seeing this clearly, he simply stopped pretending and stood up directly, and even swung the little yellow weasel in front of the weasel couple. This made the weasel couple very angry. They bared their teeth and claws at Joe Yang, roaring continuously, and wanted to bite the human in front of them to death. But the little cub was in their hands and cried for help. Hey, don't come over to scare me. I can't stand being scared. If your hands shake and you accidentally crush this cub to death, don't blame me. Joe Yang pretended to be scared, and then threatened the little weasel. You knocked these people unconscious, right? Wake them up now. The weasel couple didn't know if they understood or not. They pointed at themselves and the people on the ground, and shouted at Joe Yang for a long time, but they did nothing. TSK, different species can't communicate. Joe Yang scratched his head, a little annoyed. Can you understand human language? If you can, just shout twice. If you can't, shut up. Hearing this, the two weasels instantly became quiet. Very good. They can understand human language, and they really became spirits after mutation. Since you can understand, go and wake them all up, or I kill you guys. Understand? Joe Yang squeezed the little weasel's hand, scaring the little weasel to scream again. The weasel couple was also very anxious, and they screamed at Joe Yang for a long time, but in the end they did nothing. Fuck. You can only make people faint but not save them, right? After a long time, Joe Yang finally came to his senses. It turned out that these two weasels didn't have the skill to wake people up. Do we have to wait for them to wake up naturally? The weasel couple nodded. How long will it take? The weasel couple looked at each other, and then one of them screamed 4 times. What does 4 mean? 4 hours? The weasel couple didn't say anything. 4 days? Joe Yang continued to ask tentatively. This time the weasel couple screamed quickly. Fuck. I must have starved to death in 4 days. Joe Yang cursed in a low voice. This won't do. I have to think of a way. Zhou Yang thought that since he and Wanda were fine, they must have been different and didn't get hit. And the biggest difference between them and others was probably the spring water in the space. How about giving it a try? Zhou Yang thought about it and took out a bowl of spring water directly from the space. And then he thought the little weasel in his other hand was in the way. So he threw it into the space first. Anyway, as long as it was in the space, he could grab it at will. And there was no need to worry about it running away. The weasel couple had been staring at their cub in the human's hand. And when they saw the cub suddenly disappear, they screamed in anxiety. Seeing this, Zhou Yang immediately grabbed the weasel cub out again and threatened, "Don't move. Your cub is in my hand. I just put it away first. If you scream again, I will really make you never see the cub again." The weasel couple saw the cub suddenly appear again, still alive and kicking. And they didn't dare to scream again this time. Seeing that the weasel couple had quieted down, Zhou Yang put the little weasel back into the space and called P, who was still playing dead. "P, stop pretending. Get up and help me keep an eye on these two weasels. If they dare to move, I bite them to death." Woof. Wando, who had been holding back for a long time on the ground, stood up immediately after hearing this, walked to Zhou Yang and sat down, and began to stare at the weasel couple responsibly. Seeing another big dog that was not fainted by the stench, the weasel couple was startled. The malicious eyes of the beast stared at them and made them tremble. They huddled in the corner and dared not move. Seeing that the weasel couple was completely intimidated, Zhou Yang was relieved to take the spring water and began to pour it into the people on the ground one by one. He didn't dare to feed too much, so he just took a sip from each person first. But due to poor skills, a few people accidentally choked. But fortunately, it was only a mouthful of water, so it was not a big problem. Zhou Yang, who was busy, didn't know that the weasel cub he threw into the space seemed to have entered a fairyland at this time, and was already enjoying it in the fairyland without thinking about his parents. He sneaked into the chicken coop to steal chicks, but was chased by a group of irritable and protective hens, and his feathers were pecked off in several places. Then he ran to the fruit tree and picked up the ripe and sweet fruits and threw them away. Finally, he followed the smell of the fragrant water he had drunk before, found the spring on the hill, and drank it. When Zhou Yang had given the group of people all the spring water and caught the weasel cub, the cub's stomach was bulging, and he burped shamelessly. "Zhou Yang, is this how you should behave as a captive?" This cub obviously drank a lot of water in his space, and he might have stolen a lot of spring water. He knew that mutant animals love to drink spring water, and he had caught this cub because he ran directly to the spring water before. But since he had already drunk it, he didn't bother to care. At worst, he would just kill it and make it into braised weasel for peas. The little weasel was drinking the fragrant, sweet and strong water with great enthusiasm, but was suddenly caught out. He was immediately unhappy and wanted to go back. Unfortunately, Zhou Yang couldn't understand its cry. Even if he understood it, he would only sneer and curse it as a mama's boy. The weasel couple underground were confused and kept squeaking. Zhou Yang was waiting for others to wake up. Anyway, there was nothing to do, so he took out a bench, held the little weasel in his right hand and sat down, watching the three weasels squeaking and calling each other. I don't know what they communicated, but suddenly the weasel couple stopped moving and turned to look at Zhou Yang, which made Zhou Yang shudder. Something must be wrong when things are not normal. What are these two weasels trying to do again? Just in case, Zhou Yang took out a dagger and held it in his hand. "Why are you looking at me? Do you want to be stabbed?" The weasel couple rolled their eyes, then stood up, put their front paws together, and bowed to Zhou Yang, imitating the movements they learned from the dogs raised by humans. "Are you from the Mustelity family? Or the Kennedy family?" Chapter 71 Wake Up. Zhou Yang was amused by the dog's actions, but he just thought the weasel couple was begging for mercy and wanted him to let their cub go. So he didn't take it seriously. "It's no use praying. I won't let your cub go now. I have to wait until they all wake up and ask them. Understand?" Seeing that there was a communication problem, the weasel couple scratched their heads anxiously. And finally the father mouse had an idea and ran to the place where the cub said there was a water bowl that had not been finished, and held the small bowl in his mouth and placed it in front of Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was silent for a while. "You also want to drink this water?" The weasel couple nodded quickly, and the four eyes looked at Zhou Yang eagerly. "Fuck. It seems that they are not begging for mercy. but asking him for spring water? However, Zhou Yang is not a fool. He pointed at the remaining spring water in the basin and said coldly, "These are the remaining ones. Drink them if you want. My companions have been knocked unconscious by you. I don't know when they will wake up. You still want to drink spring water? What a joke." The weasel couple was visibly withered. And then, they shrank into a corner and drank the remaining spring water in the basin. After drinking, they didn't know what to discuss. And they started to chatter and call each other again. This time, Zhou Yang didn't have time to pay attention to them. He turned around and began to observe the conditions of others to see if there were any signs of waking up. But after waiting for a long time, no one woke up. Zhou Yang was a little anxious. After thinking about it, he took out a large basin of spring water and started to fill them one by one. This time, the weasel cub was not put into the space again, but directly stuffed into P's mouth and let it bite its neck. This scared the weasel cub and the weasel couple so much that their legs were shaking. After another round of drinking, Zhou Yang was so hot that his back was soaked with sweat. Fortunately, after drinking the spring water this time, the people on the ground finally reacted. What's going on? Hearing the sound, Zhou Yang looked over and found that the person who woke up was Shen Zichuan. But that's right. In order to save Shen Zichuan's life, he had fed him spring water before, so it was normal for him to wake up faster than others. "How do you feel?" Zhou Yang strode over, supported Shen Zichuan's shoulders, and helped him sit up. Shen Zichuan shook his still dizzy head and finally recovered. When he looked up, he saw Zhou Yang looking at him. He didn't know what he thought of. He suddenly felt a little afraid of Zhou Yang and his face was red. "No. It's okay. By the way, how are you? Is nothing wrong?" Zhou Yang didn't pay much attention to Shen Zichuan's abnormality. He pointed to the weasel in the corner and said, "I'm fine. I also caught the instigator." The three mutant weasels. Shen Zichuan looked in the direction he pointed and saw P holding a yellow-haired cub in his mouth, and two weasels as big as giant rats sitting in front of him. His eyes suddenly turned cold. It turned out that it was these mutant weasels that almost wiped out their entire army. Then he turned his head to look at the others and found that except Zhou Yang, he was the only one who woke up, and the others continued to sleep. "Are we the only ones awake? No one else has woken up." "Well, I was the only one who didn't faint, but I pretended to faint and caught their cub." Shen Zichuan looked disapproving. "You should have run away first. It's so dangerous for you to pretend to faint." Zhou Yang rolled his eyes at him. "Brother, weasels are carnivores. You let me run alone. Are you planning to leave me as food for them?" Shen Zichuan opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. Yes, if Zhou Yang ran away, how could he save them? Shen Zichuan suddenly felt very useless at this moment. Not only did he fail to protect Zhou Yang, but he also had to be protected by Zhou Yang in return. He secretly vowed to become stronger in his heart. Zhou Yang naturally couldn't hear Shen Zichuan's psychological activities. He took out 2 sandwiches and 2 bottles of water from the space and handed one to Shen Zichuan. "It's almost 2 p.m. now. You should eat something and drink some water to recover your strength." "Yeah." Shen Zichuan didn't pretend to be hypocritical, and took it and started eating. After eating a sandwich, although he was not full, he was not too hungry. After temporarily solving the problem of fullness, Zhou Yang talked to Shen Zichuan about what happened after they all fell unconscious. The two also discussed what to do next, and finally decided to wait until the others woke up. After waiting for about half an hour, Yan Fei and others woke up one after another. When asked, several people not only fell asleep, but also had dreams. In the dreams, they were all the things they dreamed of, and they almost didn't want to wake up. Well, the weasel's fart seems to have a psychedelic effect, so you may not be dreaming, but just hallucinating. Zhou Yang recalled the effect of the weasel's fart and said, then turned around and asked Shen Zichuan curiously, "Then are you hallucinating too?" "Ahem. No. I don't remember." Shen Zichuan looked a little flustered and moved his eyes away to avoid looking at Zhou Yang. Oh! Zhou Yang didn't think much about it. Just thought that the spring water Shen Zichuan drank before played a certain role in dissolving the problem. Zhou Yang talked to Yan Fei and the others about what happened later, and then took out some food and water and distributed them to them. While they were eating, the people in Song Lian's team finally woke up one after another. Now, Zhou Yang and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. while Shen Zichuan and the others were explaining the ins and outs of the matter to Song Lian and Zhou Qi. Zhou Yang took out a lot of food and drinks from the space and planned to distribute them to everyone. After marching for a whole morning, they were knocked unconscious for an hour or so here, so they must be starving to death. We have to get ready to continue the action later. So of course we have to eat and drink enough to recover our strength. It was too time-consuming to light a fire and cook. So Zhou Yang directly took out the ready-made sandwiches, rice balls, and rice dumplings into space and let the soldiers choose for themselves. The soldiers began to drool when they saw the things in Zhou Yang's hand. But no one took them without the captain's order. So Zhou Yang simply gave them to Song Lian first. Captain Song, eat. If you don't take the lead, none of your men will dare to eat. Thank you. When we get back, I report to the troops to resupply you with supplies. Song Lian thanked sincerely, took a rice ball, and then turned to look at his teammates. Don't be polite. We will repay Brother Zhou's kindness later. Hurry up and fill your stomach. We will continue to move. Yes. All the team members answered in unison, and then went forward to take the food from Zhou Yang one by one, but did not take the water next to it. Seeing the soldiers wolfing down the food, Zhou Yang gave each of them a bottle of water. After that, Zhou Yang had the energy to look at the three weasels. He took the weasel cub back from P's mouth and held it in his hand. Then took out the dog food and a basin of spring water that he had prepared in advance from the space and placed them on the ground. And rubbed P's head and chin. Good boy. It's good. You can rest now. Hurry up and eat. Woof. P cheered and lowered his head to eat. Seeing that the dog had a large basin of spring water to drink, the weasel couple and the little weasel were drooling. But at this time, they could only stare and stare. Hey, there was a group of people similar to us before us. Have you seen them? Was it also your doing? The weasel couple tilted their heads, thought for a while, and then nodded. TSK. It was you too. You take us to find these people later. If they are all fine, I will consider letting you go. But if any of them die, I will peel off your skin and make a fur coat. Zhou Yang glared at the three weasels fiercely. The three weasels nodded repeatedly, looking very well behaved and obedient. Phew. Luckily what I ate during this period were the big rats that wanted to steal food here before, and they didn't have time to eat the two-legged beasts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so shameless to follow this human. Chapter 72. Recruit the Weasel Family. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, Zhou Yang held the weasel cub in his hand and asked the weasel couple to lead the way. They soon came to an empty utility room. Lying inside was the team that had come before. Song Lian, Zhou Qi, Yin Fei and others went in to take a look. There were a total of 23 people, all of whom were here. They were all in a coma, but their lives were safe. However, they had not eaten or drunk for a few days, and everyone was very haggard. Seeing this, Zhou Yang quickly took out half a bucket of spring water, and then in front of everyone, he put a little salt and honey in it, and squeezed in the juice of 2 lemons to make a simple electrolyte water. Give this electrolyte water to them to drink. It can replenish water and sugar, and it can also accelerate the metabolism of coma substances in the body. Song Lian did not dare to delay, and directly called a few teammates to help, and took the water and poured it down for these people. Did we drink this before? I felt sweet in my mouth when I woke up. Lu Xingye came up and asked curiously. Zhou Yang nodded. Yeah. Yes. I don't know when you can wake up. I'm afraid you will be dehydrated, so I also prepared a bucket for you. Lu Xingye patted Zhou Yang's shoulder with a look of relief. My Yang is so virtuous. Zhou Yang smiled and said nothing, but looking at the little weasel in his hand and the weasel couple beside him, he was in trouble again. What should we do with these weasels? Song Lian and Zhou Qi stared at the weasels with fierce eyes, and said in unison, Kill them! The weasel couple was so scared that their tails curled up, hugged each other and trembled. And the little weasel was so scared that it buried its head in its fur, and its 2 little paws tightly hugged Zhou Yang's hands. At this time, a soldier with a northeastern accent in Song's company whispered, Well, we can't kill weasels, right? In our hometown. This is Wang Daxian, and killing it will bring retribution. Another soldier with a southern accent sneered and directly retorted, That's feudal superstition. Chairman Mao said that after the founding of the country, spirits are not allowed. As soon as he finished speaking, he was laughed at by his comrades. Stupid. That's what the state administration of radio, film and television said. Southern soldier, ah? Didn't Chairman Mao say that? For a while, everyone was amused by the conversation between these funny guys. Zhou Yang also tried hard to hold back his laughter. He wanted to say that in fact, the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television didn't say that either. And everything was just a rumor. Because the spring water was more this time. And they had been unconscious for a few days. Their bodies had already metabolized part of it. This time, they only waited for less than 20 minutes. And those people woke up one after another. However, even if he drank the spring water, he was still too weak after not eating or drinking for a few days. It was difficult for him to even sit up, let alone stand up and walk and use his superpowers. The space superpower soldier in that team was also the same. He was so weak that he couldn't even open the space. He mistakenly thought that his superpowers were gone, and the collective supplies in the space were all wasted. He was so anxious that he almost cried. Fortunately, Zhou Yang comforted him in time and told him that he was just too weak and lacked physical energy, so he couldn't open it for a while. The soldier was relieved. However, if the supplies in the space could not be taken out, there would be no way to recover physical strength. So in the end, Zhou Yang took some food and water out of the space and distributed it to everyone. However, most of Zhou Yang's food was not easy to digest. So Song Lian and his teammates directly took the pot and cooked a pot of clear soup noodles to share with everyone. While everyone was eating and recuperating, Zhou Yang considered how to deal with the weasel family. It seemed a pity to kill and throw them away directly, but it was not appropriate to let them go. How about making the best use of it? Isn't it said that weasels are full of treasures? Zhou Yang looked up and down at the three weasels, and finally decided to ask the captains for their opinions. Captains, what are you going to do with the three weasels? Kill them? Hearing this, the weasel couple quickly started to make the gesture of worship again. And the gesture was so skillful and servile that everyone was stunned. Not to mention, the little look was really cute. Oh my god, this weasel has really become a spirit, and it can worship people. Zhou Yang glanced at the servile weasel couple and nodded. It's almost like a spirit. After the mutation, I guess its IQ has also evolved, and it can understand some human words. Anyway, it didn't hurt anyone. Why not let it go? Such a small mutant animal can't be harmful, right? This is obviously a little soldier who likes small animals and is deceived by the appearance of the weasel in its original state. Zhou Yang didn't even have the heart to tell him that the weasel couple had grown bigger and wanted to drag them away as food. You should be more careful. You just see how cute they are. Weasels are not vegetarians. Song Lian walked up and slapped the teammate on the head, then turned to look at Zhou Yang. You caught them. You can do whatever you want with them, but I think it's better to kill them. The captain of another advanced team also expressed respect for Zhou Yang's decision, but was more inclined to kill them. Sun Zichuan and his companions had a clear mind and asked him directly, can they be eaten? Zhou Yang's mouth twitched and said, they can be eaten. But the weasels before the end of the world carry viruses and bacteria. As for the mutations after the end of the world, I'm not sure. I haven't seen anyone eat them yet. Do you want to try them first? This is the truth. He didn't see anyone catching weasels to eat in his previous life. Of course, it is also possible that no one caught them at all, and they became the food of weasels. Hearing this, Sun Zichuan and his companions shook their heads and refused to try them. After asking the others, Zhou Yang also made up his mind. He wanted to try to subdue these little things. He still needed a doorman at home. Every time he comes out with me, the house is empty. These little things are a good choice for hiding people, and they are quite suitable for guarding the house. Hey, everyone thinks it's better for you to die. Before he finished speaking, the weasels squeaked and wailed with their front paws, and they were scared to tears. But it's not impossible to negotiate. You can stay and work for me, and I will cover your food and accommodation in the future. Of course, you have to eat whatever I give you. However, your value is not enough now. It's useless to just emit a stinky smell to make people faint. Zhou Yang thought for a while, and said with disgust. Originally, the weasel couple was quite excited when they heard this human say that they wanted to keep them. But when they heard Zhou Yang say that they thought they were useless, the weasel couple immediately showed their enlargement skills on the spot. Everyone around them was stunned, especially the warrior who said they were cute before. His eyes were almost popping out. What's the point of becoming bigger? Can you be bigger than my dog? Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. The weasel couple was stunned for a moment, then squeaked at the little weasel twice. Zhou Yang also looked over curiously, and saw that the weasel cub in his hand suddenly disappeared. Just as he was about to let go, he realized something was wrong. He was still holding the cub in his hand. He only thought about it for a moment, and understood the reason. This cub might have the skill of invisibility. But unfortunately invisibility is not teleportation. So he can't run away. Okay. Your cub can be invisible, which is still useful. What about you two? The weasel couple scratched their heads, looked at each other, and changed back to their original size together, then suddenly disappeared from the spot. After a while, they appeared in front of Zhou Yang, each holding a food. Zhou Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw this. Very good. The whole family can be invisible and steal things. And the food he stole was the food he had distributed to the soldiers before. Zhou Yang was quite satisfied with this stealth skill. It would be very useful for detecting the enemy and ambush. Seeing the value of the weasels, Zhou Yang said that he could keep them. But they must be obedient and not steal things without his permission. After seeing the weasels nod repeatedly, Zhou Yang officially agreed to recruit them and gave them a little spring water to taste. After tasting the sweetness, the weasel family climbed up to Zhou Yang, patting his legs and shoulders. The little one even climbed on his head and tried to press his head, but he drove him away in the end. Chapter 73, Transporting Grain. Seeing that Zhou Yang had subdued the three weasels in a blink of an eye, the others silently gave him a thumbs up, and looked at Zhou Yang with eyes full of admiration. What a great man! He subdued the mutant animals just like that. After setting the rules for the weasels, Zhou Yang gave the new names for easy identification in the future. The father was called Da Huang, the mother was called Er Huang, and the cub was called Xiao Huang. The three little things screamed again after hearing that, and he didn't understand, so he just assumed that they liked it very much. The three weasels saw that they were talking to a cow after shouting for a long time, and finally gave up struggling. Isn't it just Da Huang, Er Huang, and Xiao Huang? As long as there is magic water to drink, you can call it anything. After resting for a while, when the people in the advance team recovered, the two teams set off again and continued to explore inside the grain depot. Although this is not the largest national grain depot, it is also ranked in the top 10, known as the first depot in Jiangnan. The area of the warehouse alone is 138 mu, with a total of 38 square warehouses, and the grain storage can reach up to 80,000 tons. With three weasels leading the way, Zhou Yang and his team quickly found out the grain storage here, totaling more than 60,000 tons of grain. Fortunately, they basically did not see any rats invading and stealing grain, which is probably also due to the three weasels. After all, rats are the first on the weasels' menu. The grain has been found, and the next step is to take all the grain back. The two groups of people only drove a total of 18 of the largest trucks in the base, and 10 military vehicles. Even if the large trucks do not take into account the load-bearing capacity, it is estimated that they can only load 200 tons at most. 18 trucks is 3,600 tons, and the military vehicles are estimated to load 5 or 6 tons at most, which is about 50 or 60 tons. The total amount was only over 3,650 tons, and at most only 2 or 3 warehouses could be emptied. They definitely couldn't bring back more than 60,000 tons of food this time, and they had to send more people to the base. Song Lian immediately reported the matter to the base using a satellite phone, and the base immediately said that they would send people and vehicles to transport the food, and asked them to leave some people to guard the grain warehouse and meet the follow-up team. After hanging up the phone, Song Lian immediately made arrangements for everyone, and a part of his team was separated to transport the food back to the base with the advance team, and the rest of the people continued to guard the grain warehouse until the team sent by the base arrived. Zhou Yang, Shen Zichuan and others were also left behind, but they had no objections. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone hurried to load the food onto the car. Zhou Yang stopped after helping to carry a bag, and felt that he was crazy. He had space to use. Why did he move bags of food foolishly? So he waved his hand and directly put all the food of about 6 or 7 cubic volumes at hand into the space, and then picked up 2 bags of rice and carried them to the truck. After throwing the 2 bags of rice to the soldier who was receiving rice on the truck, he waved his hand to signal him to make way, and then waved his hand again, and more than half a ton of rice appeared directly on the truck. The soldiers on the truck were stunned, and it took them a long time to react that the space ability could be used in this way. with Zhou Yang's proof. Another soldier with space ability also reacted and used the space to move food directly. This time it was much faster, and 18 large trucks and 10 military vehicles were quickly filled. Stepping on the afterglow of the sunset, the team transporting food set off to rush back to the base. After sending off the food transport team, Zhou Yang and his team were free. After a busy day, they only had one meal, and they were already starving. Song Lian then asked someone to take out 2 large iron pots prepared in the morning from the car, dug an underground earth stove on the spot, and started to make a fire and cook. The army's big pot meals have always been simple, and now it is the end of the world. It is even more unsophisticated. One pot is filled with washed rice, and then put in durable green beans, corn, dried bamboo shoots, bacon and sausages to make wild vegetable rice. And the other pot is the simplest seaweed soup. Looking at Zhou Yang and his team, it is relatively more complicated. Zhou Yang took out a set of outdoor multi-person folding dining tables and chairs from the space. And after Shen Zichuan and his team set them up one by one, he took out another set of kitchen utensils, 2 portable double-burner gas stoves, plus 2 bottles of gas, 2 woks, a large stew pot, and a frying pan. They didn't plan to make rice, because Song Lian had said before that he would make their share, so Zhou Yang only planned to make some side dishes. The reason why he took out so many kitchen utensils was because he planned to make more and share them with Song Lian and his team. He planned to stew some braised pork, stir-fry 2 pots of vegetarian dishes, and make some pan-fried short ribs. Picking and washing vegetables was naturally left to Shen Zichuan and his men. After they finished preparing the vegetables, Zhou Yang began to cook skillfully. The first thing to cook was braised pork, because it would take a long time to stew. After the pork belly was fried with sugar color and put into the stew pot and stewed on low heat, Zhou Yang started to make the pan-fried short ribs. Because the quantity was a bit large, Zhou Yang divided it into 2 pots before finishing it. He put 2 vegetarian dishes at the end, namely stir-fried black fungus and wood ear meat, both of which were refreshing and good for rice. When Zhou Yang finished, the wild vegetable rice and seaweed soup made by Song Lian were also ready. The 2 teams finally gathered in an empty warehouse to eat together, holding a bowl of wild vegetable rice with large pieces of meat and vegetables on it, and a bowl of seaweed soup. The soldiers ate with tears in their eyes, saying that this was the most delicious meal they had eaten since the end of the world. Zhou Yang felt a little sad when he heard this. It was not easy for the soldiers in the end of the world. Many of them were about the same age as him, but they took on everything one by one and stood in front of everyone. Although he had lived a miserable life in his previous life, most of the soldiers in that base were good people. It was just that the military there was not large. Only a few thousand people. Naturally, they could not control the teams of superpowers in the base in the later period, and they were inevitably a little overwhelmed in management, which led to the base becoming more and more chaotic. After eating and drinking, everyone helped to clean up the pots and pans and the hygiene, and then hung the outdoor lights to start building the tent. Because it was indoors, there was no need to hammer nails to fix it, and everyone built it quickly. Zhou Yang and his friends directly built a large tent with 3 rooms, which was just right for 2 people to sleep in one room without being crowded. Yan Fei and Lu Xingye shared a room. Chai Jin and Su Zi shared a room, and Zhou Yang and Shen Zichuan shared a room. The P was too big, so they slept outside. However, Zhou Yang still brought it the largest ice pad for it to sleep on. The Weasel family also slept on the ice pad next to the P. After a tiring day, everyone was exhausted and fell asleep almost as soon as they laid down. The next morning, Zhou Yang and his team were awakened by the sound of moving vehicles. When they came out, they saw that it was the follow-up troops sent by the base. This time, a small group of 1,000 people was sent directly, followed by trucks and lorries whose rears could not be seen at a glance. And there were also many heavy trucks like yesterday. Zhou Yang estimated that there were at least a few hundred vehicles, and it seemed that the base planned to transport all of them back directly. But is there a place to put them in the base? Zhou Yang thought so, and said it casually. Li, the leader of the team who came with him this time, heard it, and helped him solve the puzzle directly. The leader is currently asking Earth and Metal Psychics to build an underground granary together, in order to prevent snakes, insects, rats and ants. 2 layers of protection were built with concrete and steel plates. Zhou Yang nodded when he heard it, which was fine. After a simple breakfast, Zhou Yang and his team began to help move the food. 60,000 tons of food. Even though Li Li's team brought 2 space psychics, plus Zhou Yang, they only moved half of it by the time the sun set. It was unsafe for so many trucks full of food to be parked outdoors. So Li Li and Song Lian discussed and asked Song Lian to take some of the team members and the convoy that had completed loading to return to the base first. Song Lian then left Zhou Qi with the other 3 team members, and he took the other team members to escort the convoy back to the base overnight. Of course, the 2 soldiers with space abilities that Li Li brought also stayed. After all, they would be needed to help load the trucks tomorrow. Chapter 74 Mutated Rats. After seeing off the convoy, Li Li said hello to Zhou Qi and Yin Fei, and took the remaining 500 soldiers to find an empty bungalow to set up tents, cook and rest. Zhou Yang and his team returned to the empty warehouse, where they had set up tents. Because they were not familiar with Li Li's group, they only cooked for their own team and Zhou Qi this time. Of course, Zhou Yang couldn't cook for more than 500 mouths. They couldn't afford to feed them. Anyway, there were only a few of them. So Zhou Yang was more casual. He took out the ready-made rice balls and mutant fried chicken from the space, and then made a loofah tofu soup. After eating, they cleaned up, washed up, and went to sleep. Because he had done physical work for 2 consecutive days, Zhou Yang fell asleep soon after lying down. Shen Zichuan, on the other hand, was not tired at all, as he did not have the sequelae of being fainted by the stench yesterday. His mind was full of the scenes in his dream when he was unconscious yesterday. In the dream, the end of the world did not come. Zhou Yang joined his company as his personal assistant. He fell in love with Zhou Yang at first sight. They fell in love quickly, and lived like conjoined twins every day. Shameless. Cough cough. The more he thought about it, the more he could not sleep. Shen Zichuan simply moved Zhou Yang to his side little by little, and let him lean his head on his shoulder. Only then did he feel satisfied, looking at the young man's defenseless sleeping face. He couldn't help but kiss his forehead lightly in the end. He didn't dare to do it anymore. After staring at Zhou Yang for a long time, Shen Zichuan fell asleep in a daze. The night in the granary was silent, with only the firewood with some core left making a little crackling sound from time to time. Time unknowingly came to the second half of the night, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, P, who seemed to be sleeping with his eyes closed but was actually always alert, heard a slight sound. So he immediately opened his eyes and raised his head to look in the direction of the sound. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a while, and after confirming that something was approaching, he immediately stood up. This stand woke up the Weasel family, who were sleeping next to him. De Huang was also confused at first, and in a trance, he felt that he smelled a familiar smell. So he raised his nose and sniffed hard, and immediately opened his eyes excitedly, and then shouted at his wife and cubs. Hearing De Huang's words, Er Huang and Xiao Huang were also excited and danced, since the 3 of them just found this place and caught a batch of mutant mice as food. These mice have been hiding under the ground for a long time and have not climbed up, seeing that the last few stalks were about to be eaten up, and there might be no meat to eat in the future. Now there are mutant rats that take the initiative to deliver to the door, which is really great. It was also the big movement of the granary in the past 2 days that alarmed the mutant rats lurking underground. Last night, the mutant rat king received the news from the scout rats below, so he sent a few more mutant rats up. After secretly observing for a long time, he found that a group of humans were stealing the food they had set their eyes on. In addition, the mutant weasels of that family were no longer seen, and the Rat King thought that they must have been killed by these humans. Immediately, his confidence increased greatly, and he decided to take down the granary in one fell swoop tonight. At a drainage outlet outside the gate of the granary, a large group of fat and black mutant rats kept crawling out of the dug holes. In a blink of an eye, they filled the open space outside the granary, calling each other in a low voice to pass on the news. The calls of 1 or 2 mice are indeed not loud, but the calls of hundreds or thousands of mice are comparable to noise for creatures like dogs. So P was successfully awakened by the cries of the mice. The mutant military dogs in Li Li's regiment also heard the sounds of the mice, and immediately became restless. In addition, Li Li had left a few soldiers to keep watch, so they immediately discovered the abnormality, and walked out with the mutant military dogs to investigate. After hearing that something was wrong, P did not go out to check immediately, but immediately turned around and went to the big tent. Accurately found Zhou Yang's position. and went up to wake up the two people who were hugging each other. Zhou Yang was sleeping soundly, and suddenly encountered P's critical hit, and woke up directly. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that he didn't know when he was lying in Shen Sichuan's arms. Looking up again, he met Shen Sichuan's eyes that were staring at him. He was embarrassed and rolled to the side immediately. Well, I might have been confused in my sleep. I didn't mean to sleep here with you. Sorry, Zhou Yang explained with a stiff face, facing Shen Sichuan's eyes that seemed to have a deep meaning. Normally, he usually sleeps very straight. So how come he rolled into someone's arms? Besides, who would sleep next to someone in such a hot day? Don't let Shen Sichuan think that he is a pervert. Shen Sichuan actually woke up early in the morning. He usually doesn't sleep deeply. Looking at Zhou Yang's embarrassment, it took him a lot of effort to hold back his laughter. He nodded seriously and said, Well, it's okay. I understand. Zhou Yang felt even more embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't know how to respond, so he changed the subject abruptly. Hey, let's get up and go out to take a look. Wando rushed in to find me. Something must have happened outside. Okay. Shen Sichuan nodded and got up with Zhou Yang. Yan Fei, who was on the other side of the tent, was not sleeping deeply either. He woke up when Wando just opened the tent and came in. His first reaction was to grab the gun beside his pillow. He relaxed when he saw that it was Wando who came in, but he thought that Wando would not open their tent for no reason. He knew that something must have happened. So he woke up Lu Xingye and Chai Jin and Su Zi next door. When Zhou Yang and Shen Sichuan came out, they saw the other people who were woken up by Yan Fei, yawning and sitting on the bench outside the tent that had not been put away. Lu Xingye squinted his eyes, and his head was still dizzy. He wanted to continue dozing off as soon as he sat down. Chai Jin yawned loudly and asked, What happened? It should be. P's reaction is very strong, Zhou Yang said, touching P, who had been extremely anxious since he woke up. Just when he was confused, the Weasel family also climbed onto Zhou Yang's knees, dancing excitedly and pointing in the direction of the outside. Seeing the three little things so excited, Zhou Yang suddenly became curious. It seems that something came outside the bungalow warehouse. The thing that made the Weasel so excited must be their favorite thing. What does the Weasel like most? Rats. When Zhou Yang thought of this possibility, his face gradually twisted. Then he thought that this was a granary, which was most likely to attract rats. And he became more certain of this guess. Mutated rats are very difficult to deal with in the end times. It's not that you can't kill them, but that you can't kill them all. After the rats mutate, their fur hardens, and their teeth can chew iron sheets. What's most famous is their ability to reproduce. If you leave a few rats alive, they will become a huge rat group in a few months. You can't kill them all. And every time the rats appear, tens of thousands are considered small. In the worst time of the later period, they evolve into hundreds of thousands. And no grass grows wherever they pass. Zhou Yang thought more and more, and frowned and said, It's very likely that there are mutant rats outside. Rats? What's so scary about rats? Isn't it better to kill them? The rough man Chai Jin didn't care. Zhou Yang pretended to scare Chai Jin, and said with a fierce look, What if there are tens of thousands of them? They may bite through the iron sheet. And they are all mutant mice as big as rabbits. Are you afraid? Forget it. Following Zhou Yang's words, imagining the scene, Chai Jin, who has a bit of intensive phobia, decisively refused. Yan Fei and Shen Sichuan fell silent when they heard Zhou Yang say that they might be mutant mice, and then heard Zhou Yang's description of the mutant mice. If this is true, it is really difficult to deal with. Everyone, pack up your things quickly. Let's go to meet up with Captain Lily first, and then go to investigate the situation. Everyone agreed to start the action, quickly packed up their luggage and equipment, and Zhou Yang took them into the space. And then, they took their weapons, and opened the door of their bungalow warehouse. As soon as they left the warehouse door, Yan Fei, who was leading the way, met the eyes of a mutant mouse, who was exploring outside the door. And both sides were stunned immediately. Fortunately, Yan Fei quickly recovered and pierced the mutant mouse's head with a flying knife before the mutant mouse could react. Looking outside the door again, no other mice were found. So Yan Fei gestured for everyone to follow, passing by the mutant mouse's corpse. Zhou Yang was about to move forward, but the big and small yellows pulled his trouser legs together, pointing at him, and then at the mouse corpse on the ground. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. That is, to let Zhou Yang pick up the corpse for them. Zhou Yang was immediately furious and wanted to refuse, but didn't want to waste time on this matter. So he finally helped them pick up the mouse corpse and found an abandoned plastic box in the space and threw it in. The bungalow warehouse where Li Li's regiment was located was not far in front of them. The group arrived near the warehouse door of the bungalow warehouse in a few minutes. As soon as they saw the light coming out of the warehouse door, they heard the screams of several soldiers and the barking of military dogs coming from the warehouse door. As soon as they heard it, they knew something was wrong and immediately ran towards the warehouse door. But they were forced to stop after only a few steps. The open space in front of the warehouse door was filled with countless mutant rats. Their pairs of sesame eyes were shining with a creepy light under the moonlight. When they heard the noise of several people running over, they turned their heads and stared at them. Fuck! So many big rats! Lu Xingye, who was a little sleepy, was awakened by the rats and his hand holding the knife shook. It was also the first time for Zhou Yang to face so many mutant rats. He was a little frightened. It took him a long time to calm down and start thinking about countermeasures. How about the electric shock formula of water and thunder? So Zhou Yang patted Lu Xingye and Shen Zichuan on the shoulders and whispered, "You two will cooperate in a while. Xingye will release water, and you will release thunder and lightning. Even if they are not killed, they can be stunned for a while." Lu Xingye and Shen Zichuan nodded and released their superpowers in coordination. The mutant rats closest to them really fell down. But judging from the bulging belly, they were not dead. But several people were in a hurry to save people and had no time to make up for it. Relying on this method, they were the first to reach the place where the soldiers were attacked. I saw that the two soldiers and the military dog had been bitten all over their bodies, and the bright red blood was lying on the ground. There were still several mutant rats hanging on their bodies, and they could not get rid of them no matter how they rolled. In this situation, fire and lightning group damage skills cannot be used. Among the group of people, only Yan Fei is the most suitable to take action, and the others are responsible for helping to drive away the rats around. After a lot of effort, 2 dying soldiers and military dogs were finally rescued. Chai Jin supported the 2 soldiers, and Wando carried the injured military dog. Several people fought and retreated, slowly retreating to the door of the warehouse. Before entering the door, they met Li Li, who had just been awakened by the night watch soldiers, and was taking his soldiers out to check the situation. Seeing that the 2 soldiers under his command were seriously injured, and the military dog was also injured, Li Li was shocked and quickly asked the medical soldier to come and take a look. "Why is it so injured? What is outside?" "It's mutant rats. A lot of mutant rats," Yan Fei said with a stern face. Hearing this, Li Li's face darkened, then used fire attack. "Burn these beasts to death. We just tried it, and the fire attack has a certain effect. But the fur of these mutant mice seems to have a certain fireproof effect in addition to hardening. If it is purely relying on fire, it will probably take a long time to burn." Su Yiji supported the frame of his glasses and continued. "Of course, if there is gasoline to assist, it will be faster. But the gasoline that Captain Li brought this time should only be enough for the return trip. Right? We really don't bring much gasoline. After all, this kind of energy resource in the base is also limited." Li Li patted his forehead, looking worried. "Then let's spend more time burning." Zhou Yang remembered that although the mutant mice outside the door looked a lot, if you look closely, there are actually only thousands of them, far from being so few that they can't deal with them. "I can't help but worry. I'm afraid they are making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, wasting time with us here, and stealing the grain in the warehouse over there." When Lu Xingye heard this, he didn't believe it. Can mice be so smart? Don't underestimate mice. The mice before the end of the world were not stupid, let alone the mice that have evolved after the end of the world. What's so strange about knowing some tactics? What's more, there is probably a most evolved rat king in this group of mice directing their actions. Didn't you notice that the mutant mice outside the door are just blocking there and not moving much? Lu Xingye, Then we have to hurry up and get rid of these mice outside the door first, and then go to the remaining granaries to check. When Li Li thought that the granary might have been stolen by another group of mice, he jumped anxiously. "Captain Li, how many people with special abilities do you have here? And what are their special abilities?" Yan Fei thought for a while and asked. "Among the remaining 500 people, 68 have evolved strength, 36 have evolved speed, 8 have water ability, 5 have metal ability, 6 have fire ability, 7 have Earth ability. And there are 2 space abilities that were temporarily assigned. Plus my strength evolution plus plant ability. The rest are all ordinary soldiers. Li Li's regiment was an ordinary corps before the end of the world. And some of the ability users were transferred away. So the high evolution rate of the remaining ones is actually quite good. But now we have to deal with mutant rats. And we have to fight quickly, which is not good enough. Shen Zichuan thought for a while and said, "How about the old way? Let a few water ability users release water together. And then I will do my best to put up a lightning net, which should temporarily make the rats lose their mobility. And the rest of the people will go up to finish them off in time, which should work. This is the only way. The fur of these mutant rats is quite hard, and it will be faster for everyone to stab them directly from the eyes to the brain." Yin Fei nodded and said. Li Li immediately agreed to this approach, and then divided the soldiers into several groups and explained the subsequent action plan in detail to several group leaders. Chapter 75. Catch the leader first. As soon as the door was opened, a group of fire-type psychics first cleared the mutant rats blocking the door. Even if they couldn't burn them to death, they could force them to retreat. Then the metal psychics intercepted the rats rushing forward to ensure that the water-type psychics could pour water on the rats to the greatest extent, until the rats outside were basically soaked and their psychics were almost overdrawn before they were dragged away. Next, it was up to Shen Zichuan. After all, he was the only one with thunder-type psychics here. He accumulated all the energy in his body in his hands, built an electric net in his mind that was enough to cover the entire open space, and then used all his strength to release the electric net. Maybe because the release area was too large, the electric shock effect was not as good as when they opened the way before, and few of the rats fell to the ground. However, it was enough to temporarily paralyze these mutant rats. The strategy was initially successful. The others quickly picked up their weapons, passed Shen Zichuan, rushed into the rat group, and began to perform brain surgery on the mutant rats. Shen Zichuan used up all his superpowers at once, and was exhausted at this time, almost unable to stand. Zhou Yang saw this and quickly helped him retreat to the back of the crowd, then took out a bottle of electrolyte water prepared in advance with diluted spring water and gave it to Shen Zichuan. "Hurry up and drink this first to replenish your physical strength." "Okay. Thank you." Shen Zichuan took the bottle and took a big sip. I don't know if it's a psychological factor, but he always feels that the water Zhou Yang gave him is better than all the high-end drinks he drank before the end of the world. And a sip not only quenches thirst and fatigue, but also restores a little bit of energy in the body. No matter how good the electrolyte water is, it can't restore physical strength and energy so quickly. This water is probably very famous, but he doesn't intend to get to the bottom of it. This is Zhou Yang's secret, and it is very likely his life-saving trump card. Zhou Yang's ability to give him the water to drink showed that he trusted him, so he had to help him keep it a secret. After drinking the whole bottle of water in a few gulps, Shen Zichuan also recovered a little bit, and he and Zhou Yang also took weapons to go out to help kill mutant rats. More than 500 people worked hard to kill rats, and finally killed the last rat after 10 minutes. Considering that there might be a large number of mutant rats stealing grain in the granary where the grain had not been transported, everyone did not dare to stay for a moment and hurried to the other end of the granary. Zhou Yang and his men also followed the large group at a fast pace. When De Huang's family saw that everyone had left, they started to pull Zhou Yang to help pick up the corpses. But this time Zhou Yang kicked them away. "What are you making a fuss about? These dead rats won't run away here. And there are more rats inside. Go and kill them all first. You can have as many as you want later." Hearing this, De Huang's family calmed down, and then jumped and followed Zhou Yang's steps. The group soon arrived near several bungalows that still had a lot of food. As soon as they approached, they heard the shrill cries of rats, one after another, sharp and hateful, using several searchlights to sweep. Wow! At a glance, there were gray mutant rats everywhere, and the number was several times more than before in the open space. At least thousands. Several bungalows had been bitten open in the door, and many mutant rats shuttled through them, looking extremely busy but orderly. If Zhou Yang hadn't known that these rats were stealing food, he would have wanted to praise them for being hardworking. Damn it! There really is another group of people coming to steal food. Li Li jumped up and down, pointing at the mutant rats in front and cursing. Damn it! Kill them for me! As soon as the leader spoke, several groups of soldiers underground immediately began to eliminate rats. At the beginning, it was quite smooth. fire, flooding, knives and barrels. Everyone used their special weapons together and solved part of the problem. Just as they were about to take advantage of the situation to pursue, the mutant rats suddenly went crazy, not caring about stealing food, and rushed into the crowd in groups, climbing onto the soldiers and starting to bite. Those sharp teeth could even bite open the iron door, not to mention the layers of cloth and skin on the human body. In less than a moment, many ordinary soldiers were bitten and screamed, and instantly became bloody. When the others saw the scene, they hurried to rescue people. But as soon as one was rescued, another fell on the other side. For a while, there was nothing they could do. Zhou Yang watched one soldier after another fall. Although he was very anxious, he still tried to calm himself down, and then carefully observed the situation around him, hoping to find the abnormal existence among these rats. That is, the Rat King. The condition of these rats was obviously not right. It should be that the mutant Rat King wanted to get rid of them first, so he commanded these men to attack desperately. After all, in the eyes of the Rat King, these ordinary mutant rats were cannon fodder of little value. Zhou Yang looked around again and again, but still couldn't find a trace of the Rat King, and he couldn't help getting impatient. This Rat King was hiding too well, and he didn't know what kind of evolution this Rat King had. Generally speaking, the Rat King that has evolved in terms of strength and physique will be larger than ordinary mutant rats, and the evolution of superpowers will be reflected in the eyes. Unless it is an evolution in spiritual wisdom, nothing can be seen. If so, it will be troublesome. Just as he was getting angry, Zhou Yang suddenly saw a mutant rat with a little red light sticking out of the hole of one of the bungalows. It only took a few glances, and then retracted its head. Zhou Yang was sure that it was the mutant Rat King who was hiding. The red light should be reflected from its eyes. It seems to be a mutant rat with superpowers, but it is unknown what superpowers it has. Now that the location of the Rat King has been locked, things will be easy to deal with. As long as the Rat King is caught and killed, the remaining mutant rats will become headless flies, which is very easy to deal with. Without further ado, Zhou Yang immediately called Shen Zichuan and Yan Fei. I think I found the mutant Rat King in this bungalow. I saw it sticking its head out just now. Zhou Yang pointed to the door where he found the Rat King, and then said, "Catch the king first. If you can't catch the mutant Rat King, you can't kill all the mutant rats. There may be more rats in their nest. Okay, let's go kill the Rat King first." Yan Fei and Shen Zichuan didn't question it at all, and went directly to find Lily, and then asked Lily to find a few people to clear the way for them. And they went to kill the mutant Rat King. With the help of several superpowers in the army, they finally arrived at the granary Zhou Yang pointed out. As soon as they touched the door, Yan Fei directly broke in with his superpowers. They saw the mutant Rat King that Zhou Yang mentioned at a glance. A giant rat with red eyes was sitting on the grain, surrounded by several ordinary mutant rats as guards. After the end of the world, rats have become spirits. Do you think this posture is similar to that of an ancient emperor? Chai Jin felt awkward when he saw the Rat King and said unhappily. Lu Xingye was amused by Chai Jin's analogy. You know what? It really looks like that. Yan Fei stared at the position of the Rat King and said without blinking, "We have to think about how to catch it. There are grains here, so it's not easy to use fire. Water and lightning are not suitable either. It seems that I have to go." Everyone had no objection. It was indeed Yan Fei who was the most suitable person here. But Zhou Yang quickly reminded him, "You have to be careful. This Rat King probably has supernatural powers." "Yeah." Yan Fei stared at the Rat King, clenched the Tang sword in his hand, and approached the Rat King step by step. The Rat King also stared at Yan Fei, who was getting closer and closer. But I don't know if he was confident or had some tricks. But he didn't move a step. Finally, when he was only 5 meters away from the Rat King, Yan Fei took the lead in attacking. In the blink of an eye, he threw out several flying knives that flew towards the Rat King's head at high speed. Chapter 76, Destroy the Rats. However, the scene that the Rat King was hit by the flying knives did not happen as expected. Several flying knives hit the Rat King's head and fell to the ground with only a few ding sounds. But the Rat King was not hurt at all. Seeing the Rat King's contemptuous eyes, Zhou Yang's heart trembled, and he immediately shouted, "Yan Fei, get out of the way. It has metal abilities." As soon as the words fell, several flying knives that fell beside the Rat King flew into the air and shot straight at Yan Fei with a whoosh sound. Yan Fei knew that the Rat King was not easy to deal with when the flying knives were bounced away. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, he became more vigilant. So when the Rat King controlled the flying knives to shoot, he subconsciously turned sideways and dodged several flying knives. One of them even brushed against Yanfei's cheek, leaving a cut, and blood oozed out instantly. This Rat King is very powerful. He can actually metalize his body to resist attacks and control metal. After Yanfei retreated to a safe distance, he couldn't help but sweat for himself. He, a human with metal ability, had never thought of using his ability to metalize parts of his body. A rat knew how to defend in this way. He felt embarrassed when he thought about it. Chai Jin scratched his hair in annoyance. What should we do now? Metal ability doesn't work. Fire and lightning can't be used. Fuck. We can't even be a rat. Several people were very worried for a while, scratching their heads and thinking of ways. Zhou Yan also thought hard for a long time, and suddenly saw the Rat King turned his head and stared in his direction. And he was panicked. At first, he thought there was something on him that attracted the Rat King. But then he thought again that there was nothing on him except the space. And the Rat King should not be able to feel the things in the space. So what was it looking at? He couldn't figure it out, and looked around again and again until he saw the Da Huang family squatting at his feet, gnawing on the mutant rat corpse that was dragged from somewhere and roasted by the fire-type mutant. Yes, weasels are also one of the natural enemies of rats. These 3 weasels are the kings of the mountain here. It is impossible that they have not dealt with this group of mutant rats. Aren't there still a few mutant rat corpses lying in the empty room where the rations were placed before? This Rat King must hate the Da Huang family. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang smiled a little, then squatted down and looked at the 3 little things. Don't rush to eat. Help me kill this Rat King first. Don't say you can't beat it. I don't believe it. Da Huang and Huang stopped chewing when they heard it, looked at the Rat King, and then looked at Zhou Yang, a little entangled. It's not that they can't beat it. It's just not worth it. They worked so hard to beat it, but they could catch a group of rats to eat. The cost effectiveness is not good. Seeing that Da Huang and Huang were not so happy, Zhou Yang could only continue to coax them. Kill it, and all the mutant rats killed outside will be yours. How about it? Da Huang and Huang blinked and looked at Zhou Yang with a look of contempt. Wasn't it originally agreed to belong to them? How did it become a meal after finishing the work? Seeing that the 2 weasels didn't agree, Zhou Yang had to use his trump card in the end, and said in a voice that only the 2 weasels could hear, after you beat it, I will give you a big bowl of spring water. When they heard that the reward was spring water, Da Huang and Huang immediately stood up, patted Zhou Yang's knees, and ran directly to the front of the group, shouting at the Rat King. I don't know what the 2 little things were arguing with the Rat King. The Rat King was so angry that his hair turned into needles and stabbed at the yellow weasel couple. Unfortunately, the yellow weasel couple dodged by twisting their hips and moving, and they made faces to provoke the Rat King while running. Can the Rat King tolerate this? It must not be tolerated. So he chased after the yellow weasel couple regardless of anything. Yellow Weasel and Yellow Weasel were also very powerful. They kept hanging on the Rat King at a moderate speed, and they took turns to fart at the Rat King from time to time, making the Rat King's tears and snot run. Zhou Yang and others were stunned to watch the chase between the Yellow Weasel and the Rat King, as if they were watching a live version of Tom and Jerry. Can the Yellow Weasel and the Rat King do it? I think they can. Everyone was watching with great interest. And then the Rat King suddenly stopped, and then his whole body twitched, and in just a few seconds he fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. Zhou Yang and others, the Rat King just fell like that? It looked like he was poisoned to death. Is the weasel stench so strong? Several people gathered around to check. As soon as they walked in front of the Rat King, they saw Xiao Huang gradually appearing on the Rat King's back. At this moment, it was still biting the Rat King's neck tightly, and it didn't let go until it was sure that the Rat King's body was motionless. And then it looked at Zhou Yang with a flattering face. Okay, the case is solved. The big yellow couple confronted head-on to attract the Rat King's attention, and then let Xiao Huang sneak attack and bite it to death. Zhou Yang, very good. This family can not only stun people, but also become invisible. And the little ones can bite people with poison, which makes them good at guarding the house. Seeing that the Rat King died so easily, Shen Zichuan and his friends gradually looked at the weasel family with a restrained look, and never dared to look down on these little guys again. As expected, nothing can be treated with a normal mind in the end times. The little things that look cute are actually not easy to mess with anywhere, so we must stay away from them in the future. When the most difficult to deal with Rat King died, the mutant rats outside suddenly became a mess, and Lily led the soldiers to fight back immediately. Without the order of the Rat King, these mutant rats did not fight hard. After they felt that they could not win, they began to flee everywhere. They were quickly dealt with by everyone, but there were still some fish that escaped, because he promised the weasels to give the mutant rats as food. After the rat extermination operation was over, Zhou Yang shamelessly asked Lily for the bodies of the mutant rats. Lily also heard from Yan Fei that the Rat King was killed by the weasel family, and they didn't need the bodies of these mutant rats. So he asked Zhou Yang to pick them up and leave them all for the weasel as food. He also sent a team from the regiment to help Zhou Yang pick the rat corpses. Zhou Yang picked up the rat corpses that were still intact and put them into the space. As for those that were chopped into pieces or burned into charcoal, Zhou Yang didn't want them at all. Of course, Zhou Yang didn't forget to give them the spring water he promised them, and he put one rat in a basin for each rat before picking up the corpses. When Zhou Yang and his team finished cleaning up the mutant rat corpses, it was almost dawn. Everyone was tired of the mutant rats, so they simply started today's loading task and tried to finish it as soon as possible and return to the base. There were too many unstable factors in the wild. Everyone hurried and finally loaded the remaining food before the sun went down. After checking the convoy, Lily reported to the base and took the lead. Zhou Yang and the others also got on their own off-road vehicles and followed the rear of the convoy. Wando still followed the car by himself, while De Huang's family hung on Zhou Yang and followed along. Because the food the convoy was carrying was overweight, it moved slowly. Although it only took half a day to get here, it took nearly 2 more hours to get back. For fear of wasting time, everyone even ate dry food in the car for dinner. Fortunately, the journey was smooth. Apart from encountering some zombies, they did not encounter any other thrilling things, and finally returned to the base in the early morning. Chapter 77 Cooling Down. As soon as they returned to the base, everyone saw Gu Tianqi waiting near the gate of the base early. He was relieved to see their last batch of grain transport teams coming back. Lily, you have worked hard. So, is everything going well? Lily immediately stood at attention and saluted. Report to the chief. Everything is going well, but a few brothers were bitten by mutant rats and urgently need treatment. Gu Tianqi heard that there were still mutant rats attacking and injuring people, so he immediately arranged for medical soldiers to come and send them to the clinic. Then he asked Lily for details. After listening, he was also full of emotion and asked Lily to lead the team back to arrange for the soldiers to rest. After sending Lily's regiment away, Gu Tianqi looked at Zhou Yang and others. Seeing that they were all fine, the big stone in his heart was also put down. However, when he heard that Zhou Yang had taken in 3 weasels, he took a special look. The 3 small ones stood in a row on Zhou Yang's shoulders, not afraid of people at all. If he hadn't known from Lily that these 3 little creatures were powerful, he wouldn't have seen any difference between them, and before the end of the world, Gu Tianqi only said a few words to a few people, and then urged them to go back and rest. Everyone didn't say politely to Gu Tianqi. They were really tired, so they said goodbye to Gu Tianqi and went home to sleep. As usual, they sent Zhou Yang downstairs first. If conditions did not allow it, Shen Zichuan would even want to send him to the door of the house, and then to the bed. Don't look. Everyone has entered the building. Su Zi in the back seat saw Shen Zichuan standing there motionless, and kicked the driver's seat directly. Shen Zichuan was startled by the kick, and then he came to his senses and said, "Oh, what? Is it useful for you to just watch? You have to chase. Is my performance very obvious?" Shen Zichuan rubbed his face and asked. Su Zi glanced at Shen Zichuan and was quite speechless. "We grew up wearing the same pants. Your eyeballs are almost grown on your body. How can I not see it?" But Zhou Yang probably didn't see it, and he probably likes girls. "Cousin, your road to chasing a wife may not be easy." Just after he finished speaking, he felt sleepy again, so he urged Shen Zichuan to hurry up. "Okay, you can figure it out slowly when you go back. Now drive back quickly. I'm almost sleepy." Shen Zichuan, you are really a cousin. But even if Zhou Yang likes girls, what does it matter? He didn't believe that he couldn't bend Zhou Yang with his face and figure. On the other hand, Zhou Yang finally returned to his home after 3 days and 2 nights. He didn't know that he had been missed by someone, and collapsed on the sofa as soon as he entered the house. Although he was so tired that he wanted to lie down and sleep directly, he still had a lot of things to deal with. The vegetables on the balcony and next door need to be checked. A nest for De Huang's family needs to be prepared. And the hungry stomach needs to be filled. Zhou Yang sighed and finally got up. The first thing was to call De Huang's family, who were running around the house as soon as they entered the house, and then let them find a favorite corner in the living room. After telling them to take good care of the house in the future, he took out a new doghouse from the space. Then, he laid a layer of mat inside, which was their new nest here. After settling De Huang and the others, Zhou Yang went to the balcony to check the vegetables he planted. After finding that there was nothing wrong, he went to the next door to check. The ones in the next door didn't grow so well, and they looked a little wilted. It was probably because of lack of water. So Zhou Yang quickly poured some diluted spring water on them, which should be able to remedy the situation. After taking care of the vegetables on both sides, Zhou Yang went back to make himself a fried rice with eggs and seafood tofu soup. As soon as he sat down and prepared to eat, he saw Wando and Da Huang's family staring at his food, almost drooling. Thinking that it was not good to eat alone, he resigned himself to making a pot of bibimbap and let Wando and Da Huang's family share it. Of course, he did not forget to give them quan shui. After one person and 4 pets finished their midnight snack, they went to bed. The next morning, Zhou Yang was woken up by Wando while he was still asleep. When he got up, washed his face, and opened the door, he realized that it was Qianjiang who came with people. "Brother Zhou, you haven't woken up yet?" Seeing Zhou Yang looking like he hadn't woken up yet, Qianjiang asked. Just after he finished speaking, he remembered something and slapped himself on the forehead. "Oh, look at my memory. You didn't come back until midnight last night, so you must have just slept for a short time. I forgot about it when I was in a hurry to come here. Sorry. Sorry." Zhou Yang washed his face with cold water and was much more energetic. He smiled and said, "It's okay, Brother Qianjiang. What's the matter with you coming here so early?" "Oh, the boss just told me to send you some supplies. He said that you provided a lot of supplies for the brothers in the army during this mission. I saw that there were vegetables grown in the planting laboratory. These things are not durable, so I hurried to send them to you," Qianjiang said, and asked someone to bring over several sacks of things. Zhou Yang took a look and saw that in addition to the rice that accounted for the majority, there were also a lot of vegetables and meat, 2 barrels of cooking oil, and some dry goods. The base was already short of supplies, and he was given so much, which far exceeded the supplies he had taken out from the space in the past few days, which made Zhou Yang feel embarrassed. Besides, he didn't lack these supplies, so he directly chose another way. "Brother Qianjiang, can you exchange these supplies for points for me? I don't lack food for the time being, and I can grow vegetables myself, so I actually lack points more than supplies." "You kid, points are all virtual, and you can earn them slowly in the future. How can they be as real as supplies?" Qianjiang still wanted to persuade Zhou Yang to accept the supplies. That's the truth, but Zhou Yang still insisted on refusing. "Brother, I really don't lack supplies. Many people in the base don't have enough food to eat. Don't you often go hungry too? So you can take the supplies back and give me points later." Qianjiang couldn't argue with Zhou Yang, so he finally took a few bags of supplies back. But before leaving, he said that he would definitely ask the base to give him more points. Zhou Yang smiled and didn't take it seriously. A few days after returning to the base from the grain depot, the weather began to take a sharp turn for the worse. From 35 degrees to more than 20 degrees. Life became better for everyone in the base, and they didn't have to go to the big tent to escape the heat during the day. Everyone was very happy about this. Only Zhou Yang began to worry secretly. With such a large drop in temperature, I'm afraid the first wave of cold waves will come soon. After the end of the world, there is basically no spring and autumn, and the hot summer and cold winter become longer. The time between them is probably less than a month. Plus there are occasional more extreme heat and cold, which makes all the survivors miserable. The first thing they encountered in the last life was extreme cold. Even the southern part of their country would reach minus 50 degrees Celsius. At that time, the base would be covered with ice and snow, and it would be extremely difficult to go out. The only benefit of the extreme cold is that the zombies outside are frozen, and they will not pose a threat to humans for the time being. So it is much safer to go out to find supplies. However, when the extreme cold is over, it will be a bigger test, let alone the accumulation of water and floods caused by the sudden melting of so much ice and snow. Zombies that have evolved again after the extreme cold will bring more cruel disasters to all survivors. In addition, mutant plants will begin to appear, and survival will only be more difficult in the future. Chapter 78 Extreme Cold Reminder. As Zhou Yang expected, the good days of more than 20 degrees only lasted for a few days before the first cold wave came. The temperature dropped below 10 degrees again, affected by the previous high temperature. Many people in the base did not prepare autumn clothes, not even a slightly thicker coat. Therefore, many survivors in the base were frozen and caught a cold. As long as they went out, they could hear coughing everywhere. The doctors and nurses in the base hospital were busy these days. Those people came to see a doctor for a cold and fever without exception. Only those who had some points and supplies could afford to see a doctor and take medicine. More people could only stay in bed and endure. In order to ensure that more people can survive, the base officials will distribute a bowl of ginger soup tea for free every day, and also open a discount exchange activity for cold-proof supplies. Under the dual policies, most of the survivors survived, but there were still some frail and sick elderly and children who did not survive. But in the face of the cruel end of the world, everyone couldn't even sympathize. Soon it was the end of September, and the temperature had dropped below zero. Zhou Yang estimated that the extreme cold would soon come, so he went out to Shen Sichuan's villa. When he arrived, several people were curled up on the sofa in the living room, playing with their own supernatural powers. Because the fireplace in the living room was burning charcoal, it was not cold inside. Zhou Yang was still wearing thermal underwear and cashmere sweaters, and he took off his thick coat soon after entering because of the heat. Looking at the fireplace in Shen Sichuan's house, Zhou Yang was still a little envious. But it was a pity that the large flat he rented was not suitable for a fireplace. After exchanging a few pleasantries with a few people, Zhou Yang couldn't help but sigh. I didn't notice before. You actually installed a fireplace here. That's great. It's quite convenient when it's cold. Hearing that Zhou Yang seemed to like his fireplace very much, Shen Sichuan immediately suggested, if you like fireplaces, you can move in and live with us. We have more in our room. And P and Rhubarb can live together. Originally, Shen Sichuan made this fireplace just on a whim and didn't plan to use it. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy now. And Zhou Yang also liked this fireplace. No, my place is good. It's not cold now if you wear more clothes. If the temperature drops later, I still have a heater and a small sun, so it's not a big problem. Although Zhou Yang liked this fireplace very much, he decided not to move in. This villa would either be buried in snow or flooded in the future, and his large flat would be safer. So he decisively refused. Seeing Zhou Yang's refusal, Shen Sichuan was not discouraged. He asked him to sit down and turned around to pour a cup of hot tea. Come, drink some hot water to warm yourself up. By the way, why did you come here today? Is there anything I can help you with? Nothing else. I just feel that the temperature is not right today. I am worried that it will be the same as the previous hot days. If the temperature drops to the lowest in history, or if there is an ultra-low temperature like the extreme weather in the movie, I am afraid that many people in the base will have a hard time getting through it. So I came to discuss with you to see what plans and countermeasures you have. Everyone was silent after hearing this. Of course, several people noticed the abnormal temperature drop during this period, and they also asked Gu Tianqi and the Research Institute for information. But at present, they all tend to be ordinary extreme weather, and they are also prepared for a colder winter this year. But now, several people are still shocked by the possible lowest temperature in history, and the extreme ultra-low temperature like the movie plot mentioned by Zhou Yang. You know, they had already suspected that Zhou Yang was the prophet of the end of the world. And now they heard Zhou Yang's words like a warning, and they couldn't help but start to worry. Chai Jin asked tentatively, then stock up on more down jackets, winter clothes, snow boots, and a few more duvets? Zhou Yang scratched his scalp. These things are fine for ordinary cold winters, but they may not work in extreme weather. I think you may have to treat them as if you were living in the Antarctic or Arctic. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a breath of cold air at the same time. If it is really as cold as the North and South Poles, it must be at least minus 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Right? If that is the case, it is really not enough to rely on ordinary clothes to keep warm. At least it must be polar scientific research equipment level. If it's really that cold, how many people will die in the base? Yin Fei crossed his fingers and rested them on his chin. After thinking for a while, he said. It seems that we need to prepare more clothes and equipment with high cold resistance level. We should also ask my uncle. Otherwise, not only ordinary survivors, but also soldiers and people with special abilities may not be able to withstand it. I know there is an adventure club that organizes trips to the polar regions every year. There are probably a lot of cold-resistant equipment there. We can go there. But if the temperature is really that low, these equipments alone are not enough. And it's hard to sleep at night. The houses we live in are not very cold-resistant. And there is no heating equipment in the south. Well, we see what happens. If it doesn't work, you can move to my building first. I recently rented the flat opposite to grow vegetables temporarily. It's simply decorated. The room is definitely smaller than your villa, but it's not so high and far away from the ground, which makes it easier to keep warm. Shen Sichuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, since Zhou Yang didn't want to live here, he could move over. He slammed the table and decided. Okay, we move to the opposite side of you now. Others? ? Moving now? You don't even want the villa? Are you going to ask their opinions? Zhou Yang twitched his mouth and waved his hands repeatedly. There's no need to be so anxious. Let's get the cold-resistant equipment back first. This is more urgent. Shen Sichuan was a little disappointed that he couldn't move there for the time being, but he couldn't let go of the important things he had to do. So he immediately straightened his posture and nodded. At this time, Zhou Yang remembered the way to deal with the cold wave in the base in his previous life. So he turned to Yin Fei and said, by the way, in the base, we can actually build a centralized heating place like in the high temperature period. I think the underground parking lot in each community is a good choice. When the time comes, let the metal or earth-type psychics seal the entrances and exits to block the wind and snow. And the fire-type psychics can light a few more fires for heating. As long as the fires can continue to burn and maintain the basic temperature inside, it should not be difficult for most people to survive. You go back and talk to Uncle Gu. Yin Fei nodded immediately, and thought that Zhou Yang's idea was a good one. After giving Shen Sichuan and the others enough hints, Zhou Yang returned home with peace of mind. In this way, even if it was the first extreme cold after the end of the world, many people should be able to survive. After Zhou Yang left, Yin Fei immediately found Gu Tianqi's office, and then changed Zhou Yang's hint into his own guess, and talked with Gu Tianqi for a long time. After that, he set out with Lu Xingye and the others to the club mentioned by Shen Sichuan before. As Shen Sichuan said, there were indeed a lot of cold-resistant equipment for polar expeditions, and because there was a rental business, the sizes of those cold-resistant clothes were very complete, which was also convenient for them. The few people took all these things back, leaving only a part that they could use, and traded the rest to the army. Chapter 79. The extreme cold is coming. In early October, it should have been the most comfortable weather of the year, but it was already so cold that people shivered. The footsteps of the extreme cold were getting closer and closer. These days, the first thing Zhou Yang did when he opened his eyes every day was to check the thermometer hanging on the balcony window to calculate the day when the extreme cold would come. Various heating equipment was also moved out of the space early. In addition to the living room, there were also several in the bedroom. In the house opposite, he also used the remaining insulation cotton in the space in advance to make a layer of warming measures. The vegetables in the planting box were also hung with diluted spring water to prevent them from freezing to death one day. As soon as he woke up that day, he found that the room suddenly became very cold, and he knew that the extreme cold was coming. So he immediately turned on the heater and small sun placed beside the bed. When he felt that the room was a little warmer, he got up, put on his clothes, and ran to the balcony of the living room to check the thermometer. The indoor temperature at this time was exactly -20 degrees. This is because his family has good insulation measures. If it is outside, it is estimated to be almost -30 degrees. Before going to bed last night, he took a special look at the room temperature, which was -3 degrees. He didn't expect that it would be -20 degrees after just sleeping. It dropped by more than 10 degrees overnight. Looking outside again, I don't know when it started to snow heavily. The ground, roof, grass, treetops, all have accumulated a thick layer of snow. If this scene were put before the end of the world, as southern little potatoes who have never seen such heavy snow, many people in the base would be very excited. But now there is only deep worry and despair. Just a sudden drop in temperature overnight. Many survivors in the base were frozen to death, most of whom were elderly people and children with poor physical fitness. especially the survivors living in the refugee camps, who were woken up by the cold early in the morning and wanted to call their friends and family next to them to get up, but found that they had already frozen to death and their bodies were frozen into ice cubes. For a while, the refugee camps were filled with cries and shouts of lost relatives and friends. Those sounds kept echoing above the base, making everyone who heard them feel uncomfortable. In the end times, no one could afford to hold a funeral, so the base had to take them to an open space for cremation. Even the ashes were put into a large collective urn and buried in a collective cemetery. And then only the names of all people were engraved on the tombstone in front, which was 1 person tall, for others to worship. After dealing with these bodies, the base immediately issued a notice to avoid the cold, and all the survivors who could not avoid the cold on their own were transferred to the underground parking lot. Then, as Zhou Yang said, the entrances and exits of the driveways on both sides were closed, and multiple bonfires were lit inside for heating. Zhou Yang naturally chose to spend the winter at home. As early as when he was renovating, he had taken measures to prevent cold and frost. So as long as he stayed in his room most of the time, with a few small suns and heaters turned on, and the antifreeze peas and rhubarb family as hand warmers, the extreme cold was not a big deal for him. He was alone at home with a few pets, which was much more comfortable than living in a group in the underground parking lot. There were so many people, not to mention the poor hygiene conditions, and there were also many people with very poor quality mixed in. It was common to wake up and find that your things were stolen, and you couldn't find the person who stole your things, because everyone you saw might be a thief. Even if you asked the military to come, it would be useless, and you could only bite your teeth and swallow it. In the extreme cold of his previous life, he went underground to avoid the cold like most people. He had just slept for 1 night, and all his belongings were stolen. Not even a replacement pair of pants was left for him. Later, he learned his lesson and took a free pancake distributed by the base. He hid the leftovers directly inside his body, so that others would not be able to steal them. Besides, it was extremely cold, so no one wanted to go out to the toilet. In order to keep the underground as clean as possible, the base provided several old-fashioned toilets. But with so many people, there were always some idiots who liked to defecate and urinate everywhere. This caused the underground parking lot to stink after a few days. When it was the late stage of the extreme cold, you had to pay attention to your feet even when walking, because you might step on something dirty if you were not careful. Zhou Yang felt sick when he thought of the days when he slept underground in his previous life, and he almost couldn't eat the breakfast in his hand. He shook his head and threw away these memories temporarily, finished his breakfast in a few seconds, and then hurried back to the room to stay, this time taking Pi and De Huang's family in with him. Although the mutant animals might not be afraid of the cold, he was afraid, so it was good for them to create a little heat source for him. But before entering the room, Zhou Yang first took them to the space to take a bath. Otherwise Zhou Yang couldn't bring himself to use them as hand warmers. Fortunately, Pi was already used to taking a bath, and the weasels were born swimmers and were not averse to water, so they happily let Zhou Yang scrub them until they were fully scented and were then released by Zhou Yang. 1 person and 4 pets all nestled in Zhou Yang's bed, with Pi warming the quilt, De Huang and his wife warming their feet, Xiao Huang warming their hands, and the little sun and the heater blowing. It must be too comfortable. Zhou Yang lay in the quilt contentedly, thinking about Shinzichuan and the others, and he didn't know what was going on. Unfortunately, he didn't have a satellite phone to contact them, but thinking that he had already reminded them in advance, it shouldn't be a big problem. So he hugged Pi's neck and went to sleep again. Alas, I don't know when the local area network of this base can be built, and it's really inconvenient to have no mobile phone to contact. In the next few days, the heavy snow still didn't stop, and the temperature continued to drop, and finally stabilized at more than 50 degrees below zero. During this period, several families, who had not yet gone underground, froze to death again. In the end, they couldn't bear it anymore, so they moved to the underground parking lot with large and small bags to avoid the cold. On the 3rd day of the snow, Zhou Yang's family had no water. All the water pipes and reservoirs should have been frozen. He estimated that the entire base was similar. If he wanted water, he would have to boil snow or have water users release water. As soon as he found out that the water supply was cut off, Shinzichuan and the others came directly to his house because they were worried about Zhou Yang. As soon as he entered the house, he found that Zhou Yang's house was much warmer than outside. with a temperature difference of at least 20 degrees, which surprised Lu Xingye. Yan, your house is so warm. Otherwise, I will move in with you. Now that the water supply is cut off, I can still release water for you as rent. As soon as Lu Xingye entered, he hugged Zhou Yang's shoulders and started to act like a spoiled child. Unfortunately, before he could persuade Zhou Yang to agree, Yin Fei grabbed him by the back of his neck and dragged him back. The cold hand made him shiver, and he kicked him with his back foot. Yin Fei, are you sick? You put such a cold hand on my neck. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Yin Fei's eyes darkened. Can you change your habit of touching people casually? You just came in from outside, and you rushed to someone with cold air? Lu Xingye's face was full of question marks. Question marks. No. How could he touch people casually? Is this person seriously ill? Humph. I don't want to pay attention to you. Lu Xingye glared at Yin Fei fiercely, and ran to the side to hug Wando and reminisce about the past. Yin Fei was left standing there, staring at Lu Xingye's back in embarrassment and annoyance. Zhou Yan looked at this scene thoughtfully. He seemed to see the two quarreling like this often. Is there something wrong? Yin Fei looked jealous. But it was a pity that Lu Xingye didn't seem to understand it all. Chapter 80 Moving. Just as he was secretly looking at this pair of happy enemies, Shen Zichuan came over and interrupted his thoughts. Today, the water supply in the entire base has been cut off. And your family is probably cut off too. How about it? Is there enough water? If not, let Xiuya put some water for you to use later. It's enough for now, so you don't need it. Don't worry. I will not be polite to you when you need it. Zhou Yang smiled and rejected Shen Zichuan's kindness. He had too much water in his space to use up, and he was really embarrassed to occupy Shen Zichuan's resources. When he heard Zhou Yang say that he didn't need it, Shen Zichuan's head drooped a little, just like his big dog when he was frustrated. Zhou Yang was a little confused for a while. What's the matter? You are not happy without water? But he didn't think about it when he couldn't figure it out. So he stopped thinking about it and asked about another thing directly. By the way, how is the snow situation outside now? What about your villa? I haven't been down since it started snowing, so I don't know. The snow at the base is already very deep. The first floor is basically buried in the snow. It's impossible to walk on the road. We also came directly from the underground parking lot. The villa is relatively better, but the first floor is also almost half covered by snow. I don't know how long the snow will last. If it continues like this, the second floor of the villa will probably be buried in the snow. The snow is already so thick. It's really not optimistic. It's estimated that the snow will not stop for a month or so. Why don't you move to another place in advance? Shen Zichuan nodded. We came out today. In fact, for this matter. But then again, after the first floor of my villa was buried in the snow, it was actually warmer than before. Zhou Yang was not surprised at all. Snow can also resist cold and keep warm. It's not surprising. In the past, if you encounter a heavy snowstorm or avalanche on the snowy mountain, isn't it also recommended to dig a hole in the snow to hide? Shen Zichuan also thought it made sense. Yes. Chai Jin on the side grabbed his hair and said with a puzzled look on his face, then shouldn't we hide in the villa buried in the snow? Why do you still want to move? Zhou Yang turned to Chai Jin and explained, it's okay to live there temporarily. But it's hard to say when this heavy snow is over. What if there is too much snow and the house collapses? Furthermore, if the snow melts by then, there will be so much water that the entire base will be soaked in water, and your villa will not be able to escape. Zhou Yang can't guarantee whether the villa will collapse, but it is certain that it will be flooded. As the owner of the house, Shen Zichuan didn't think about it for long, and directly made the decision, then let's move in early. By the way, you said last time that the house opposite your house is suitable for us to live in. Right? Yes, that's right. But it's just for your reference. If you have a more suitable place, you can live there. Although Zhou Yang rented it in advance for Shen Zichuan and his friends, he certainly wouldn't force them if they had a more suitable house. Can we go and have a look first? Lu Xingye was very curious about the house he was going to live in the future. Of course you can. But I used the living room over there to grow vegetables. And I also made a layer of warming measures before. It looks a bit messy. Don't mind. It's okay. So Zhou Yang took the key and took a few people to visit the house opposite. As Zhou Yang said, it was indeed simply decorated. And you can move the furniture in and live there. There were several rows of 3-layer planting boxes in the living room, and the vegetables in them were well raised by Zhou Yang, and they were still lush and green in such a cold day. Zhou Yang had covered the walls with a layer of insulation cotton, which did look a little funny, but it was undeniably warmer than outside. There were 4 rooms, none of which were big. It was estimated that there would not be much space after putting down a double bed, but on such a cold day, such a small room was more suitable for heating and survival. Several people were very satisfied with this house, especially Shinzichuan, who wanted to move in immediately. He even had a bold idea when looking at the 4 small rooms. Yan Fei would definitely sleep in the same room with Lu Xingye, and his brother and Chai Jin could make do with each other. Little Gu Yaoyao was with them most of the time, so she also needed a separate room. They had so many things, so it was not too much to leave one room as a storage room. If he had no place to live, couldn't he discuss with Zhou Yang to live with him? At most, he could be thick-skinned and pay a little more rent, which should not be a problem. Right? Thinking of this, the smile on Shinzichuan's face became more obvious. But today was too rushed, and the villa's things were not packed yet, so there was definitely no time to move. So I just had to wait for 2 more days. By the way, I had to talk to Gu Tianqi about the move, and coordinate with a few brothers to make statements. 2 days later at noon, Zhou Yang left early as agreed. Before leaving, he went to the house opposite and moved all the planting boxes there to a corner of his living room. He left Peas and Rhubarb and Huang to look after the house. Only the small yellow was the smallest and easy to carry, so he took it in his arms and took it away. It could be used as a heater and a self-defense weapon, because the weather was too cold. Even the elevator could not operate. So Zhou Yang went downstairs and went directly to the underground parking lot. As soon as he walked out of the door between the elevator hall and the underground parking lot, a faint warm air came towards him, along with the smell of burning firewood. There was also an indescribable smell of various breaths, which almost made Zhou Yang faint. He quickly took out a mask from the space and put on a fruit-scented patch, and finally felt much better. The underground parking lot was very dark, and only the burning fire brought some light to people. Everyone made bedding and set up tents around the fire, trying to get closer to the heat source, because it was difficult to distinguish between day and night underground. Everyone's work and rest were quite chaotic. In addition, there were too many people underground, and the base did not allow private cooking to avoid fires. So the base solved the problem of eating 1 scallion pancake plus a bowl of ginger soup. 2 meals a day. Each person was counted as 2 points a day, and if there were no points, they would be temporarily credited. Such a meal was not enough to fill everyone, so everyone basically relied on sleeping to get through it. After all, not moving meant reducing consumption. Zhou Yang carefully passed through the survivors wrapped in quilts, and walked around several times before finding the underground of Shinzichuan's villa area, and then found an elevator exit close to their villa. When he arrived at the villa, Shinzichuan and the others were still packing supplies. Unlike the last time they packed luggage in the city, this time the amount of things was simply ridiculous. Zhou Yang was stunned when he saw the supplies piled up like a mountain for the first time. This stuff. There are too many. Zhou Yang suspected that even if he used the house next to his house as a warehouse, it might not be able to hold it. Ahem. It's a bit much. Shinzichuan coughed dryly, and he was a little overwhelmed. Maybe I have to trouble you to run a few more times. They usually put the house in the basement and the attic above. If they hadn't moved this time, they wouldn't have felt anything. They didn't expect that they had so many supplies. It's not a problem. But the house next door doesn't seem to be able to accommodate so many supplies. Oh, that's okay. We've discussed it. We want to store some of the supplies in your house and your space. If we spread them out, we should be able to put them down. I just don't know if it's convenient for you. As long as you rest assured, I will have no problem. Although Zhou Yang was a little hesitant, he still agreed. Shinzichuan said without thinking, "We are friends who have lived together for a lifetime." Of course I'm relieved. The others also nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Seeing that they all had no objection, Zhou Yang had no reason to refuse.